Chapter 1. The Annihilation of a Family. The biting cold wind swept through the air, and snow fell in a flurry. On the execution platform knelt over 20 prisoners, a motley assembly of men, women, and children. The hour of execution has arrived. Carry out the sentence. The executioner cast down the decree of death, and, as the blade fell, a woman's piercing scream echoed from the distant city gate. No! Her anguished cry reverberated through the heavens. With eyes ablaze in crimson, the woman struggled desperately, yet was held fast by others, rendered immobile. She could only gaze through tear-blurred vision upon the lifeless body strewn across the platform. Her grandfather, uncle, cousin, sister, are you satisfied with the birthday gift the emperor has specially prepared for you? Her cousin Shen Ying's voice was softer than falling snowflakes, yet to Shen Wan, it sounded like a whisper from the depths of hell, chilling her to the core. Satisfied? A wretched smile twisted Shen Wan's lips. Ignoring the pleas of her family, she had resolutely married Xie Jingyin, dedicating herself to aiding him in eliminating adversaries and ascending to the throne. What had she received in return? On her birthday, he had exterminated her entire family, sparing even the 2-year-old child. What sin had she committed against Xie Jingyin to deserve such retribution? Shen Ying gestured dismissively, withdrawing her 2 retainers who had supported Shen Wan. Left without aid, Shen Wan crumpled to the ground. She lifted her gaze to Shen Ying, her eyes ablaze with hatred. Why must he be so cruel to me? Why? She screamed in desperation, seeking clarity in the face of death. Shen Ying, however, appeared to find humor in her anguish, laughing lightly. Cruel? This is merely the beginning. From her elevated position, she looked down upon Shen Wan. My dear sister, you cannot truly believe that your elder brother drowned while intoxicated, or that your father merely succumbed to an old ailment. And child? The emperor himself administered the potion to terminate it. These words struck Shen Wan like heavy blows to her heart, enveloping her in a suffocating grief that entwined her like a vine. She fixed her gaze upon Shen Ying, her expression one of disbelief. After suffering a miscarriage, she had been rendered incapable of bearing children. Following Xie Jingyi's ascension, the officials deemed her unworthy of becoming empress due to her barrenness. Thus, he had taken her cousin Shen Ying into the palace, allowing Shen Ying to bear children under her name. In years past, she had been deeply moved by Xie Jingyi's schemes on her behalf and grateful for Shen Ying's sacrifices. Today, however, she felt utterly foolish. They had conspired to manipulate her, and she had expressed her gratitude with tears. Shen Ying wore a triumphant smile. Let me enlighten you. The emperor has never held any affection for you. In fact, he detests you. His marriage to you was a necessity. For your father, the Marquis of Pingyang, wielded military power, and your grandfather's family amassed wealth beyond measure. How could the emperor allow you to marry another, jeopardizing his aspirations for the crown prince? The one the emperor wishes to eliminate most is you. Were it not for the rebellion of the king of Ling in the northwest, and the utility you still serve, you would have long since been sent underground to reunite with your father and brothers. How pitiful it is that you still believe the emperor, who once saved you, to be worthy of your unwavering devotion. A gust of frigid wind swept through, prompting Shen Ying to draw her crimson fox fur cloak closer. A maid approached and said, "The wind is fierce. Your Highness, it is time to return to the palace, lest the emperor grow anxious." Recalling the tenderness the emperor had shown her the previous night, Shen Ying's face blossomed with sweetness. No hurry. I wish to send my dear sister off on her final journey. Chapter 2. Rebirth. Miss, please awaken. We are nearing our destination. In a state of confusion, Shen Wan seemed to hear a familiar voice, Silver Frost. It had been 5 long years since the separation of their souls, yet the first person she encountered after her death was Silver Frost. With great effort, Shen Wan opened her eyes to behold Silver Frost smiling at her. Her features were delicate, and when she smiled, shallow dimples appeared at the corners of her lips. Shen Wan was momentarily entranced. This Silver Frost was familiar, yet unrecognizable compared to the tragic visage she recalled from her last memory. Silver Frost had been her devoted maid, accompanying her into the Jin Prince's residence upon her marriage. After delivering an item to the Pingyang Marquis's estate, she never returned. Days later, Shen Wan discovered Silver Frost's lifeless body in an alley just 2 streets away from the estate. her form exposed and marred by countless wounds, a sight of utter devastation. Silver Frost had been by her side since childhood, unwavering in her loyalty. Yet for the sake of her own reputation and that of Xie Jingyin, Shunwan had neglected to retrieve her body, allowing the authorities to consign her to a mass grave. For the sake of a heartless and ungrateful man, she had forsaken her faithful maid, a fate that ultimately led her to fall from the city wall, unclaimed and unmourned. The pang of sorrow welled within Shunwan's heart, but Silver Frost remained oblivious to her distress. Opening a food box, Silver Frost offered, "Miss, you have not eaten properly these past few days due to your anger towards the Marquis regarding the Jean Prince's engagement. I have brought you your favorite chestnut pastry. Please, have some." As she gazed at the offered delicacy, a flicker of confusion crossed Shunwan's eyes. Anger towards her father concerning the Jean Prince's engagement. Wasn't this a matter that had transpired before her coming of age? Shunwan sensed something amiss. She wished to inquire if Silver Frost had visited the Drunken Heart Pavilion, but the swift movement caused a wave of dizziness. A dull ache pulsating at the back of her head. The sensation was so vivid that it led her to question whether she had truly perished, or if she was still alive. Doubting her own perception, the carriage suddenly came to a halt, and a servant's voice broke the silence. "Miss, the path is obstructed by trees. We cannot proceed." Swiftly lifting the curtain of the carriage, Shunwan beheld the very trees that had once barred her path to the Jean Prince. An overwhelming joy surged within her, tears clouding her vision. This was no mere illusion. She had indeed returned to 6 years prior, to a time when all had yet to unfold. Silver Frost murmured in confusion. "How could trees block the road? The carriage cannot pass, and since you cannot ride, the only option is to walk." In her previous life, she had indeed walked. The Drunken Heart Pavilion, where Xie Jingyin had summoned her, was nestled halfway up the mountain, and the arduous path had taken her, a sheltered lady, half a day to traverse, her feet blistered and sore. Yet Xie Jingyin had shown no gratitude, instead expressing impatience for her tardiness. Ironically, while she had failed to move Xie Jingyin, her elder brother had been touched by her determination. Seeing her silent contemplation, Silver Frost inquired, "Miss, will you still meet the Jean Prince?" "No, I shall not," Shunwan declared firmly. All her misfortunes had begun the moment she embarked on this path. Xie Jingyin, in collusion with the second house, had conspired against her brother, usurping her father's military power and slaughtering her maternal family on baseless charges. If heaven had granted her the chance to return to 6 years ago, before all had commenced, then in this life, she would live solely for revenge. They would pay in blood for their transgressions. Silver Frost had not anticipated her mistress's sudden change of heart, having nearly starved herself for the Jean Prince. She now hesitated at the sight of 2 obstructive trees. Had she known it would be this simple, perhaps the Marquis and the young master should have simply felled 2 trees to block her way. Cautiously, Silver Frost asked, "If you're not going to meet the Jean Prince, whom will you marry in 3 days when you come of age?" This question caught Shunwan off guard. In her previous life, she had been singularly focused on marrying Xie Jingyin, never considering others. Yet, there had been more suitors than just him, the other sons of the late emperor, and even the Ling Prince. The thought of the Ling Prince stirred something within Shunwan. If she could align herself with Ling Wang and Xie Jingyin, her path to vengeance would be far more assured. Let us proceed to the Guaguosi. Chapter 3. Capriciousness. The carriage turned towards the Hugui Temple, but halfway up the hill, Shunwan alighted. Guided by her memory, she walked forward and soon spotted a Bodhi tree, under which sat a man in a wheelchair. His forlorn silhouette evoked deep sympathy. Who could have imagined that the man, unable to stand, would rise in rebellion 2 years hence in the northwest, seizing half of the Great Chu's territory within a year, leaving Xie Jingyin in a state of utter disarray for 3 long years? Thanks to the Prince of Ling, she had been granted an additional 3 years of life. Regrettably, the Prince of Ling was a sentimental soul, devoted to a woman he held dear. When Xie Jingyin learned of this, he disguised someone to resemble her and hung him from the city wall, luring the prince to rescue him, only for him to meet a tragic end. Pierced by 1,000 arrows, clutching the jade pendant gifted by his beloved. As Shunwan approached, the man turned at the sound of her footsteps. Upon seeing her, a flicker of surprise crossed his face, quickly followed by a flurry of movement as he concealed something in his bosom. Shenwan caught a glimpse of a jade pendant tassel and felt a surge of self-reproach. Although the Prince of Ling had indeed sent word, waiting for her here was merely a reflection of his yearning for his beloved, while she had genuinely come. Xie Jingyan was exceptionally handsome, even seated in his wheelchair. He exuded an air of unapproachable nobility. His gaze fell upon Shun Wan, and with a distant tone, he remarked, "Miss Shun, you have come to the wrong place. The Crown Prince is not here." The entire capital knew of her affections for the Crown Prince, and naturally, the Prince of Ling was no exception. Shen Wan replied, "I have come to find you." "To find me?" A flicker of something inscrutable crossed Xie Jingyan's eyes. "What business do you have with me?" Without preamble, Shen Wan stated plainly, "I wish for you to marry me." A smile graced Xie Jingyan's lips, seemingly delighted by her words. In her previous life, after marrying Xie Jingyan, she had encountered him a few times, but had never seen him smile. To witness such a charming smile now was unexpected. However, his words were less than pleasant. "Yesterday you fasted to marry the Crown Prince, and today you wish to marry me. Miss Shun, are you so fickle?" The matter of her fasting was supposed to be kept under wraps by her father, yet it had somehow reached his ears. This man was indeed shrouded in layers of mystery. After a brief silence, Shun Wan replied, "He is not my suitable match." "Nor am I," Xie Jingyan said, his voice subdued, his gaze dimming as his hand rested on his knee. Shen Wan had anticipated his rejection. "Your legs, I will find someone to heal you. I do not truly wish for you to marry me. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement." In her previous life, Xie Jingyan had healed within 6 months, yet presently, he seemed unaware that anyone could mend his condition. She cast this bait, confident he would bite. Indeed, Xie Jingyan turned his wheelchair to face her, though his eyes revealed emotions that were difficult to decipher. He pondered seriously, even with a hint of self-mockery. "What can I offer you that the Crown Prince cannot? My crippled legs?" Shun Wan, seeing the self-deprecation on his face, stirred an inexplicable ache in her heart. The former Prince of Ling had once been the center of adoration, and even her engagement was deeply intertwined with him. 15 years prior, during a hunting expedition, the emperor was ambushed, and her father, the Marquis of Pingyang, had sacrificed himself to shield the emperor from an arrow. The arrow merely grazed his heart, and he endured a high fever for 3 days and nights to survive. When her father recovered, it coincided with her first month of life. The emperor visited the Marquis of Pingyang's residence for her celebration and, upon seeing the lovely infant, wished to betroth her to the youngest prince, Xie Jingyan. The prince's mother, Consort Shun, was favored by the emperor and hailed from a prestigious family. A betrothal would almost guarantee Xie Jingyan's claim to the throne. However, the current empress, mother of the eldest prince, opposed this, arguing that Shun Wan was too young, and there was no certainty they would be well matched in the future. Should they become a pair of resentful spouses, it would contradict the emperor's intentions. With many princes of similar age available, it was decided that the engagement could wait until she reached maturity. Thus, before her coming of age, the princes sent invitations to meet her. A former glory now turned into shackles. At 12 years old, Xie Jingyan was sent to learn martial arts with his father. However, he only spent 3 months at the Marquis of Pingyang's residence, during which a minor incident occurred that could not be divulged to outsiders. Following the turmoil surrounding Consort Shun, he fell from the emperor's favor, plummeting from the cherished son to the most despised, even exiled to guard the imperial tomb for 4 years. During his time in the tomb, he suffered from the cold and nearly perished. It was only when her elder brother visited that he discovered Xie Jingyan's plight and petitioned the emperor on his behalf, allowing him to return to the capital. Yet, after merely 6 months back, a hunting trip led to a fall from his horse, resulting in a broken leg, condemning him to a life in a wheelchair. Lost in thought, Shen Wan was jolted back to reality by Xie Jingyan's sudden question. "Why this sudden change of heart? Why choose me over the Crown Prince?" Shen Wan answered candidly, "His intention to marry me is solely to gain control of my father's military power." Xie Jingyan laughed, a smile illuminating his features like the stars in the night sky. "How do you know I do not have similar motives?" "I would hope that you do," Shen Wan murmured softly. If he truly valued the kingdom, he would not have been so easily lured to his demise. In her previous life, there was a possibility of unseating Xie Jingyin from the throne if they fought to the end. Curiosity stirred within her regarding his beloved. Shen Wan's quiet words were inaudible to Xie Jingyan, who assumed they were unflattering and refrained from inquiring further. Leaning back in his wheelchair, he regarded her with seriousness. "You must be certain, once I consent, there will be no room for you to withdraw." His concern suggested he feared her decision was a fleeting whim. Unaware of the trials she had faced within a single day, it was natural for him to harbor such doubts, likely perceiving her as capricious and fickle. Unfazed, Shen Wan raised her hand, ready to swear an oath. However, before she could utter a word, Xie Jingyan answered, "Very well, I shall marry you." Chapter 4. Uncomprehending, Yin Shuang waited for Shen Wan from a distance, oblivious to the conversation between her and Xie Jingyan. When Shen Wan approached, Yin Shuang curiously inquired why the Prince Ling had not sent an invitation, and how Shen Wan knew he was there. It was not that Xie Jingyan had failed to send her an invitation. Rather, it had simply never reached her. Everyone assumed she would not choose the leg-disabled Prince Ling, and thus the servants were too indifferent to deliver the invitation. In her previous life, it was Xie Jingyan's mocking of Xie Jingyan's lack of self-awareness that had revealed this to her. Yet, in her memories, even though Xie Jingyan was in a wheelchair, he rarely fell victim to Xie Jingyan's taunts. Faced with Xie Jingyan's ridicule, he would merely smile coldly, asserting that if sending an invitation was a sign of my ignorance, then refraining from sending one would surely earn me the accusation of disregarding the emperor's words. The invitation from Prince Ling was sent out of fear of being provoked. She still vividly recalled how, after saying that, he had pushed his wheelchair past her, pausing to wish her and Xie Jingyin a loving marriage and a harmonious union for 100 years. Yin Shuang pondered whether Shen Wan intended to marry Prince Ling, but finding it unlikely, she refrained from asking and instead took out a maid's gown to help Shen Wan change. Confined by her father, her only means of leaving the household relied on her cousin Shen Ying's cover. When the truth eventually came to light, Shen Ying was punished by the old matriarch, forced to kneel in the Buddhist hall. Feeling guilty, Shen Wan gifted her a set of jewelry worth 3,000 taels. Truly a case of being sold and repaying with money. Shen Wan closed her eyes and said, "There is no need to change." Yin Shuang urged, "You should change, lest you implicate the second young lady and cause her to suffer punishment. If that happens, she may no longer assist you in the future." Unmoved, Shen Wan remained steadfast, and Yin Shuang ceased her entreaties. After half an hour, they returned to the Pingyang Marquis' residence. This time, Shen Wan did not enter through the side gate, but boldly walked through the main entrance, leaving the gatekeeper in astonishment. The eldest daughter disregarded the Marquis's words and sneaked out to meet the Prince Jean, and now she returned so ostentatiously. Shen Wan longed to see her father and elder brother, lifting her skirt and rushing toward Shen Jing's study. As she entered the courtyard, she spotted her brother, Shen Du, emerging. The moment she saw him, tears streamed down her face. Rebirth was indeed a blessing. Her elder brother was alive and standing right before her. With tears blurring her vision, she could scarcely make out his features. Shen Wan raised her hand to wipe her tears, noticing that Shen Du bore none of the irritation from her past life. Instead, he appeared at a loss. "Why are you crying before I even scolded you?" This was her elder brother. No matter how angry he was, her tears rendered him powerless. As tears continued to flow, Shen Du reached out to wipe them away, and the sight of his hand only intensified her weeping. In her previous life, due to his unfulfilled marriage, he had grown melancholic and was taken to a horse race for distraction. However, in a moment of distraction, he fell from his horse and was trampled, breaking his right arm. As a general on the battlefield, he could no longer wield his red-tasseled spear and fell into despair. Ultimately, on the day of a Hawaiian princess's wedding, he drunkenly fell into a lake and drowned. She had always believed that her brother could not bear the dual burdens of losing his right arm and seeing his beloved marry another, leading him to take his own life. She had never considered that it could have been a scheme against him. Perhaps even his fall was orchestrated. Gazing at her brother, who now radiated vitality, she could not suppress her tears when recalling his past tribulations. Shen Du was alarmed. He had never seen his sister cry like this. Forgetting his brotherly authority, he sought to comfort her. "Who has wronged you? Tell your brother, and I shall seek justice." Shunwan shook her head, wiping her tears. Shundu sighed. "Do you truly have such feelings for the Prince Jean? Father is very angry about your escapade." She was acutely aware of her father's fury. The emperor had granted her the right to choose a husband, but her father believed that as a subject, one should not overstep their bounds. The emperor was benevolent, and as his subjects, they must act sensibly. Pursuing such a choice, especially with the ruthless Prince Jean, was deemed unwise. The Pingyang Marquis's residence had already attracted enough attention. Becoming embroiled in the struggle for the heir was ill-advised. Yet in her past life, her heart had solely belonged to Prince Jean, rendering her deaf to the council. She feared that if she did not choose, the emperor might betroth her to someone else, and she dared not gamble with her fate. As she stepped into the study, her father's furious voice echoed, "Unfilial daughter. Kneel." Thud. Shunwan genuinely knelt. She felt remorse for her father and her brother. She deserved to kneel. She deserved punishment. Although Shan Jing was furious, he was taken aback when he saw his daughter actually kneeling. When did she become so obedient? In her previous life, when Shun Jing was angry and demanded she kneel, she had relied on her father's affection and ignored him, asserting that she had done nothing wrong. For it was the emperor who had summoned her. Shun Jing furrowed his brow. Exchanging glances with Shandu, Yin Shuang knelt behind Shunwan, saying, "My lord, please calm your anger. The young lady did not meet Prince Jean." "Did not meet?" Shun Jing and Shun Du exclaimed in unison. Yin Shuang shook her head, then nodded. "It is not that she did not go. Her path was obstructed by a tree, and the carriage could not pass, so she did not meet Prince Jean." Shun Du's lips twitched. He had thought his sister was utterly devoted to Prince Jean, but it turned out to be this. They had both been angry for nothing. Shun Jing said, "Since you did not go, you may rise." Shenwan remained unmoved, her back straightened. "Father, I wish to marry Prince Ling." This declaration caused Shun Jing and Shun Du's brows to furrow even more deeply. Shun Jing's head throbbed. How could his daughter be so capricious? Just because Prince Jean was unsuitable did not mean Prince Ling was a fitting choice. "Save me the trouble. Do not bring misfortune upon Prince Ling." Shan Wan was discontented. "How can you say that, father? Prince Ling is not afraid of my causing him trouble. He has agreed." Shin Jing was left in a state of shock. Upon exiting the study, Shindu looked at Shun Wan and asked, "Sister, do you truly intend to marry Prince Ling?" Shin Wan replied, "There is no better choice than him. If she chose a royal prince to marry, it would embarrass the emperor. Refusing any of them would be a greater affront, as it would suggest that the Pingyang Marquis and Appo's residence held all the princes in disdain. Such arrogance would only lead to their further isolation." Shindu pondered this. Though he dared not voice it, he believed Prince Ling to be of good character, handsome as well, with only the disadvantage of his injury preventing him from standing. He wondered if it would matter. Shen Wan, momentarily taken aback, questioned, "What do you mean by whether he can stand?" Shindu, realizing he had misspoken, coughed and said, "You are still young. You do not understand." In that case, she understood. Her union with Prince Ling was not a proper marriage. His ability to stand or not was of no consequence. Shen Wan mused internally, while her elder brother set off to seek out Prince Ling for answers. Shen Wan found herself in a dilemma, unsure whether to intervene or let him go. Could such a matter be casually inquired about? In the midst of her indecision, her brother's figure had already vanished from sight. Shen Wan. Chapter 5. Lessons. Shan Wan returned to the inner courtyard, observing the layout of the estate, which remained as she remembered. How delightful. In her previous life, after her elder brother and father passed away in succession, the military power and titles were inherited by the second branch, which transformed into the true Pingyang Marquisate. They lavishly renovated the estate, a motive she once failed to comprehend, but now realized it was to erase any traces of their family's existence, converting the Pingyang Marquisate entirely into their own. As she walked forward, a breathless maid from the side gate approached her with a message. The old matriarch wished to see her. Shenwan did not change her maid's attire and entered through the side gate, knowing that once she returned home, she would be summoned by the old matriarch for a reprimand, chastised for disregarding her father's words, and punished to kneel in the Buddhist hall for an entire night. In her previous life, she had fainted from kneeling and was carried back, while Shuning faced the consequences instead. She had knelt for a night, her knees swollen, and even on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony, her knees still ached. Shuning had knelt for a whole day, but appeared unaffected, while her own punishment was genuine, meant to showcase the old matriarch's supposed fairness in treating them equally. Knowing she must meet the old matriarch, she thought it best to comply. The crown prince would surely be enraged if he did not see her. She did not mind placing that blame on her matriarch and Shuning. Turning towards Qinghui courtyard, she soon found the old matriarch, Wang, seated on the Luohan couch, dressed in an amber-colored brocade gown, adorned with exquisite bat embroidery at the cuffs and a golden headdress inlaid with jade. She exuded the grandeur befitting a matriarch of the Marquisate. Her father's features bore a striking resemblance to the old matriarch, even more so than her uncle's, leading anyone to believe he was her biological son. In truth, the old matriarch was merely a secondary wife. She was her father's birth mother, a cousin of the primary matriarch. In her youth, the old matriarch had once saved the primary matriarch's life. Her father had been born through a difficult delivery, resulting in the death of his mother. The Wang family, feeling pity for the infant who lost his mother at birth, feared that their grandfather would treat him poorly should he take another wife. Thus, they sought another daughter from the clan to marry him. At that time, the primary matriarch was already engaged to a promising match. But out of gratitude for the old matriarch's life-saving act, she withdrew from the engagement to marry their grandfather as a secondary wife. Due to her bond with the old matriarch, their grandfather held her in high regard during his lifetime. After his passing, when her father took over the Pingyang Marquisate, he continued to respect and honor her, never defying her wishes. In her previous life, she treated her as a beloved grandmother. But what was the outcome? The second branch conspired with Xie Jingyin to harm her father and brother. She could not believe the old matriarch was entirely unaware. Was her so-called gratitude for the old matriarch's life-saving deed merely to bear two uncles who would usurp her father's military power and title? Enveloped in resentment, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves, unnoticed by the old matriarch, who slammed her palm on the table, scolding. Never has there been such a rebellious and unfilial daughter in the Pingyang Marquisate. Kneel. Shenwan did not kneel, her tone calm as she replied. I did not go to see the crown prince. The room fell silent in shock. Shenying's voice rose. Didn't he go? Shenwan explained. My second sister helped me sneak out. If I had truly gone, wouldn't you have been punished by grandmother and second aunt? I couldn't think only of myself. So I didn't go. For a moment, Shuning was a loss, unsure whether to feel touched or to chastise Shenwan for her foolishness. She would starve herself to see the crown prince, yet when her sister truly aided her in escaping, she hesitated for fear of punishment. Since Shenwan had not met with the crown prince, the old matriarch could no longer use her supposed defiance as grounds for punishment. However, Shenwan, having slipped out, could not escape the consequences of being confined. Thus, she promptly implicated Shuning, suggesting that if punishment were to be meted out, they would face it together. The old matriarch might be willing to punish Shenwan with a night of kneeling, but would never allow Shuning to endure such a fate. The old matriarch toyed with her prayer beads and remarked, since you did not go, grandmother will not pursue the matter of your sneaking out. Remember, your father is the one who loves you most in this world. Everything he does is for your own good. Listening to him will not lead you astray. Shenwan nodded earnestly, acknowledging her grandmother's wisdom. With a wave of her hand, the old matriarch dismissed her, and Shenwan returned to Qinglan courtyard, the place where she had resided before her marriage. In her previous life, she had lived in Qinglan courtyard until her marriage, where every plant and stone had been carefully selected by her. The courtyard was filled with rare treasures gathered by her uncles and cousins, worth thousands of taels. Just half a month after her marriage, when a room in Shenying's courtyard suffered from a water leak, Shenying moved in, taking with her some belongings Shenwan had intended to bring to the crown prince's residence, leaving them all to Shenying. She had truly begun crafting Shenying's wedding attire long before. As she stepped inside, her chief maid, Ziyu, eagerly greeted her, exclaiming, Miss, you've returned. Ziyu and Yingshuang were Shenwan's primary maids, with Ziyu being more beautiful than Yingshuang, although Yingshuang was more diligent while Ziyu possessed a sweeter tongue. In her previous life, Shenwan favored Ziyu more. Originally, Ziyu was to accompany her on her outing, but when Ziyu suddenly fell ill, Shuang took her place. In her past, Shenwan had returned home to face a night of kneeling in the Buddhist hall due to the old matriarch's punishment. Shuang could hardly escape the same fate, having accompanied her to the Buddhist hall for the night of penance. Ironically, while Ziyu, who had tried to counsel her to heed the Marquis's words, managed to avoid punishment, Ziyu, who had encouraged her to seek Shenning as assistance, faced none at all. In her previous life, both Ziyu and Shuang had accompanied her to the Crown Prince's residence. Shuang remained dutiful but met a tragic end, while Ziyu, within mere months of her marriage, eagerly climbed into Xie Jingyin's bed, claiming it was arranged by Shenwan, which infuriated her to no end. She had wanted to execute Ziyu on the spot, but was forced to swallow her anger due to Xie Jingyin's praise for her generosity. As Ziyu approached, she was met with Shenwan's cold, piercing gaze, causing her heart to flutter nervously. Why was the young lady looking at her with such eyes? Surely, it must be because she had not accompanied her today, and Shuang had taken the opportunity to speak ill of her. Unbeknownst to Ziyu, Shenwan was already contemplating ways to eliminate her, along with all the personnel sent by the second and third branches in the courtyard. After her coming-of-age ceremony, she would set her plans into motion. Shenwan had only disclosed her meeting with the Ling Prince to her father and elder brother, issuing a gag order to Shuang and the young servant, believing that no one else would know. Yet, the day before her coming-of-age ceremony, while feeding koi in the courtyard, Shen stormed over, fuming, "You didn't go to see the Crown Prince. You went to see the Ling Prince?" Shenwan instinctively glanced at Shuang, who shook her head vigorously, having said not a word. Tossing fish feed into the lotus pond, she watched the koi scramble for it, and replied nonchalantly, "How does my second sister know I went to see the Ling Prince?" Shen retorted coldly, "The Huwood Temple is bustling with people, and your carriage is so conspicuous. Do you think you can hide it from anyone?" Shenwan had no intention of deceiving anyone, smiling at Shen, second sister, being clever, should know that who I met is not important. What matters is whom I ultimately choose. Shen's furrowed brow relaxed. "So you were merely feigning interest to distract our uncle, fearing he wouldn't allow you to enter the palace to choose the Crown Prince, and instead opted to meet the Ling Prince to lower their guard?" Shenwan had not anticipated Shen would think so of her, but she refrained from clarifying, not wishing to stir trouble, especially since the second branch and Xie Jingyin were in cahoots, conspiring against her. Shenwan remained silent. Leading Shen to assume her silence was an acknowledgement. However, unbeknownst to them, not only was Shenwan misunderstood, but also the man seated in a wheelchair behind the nearby rockery. Xie Jingyan's expression was exceedingly grim. His guard, Chen Feng, felt a murderous rage brewing. How could she toy with the prince in her pursuit of marrying the Crown Prince? Xie Jingyan's gaze darkened. He should have realized it sooner. Let us depart. Chapter 6. The marriage proposal on the day of her coming-of-age ceremony. Shenwan rose early, adorned in splendid attire. Unlike her previous life, where she had dressed to please Prince Jean, this time she chose her favorite sky blue embroidered dress adorned with begonia flowers. The reflection in the bronze mirror revealed a woman of extraordinary beauty, and Shenwan had always been satisfied and confident in her appearance. As the hour approached, Shenwan followed her father, Shen Jing, into the palace to meet the emperor. Upon reaching the outer chamber, they found Prince Jean and several other princes present, except for Xie Jingyan. In her past life, he had arrived just moments after her. Now, after waiting for quite some time, he had yet to appear. Shenwan could not help but feel anxious. What if something had happened to him? As she continued to wait, the eunuch appeared to invite them inside. Shenwan, still scanning the area, saw no sign of Xie Jingyan. Entering the imperial study, she knelt before the emperor to pay her respects. The emperor bestowed upon her a jade ruby as a coming-of-age gift, lamenting how swiftly time passed, before inquiring which of his princes she favored. Kneeling on the ground, Shenwan felt a deep sense of frustration. How had she not realized in her previous life that Xie Jingyan was such an unreliable person? Was he not delaying her important matters? With his absence, could she still choose him? Resolutely, Shenwan lifted her gaze to the emperor and declared, "Your Majesty, I have long admired Prince Ling and wish to marry him. I implore you to grant this request." The emperor was taken aback. The other princes stared in disbelief, while Xie Jingyan's expression darkened. The other princes were aware that Shen Wan would not choose them. They were merely going through the motions, expecting neither surprise nor disappointment. However, Xie Jingyan had never anticipated that Shen Wan would select someone else, especially one who was injured. The emperor glanced at Shun Jing before asking Shen Wan, "Prince Ling has a leg ailment and may never stand again. Are you truly willing to choose him?" Shen Wan nodded firmly. "I do not mind his affliction. Wherever he wishes to go, I shall accompany him. If your majesty does not consent to my marriage to Prince Ling, I beseech you to retract the engagement, for I shall never marry another." Xie Jingyan's face turned pale, his gaze icy as it fell upon Shen Wan. On such an important day, Prince Ling had not even shown up, yet she wished to wed him. He might not even desire to marry her. Shen Wan felt fortunate that her elder brother had inquired about Xie Jingyan. Otherwise, her father might have suspected her of deceit. She looked at the emperor and stated, "Your Majesty, I possess a delicate beauty and a pampered disposition. If I cannot aspire to Prince Ling, I would not dare to pursue anyone else." The emperor replied, "There is no need for you to belittle yourself." Shun Jing bowed to the emperor, saying, "My daughter has been spoiled by my indulgence." Before he could finish, the emperor raised his hand to interrupt him, stating, "My word is law. I have granted her the right to choose, and I shall not retract it. Since she is so devoted to Prince Ling, I shall bestow their marriage." Shen Wan bowed deeply in gratitude. After expressing her thanks, she left the palace and headed to Prince Ling's residence. Upon dismounting from the carriage, she inquired of the doorman, "Is the prince at home?" "Yes," the servant replied. "Is he unwell?" she asked. "No, our prince is quite well," the servant assured her. All of Shen Wan's worries transformed into fury as she entered the estate. Upon seeing Xie Jingyan seated in a wheelchair, gazing at a kite floating in the sky, her anger surged. Xie Jingyan turned at the sound of her footsteps, and their eyes met, igniting a fire within her. Shen Wan approached him, gritting her teeth. "How could you be so untrustworthy? My brother spoke highly of your character, yet here you are, so lacking in integrity. If you did not wish to marry me, you should not have agreed in the first place. I did not hold a knife to your throat to compel you. Afterward, you could at least have sent someone to inform me, but instead, you vanished without a trace, leaving me utterly unprepared." Her words flowed rapidly, while Chun Feng, standing behind Xie Jingyan, clenched his fists, ready to strike. How could the son of the Pingyang Marquis have such a scheming sister? How could he have a sister so intent on destroying him? Using his royal status to marry Prince Jean, only to turn around and betray him afterward? Did she intend to shatter his heart and stomp on it? Xie Jingyan regarded Shen Wan with a calm demeanor and replied, "I will attend your wedding with Prince Jean." It was evident that he regretted his promise to marry her. Even if it was merely a pretense, she was aware of his affections for another. In her previous life, he had never taken a wife, which was why she had not directly told the emperor she wished to marry him. She had merely sought his willingness first to avoid humiliation. Yet it seemed futile, as he was determined to reserve the position of his legitimate wife for his true love, unwilling to even lend it to her temporarily. Though furious, Shen Wan felt a flicker of emotion within her. Having witnessed too many relationships tainted by schemes and ulterior motives, she had never encountered such sincerity before. Perhaps she ought not to meddle for her own selfish desires. However, the emperor had already agreed to their marriage. Surely the decree was on its way. What mess this was! She sought to ally with Xie Jingyan, not to create enmity. Frustrated, Shen Wan glared at him. "This is your fault for not handling your own affairs properly. I do not blame you. When my father inquires, you shall say you felt unworthy of me and withdrew, so that I do not lose face." "Very well," he replied. Shen Wan wished to say more, but words eluded her, and she simply departed. As for the rejection of the marriage, Xie Jingyan would have to manage that himself. Even if the emperor were furious, he could not punish him for his injury. As for her elder brother, such a dishonest person should be advised to avoid Xie Jingyan in the future. Xie Jingyan watched as Shen Wan walked away, her steps heavy and light, his eyes betraying a complex array of emotions. Chun Feng exclaimed in frustration, The princess refrained from exposing her deceit out of respect for the Pingyang Marquis. Yet she truly believes he is oblivious and demands he belittle himself. How audacious! Before Chun Feng could finish, a young servant rushed over, calling from a distance, "My lord, the emperor has sent someone to deliver a decree." Chun Feng inquired, "What decree?" The servant grinned widely. "Of course, it is the marriage decree. The emperor has bestowed the eldest daughter of the Pingyang Marquis upon the prince as his bride." Chun Feng was left speechless. Chapter 7. Misunderstanding. Shun Wan returned to the Pingyang Marquis residence, her heart heavy with indignation. She had once vowed before the emperor that she would marry no one but Prince Ling, only to be met with his rejection. Even if Xie Jingyan claimed she was unworthy of him, she would undoubtedly become the laughingstock of the capital. Despite her desire for vengeance in this lifetime, wishing for her elder brother and father to thrive, she did not wish to endure such distress. Fuming, Shunwan was approached by her brother, Shundu. Noticing her pallor, inquired, "Sister, did you not go to Prince Ling's residence? Why have you returned alone? Did Prince Ling not accompany you?" She dared not hope for Prince Ling's esteemed presence to escort her home. After all, she was perfectly capable of returning on her own. "Prince Ling is but a faithless scoundrel. I suggest you limit your dealings with him in the future," she retorted, casting a scornful glance at her brother. Shindu raised an eyebrow, discerning the tension. "The emperor has just bestowed a marriage decree upon you and my brother-in-law, and you are already quarreling? How has my brother-in-law offended you?" Shenwan felt exasperated. Was her brother intentionally provoking her? Prince Ling had no desire to marry her, and now, with her reputation hanging by a thread, her brother's incessant references to her brother-in-law felt like salt in her wounds. They were not even wed, and she hardly regarded Xie Jingyan as such, especially when, even if they were married, it would be a mere fade. As she glared at her brother in silence, the sound of wheels rolling approached. Shindu turned to see Xie Jingyan being pushed toward them. He stepped forward, asking, "What have you done to upset my sister?" "A bit of a misunderstanding," Xie Jingyan replied, his voice low, his gaze fixed on Shunwan. Chun Feng, who was pushing Xie Jingyan's wheelchair, attempted to convey his sentiments, but Xie Jingyan waved him off, wanting to speak privately with Shunwan. Recognizing the moment's gravity, Shun Du chose to remain out of earshot, though curiosity gnawed at him regarding how Xie Jingyan had managed to anger his sister. If he failed to placate her, he could not be blamed for the might of his fists. As Xie Jingyan approached, Shunwan snapped, "Why have you come to the Pingyang Marquis residence instead of declining the marriage to the emperor?" "I visited yesterday," he replied. "Visited? No one informed me of this." She responded, bewildered. "I scaled the wall to avoid any unpleasantness between you and Prince Jean," he continued. "I want to give you one last chance to reconsider, but I happened to overhear your conversation with your second sister." Shun Wan was taken aback, realizing he had overheard her discussion with Shuning. It was no wonder he had misconstrued her intentions. He was wary of being manipulated, which explained his absence from the palace today. "Why did you not clarify things yesterday and allow others to misinterpret you?" he pressed. "The second branch is aligned with Prince Jean," she replied. An understanding dawned on Xie Jingyan. "I have broken my promise today," he said, surprising her with an apology. Her eyes sparkled with hope. "What about the emperor's decree?" "I shall not withdraw from our engagement," he declared. Joy surged within her. "This is your word. You must agree to lend me the position of your rightful wife for a year. I shall endeavor to occupy it for merely 6 months." As her excitement illuminated her features, Xie Jingyan could not help but smile, but that joy was swiftly extinguished by her subsequent words. At that moment, a maid approached Shindu, announcing, "Young master, Master Yun has arrived." Shindu looked to Shun Wan, intending to greet their cousin, but before he could speak, she exclaimed, "I shall go. I will welcome my cousin." She had been seeking her cousin's assistance, and to her delight, he had arrived. In her previous life, he had merely sent gifts for her coming-of-age ceremony, never personally visiting the Marquis. Without waiting for Shun Du's approval, she hastily departed. Meanwhile, a certain prince had only just revealed the coming-of-age gifts he had brought for her, but she left without a backward glance. Xie Jingyan watched her retreating figure, then turned to Shindu, who cleared his throat, advising, "Do rein in that forlorn expression of yours." Xie Jingyan, placing the ornate box behind him, resumed his usual demeanor of aloofness. His own sister, neglecting her fiancé to greet her cousin, left Shun Du with no choice but to entertain Xie Jingyan. Yet, Shen Wan returned quickly. Shen Du inquired, "Why have you come back alone? Where's our cousin?" With a frown, Shen Wan replied, "Do not mention it. It was a fruitless trip. My cousin was so busy he lacked the time to personally deliver my gifts, and as soon as he entered the residence, he was called away again. Though busy, there was no malice in her cousin's heart. Yet, she lamented that he was too occupied to be seen. In her previous life, during a fleeting moment, he had visited the Guogua temple and saved a girl from the Ministry of Rites, resulting in a public display of affection that led to their marriage. She had hoped for a romantic tale of heroism, but alas, her sister-in-law looked down upon the Yun family, dismissing them despite their wealth. Her cousin was a brilliant merchant, yet he lacked scholarly prowess. His wife insisted he pursue academic endeavors and take the imperial examinations, forcing him to avoid home. Ultimately, during a journey south, he met with a storm, leading to a shipwreck and his untimely demise. Their grandmother, already frail, could not withstand the blow of his loss and passed away before his body could return to the capital. Fearing a similar fate, her other cousins had shunned marriage until their dying days. Too many had perished due to conspiracy in her previous life, leaving Shunwan uncertain whether her cousin's death was truly an accident or a result of foul play. But in this life, she vowed to prevent him from visiting the Guogua temple again. Disappointment clouded Shunwan's features as she returned, while Xie Jingyan, retracting his gaze, said, "I must take my leave." Shen Du, busy with his own affairs, urged, "Sister, see Prince Ling out." Before Shunwan could respond, her brother had vanished from sight. With no other option, she escorted Xie Jingyan. Standing at a distance, Chun Feng observed as Shun Wan pushed the wheelchair. Nearing the second gate, Xie Jingyan silently handed her the ornate box. "What is this?" she asked, puzzled. "Your coming-of-age gift?" he replied. Shen Wan was about to decline when she noticed Shun Ying approaching with her maid. Accepting the box, she opened it to reveal a beautiful jade lotus hairpin. "Please, put on for me," she requested. Xie Jingyan hesitated for a moment before taking the hairpin in hand. As Shen Wan bent her head, he carefully placed it in her hair. From a distance, Shun Ying observed this scene, her brow furrowing in discontent. Upon Shun Wan's return from seeing Xie Jingyan off, Shun Ying blocked her path. "Sister, your secret with Prince Ling runs deep. Everyone assumed you favored Prince Jean, yet you chose Prince Ling. I wonder if Prince Jean regrets rescuing you from the Lotus Pond that cold winter." Chapter 8. A gift to others in the winter of her 12th year. Shun Wan accompanied the legitimate daughter of the third house, Shun Rong, to gather winter sweet blossoms. Amidst their playful banter, Shun Rong slipped and accidentally pushed Shun Wan into the frigid, piercing waters of the Lotus Pond. At that moment, the garden was devoid of maids, including her personal attendant. Terrified, Shun Rong rushed off to seek help while Shun Wan floundered in the water, her consciousness fading. Suddenly, she felt someone embrace her from behind. "Do not fear. I shall rescue you." She only heard the voice without seeing the person before succumbing to unconsciousness. When she awoke, she found herself lying in the snow beside the Lotus Pond, a silver fox fur cloak draped over her. As she opened her eyes, she caught a glimpse of the retreating figure of the Jin Wang. Thus, she concluded that her savior was indeed the Jin Wang, and Shun Rong sought him out for assistance. Fearing reproach, Shun Rong implored her to conceal the truth, and she relayed to her father that she had merely fallen into the water by accident. That incident left her ill for over half a month, and it took nearly 6 months for her to recover. The severity of her illness only deepened her gratitude towards the Jin Wang. Throughout the years, she never doubted that it was Xie Jingyin who saved her, until the moment before her demise in her previous life, when Shun Ying revealed the truth to her. Deceived for an entire lifetime, was it not enough? Now, in this life, do they still wish to bind her with the debt of gratitude for that life-saving act? Shenwan desperately wanted to ask if it truly was the Jin Wang who had saved her, but she restrained herself. One must endure minor grievances to accomplish greater schemes. Shun Wan regarded Shen Ying, pondering whether her younger sister genuinely wished for her to marry the Jin Wang. When Shen Ying looked up, their gazes met. Her eyes sparkled with mirth, yet exuded an icy chill. Was it merely her imagination, Or had her elder sister changed? A sense of unease stirred within Shun Ying, but she steadied herself, saying, "Whom you marry is your own affair, elder sister. I simply do not wish for anyone to speak ill of the daughters of the Pingyang Marquisate as being ungrateful." Shun Wan's gaze bore into Shun Ying, her tone sharp. "Our grandmother, who values gratitude, has not once interceded on my behalf with father. Does that mean, in your eyes, she too is ungrateful and cold-hearted?" Caught off guard by Shun Wan's mention of the old matriarch, Shun Ying found herself momentarily speechless. After a pause, she replied, "Even if you do not choose the Jin Wang, you cannot select the crippled Ling Wang." Shun Wan retorted, "The Ling Wang's injury renders him exempt from the struggle for the throne. By marrying him, I will spare the Pingyang Marquisate from being embroiled in such conflicts, allowing you to rest easy." For the first time across both lives, Shun Wan lied with a clear conscience, surprised at her own audacity. Wishing to avoid further debate with Shun Ying, she turned to leave. Shun Ying watched her sister's departing figure, feeling for the first time that she had failed to gain the upper hand, her frustration causing her to twist the embroidered handkerchief in her hands. Such folly. Her uncle commanded a formidable military force. How could he simply choose to opt out of the struggle for the throne? He had saved the emperor's life, and as long as the emperor lived, the Pingyang Marquisate would bask in prosperity. Yet, the emperor would eventually pass, and with the rise of a new sovereign, would a new ruler favor the Pingyang Marquisate without the merit of past contributions? Among all the princes, the Jin Wang possessed the greatest potential to ascend the throne. If he were to gain the military power of the Pingyang Marquisate alongside the financial backing of the Yun family, the position of heir would be within his grasp. To forego such an opportunity and choose someone else, particularly the least capable, would indeed drag the Pingyang Marquisate into an irretrievable abyss. Perhaps she had been too careless. But Shun Wan underestimated the Jin Wang's character. Those marked by the Jin Wang would find escape nearly impossible. She was eager to witness how the disabled Ling Wang could protect her. Upon returning to Qinglan Courtyard, Shun Wan settled down with a cup of tea. Yin Shuang placed a brocade box before her, a gift from her elder cousin for her coming-of-age ceremony. 2 large Eastern pearls and 12 smaller ones, identical to those given in her previous life. The other cousins from the Yun family had, during her confinement, brought her gifts to persuade her to abandon thoughts of the Jin Wang, all of which were items she cherished. Yin Shuang remarked, "These Eastern pearls are large and round, truly exquisite. Everyone in the Yun family dotes on you immensely." Indeed, how fortunate she was to have so many who cared for her and protected her, yet lamentably, she had failed to safeguard any of them in her previous life. Reflecting on how she had handled these Eastern pearls before, Shun Wan's expression turned frosty. In her past life, upon receiving the pearls, they had barely warmed in her hands before her stewardess, Mama Wu, entered and upon seeing them, urged her to share them with her sisters in the household. Shun Ying and the others, adorned in splendid attire and praised by others, would surely remember her kindness. Lacking in talents such as music, chess, calligraphy, and poetry, she believed they might aid her in return out of gratitude for the silks and jewelry. Furthermore, she was obligated to show filial piety to the old matriarch. In her previous life, she retained only 1 large pearl from that box, giving away the rest. As she pondered this, Mama Wu entered, reiterating similar sentiments, suggesting that since the young lady possessed so many adornments, it would be prudent to share some Eastern pearls with the second young lady. After all, the second young lady had risked punishment from the old matriarch to help her escape the household. The young lady had yet to express her gratitude, and in the future, she would still need the support of the ladies in the estate. Had she not thanked Shun Ying properly? Shun Ying had assisted her, and she had given her 2,000 taels of silver, with only her elder brother and herself as the sole children of her father. There was never any constraint on their finances. The Yun family's business spread throughout Dechu, providing her with delightful treats from various places, fostering in her a habit of generous gifting. To be kind and send gifts was one thing, but she had only given to ingrates. As her stewardess, Mama Wu relentlessly facilitated others in taking her possessions, as if she were eager to brandish her affiliation with the second house. Shun Wan's gaze turned coldly towards Mama Wu, who felt an unbidden chill run down her spine. Yet, Shunwan suddenly smiled and said, Mama Wu, you're always so considerate and strategic on my behalf. Mama Wu hastily pledged her loyalty, stating that as the young lady's servant, she naturally must think of her in all matters. Shunwan reached up to her hair, feeling a golden hairpin, then switched to a jade pin beside it. She casually plucked it out and handed it to Mama Wu, proclaiming, this jade pin is a gift for you. Upon seeing the jade pin, Mama Wu's eyes sparkled with delight as she eagerly accepted it. In Shuang, standing nearby, attempted to dissuade her, but Shunwan silenced her with a glance. Joyfully accepting the jade pin, Mama Wu inquired, then what are these Eastern pearls? Shunwan replied, I have other plans for these Eastern pearls. I shall send more to the second young lady in due time. With the jade pin in hand, Mama Wu felt elated and ceased to press further, taking her leave. Once Mama Wu departed, In Shuang remarked, that jade pin was a gift from the Ling Wang to you. Do you think he might be displeased if he learns you have given it away? It seemed her previous generosity had been excessive, as even In Shuang only considered whether the Ling Wang would be upset, never contemplating that her intentions were not genuine. Shunwan offered no explanation, her gaze drifting through the window to a bird peeking curiously from a tree branch. In her previous life, her hands had never been stained with blood. In this life, it would begin with Mama Wu. Chapter 9. The ointment, the coming-of-age ceremony for young ladies of noble families, is typically a grand affair. Yet for Shunwan, the situation is rather exceptional. Not only does her insistence on marrying Prince Jin leave the Ho residence preoccupied, but due to her scheduled visit to the palace on the very day of her ceremony, it becomes impractical to invite friends and relatives to witness the event. Consequently, the celebration is kept exceedingly simple. However, despite the absence of a formal banquet in her past life, numerous esteemed young ladies arrived bearing gifts to congratulate her on her coming of age, as well as to celebrate her long-cherished wish of marrying Prince Jin. Shunwan presumed that this life would mirror the previous one, with an entire afternoon consumed by the comings and goings of guests. Yet, the reality was starkly different. The emperor had bestowed her in marriage to Xie Jingyan, and aside from her sisters from the Ho family, no one came to present her with gifts. Nonetheless, Shunwan found joy in the tranquility. Others had already delivered their gifts, except for the fourth young miss, Shunwei. By the time Shunwei arrived at Qinglan Courtyard, it was already evening. Upon seeing Shunwan, she apologized for her tardiness. I have arrived late. Please forgive me, elder sister. She presented Shunwan with a beautifully crafted double-sided embroidered screen, depicting joyous motifs. Although Shunwan had received numerous gifts, Shunwei's offering was unique, as it was hand-stitched by her. Originally, Shunwei had prepared a larger screen, but it had been ruined by Shunrong just as it was completed. With no choice but to start anew and press for time, she had to reduce its size considerably and only managed to deliver it now. In her past life, Shunwan harbored little fondness for this cousin, perceiving her as soft-spoken and lacking in assertiveness, much like Shin Ying and Shunrong, who similarly disregarded her. However, having experienced her previous life, Shunwan recognized that only the fourth house truly cared for their family. Fourth uncle Shinju had followed his father to guard the northern borders for 6 years, while fourth brother Shindan had always been a shadow to his elder brother, obediently following his lead, even valuing his elder brother's words over those of fourth uncle. In her past life, after the deaths of her elder brother and father, fourth brother inexplicably murdered the legitimate son of the third house, Shun Dian, and fled to the borders. Upon learning of fourth brother's crime, fourth uncle did not force him to return to the capital to confess. Instead, he took 300 loyal followers and fled to the northwest to join Xie Jingyan, who was then in rebellion. Fourth uncle became a general under Xie, while fourth brother served as his vanguard. Later, when Xie Jingyan was lured into a trap and met with defeat, both fourth uncle and fourth brother faced execution. Reflecting on these past events, Shunwan speculated whether fourth brother's actions and fourth uncle's allegiance to Xie Jingyan stemmed from their knowledge of her father and elder brother's true fates, seeking vengeance for them. As for Shunwei, in her previous life, she was the concubine of the Duke of Wei's heir. Due to the strong-willed nature of the heir's wife, the Duchess of Wei disapproved of Shunwei, viewing her as pliable and easy to manipulate. After summoning Shunwei to the estate for a flower viewing, The heir's attention was captured, but Shen Wei was later injured by the mischievous young master of the duke's household, resulting in a disfigurement that left her with impaired vision in her left eye. After this injury, suitors ceased to approach her, and feeling despondent, she moved to Jingxi Temple under the pretense of recuperating, though she never shaved her head. By the time Shan Wan met her demise in her previous life, Shen Wei remained at Jingxi Temple. If her memory served her correctly, Shen Wei's troubles began just days after her coming-of-age ceremony. As Shen Wan pondered the specifics, Shen Wei called out, "Elder sister?" Snapping back to reality, Shen Wan smiled and praised, "Fourth sister, your embroidery skills are exquisite. I truly adore this screen." Surprised by the compliment, Shen Wei blushed slightly. "It pales in comparison to elder sister's talent. I feel I have embarrassed myself before you." While Shen Wei's embroidery was commendable, it did not surpass Shen Wan's own. Years prior, when Shun Jing had been stationed at the borders, he entrusted Shen Wan's care to the old matriarch, who was less stringent with Shen Wan regarding the arts and literature, aided by Shun Ying and Shun Rong, who helped to shield her. However, the old matriarch was particularly strict about embroidery, as Shen Wan's mother, Yun, was exceptionally skilled in the craft, having personally crafted many of Shun Jing's robes. Whenever their father returned, Shen Wan would promptly present him with her hand-stitched creations, be it a purse or a belt. Shun Jing often expressed gratitude for the old matriarch's guidance during his absence. However, as a young lady destined to become a prince's consort from birth, her focus should have been on poetry, etiquette, and the arts rather than embroidery. Because of Shen Wan's proficiency in embroidery, her father frequently praised her, inadvertently steering fourth uncle to hold expectations for Shen Wei's skills in this area, while neglecting her training in poetry and music. As Yin Shuang served tea, Shen Wei picked up her teacup, but upon contact, her fingers flinched in discomfort, which Shen Wan noticed. Grasping Shen Wei's hand, she observed the redness and swelling at her fingertip. "Have you injured yourself?" With a tinge of shame, Shen Wei confessed, "I was anxious about delivering your coming-of-age gifts in time, and I pricked myself a few times. It doesn't tea hurt." She was no stranger to the sting of a needle. Surely she could discern the pain. Shen Wan immediately instructed Yin Shuang to fetch ointment, carefully applying it to Shen Wei's injury. Shen Wei watched Shen Wan, her eyes beginning to glisten with tears. "What troubles you?" Shen Wan asked, noticing the tears. "Did I hurt you while applying the ointment?" Shen Wei shook her head. "I never anticipated such kindness from you, elder sister." Another who, even after being sold, would still express gratitude. Just a simple application of ointment, and she was moved to tears? Did she forget how she had treated her in the past? Feeling a mix of exasperation and affection, Shen Wan handed her the ointment, saying, "Apply this again before bed, and it will be fine by tomorrow." Shen Wei nodded earnestly, and after sitting for a quarter of an hour, she took her leave. Once Shen Wei departed, Shen Wan spent nearly the entire night contemplating how to prevent her from going to the Duke of Wei's residence. Although the heir had taken a new wife and had children, the fourth house was of lower status. It was inconceivable that they could aspire to the Duke's family. If the Duke's household showed interest in marrying Shen Wei, fourth uncle and aunt would surely consent. Did she really need to resort to poison against her own sister? Uncertain of how long she had been lost in thought, Shen Wan eventually drifted into a restless slumber. On the following day, as Shen Wan rose, Yin Shuang quietly informed her, "Miss, Mama Wu has left the residence." While preparing, Shen Wan sought to adorn herself with the jade hairpin gifted by Prince Ling. However, as Yin Shuang searched the dressing table, she exclaimed, "Miss, your jade hairpin was clearly in the box. How could it be missing?" When Ziyu entered, Yin Shuang inquired, "Have you seen the jade hairpin that Prince Ling gave to the miss?" Ziyu looked bewildered. She was unaware that Prince Ling had even gifted a hairpin to the miss, let alone its whereabouts. Irritated, Shen Wan exclaimed, "How can something so precious simply vanish? I'm going to pay my respects to grandmother, and by the time I return, I expect the entirety of Qinglan Courtyard to be searched thoroughly until the hairpin is found." Chapter 10. Slander. Yin Shuang departed with Ziyu to search for the jade hairpin, while Shen Wan casually selected a second tier maid to accompany her to Qingwei Courtyard to pay her respects. Shen Wan arrived late. Upon her arrival, Shun Ying and the others were already there, joyfully chatting with the old matriarch in a warm atmosphere. As Shun Wan entered, Shining remarked, "Elder sister, why have you come so late? We have been conversing with grandmother for quite a while." Shin Wan wore an expression of displeasure. The old matriarch noticed and inquired, "Why do you look so glum? Who has offended you?" Shin Wan sulked, "No one has offended me. I simply cannot find something." The second madam then asked, "What is it that you cannot find, making you so upset?" Shun Wan replied, "The jade hairpin that Prince Ling gifted me yesterday. I was about to wear it, but I cannot find it anywhere. I searched for quite some time and was delayed in coming to pay my respects to grandmother." Seeing Shun Wan's anxiety, the fourth madam comforted her. "As long as it is in the manor, it will not be lost. You will surely find it." Shun Wan lightly nodded, performed a curtsy to the old matriarch, and then took a seat to listen to the second and third madams discussing preparations for the old matriarch's upcoming birthday celebration, which was only a month away. Following the death of her mother, Yin Shi, Shin Jing showed no interest in remarrying. The inner courtyard only had 2 concubines, both of whom had no offspring, rendering Shun Wan seldom able to see them. With no matriarch in the main house, the old matriarch entrusted the management of the household to the second madam, who typically handled all the welcoming and sending off. Shun Wan quietly listened to their discussions, just as they were deliberating the procurement of camel humps. The third madam remarked, "Camel humps are difficult to procure, especially in such large quantities. It seems we can only seek assistance from a Yun family." Before she could finish, Yin Shuang hurried in, exclaiming, "Miss, the hairpin has been found." She held up the jade lotus hairpin. Shun Wan eagerly took it, relieved that it had not been lost. Shining then asked, "Where did you find it?" Yin Shuang hesitated to respond. The second madam coldly interjected, "Do you not know where the hairpin was found?" Her daughter inquired, and a mere maid dares not answer. The second madam's sharp tone startled Yin Shuang, who stammered, "It was found beneath the pillow in Mama Wu's room." Shen Wan exclaimed, "My hairpin? How could it possibly end up on Mama Wu's pillow? Is the eldest sister so foolish? It must have been taken by Mama Wu." The maids and servants inwardly scoffed. Yin Shuang replied, "I personally placed the hairpin in its box, but it went missing. Ziyu suspected it was stolen. So we searched everyone who had been in the young lady's room yesterday, and it was found in Mama Wu's room." Yin Shuang was unaware of her mistress's sudden intent to implicate Mama Wu, but Mama Wu often bullied the young maids in the courtyard, withholding their allowances. Not just Yin Shuang, but even Ziyu, who was closest to Mama Wu, disliked her. However, Mama Wu was given to the young lady by the old matriarch, and everyone dared not voice their anger. The second madam remarked, "Mama Wu was given to the eldest young lady by the old matriarch. She should not be such a dishonest person. Surely, there must be some misunderstanding. The old matriarch's favored servant committing such a disgraceful act would reflect poorly on her, and thus, this matter ought to be suppressed for the sake of the old matriarch's dignity." Shun Wan acquiesced. "Perhaps I was careless and misplaced the hairpin, allowing Mama Wu to find it." She took a step back, but it was scarcely a retreat. A hairpin of such quality could not belong to an ordinary person. If found, it should have been reported rather than kept. The second madam looked to the old matriarch, who furiously declared, "Where's Mama Wu? Bring her to me." Yin Shuang responded, "Mama Wu left the manor early and has not yet returned." Shin Wan instructed, "Send someone to wait at the side entrance. When Mama Wu returns, bring her here to grandmother." After waiting for a short while, Mama Wu entered the room, immediately confronting Shin Wan. "That hairpin was clearly a gift from the young lady to me. How can you falsely accuse me of stealing it?" Shin Wan retorted, "When did I gift it to you?" Mama Wu stated the exact time, adding, "Yin Shuang can attest to this." Yin Shuang interjected, "What nonsense are you spouting, Mama Wu? That hairpin was a coming-of-age gift from Prince Ling to the young lady. How could she possibly give it to you?" Mama Wu, infuriated, thought to herself that this little wretch had always subtly opposed her, and today she was boldly lying. Mama Wu scolded Yin Shuang, who felt wronged, while Shun Wan, visibly enraged, asked, "What did you do yesterday that would warrant me gifting you the hairpin in a fit of joy?" Mama Wu recalled how she had coaxed the eldest young lady into giving Dong Zhu to the second young lady and turned pale. She feared that if she had inadvertently angered the eldest young lady, the latter might seek revenge by accusing her of theft, wanting to rid herself of someone who was ungrateful. At that moment, There were only the three of them in the room, with no one to testify on her behalf. Caught off guard, she fell into the eldest young lady's trap, though she had previously engaged in such behavior without consequence. Why had she angered the eldest young lady yesterday? Xinhuan stated, "You are someone given to me by grandmother. I have always trusted you and have never treated you unfairly. If you took something else, I might have turned a blind eye, but you dared to take the coming-of-age gift from Prince Ling." Everyone, including the old matriarch, was aware of the trust Xinhuan had in Mama Wu and how Mama Wu had manipulated her. Thus, no one suspected Xinhuan of plotting against Mama Wu. The old matriarch, her face darkened with fury, slammed the table and shouted, "Wretched thing, stealing from your master and daring to lie. Drag her out and punish her." Two matrons approached to drag Mama Wu away, who cried out in protest, "Old matriarch, please believe me. I did not steal the young lady's hairpin. She is slandering me." The old matriarch, enraged, demanded, "Silence her." Soon, Mama Wu's mouth was covered, leaving only muffled sounds. Xinhuan turned to the old matriarch and said, "I no longer dare to employ Mama Wu, but considering her years of service, let us refrain from executing her. Instead, let her receive 30 lashes and then be sold." The old matriarch replied, "She has bullied you, yet you still speak for her. It seems grandmother misjudged her character and has caused you distress. From now on, let Mama Zhou, who has served by my side for decades, take care of you." It seemed that the old matriarch intended to maintain control by replacing Mama Wu with Mama Zhou. However, Xinhuan was no longer the easily manipulated young lady of her previous life. Shaking her head, she replied, "I understand grandmother's fondness for me, but Mama Zhou has been by your side for decades, and I cannot accept her. There are several capable individuals in my courtyard who can manage affairs just as well as Mama Wu. I can simply appoint one of them." The second madam was taken aback by Xinhuan's refusal of the old matriarch's arrangement. She smiled, "Eldest young lady, your filial piety is commendable, but one cannot refuse the gifts of elders." Xinhuan interrupted with a smile, "If that is the case, I shall accept Mama Zhou. But I will soon be married, and bringing Mama Zhou to the Ling Prince's residence would mean separating her from her children. Grandmother might as well indulge me a little more and grant me their contracts as well." Upon hearing this, both the second madam and the old matriarch were stunned, not expecting Xinhuan to be aware of the contracts. If the old matriarch intended to impose someone on her, Xinhuan's acceptance would leave the old matriarch with no choice but to comply. However, granting the contracts would mean Xinhuan held the power over Mama Zhou and her children as fates. Conversely, withholding the contracts would imply that she had not truly given them to Xinhuan. Once she obtained the contracts, Xinhuan bowed in thanks, and then said, "Grandmother, I will visit my maternal grandmother, who has not been well lately." Watching Xinhuan's departing figure, the old lady delicately manipulated the prayer beads in her hand. Her gaze shrouded in ambiguity. The young lady seemed to have transformed in ways that were quite different from before. Chapter 11. Arrogant Xinhuan exited the Qinghui courtyard with Yin Shuang, making her way toward the main gate. However, after only 100 steps, a voice called out from behind, "Mississippi." Turning around, Xinhuan saw Chun Xing, the personal maid of the second madam, hurrying toward her. Chun Xing approached and said, "The second madam sent me to inform you that there are only 3 purple gold pills left for the old madam. She wishes for you to bring some back. Furthermore, there will be a grand birthday celebration for the old madam, and many guests are expected to come. So we should prepare at least 4 camel humps." After delivering the message, Chun Xing retreated, but Xinhuan's expression turned as frosty as a winter's day. The purple gold pills, worth 10 taels of silver each, were originally sought by her elder cousin to help her grandmother's frail health. Some were given to the old madam, who found them quite beneficial, praising them repeatedly. At that tender age, Xinhuan was unable to discern the underlying implications, and Mama Wu urged her to procure them from the Yun family, ensuring that the old madam continued to consume them without fail for nearly 2 years. While her grandmother's health had not improved, the old madam thrived, glowing with vitality, even venturing out to admire the snow during the harsh winter months. While it was reasonable to acknowledge the Yun family's generosity, those in the Ho residence believed that the Yun family's success was entirely due to the backing of the Pingyang Marquisate. They felt entitled to demand resources from the Yun family, justifying their actions with a sense of righteousness. In her previous life, someone had suggested to the old madam that the purple gold pills should not be taken continuously, but rather in intervals, where they would be harmful rather than beneficial. Shunning resented the Yun family for not clarifying this, believing it had caused the old madam to consume them daily for 2 years. The old madam's displeasure was evident, as if the Yun family harbored ill intentions to poison her with the pills. Now they wished for her to request more from the Yun family? Shunwan could only scoff inwardly. As for the camel humps, in her past life, she had also sought assistance from the Yun family for their procurement. But the old madam's birthday banquet had not taken place due to her marriage, and without payment for the camel humps, the whole family could not consume 4 large ones. Ultimately, they were gifted to the second master for the sake of goodwill, this time with her presence. These individuals would not dare to take advantage of the Yun family again. The Yun family was somewhat distant from the Pingyang Marquisate, and Shenwan spent half an hour in a carriage before arriving. Upon seeing Shenwan's carriage, the young servants of the Yun family hurried to greet her, exclaiming joyfully, "Cousin is here." The entire Yun household cherished Shenwan, and even the maids and young servants were particularly attentive. As Shenwan stepped into the courtyard, she noticed numerous items adorned with red silk ribbons. After glancing at them, a maid explained, "These are the betrothal gifts sent by the Zhao family." Shenwan remained expressionless, but Yin Shuang exclaimed with delight, "Does that mean the eldest cousin is soon to be married?" The maid nodded repeatedly, stating that Madame Zhao had personally come to discuss the wedding date and that it should be settled today. Shenwan retracted her gaze and walked toward the inner courtyard, heading to the Liushuang courtyard where the old madam resided. As she passed through the intricately embroidered screen depicting plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums, she entered the room to find the old madam seated on a wrought-tan couch, dressed in an ivory-colored cross-collared top and a pleated skirt of red golden satin. Her slightly graying hair neatly arranged, exuding vitality. Opposite her sat a woman in her late 30s, adorned in a strikingly new outfit, sitting upright with an air of arrogance. This was Madame Zhao, who had come to negotiate the wedding date. No one in the Yun family held any disdain for Madame Zhao's pride, as she was the mother of the top scholar. The eldest daughter of the Yun family was to be wed to Zhao Yiming, the newly crowned top scholar from just a month and a half prior. The entire Yun family was pleased with this match, especially Shun Wan's maternal grandfather, who had spent a lifetime in business and had a keen eye for talent. Years earlier, he had recognized Zhao Yiming's potential and, despite the Zhao family's decline, had supported his education, providing him with various books to study. 2 years prior, a marriage pact was established with the Zhao family. Zhao Yiming did not disappoint the Yun family. He excelled in the spring examination, earning praise throughout the capital for the Yun family's foresight in recognizing his talent before he was widely acclaimed. Had they waited for the results to be announced, many noble families would have sought him as a son-in-law. Shun Wan's mother, Yun Shi, marrying into the Pingyang Marquisate was a stroke of luck, while the engagement of the eldest daughter, Yun Mo, to the top scholar was a result of her grandfather's careful planning. Unfortunately, the outcome of that planning ultimately proved to be in vain. In her previous life, Yun Mo joyfully married, with the Yun family preparing a lavish bridal procession that spanned an entire street in the capital, with even more extravagant displays elsewhere. However, such glory was short-lived. 6 months into her marriage, Yun Mo discovered that her husband, Zhao Yiming, was having an illicit affair with the daughter of the Minister of Education, resulting in an unexpected pregnancy. When this came to light, it caused great distress within the Yun family, leading to the old madam falling gravely ill. Yet, in order to protect the reputation and future of the top scholar, this scandal was suppressed. Madame Zhao, enamored with her grandson, coerced Yun Mo into acknowledging the child as her own. Later, when Yun Mo became pregnant again, she suffered a fall at 6 months, leading to a tragic loss of both mother and child. Following Yun Mo's death, according to the laws of the Chu, her dowry was to be returned to the Yun family. However, the Zhao family refused, insisting that since Yun Mo had a child, the dowry should remain with them. An act of utter disgrace. The current happiness of the Yun family stood in stark contrast to the regret they would later experience. Time passed, and the daughter of the Minister of Education was already a couple of months pregnant. Looking at Madame Zhao, who had adopted an air of arrogance after her son's success, it was evident that she was beginning to show signs of severing ties with the Yun family. Though no one noticed, Madame Zhao raised her head, declaring loudly, "The wedding date is set. The Zhao family's bridal sedan will come to formally welcome your eldest daughter into the family on the 6th of next month." The old madam nodded, and after Madame Zhao took her leave, the eldest daughter, Yun Mo, and the second daughter, Yun Rui, emerged from behind the screen. Yun Mo's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, while Yun Rui laughed, saying, "Congratulations, elder sister, on soon becoming the wife of the top scholar." Yun Mo's already rosy complexion deepened with shyness upon hearing this. The old madam smiled, yet her attention remained focused on Shunwan. She beckoned her over, and Shunwan sat beside her, calling out, "Grandmother." Her voice involuntarily carried a hint of emotion. The old madam noticed and asked with concern, "What troubles you? Who has wronged you?" Shunwan shook her head, leaning against her grandmother's shoulder, feeling a longing for her. The old madam chuckled, saying, "Silly child, the Yin family is not far from the Pingyang Marquisate. If you miss me, just come over." The old madam wished to inquire about Shun Wan's choice of Prince Ling as a suitor, but with the imperial decree already issued, the matter was settled, and further questions seemed futile. Shun Wan rested against her grandmother for a while, and when the eldest madam returned after seeing off Madame Zhao, she began discussing the dowry arrangements with the old madam. The old madam then sent Shun Wan and Yun Mo away, saying, "You cousins go and play." Yun Rui, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, "Cousin, I just received some wonderful items and was planning to send them to you, but now you are here." She pulled Shun Wan into the flower hall, where soon a maid delivered the goods. Yun Rui presented them with pride, saying, "This is the cochineal powder that my second brother sent back just recently. It can be applied to the nails and is water-resistant, much more effective than ordinary cochineal. Since you prefer subtle colors, I saved this elegant shade just for you." She seated Shun Wan and prepared to apply it, cautioning, "Be careful when applying. If it gets on your fingers, it can only be washed off with water, and it may take 10 days or even longer to fade completely." Shun Wan's brows lifted slightly at this, and she inquired, "Do they have a bright red shade?" Yin Rui replied, "Yes, they do." "Then I want the bright red," Shun Wan declared. Yin Rui and Yun Mo exchanged glances, pondering the boldness of such a choice. "Bright red? That will be quite eye-catching. I have my reasons." Shun Wan responded cryptically. The Yun sisters did not press further, simply instructing the maid to fetch the desired color. The three sisters were engaged in playful banter in the flower hall when young master Yinchi strolled in. Upon seeing them, he smiled and remarked, "You seem to be having such a delightful time." Turning his gaze toward Shun Wan, he inquired, "Cousin, are you looking for me?" Chapter 12. Devotion. Shun Wan nodded and said, "I have a matter that requires my elder cousin's assistance." Yin Qi, intrigued, inquired, "What can my cousin need help with?" The Yun family, while affluent, did not lack for wealth, and he was genuinely curious about his cousin's request. Shun Wan beckoned Yin Qi to a secluded spot and retrieved a portrait from her bosom, presenting it to him. "The Yin family's business extends across the Chu. I need you to help me locate the person in this portrait. He seems to be in the southeastern region and is a renowned physician named Tao. I wish to summon him to the capital to treat Prince Ling's leg and my grandmother's long-standing ailment. He should possess the means to remedy them." In her past life, Dr. Tao became the court physician for Prince Ling after arriving in the capital. Shun Wan had suffered a miscarriage that rendered her unable to bear children, and the imperial doctors were helpless. She had sought Dr. Tao's expertise, and although he treated her grandmother's chronic illness, the Yun family had sought him too late. Had they acted a year or two earlier, her grandmother could have lived for at least 3 more years. Yin Qi found it odd that his cousin knew what Dr. Tao looked like, but did not know his whereabouts. Nevertheless, finding a person was not a daunting task for the Yun family, whose businesses permeated every corner of the Chu. Beneath the portrait lay a piece of paper listing 2 medicinal herbs. Shun Wan added, "Please assist me in locating these 2 herbs as well. They seem to be available in Yinzhou." These herbs were rather rare, and they were essential for treating Xie Jingyan's leg injury. In her past life, the Yin family had helped in sourcing them, but she could not recall their exact location. It was precisely because the Yun family had aided Xie Jingyan that later, when he rebelled, Xie Jingyan accused the Yun family of collusion with Prince Ling, leading to their imprisonment and public execution. Although Shan Wan could directly request Xie Jingyan to seek out Dr. Tao, she preferred to approach her family for assistance, firmly believing that the more help the Yun family provided him, the better he would treat them in return. Yun Qi replied, "I will relay the message and ensure that you receive assistance promptly." "Thank you, cousin." Shen Wan expressed her gratitude. Yun Qi chuckled, remarking that there was no need for such formality between cousins. He chose not to interrupt Shen Wan's time with Yun Mo and Yun Rui and busied himself with his tasks. When Yun Qi departed, Yin Shuang, assuming Shen Wan had forgotten the second madam's instructions, quietly reminded her, "Miss, the purple gold pill and the camel hump." The men of the Yun family were adept in business, especially Yun Qi, who had surpassed expectations. Presently, he managed most of the family's enterprises, and even old Master Yun seemed inclined to pass the reins to his son. Acquiring the purple gold pill and purchasing the camel hump often fell to Yun Qi, and in regular matters, Shen Wan would directly approach her elder cousin. Whatever assistance Shen Wan required, Yun Qi was always willing to provide. However, she resolved never to trouble the Yun family for the sake of ungrateful wretches again. Yet, the Yun family's expanding business was akin to a delectable feast, attracting those eager to partake. Without safeguarding one's own strength, such wealth would ultimately benefit others. A shadow of worry crossed Shen Wan's brow as Yun Mo and Yun Rui urged her stroll in the garden. After lunch, she finally took her leave. Upon returning to the Marquis's residence, Shen Wan sought an audience with the matriarch. Noticing she entered empty-handed, Shun Ying inquired, "Where's the purple gold pill?" She owed nothing to the matriarch, and the Yun family owed her even less. Shen Wan remained composed, stating, "The purple gold pill I procured was accidentally spilled by a clumsy servant on the way to the capital, making it unsuitable for grandmother. My cousin has already dispatched someone to repurchase it, but it may take some time to arrive. As for the camel hump, the Zhao family visited today to present gifts for the engagement, and the Yun family has been rather busy. I didn't find the opportunity to mention it, but I will bring it up next time." Some matters could be overlooked, yet words could not go unspoken. She had learned the art of diplomacy. Yin Shuang observed from behind Shen Wan, noting the peculiar demeanor of her mistress, who seemed to have grown indifferent toward the matriarch and the second young lady. Shen Wan's words were impeccably crafted, leaving no room for criticism, prompting Xining to merely remind her, "Do not forget to mention this next time. We must ensure grandmother's birthday celebration is splendid." It was not her responsibility, nor was it the Yun family's concern. Yet the second madam was quick to lay the burden upon them. Shen Wan cast a sidelong glance at Shun Ying and replied, "Well, have I ever been neglectful regarding grandmother's affairs?" Shun Ying remained silent, and Shun Wan made her exit. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, she had just settled with a cup of tea when Mama Zhou entered, accompanied by her daughter, Shui Mei. In her hand, Mama Zhou clutched 3 contracts of servitude, pertaining to herself and her children. Mama Zhou handed the contracts to Shen Wan, who began to peruse them. "You may all leave. I wish to speak privately with Mama Zhou," she instructed. Mama Zhou felt a pang of apprehension, uncertain about what the eldest young lady wished to discuss. Though she had watched Shen Wan grow up, an inexplicable fear now gripped her. Soon, everyone else departed, leaving only Shen Wan and Mama Zhou in the room. Shen Wan placed the contracts on the table and stated, "Mama Zhou, you must be aware that I never intended to take you in. It was my second aunt who pressured me into accepting you." Mama Zhou replied, "This old servant is simple-minded and unworthy of the eldest young lady's attention." Shen Wan lifted her teacup, gently swirling it, and made a startling revelation. "It was I who orchestrated Wu Mama and Appo's departure." Mama Zhou and Appo's head snapped up, meeting Shen Wan's icy gaze. "I have no need for those who betray my trust. If your heart is not with Qinglan courtyard, then you need not remain. You are an astute woman. I trust you comprehend the implications of my words." Her calm demeanor belied the dread that seeped into Mama Zhou's heart. The eldest young lady was aware that Mama Zhou had been assigned by the matriarch to watch over her. Refusing her would only lead to dire consequences, as exemplified by Wu Mama's fate. Mama Zhou stammered, The matriarch has always been fond of you. Shenwan shot her a frosty glance, silencing any further words. Whether the matriarch's affection was genuine or feigned, Shenwan could discern for herself. There was no need for Mama Zhou to elaborate. Mama Zhou hesitated, and Shenwan did not rush her. Understanding that it was a significant decision for Mama Zhou to abandon her loyalty to the shrewd matriarch after decades, and instead pledge fealty to this seemingly naive young lady. Shenwan remained patient, sipping her tea in silence. Mama Zhou, a clever woman, had already confided in her about Wu Mama's expulsion. She must realize that failing to choose her today would leave her with no options. After several glances at Shenwan, Mama Zhou steeled her resolve, kneeling and declaring, "From this day forth, I shall serve the eldest young lady." "Excellent. I grant you half a month to rid Qinglan courtyard of any traitors." Chapter 13. Blessings on this day. The weather was splendid, with a clear blue sky stretching endlessly. After breakfast, Shenwan, as was her custom, went to Qingwei courtyard to pay her respects to the matriarch. As she ascended the steps, she heard a chorus of laughter and cheerful voices from within. Upon entering, Shening exclaimed, "Elder sister, we are about to visit Huwu Temple. Will you join us?" Shenwan wished to maintain a distance from the Shin sisters and had no desire to accompany them as a mere purse-holder. Just as she was about to decline, the matriarch interjected, "Go to Huwu Temple to pray for your father, and do not forget to light a perpetual lamp for King Ling." This left no room for Shenwan to refuse. She glanced at Yin Shuang and whispered a few instructions, after which Yin Shuang withdrew. After sitting for a quarter of an hour, a maid entered to announce that the carriage was ready. The matriarch cautioned Shenwan and the others, "Do not forget the time while you are out. Return to the residence early." "Yes," they replied, and Shun Ying and the others took their leave, prompting Shenwan to rise as well. Approaching the second gate, Yin Shuang finally arrived, and Shenwan inquired, "Why did you take so long?" Yin Shuang explained, "Ziyu insisted that she accompany you out of the residence this time, as she has done so several times before. I disagreed, and, after a few arguments, fortunately, Mama Zhou intervened, and Ziyu relented." Shening then noticed the infrequency of Ziyu's presence lately and remarked, "They are all headmaids, elder sister. It is better not to show favoritism." Shenwan cast a cold glance at Shun Ying and retorted, "When I often took Ziyu out, I did not hear you voice such concerns, second sister." She had only recently begun to favor Yin Shuang, while previously, Ziyu had accompanied her on 8 out of 10 outings. Shun Ying, unfazed, innocently replied, "Is that so? I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it." Shenwan, disinterested, continued toward the main gate. As she stepped outside, Yin Shuang slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "How could I forget? Ziyu took the purse, and I forgot to retrieve it. I only have 100 taels on me." Shen Rong chimed in, "How can your maid be so unreliable? Who goes out without money?" Yin Shuang suggested, "Should I return to fetch it?" Shenwan replied, 100 taels is sufficient for the lamp. If I truly need to purchase anything else, I can borrow from second sister or third sister and return it later." Shen Rong's face flushed as she shot a glare at Yin Shuang, who only carried a few dozen taels herself, relying on her elder sister to pay. However, she could not admit her own lack of funds without embarrassing herself. Shuning proposed elder sister could draw some funds from the family treasury and repay it later. Indeed, her suggestion was astute, ensuring her own financial arrangement. Yet, Shenwan dismissed the idea, stating, "I do not have the habit of drawing from the treasury, nor will I set such a precedent." With that, Shenwan turned toward the carriage, declaring, "Today, fourth sister will ride with me." Shenwei could hardly believe that her elder sister would allow her to share a carriage. As previously, Shenwan preferred to travel alone. Once aboard, Shenwan turned to Shenwei, who happily joined her. Shen Ying and Shun Rong exchanged puzzled glances, wondering when the relationship between Shenwan and Shenwei had grown so amicable. They boarded the carriage, both intrigued. Inside, Shenwei sat a distance away from Shenwan. The latter noted, "Fourth sister, are you truly so afraid of me?" Shenwei shook her head vigorously. Shenwan continued, "Uncle and father are close, and fourth brother is also familiar with elder brother. Yet you appear timid around me. If I spoke too sternly before, do not take it to heart, fourth sister." Wei was taken aback by Shan Wan's unexpected apology, having only experienced her sister's care in the form of medicine and shared carriage rides. She repeatedly shook her head, insisting that her elder sister's intentions were always for her benefit. Wan felt a headache coming on, pondering how fourth sister could possess such a meek disposition. It was no wonder she had spent so many years at Jingxi Monastery. With such a temperament, how could she avoid being bullied? Wan mentally surveyed the eligible young men of noble families, but none seemed suitable for her fourth sister. As they conversed aimlessly, it took nearly half an hour for the carriage to reach the foot of Hugwo Temple. Nestled atop a mountain, the temple was shrouded in mist despite the sun being high in the sky, lending an air of mystery to its imposing grandeur. Hugwo Temple was bustling with worshippers, even when it was not the 1st or 15th day of the lunar month. Upon arriving at the temple grounds, the group disembarked from the carriage and proceeded to the Great Hero Hall, where they knelt on the mats to earnestly pray for blessings. Wan wished for her father's long life, her elder brother's marital success, and the prosperity of the Yun family. If the Bodhisattva did not deem her too greedy, she would also like to add a wish for King Ling to find lasting happiness with his beloved. After making her wishes and offering her incense money, Wan rose to find that Shun Ying and Shun Rong had vanished, and even Shun Wei was nowhere to be seen. Yet she did not frown. She had grown accustomed to the self-centeredness of her sisters, who expected others to accommodate them without consideration for anyone else. A young monk approached Shun Wan, and she requested, "I would like to light a perpetual lamp." He led her away, and she inscribed the name of Xie Jingyan before settling the incense fee, completing her task. As she exited the Great Hero Hall, she intended to explore the market, but was interrupted by a maid who informed her, "The second and other young ladies are waiting for you by the pavilion." So they had not gone to the market after all? Without her to handle the expenses, they had no intention of purchasing anything? Hugwo Temple often hosted noble ladies and young misses, and when the sisters separated, it was inevitable that outsiders would perceive discord among them. Shun Wan, familiar with the temple, followed the maid without further thought. After a considerable time, and having seen no sign of Shun Ying and the others, she found herself traversing increasingly secluded paths. Though it was late spring, the trees lining the narrow trail provided a canopy, and the mountain breeze still carried a chill. Furrowing her brow, Shun Wan asked, "Where could they be?" The maid replied, "They are just ahead." Ahead lay a rockery obscuring her view, but indeed, there was a pavilion beyond it. Once she rounded the rockery, Shun Wan immediately recognized a familiar figure standing there. It was none other than the Jin Wang. Upon seeing Xie Jingyan, her anger flared, coloring her cheeks. She had assumed the matriarch sent her to Hugwo Temple to pray, but it was merely a ruse to facilitate a clandestine meeting between them. What a clever matriarch! Outwardly urging her to heed her father's wishes, she covertly assisted the Jin Wang in seeing her, the would-be Ling Wangfei, bestowed by the emperor. For the sake of power and wealth, she had cast aside all notions of propriety and honor, determined to sever all ties with Xie Jingyan in this lifetime. Shun Wan turned to leave, but the maid had vanished, and the guards blocked her path. Chapter 14. "Come here." Shun Wan's expression was icy as she commanded the guard. "Step aside." The guard remained unmoved. Shun Wan clenched her delicate fists and turned to face Xie Jingyin, who was already striding towards her. His countenance was equally cold, barely concealing his simmering rage. Shun Wan was acutely aware of his anger. Given Xie Jingyin's pride, the fact that she had chosen Xie Jingyan over him would surely ignite his fury. Had it not been for her father accompanying her to the palace that day and leaving with him, Xie Jingyin would have confronted her long ago and would not have endured until today. As he approached, Xie Jingyin asked, "Do you regret it?" Shun Wan was unwilling to utter a single word to him. She maintained her silence, her face frozen in indifference. Xie Jingyin, misinterpreting her silence, reiterated, "Do you regret abandoning this prince to choose that cripple?" She indeed felt regret for choosing too late. In her past life, she ought to have chosen the Prince Ling. With a chill in her voice, Shun Wan replied, "The Prince Ling has a name. He is called Xie Jingyan." Xie Jingyin was taken aback by Shun Wan's fierce defense of Xie Jingyan. His eyes darkened ominously. "This prince grants you a chance to repent. I shall not pursue your choice of the Prince Ling." What a condescending tone. Who would care for his leniency? The countless lives lost in her past life were ample reason for her to be clear-headed. Shunwan maintained her icy demeanor. Thank you for your kindness, Prince Jean. But alas, I do not require it. Xie Jingyin's expression darkened abruptly. My patience has its limits. Do not force me to take punitive measures. How blind had she been in her past life to consider marrying Prince Jean? Shunwan wished to avoid further entanglement with Xie Jingyin. She had already been betrothed to Xie Jingyan by the emperor. If anyone were to witness them, she would find herself in a position that was impossible to explain. As she turned to leave, Xie Jingyin seized her wrist. His face was contorted with rage. Do you dare to disregard this prince? In the next moment, Shunwan was thrust against a rockery, her back colliding painfully with the stone, causing tears to spring to her eyes. The high and mighty Prince Jean, accustomed to being revered, would not tolerate any form of disdain, especially after suffering embarrassment at Shunwan's hands. Ignoring the pain in her back, Shunwan rubbed her aching wrist and watched as Xie Jingyin advanced menacingly. She was filled with dread, having lived under the same roof as him for so many years. She understood his ruthless nature. He was someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. What if he decided to resort to force? How could someone so fragile as she defend herself? As she attempted to flee, Xie Jingyin caught her once more, pinning her against the rockery, rendering her immobile. Just as he leaned in to force a kiss upon her, a stone flew through the air, striking the wrist that held her captive. Xie Jingyin winced in pain, turning abruptly to find Xie Jingyan, his face a mask of fury. Shunwan had never seen such a terrifying expression on Xie Jingyan's face before. Xie Jingyan's anger was palpable, held in check only by his physical limitations. Had he not been hindered by his condition, he would have already unleashed his fists upon Xie Jingyin. His eyes swept over Shunwan. Come here. Shunwan hurried to his side, and this time, Xie Jingyin did not obstruct her. After all, Shunwan was the emperor's betrothed princess of the Ling kingdom. However, Xie Jingyin still regarded Xie Jingyan with disdain, viewing him as a mere cripple, unworthy of consideration. To Xie Jingyin, taking Xie Jingyan's life would be as effortless as crushing an ant. He looked down at Xie Jingyan with an air of arrogance, declaring, since my royal brother has seen this, I will not conceal my intentions. Surrender her to me, and I shall allow you a more comfortable existence. Xie Jingyan chuckled in response. Why not take your proposal directly to the Marquis of Pingyang? I would be curious to see if you could leave his estate on your own 2 feet. Xie Jingyin's eyes turned cold. Is a Prince Ling prepared to become my enemy for the sake of a woman? Seated in his wheelchair, Xie Jingyan held his ground, his presence unwavering. You think you can stand here and converse with me if I were able to rise? Do you not find it shameful to pursue a woman so obsessively when there are countless others in the world? Xie Jingyin's expression was filled with a murderous intent. Yet he managed to laugh. I wish to see how you intend to protect what I desire. I hope you do not disappoint me. With that, Xie Jingyin stormed off, his demeanor dark and foreboding. As he departed, Shunwan let out a sigh of relief. Noticing Xie Jingyan's gaze upon her, she inquired, How did you know I was here? It seemed too coincidental, yet she doubted such serendipity existed. Xie Jingyan was about to respond when he caught sight of the jade hairpin adorning Shunwan's hairstyle. Following his gaze, she instinctively reached for the hairpin, confused. What is it? A flicker of emotion crossed Xie Jingyan's eyes as he remarked, I thought you had given it away. Given away? Shunwan was taken aback, her voice rising. You had someone watching me. But as soon as the words left her lips, she realized the inconsistency. If he had someone observing her, they would have known that she had retrieved the hairpin. Unbeknownst to her, after Xie Jingyan had exited the gate, he felt a pang of guilt for not entering the palace to make amends with Shunwan. He had scaled the wall to return to Qinglan courtyard, hoping to find a chance to rectify his mistake. Peering through the window, he witnessed Shunwan casually removing the jade pin he had gifted her and giving it to Mama Wu. He chose to leave without saying a word. Of course, he would not divulge this to Shunwan. He had already misjudged her twice. Yet he could not comprehend why she often engaged in actions that led to such misunderstandings. Xie Jingyan replied, Even if I had someone watching you, it would only be for your protection. I know better than you what sort of person Prince Jean is. Reflecting on how, had he not arrived in time, the situation could have escalated, Shen Wan refrained from arguing. Since she had chosen to ally with him, and he was graciously offering her the position of the legitimate princess of Ling, she ought to trust him, especially after he had just rescued her. As she contemplated her next course of action, she realized she needed assistance, and here was an opportunity at hand. Shen Wan turned towards Xie Jingyan, her eyes sparkling with determination. "May I enlist your people to assist me?" Xie Jingyan met her gaze, and in that moment, they shared a silent understanding. Shen Wan, feeling a sudden rush of discomfort, quickly glanced away. Xie Jingyan clapped his hands, and a figure clad in black appeared. "This is Chunyu. You may instruct him with any tasks you require." Shen Wan nodded eagerly. Xie Jingyan waved his hand, and in an instant, the shadowy figure vanished from her sight. Shen Wan looked around, realizing that if she knew where he was hiding, there would be no need for him to conceal himself. Fair point, she internally conceded, though the ache in her back still lingered. Xie Jingyan's expression shifted as he asked, "Did he hurt you?" Shen Wan shook her head. "I'm fine." She wished to divert the conversation. "Where are you headed?" Xie Jingyan reclined casually in his wheelchair, responding nonchalantly, "If you're not in pain, then push me around for a bit." Chapter 15. Sincerity. Shen Wan did not anticipate that Xie Jingyan would request her to push him around. Surely Chen Feng could do that. However, since he had just arrived to rescue her and made such a modest request, Shen Wan felt obliged to comply. As she pushed the wheelchair, she inquired, "Which direction do you wish to go?" "Anywhere," he replied. Thus, Shen Wan casually steered him in the direction she had come from. By the side of the rockery, Xie Jingyan's guards lay unconscious, likely the reason he had departed without achieving his goal. With nothing left to lose, Xie Jingyan had nothing to fear. Should he descend into madness, it would be Xie Jingyan who would ultimately suffer. Shen Wan pushed him ahead, with Yin Shuang and Chen Feng following closely, along with a hidden guard, whose location remained a mystery. Silence enveloped them as they exited the shaded path, where the sunlight burst forth, dispelling the lingering chill. Xie Jingyan turned his head to glance at Shen Wan, his handsome features softened by the light, his voice unexpectedly warm. "Did you light a long-lasting lamp for me? You even know about that." Shen Wan replied honestly, "It was my grandmother who asked me to do so." Xie Jingyan's previously gentle expression stiffened, his lips tightening. "Could you not say something nice to cheer me up?" Shen Wan, taken aback, responded, "I believe it is more important to be sincere with you than to flatter you." They were merely pretending to be married. There was no need for her to please him, nor he her. Noticing a hint of irritation on Xie Jingyan's face, Shen Wan felt perplexed as he grumbled, "You needn't push me any longer. You may go." How could someone be so capricious? She had never seen a person who craved compliments to the extent of disregarding honesty. Since he no longer wished for her assistance, Shen Wan promptly released her grip, bowed slightly, and departed with Yin Shuang, watching her leave without a backward glance. Xie Jingyan found himself at a loss for words. As Shen Wan turned to cast a glance back, their eyes met, but he immediately averted his gaze. Shen Wan furrowed her brow, and Yin Shuang remarked, "Prince Ling enjoys sweet words. You should indulge him." With a melancholic expression, Shen Wan replied, "I have already used him for my advantage. How could I possibly deceive him further?" A trivial misunderstanding had angered him before, nearly derailing her plans. She had learned her lesson well. Without glancing back again, Shen Wan proceeded towards the great Buddha Hall. From a distance, she spotted Shen Ying and the others. Approaching, Shen Ying reproached, "Where have you been, elder sister? We have searched for you for ages." Shen Wan forced a smile. "Do you truly not know where I went, second sister?" Shen Ying's gaze faltered as she replied, "If I had known, I wouldn't have been searching all over the Hu Wu Temple for you." Shen Rong pressed on. "Then where exactly did you go?" "Oh, if you wish to know, I shall tell you," Shen Wan replied nonchalantly. "I ran into Prince Ling and accompanied him for a stroll." Shen Ying was taken aback. "Did you not go to see Prince Jin? How could you be wandering around with Prince Ling at Hu Wu Temple?" Suspecting Shen Wan was lying, Shen Ying was about to confront her when she noticed Xie Jingyan being pushed towards them from the direction Shen Wan had come. Shen Ying discreetly glanced at her maid, who shook her head. She had clearly escorted the eldest young lady to Prince Jin. So where had Prince Ling come from? Uncertain of what had transpired, Shen Wan offered no further explanation and simply continued walking. Shen Ying called out, "Are you returning to the manor, elder sister? Where are you going?" Shenwan replied, "Since I have come all the way to Hoogwood Temple, I intend to enjoy a vegetarian meal before heading back." The vegetarian dishes at Hoogwood Temple were renowned, and Shenwan relished them. However, Shunning did not share her enthusiasm. She preferred to nibble on pastries of the market rather than endure the bland vegetarian fare. In the past, Shenwan would have indulged her, but not anymore. As Shenwan made her way to the dining hall, Shunwei followed closely behind. Shunning twisted her embroidered handkerchief in frustration. She could no longer afford to ignore her sisters. Yet, the thought of tasteless vegetarian dishes made her stomach turn. She simply could not fathom what was enjoyable about such insipid food. Had Shenwei not kept pace with Shenwan, she would have certainly returned early. When out in public, it was customary for the minority to yield to the majority. Shun-ing, seething with indignation, trailed behind. Upon reaching the dining hall, she dared not glare at Shunwan. Instead, she directed her ire at Shunwei. Noticing Shun Ying's displeasure, Shunwan commented, "Did the fourth sister provoke you? Is that why you're upset with her?" Shun-ing suppressed her anger and retorted, "Since when did you and the fourth sister grow so close?" Shunwan dismissed her with a dispassionate gaze. "If you raise your voice a little louder, you might alert the patrons of Hoogwood Temple to the discord among the daughters of the Pingyang Marquis." Shun-ing was taken aback by Shunwan's admonition, momentarily stunned. As the kitchen staff brought the vegetarian dishes, Shun-ing fell silent, but even the beautifully presented dishes failed to whet her appetite. In stark contrast, Shenwan enjoyed her meal with great relish, as did Shenwei. Shenrong managed a few bites, but found it unpalatable. After about a quarter of an hour, Shenwan finally set down her chopsticks. Shun-ing had already grown impatient. Had the dining hall not been a fair distance from where their carriage was parked, Shenwan would undoubtedly have insisted on taking another stroll to aid digestion before their return. Shenwan and Shunwei shared a carriage for their journey back, naturally returning in the same vehicle. As the carriage halted before the Marquis's residence, Shenwan had yet to disembark when Shun-ing and Shun-rong hurried inside. However, their haste proved futile as a servant's voice halted their steps. The servant announced, "A moment ago, the Wei Duke's residence sent a messenger with an invitation for the fourth young lady to visit for flower viewing in 2 days." Shunwei was taken aback, while Shun-ing frowned. Why was only the fourth young lady invited? What about us? The servant shook his head. Only the fourth young lady received an invitation. Instantly, Shun-ing felt a twinge of embarrassment. She turned to Shunwei, speaking sarcastically. "It appears that the fourth sister possesses more favor than the elder sister." Shunwei, aware of her own inconspicuousness, felt a pang of unease. Among the 4 daughters of the Marquis, she was the least noticed. The second sister was vibrant and bold. The third sister was graceful and poised, and the eldest sister held a prestigious status. In their presence, she faded into the background. It was natural for the Wei Duke and Appo's residents to overlook her while inviting the other 3, but to extend an invitation solely to her was decidedly odd. Shunwei suggested, "Perhaps it was a clerical error. Beyond that, she could not conceive of any other explanation." "Is that truly possible?" Shun-ing scoffed at Shunwei's naivety. "Do you think the Wei Duke's residence is just any place where such mistakes occur? When things seem unusual, there is usually a hidden reason." Recognizing the peculiarity of the situation, Shun-ing and the others made their way to Qinghui Courtyard, and Shunwan, feeling leisurely, decided to join them. Chapter 16. The Invitation Inside the Room. The old lady pondered in confusion why the Wei Guogong residence would send an invitation solely for the daughter of the Marquis's secondary wife to visit for flower viewing. Such an act must surely harbor some special significance. The third mistress remarked that the actions of the Wei Guogong residents were rather peculiar and suggested sending someone to inquire further. The second mistress recalled hearing some news about the Wei Guogong family recently. The young wife of the Wei Guogong heir had passed away over half a year ago, and the heir was soon to conclude his mourning period. Could it be that the Wei Guogong's wife had taken a liking to the fourth daughter and intended to marry her as a second wife? Shenwan and the others had approached the screen just in time to overhear this conversation, causing them to pause in their tracks and refrain from entering. Shun-ing and Shun-rong glanced at Shunwei, whose delicate complexion flushed a deep crimson under their scrutiny. The old lady twirled her prayer beads, the mist of the tea obscuring her expression, making it difficult for anyone to discern her thoughts. After taking a couple of sips of tea and setting down the cup, she mused that there was indeed some possibility in this scenario. The Wei Guogong heir would soon emerge from mourning, while the fourth daughter was only months away from reaching the age of maturity. However, the old lady did not voice her subsequent thoughts, as they all understood the underlying truth. The fourth daughter could not possibly reach the heights of the Wei Guogong heir, even if he were to take a second wife. And even with a 2-year-old son in tow, Shen Wei's father had only recently been appointed to a 5th-rank official position. And, as a secondary son, Shen Wei's gentle disposition would likely not capture the attention of the Wei Guogong's wife. Of course, none of the other daughters of the Marquis' household would consider marrying the Wei Guogong heir as a second wife. The existence of an heir meant that any second wife would likely bear multiple sons, yet they would not inherit the title or estate. Regardless of his status, the Wei Guogong heir would not attract the daughters of prominent families, unless one were to gamble on the heiress' untimely demise before reaching adulthood. Upon learning of the invitation extended by the Wei Guogong residents for her daughter to view the flowers, the fourth mistress set aside her tasks and made her way to Qingwei courtyard. Upon entering, the third mistress inquired whether she had seen the Wei Guogong's wife in recent days. The fourth mistress, not wishing to conceal anything, replied candidly that she had indeed crossed paths with the Wei Guogong's wife while escorting Wei heir out a few days prior. Though their exchange had been brief and merely a polite greeting, she had little faith that her daughter could attract the attention of the Wei Guogong's wife. The old lady, while delicately holding her teacup, let the fragrant steam shroud her face, concealing her thoughts. After a couple of sips, she stated that regardless of the intentions behind the Wei Guogong's wife's actions, since an invitation had been sent for the fourth daughter to attend the flower viewing, she should go boldly the day after. As the girl was timid and had never ventured out alone, it would be prudent to teach her proper etiquette over the next couple of days to ensure she did not bring shame to the Marquis' household. The fourth mistress expressed her concerns about her daughter being ill-prepared, suggesting perhaps another young lady accompany her. The old lady shot her a sidelong glance, her expression tinged with displeasure. If the Wei Guogong's residents wished for them to accompany, they would not have sent an invitation solely for the fourth daughter. Moreover, it was typically the daughters of secondary wives who served the legitimate daughters, not the other way around. Recognizing that the fourth mistress and oppose, as concerns stemmed from a place of anxiety, the old lady refrained from rebuking her. Shen Wan contemplated whether she should accompany Shen Wei, but with the old lady's words, she felt there was no need to voice her thoughts. Nevertheless, she had made preparations and was determined that her younger sister would not encounter the same misfortunes as in her previous life. Once the topic shifted, Shen Wan and the others finally made their way around the screen into the room. Shen Wan refrained from mentioning the incident involving Shen Ying helping the crown prince meet her. She felt embarrassed and was aware the old lady was undoubtedly informed. This morning, Shen Ying had merely inquired if she intended to go, without any insistence, which is why Shen Wan had let her guard down. With Xie Jingyan having dispatched people to protect her, she was confident such situations would not arise again. The old lady inquired about their visit to Hugui Temple. Shen Ying, feeling aggrieved, complained that perhaps she should no longer accompany her elder sister to the temple, as she had abandoned them to accompany the Ling prince. Fully aware that both she and the third sister disliked the temple's vegetarian meals, yet insisted on having lunch before returning, showing no regard for their feelings. This was akin to directly accusing Shen Wan of selfishness. Shen Wan would not allow herself to be blamed. Previously, she and the fourth sister had accommodated the second and third sisters, returning hungry to have lunch without uttering a word of complaint about them. Now, after indulging them just once, Shen Ying had the audacity to report to their grandmother, making it seem as though she and the fourth sister had wronged her. The servants who had just deemed Shen Wan selfish now turned their judgment towards Shen Ying, perceiving her as egocentric and inconsiderate. With her cheeks puffed in indignation, Shen Ying was silenced by the old lady's admonishment, reminding them that it was unbecoming for sisters to quarrel over such trivial matters. The old lady always behaved this way. When Shen Ying held the upper hand, she would let them bicker, but when Shen Ying faltered she would intervene to chastise both sides. For Shen Ying's selfishness was indeed a reflection of the old lady's own tendencies. Feeling disinterested, Shen Wan decided to take her leave, and after her departure, the fourth mistress also took Shen Wei away. After a morning filled with much activity and nearly being bullied by Xie Jingyan, Shen Wan felt utterly exhausted. Unaccustomed to napping, she returned to Qinglan courtyard, sipped a half-cup of tea, and fell into a deep sleep. In the midst of her slumber, she was abruptly awakened by the sound of something shattering. Shen Wan opened her eyes to hear Ziyu's reprimands echoing from outside, berating someone for being clumsy. Following this was Ying Shuang's retort, declaring that if she hadn't tea deliberately bumped into her, the teacup wouldn't have fallen. Ziyu angrily accused her of slander, while Ying Shuang, even more incensed, countered that Ziyu was harboring ill intentions. The escalating argument ignited Shen Wan's temper, and she sat up, calling out, "Come in, both of you!" Almost instantaneously, the commotion outside ceased. With a creak, the door swung open, and Ziyu and Ying Shuang entered, with Ying Shuang quietly acknowledging her fault for waking the young lady. Shen Wan's gaze swept over their faces, and she noted their awareness of having disturbed her slumber. "Why didn't you two simply argue at my bedside?" Ziyu began. It was Ying Shuang who, but before she could finish, Shen Wan intervened. "Enough. Do you both wish to be punished?" Ying Shuang bit her lip, feeling a touch of grievance, then stated, "I was merely attending to the young lady as she awoke." She attempted to retrieve a skirt, only for Ziyu to snatch it first, causing Ying Shuang's chest to rise and fall in frustration. She glared at Ziyu, bewildered as to what had provoked her ire, wondering why she was constantly met with hostility. Disappointed by Ziyu's impatience, Shen Wan remarked, "Ziyu suffices to attend to me. You may step aside." Ying Shuang, feeling wronged, was further distressed upon hearing Shen Wan's dismissal and exited with reddened eyes. Ziyu had not anticipated being retained by Shen Wan. She had assumed the young lady favored Ying Shuang more and had grown distant from her. Now, she realized that Ying Shuang had been sowing discord in her favor, and she would need to keep a closer watch on her position in the young lady's esteem. Chapter 17. Ointment. Shen Wan descended from her bed, with Ziyu attending to her changing of clothes, grooming, and serving tea, a stark contrast to her previous lazy demeanor, now transformed into a diligent servant. As Shen Wan sat on the small couch, sipping tea, Ziyu noticed a bottle of medicine on the windowsill, finally seizing the opportunity to speak. Silver Frost has been rather careless, leaving the medicine just lying around like this. Upon returning to the manor, only Ziyu and Silver Frost had entered her inner chambers. Thus Shen Wan deduced that the medicine on the windowsill could only belong to Silver Frost. Ziyu intended to take the ointment away for safekeeping when Shen Wan interjected. "Bring the medicine to me." Ziyu approached and handed the ointment to Shen Wan, who was certain it was not her own. Xie Jingyan was vigilant about any potential threats from the Jin Wang and would not allow anyone else to send her medicine. Thus, it could only be him who knew about her back injury, a fact even Silver Frost was unaware of. Yet, how could Xie Jingyan be so considerate? Though they were mutually using each other, she had yet to assist him in any way. On the contrary, her actions had only worsened his relationship with Xie Jingyan. Gazing at the exquisite porcelain bottle in her hands, a warmth spread through Shen Wan's heart. When Mama Zhou sought out Ziyu, she left the room, and Silver Frost entered, her eyes red and swollen, clearly having cried. Shen Wan remarked, "Crying over such trivial matters?" Silver Frost merely shook her head in response. "Enough. Do not be so sorrowful. I am well aware of who is loyal and who is treacherous between you and Ziyu. I will not permit her to linger in Qinglan courtyard." Both Ziyu and Mama Wu had been given to her by the old lady, and without a compelling reason, she could not dispose of Ziyu. Moreover, after having dealt with Mama Wu, selling Ziyu would surely arouse the old lady's suspicions. What Shen Wan desired was to cleanse Qinglan courtyard, not merely to replace one group with another. Upon hearing this, Silver Frost understood her intent. Just now, a maid from the second mistress's courtyard came by, delivering a message to the maid Xing Er in our courtyard. After she left, Ziyu also departed. Shen Wan instructed, "Once Ziyu returns, find someone trustworthy to keep an eye on her." Silver Frost nodded in agreement. Shen Wan handed the ointment to Silver Frost, saying, "Apply it for me." Although her back still ached slightly, it would heal in a couple of days without medication. However, since Xie Jing Yan had sent the ointment, she felt obliged to accept his kindness. Silver Frost gasped, "Miss, were you injured?" As Shunwan stepped behind the screen to remove her clothing. Silver Frost noticed a bruise on her back near the shoulder and instantly realized it was the work of the Jin Wang, silently cursing him several times in her heart. After applying the ointment, Shunwan dressed again and sipped tea, passing the time by perusing an unfinished book on the small couch. Just as she became engrossed in her reading, a maid entered through the beaded curtain, beckoning Silver Frost. After Silver Frost stepped out, she returned to inform Shunwan, "Miss, Ziyu added something to your bird's nest soup." No wonder Miss suspected Ziyu of treachery and decided to keep an eye on her. How dare she poison her? A flicker of murderous intent crossed Shunwan's eyes. In her past life, she had always acquiesced to their wishes, and thus the incident of Ziyu attempting to poison her had never occurred. She had rejected the Jin Wang in favor of the Ling Wang, opposing their plans and even sabotaging their agreement with the Jin Wang, covertly setting traps for her. It was clear that their actions had been aimed at pushing her closer to the Jin Wang. Ziyu entered with the bird's nest soup, stating, "The kitchen prepared this for you, Mississippi. It is good for your skin." Shunwan casually flipped through her book, glancing at the soup placed before her. "I do not wish to eat it. Consider it a reward for you." Ziyu was momentarily taken aback and quickly responded, "This is for you, miss. I, as a mere maid, do not deserve such a treat." Shunwan looked at her. "Have I never rewarded you with bird's nest soup before?" Although she was not particularly fond of it, she would indulge occasionally for the sake of her complexion. If she truly did not want it, she would offer it to her maids, and both Ziyu and Silver Frost had enjoyed it before. Ziyu suggested, "Perhaps let Silver Frost have it instead." Shunwan, feeling impatient, tossed her book onto the table. After all that fuss, now she was being so modest. "You eat it this time. I will reward Silver Frost next time." Understanding she had no choice, Ziyu slowly reached out, lifting the bird's nest soup. "Then, I shall take it away to eat." Silver Frost interjected, "If you take it away to eat, do you wish for others to see and report it to the old lady, causing you to get Miss into trouble?" Ziyu longed to silence Silver Frost. If she did not speak, no one would take her for a mute. Shunwan was certain Ziyu would not dare eat the soup, but to her surprise, Ziyu finished the entire bowl without a trace left. Clearly, the added ingredients were not fatal. Once Ziyu had left, Shunwan descended from the small couch and approached the window to seek out Xie Jing Yan's hidden guard. She whispered, "I require your assistance." Chen Yu leaped to a halt at the window. "Please help me investigate what medicine Ziyu has given me." "Understood." Shunwan expected that news regarding the medicine would not arrive until the following day, but to her surprise, shortly after dinner that evening, the window was knocked upon. Chen Yu informed her, "I procured some of the powder for the doctor to examine. It is soft bone powder. It is not deadly, but repeated small doses can render one weak and unable to rise from bed." The old lady and the second household were counting on her to marry the Jin Wang, as her father intended, to aid the Jin Wang in his claim to the throne. They would undoubtedly not dare to take her life before the Jin Wang's plans were set in motion. However, administering soft bone powder, what could that indicate? Shunwan found herself perplexed. Yet even though it was not lethal, she could not afford to be complacent. After giving Chinyu a few instructions, he withdrew. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, casting a golden glow across the room. Upon waking, Shunwan sat before her vanity, allowing Ziyu to groom her. Clad in a gown of golden-threaded orchid brocade, adorned with a matching set of white jade orchid hairpins, she exuded an air of elegance. Shunwan opened a drawer, retrieving a small porcelain box. Dipping the finest brush into it, she painted an orchid blossom upon her forehead in a mirror, instantly enhancing her entire demeanor. Silver Frost exclaimed, "Miss, with the flower painted on your forehead, you look even more beautiful." Shunwan agreed, feeling pleased. After breakfast, she went to Qing Hui courtyard to pay her respects to the old lady. Upon seeing the flower on her forehead, the old lady praised her. "It is truly lovely." Shuning, feeling envious, twisted her embroidered handkerchief. In terms of status, she could not compare to Shunwan, and in terms of looks, she was still lacking. Thankfully, her wits were sharp, or else she would have been outshone in every aspect. Shunwan touched her forehead and glanced at Shinwei, who was dressed in a green gown and lightly made up, presenting a refreshing appearance. Her meticulous efforts in dressing indicated her desire to capture the attention of the Duke of Wei's heir. Shenwan smiled. "Fourth sister, your attire is quite beautiful. If you were to add a flower to your forehead as well, it would be even more stunning. I brought some pigments. Would you like to try?" Shen Wei eagerly responded, while Shen Rong added, "Elder sister, I want to be painted too." Shen Wan motioned for Shen Wei to sit and carefully applied the rouge to her forehead. Seeing the anticipation on Shen Wei's face, Shen Wan hesitated. But with Shen Ying's disruption, she had no choice but to proceed. Just as she was finishing the last 2 strokes, Shen Ying accidentally bumped into Shen Wan's arm, ruining the delicate flower and marring its beauty. This turn of events pleased Shen Wan, but she still glared at Shen Ying. "Can you not keep your distance? You've ruined everything." Shen Ying had done this intentionally. After all, Shen Wan had not painted for her first, and she could not bear to see Shen Wei look so lovely. "You could just wash it off and repaint it. Why are you so upset?" A maid brought over a basin, and Shen Wan used her embroidered handkerchief dipped in water to try to clean it off, but no matter how hard she scrubbed, the flower remained. The fourth madam grew anxious. "Why won't it come off?" Shen Wei urged, "Elder sister, press harder." Shen Wan cautioned, "If I press too hard, your forehead will turn red, and you won't be able to go out. What should we do then?" Shen Wei asked in distress. Shen Ying, reveling in her misfortune, remarked, "It seems fourth sister will not be visiting the Duke of Wei's residence after all. Though even if she did go, it would be a fruitless endeavor." Shen Wei looked at her mother with a sense of grievance. The fourth mistress, a concubine, was accustomed to enduring her frustrations, having no outlet for her pent-up emotions. The old matriarch remarked that such an appearance would bring shame to the Ho residence, and instructed someone to inform the Wei Duke's residence that the fourth young lady had sprained her ankle and would be unable to attend. The fourth mistress felt reluctant. Although the hope was faint, the mere act of sending an invitation suggested a possibility. She had witnessed her daughter's diligent efforts these past few days and could not bear to abandon the opportunity just like that. The fourth mistress suggested that a decorative forehead piece could provide sufficient cover. Despite the circumstances, there was still a desire to participate. However, Shen Wan understood that this match was indeed favorable for Shen Wei, particularly since in her previous life, the Wei Duke's legitimate son had succumbed to smallpox. Although attending might not guarantee success, the absence would forever linger as a regret in her heart. Fortunately, she had anticipated such a scenario and was well prepared to manage it. Shen Wan remarked that while the forehead piece could conceal, securing it would render it lifeless and peculiar. Instead, she proposed that her fourth sister don her silver fox mask adorned with gemstones, as the Wei Duchess had already seen her. If it raised any questions, fourth aunt could simply explain the truth. The floral adornment could certainly be washed away, and she would send someone to the Yun family shortly to inquire. Without waiting for the fourth mistress's consent, Shen Wan instructed Ying Shuang to retrieve the mask. Ying Shuang hurried back and, breathless, handed the mask to Shen Wan, who then assisted Shen Wei in putting it on. This mask was Shen Wan's favorite. She hesitated to let even Shen Ying wear it. Shen Wan remarked that her fourth sister looked even more beautiful in it than she did. She hoped that this time, no unfortunate incidents would repeat themselves, and if fate could not be avoided, the mask would shield her sister's face and eyes, preventing a recurrence of past misfortunes. Shen Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she said, "How can I compare to elder sister? You always know how to make me happy." The old matriarch gazed at Shen Wei adorned with a mask and felt a sudden glimmer of hope that perhaps this engagement could indeed come to fruition. Chapter 18. The incident after the flower adornment on Shen Wei's forehead could not be removed. Shen Ying and Shen Rong extinguished their desire to have Shen Wan paint flower adornments for them. Shen Wan stayed in Qinghui courtyard for a brief quarter of an hour before taking her leave. As she passed through the garden and beheld the resplendent blossoms, she paused to admire the flowers, yet her heart was predominantly filled with concern for Shen Wei, hoping she could safely endure this tribulation. Strolling through the courtyard, she returned to Qinglan courtyard. Upon noticing Shen Wan's lack of enthusiasm, Ying Shuang suggested, "The weather is splendid today. Why not take a stroll outside the manor, miss?" However, Shen Wan was not in the mood for leisure and had pressing matters to attend to. "Ziyu, who was dusting with a feather duster, overheard their conversation and turned to Yin Shuang, saying, "You should refrain from encouraging the young lady to go out. In just a month, it will be the old madam's birthday, and the 100 longevity picture that the young lady is preparing is still only half finished. If she does not hurry to embroider it, she will not meet the deadline." Shen Wan entered the room through the beaded curtain and cast a glance at the embroidery frame by the window, where the half-finished longevity picture awaited her. Sunlight illuminated the artwork, causing the golden threads forming the character for longevity to gleam brilliantly. This unexpectedly reminded Shen Wan of her foolish actions in her previous life. Due to her commendable embroidery skills, she had often received praise from the old madam and the second madam. She decided to personally create something for the old madam's birthday, and Shen Ying suggested she embroider the longevity picture, while Shen Rong insisted on the use of gold thread. When the old madam's birthday banquet was grandly held, presenting it in front of the guests would surely elicit admiration for her filial piety. Naively, she fell for the trap. The large longevity picture consumed not only an abundance of golden thread, but also countless hours of meticulous embroidery. Fearing she would not complete it in time, she dedicated most of her day to stitching, embroidering until her hands trembled, only to receive a few more compliments than Shen Ying and Shen Rong. Having been foolish once, she resolved not to continue down that path. Seating herself before the embroidery frame, Shen Wan picked up the needle and thread. But after only half a cup of tea's worth of time, she put down the needle, rubbing her wrist. Yin Shuang noticed and asked, "Miss, what is wrong with your wrist?" Furrowing her brow, Shen Wan replied, "I am not certain. I feel unusually weak today. After just a short while of stitching, my wrist has become quite sore." Yin Shuang suggested, "Could it be that you are unwell? Should we summon a physician to examine you?" Shen Wan shook her head, asserting that she merely felt fatigued, not yet at the point of needing a doctor. Observing Shen Wan still seated, Yin Shuang hastily assisted her to her feet, insisting, "Your health is of utmost importance, Mississippi. If you exhaust yourself with needlework, the old madam would not rest easy even if she received the longevity picture." Pausing, Yin Shuang glanced at Ziyu, saying, "Do you not agree, Ziyu?" Zhu, feeling slightly annoyed, thought it unnecessary for Yin Shuang to involve her, yet complied with a nod, affirming, "Yin Shuang is right. Your health must come first." Mississippi Shen Wan did not respond, instead moving to a small couch, massaging her temples before sipping tea and reading. She became engrossed in her book, and time passed until Yin Shuang, observing her, noted that the young lady seemed to have developed a newfound fondness for reading. Previously, particularly before meeting Prince Jean, she had been unable to concentrate on her reading, let alone for such an extended period, which struck Yin Shuang as peculiar. As Yin Shuang poured another cup of tea, a young maid rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, "Miss, it is terrible. Fourth Miss has had an incident at the Wei Duke's manor." Shen Wan's hand trembled as she questioned urgently, "What has happened?" The maid relayed, the young master of the Shou Wang manor, mischievous as ever, tugged at the bamboo planted along the corridor of the Wei Duke's manor and inadvertently injured Fourth Mississippi. Ultimately, the calamity could not be evaded. Shen Wan, filled with trepidation, inquired, "How badly is she hurt?" The maid shook her head, stating, "We do not know yet. Fourth Madam has already rushed to the Wei Duke's manor upon hearing the news." Shen Wan lost interest in her book, feeling an inkling of regret. Knowing full well that Shen Wei would not be favored by the Wei Duke's manor, she still refrained from exerting herself to prevent this misfortune, fearing she might carry guilt for a lifetime if it turned out to be as grievous as in her previous life. In her previous life, Shen Wei had returned home around this time. Shen Wan set her book aside, slipped on her embroidery shoes, and left the house. Skipping Qinghui courtyard, she headed directly towards the gate of the Marquis's residence. Just as she reached the second gate, she spotted Shen Wei, her face obscured by a veil and wrapped securely, with even her eyes barely visible. Anxiety clawed at Shen Wan's throat as she hurried towards her, asking, "Fourth sister, were you hurt? Is it serious?" Upon seeing Shen Wan, tears welled up in Shen Wei's eyes as she lamented, "Elder sister, I ruined your mask." This statement nearly left Shen Wan speechless. At such a moment, she was still fretting over her broken mask. Surely, her face was of greater importance. Shen Wan, filled with urgency, yearned to pull away Shen Wei's veil but restrained herself, saying, "Let me see your face." Shen Wei shook her head, her eyes brimming with gratitude. "Thanks to the mask you gave me, I only sustained minor injuries. It is nothing serious." Remembering the mask that had been deformed by the bamboo strike, Shen Wei felt a shiver of fear. If such a sturdy mask could be dented, what would have happened had it struck her face directly? Even now, recalling it sent cold sweat down her back. Hearing that Shen Wei had only sustained light injuries, Shen Wan's heart finally settled. Shen Wei removed the veil that enveloped her head. She had wrapped herself so tightly not only to conceal her facial injuries, but also to hide the damaged flower adornment on her forehead. Now that she was back home, she need not fear being seen. Once the veil was lifted, Shen Wan noticed a purplish-red mark on Shen Wei's left cheek, faintly oozing blood, and it appeared quite painful. Yet, compared to her previous life, it was truly a minor injury. They had narrowly avoided a greater disaster. Shen Wan breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Fortunately, it is not a serious injury and will not leave a scar." Shen Wei nodded repeatedly. Observing her daughter's face, Fourth Madam's heart raced with anxiety. She and Shen Wan shared a mutual sense of gratitude, acknowledging that Fourth Sister's narrow escape was largely due to Shen Wan's intervention. "How can I express my gratitude to you? For your efforts have spared her this calamity," she exclaimed. Shen Wan shook her head, replying, "Fourth Aunt, you are being overly formal. It is a relief that Fourth Sister is unharmed." Fourth Madam felt immense regret, reflecting that the crooked flower adornment painted that morning was an ill omen. She should have been vigilant and prevented her daughter from going out. Thankfully, it was only a minor injury. Had her daughter suffered serious harm at the Wei Duke's manor, she would not wish to live. While they spoke, Shen Ying and Shen Rong also arrived. Upon seeing Shen Wei's injury, a flicker of disappointment crossed their eyes. They had expected something far more severe. This minor injury seemed exaggerated by the servant's alarm. However, not only had Shen Wei not garnered the attention of the Wei Duke's young master, but she had also suffered an injury while at the Wei Duke's manor, which was indeed unfortunate. Shen Ying approached, remarking, "It seems I must thank you for accidentally bumping into elder sister, causing the flower adornment to be painted crookedly. Otherwise, Fourth Sister would have faced a dire fate today." In her heart, Shen Wan felt a wave of discontent. Fourth Madam was also aware of the underlying truth, but as long as her daughter was safe, she would not hesitate to offer a few words of praise. It was thanks to the eldest and second young ladies that they could emerge from this ordeal unscathed. Chapter 19. The thickness of skin. Shen Ying smiled and remarked that a mere verbal expression of gratitude from the fourth aunt was insufficient. Implicitly, she sought a proper gift of thanks. When it came to the art of acquiring items, none surpassed Shen Ying. The Fourth Madam readily agreed. Shen Wan, however, disdained Shen Ying's demeanor and advised Shen Wei that applying some vegetable oil to the decorative floral paste on her forehead would easily remove it. But for the injury on her face, it would be best to consult a physician. Shen Wei genuinely felt Shen Wan's concern and nodded, stating that she had already seen a doctor at the residence of the Duke of Wei to alleviate the old madam's worries. The Fourth Madam promptly took Shen Wei to Qinghui Courtyard. Upon seeing the injury on Shen Wei's face, the old madam felt a pang of sorrow. Fortunately, Shen Wei wore a mask, or her exquisite beauty might have been irreparably marred. After expressing her sentiments, the old madam instructed the Fourth Madam to take Shen Wei back, leaving behind the maid who had accompanied Shen Wei to the Duke's residence. The old madam inquired of the maid whether any other young ladies had visited the Duke of Wei's residence for flower viewing. The maid nodded, mentioning the third miss from the Hanlon scholar Zhao's household, the second miss from the Minister of Revenue Lu's household, and several others, totaling 5 or 6 distinguished young ladies. Among them, 3 were legitimate daughters and 3 were illegitimate. The legitimate young ladies came from slightly lesser backgrounds, while the illegitimate ones hailed from more prestigious lineages. However, to avoid impacting the inheritance of the legitimate grandson, the Duchess of Wei was meticulous in selecting a suitable match for her son. The second madam noted that the third Miss Zhao wrote beautifully, and the second Miss Lu played the pipa exquisitely, implying that compared to them, the fourth miss had little chance of standing out. If she were the Duchess of Wei, She certainly would not choose the fourth Mississippi. The old madam lifted her teacup and gently stirred, acknowledging that returning unscathed was already a stroke of fortune, and she dared not wish for more. The second madam nodded in agreement. From their expressions, Shun Wan discerned that they held no expectations for Shen Wei. In fact, it seemed they relished the idea of her not being chosen. Their words were sweet, yet their selfishness ran deep, perfectly embodying the adage of honeyed words concealing daggers. Shen Wan did not linger for long and returned to Qinglan Courtyard. After lunch, the fourth madam sent her personal maid to deliver a pair of jade hairpins. Shen Wan gazed at the maid, puzzled by the fourth aunt's intentions. The maid explained that it was thanks to the eldest miss that the fourth miss had remained unscathed, and the fourth madam wished to express her gratitude through this gift. Once the fourth miss had recovered, she would personally thank the eldest Mississippi. The maid added that a similar gift had been sent to the second miss as well. Under normal circumstances, one would wait until Shun Wei's face healed and then select some jewelry to express gratitude. But Shun Ying's impatient nature compelled her to request a token of appreciation at the second gate. It would be unreasonable for the fourth madam to send gifts to Shen Ying and not to Shen Wan, so the maid was dispatched with the hairpins. However, Shen Wan refused to accept them, insisting that among sisters, such gestures of thanks felt overly formal. Yet, the maid was unwilling to take them back. So Shen Wan instructed her to convey that the fourth aunt would not be displeased. The maid dutifully returned the items as she had received them. The following day, when Shen Wan went to pay her respects to the old madam, Shen Ying, upon seeing her, exclaimed, "The fourth aunt sent a pair of jade hairpins to the eldest sister. Why did the eldest sister not accept them?" Shen Wan looked at Shen Ying, feigning surprise. Surely the second sister did not accept them? She knew very well that Shen Ying had accepted them, as they were her due. Had it not been for the collision, Shen Wei might have been disfigured. Such a significant favor made 2 jade hairpins seem woefully inadequate. Observing Shen Ying's entitled expression, Shen Wan recalled the countless times Shen Ying had demanded repayment for her life-saving favor from Xie Jingyin in her past life. Given Shen Ying's propensity for leveraging favors, Shen Wan felt compelled to alleviate Shen Wei's burden today. Otherwise, she might find herself forever indebted. Although my mask shielded the fourth sister from misfortune, upon reflection, had I not misapplied the floral paste, she might never have encountered this calamity. How could I accept a gift of thanks? She asserted, if she felt embarrassed. Shen Ying's audacity to claim otherwise was simply excessive. Shen Wan ultimately underestimated Shen Ying's audacity. Shen Ying confidently retorted, "Eldest sister herself has suggested it was mere chance." And with so many distinguished young ladies present, only the fourth sister wore a mask and was nearly harmed. I believe this was fate intervening. As she spoke, Shen Ying clung to the old madam's arm. "Grandmother, do you not agree?" The old madam chuckled and patted Shen Ying's hand, affirming yes. "Your fourth sister was indeed fortunate to have you watching over her." Shen Wan felt a shiver run down her spine. The breakfast she had consumed that morning nearly turning her stomach. Unable to endure any longer, she prepared to return to Qinglan Courtyard when a maid entered, announcing, "Old madam, the Duchess of Wei has arrived." The Duchess of Wei's visit at this hour was surely to apologize for Shen Wei's injury at the Duke's residence. The old madam instructed the maid to invite the Duchess in. Shortly after, the Duchess entered with an apologetic demeanor, expressing her regret over the incident that had startled the fourth miss during the flower viewing. The old madam invited the Duchess to sit and reassured her that the incident was unintentional and, fortunately, not serious. The Duchess of Wei's concern was commendable. Once seated, the Duchess flattered the old madam, remarking that the fourth miss was indeed a fortunate young lady. Had it been anyone else, she would likely have been carried out from the Duke's residence. If she were truly fortunate, she would not have encountered such distressing events, the old madam mused. Aware that the Duchess's compliments were merely superficial, uttered without sincere belief. As a gesture of apology, the Duchess of Wei brought an array of gifts, including tonics for Shen Wei, fine silks, and jewelry, alongside a ginseng and some cordyceps for the old madam. Observing these offerings, Shen Wan raised an eyebrow. In her previous life, when Shen Wei sustained a grave injury, similar items were sent, yet only a single ginseng was provided to the old madam. This time, with Shun Wei being far less injured, the Duchess had included cordyceps. Shenwan found herself puzzled by the Duchess and Appo's actions. Shouldn't and Appo's greater injuries warrant more substantial reparations? Why was it the other way around? After engaging in conversation with the old madam, filled with expressions of regret, the Duchess of Wei expressed her concern and went to check on Shun Wei. Following her departure, the Princess Dowager of Shou arrived, also bearing gifts of apology for her son's reckless behavior that nearly harmed Shun Wei. The gifts she presented were comparable to those of the Duchess of Wei, yet they paled in comparison to the Duchess's offerings, for the incident had not been caused by anyone from the Duke's household. To them, the young master of the Shou Wangfu was merely a guest. Chapter 20. A visit upon leaving the Qinghui courtyard. Shenwan first went to the fourth room to visit Shun Wei, engaging in conversation with her for a while before returning to Qinglan courtyard. Inside, the maid Dong was polishing the furniture in the outer room. Noticing Shan Wan and Yin Shuang's return, she whispered a few words in Yin Shuang's ear. Yin Shuang then entered the room and quietly reported to Shan Wan that Ziyu had sprinkled the medicinal powder on the cake. Only then did Shan Wan notice the osmanthus cake on the table, realizing that it was indeed clever to apply the powder to the cake. She picked up a piece and took a bite. It seemed that she was destined to fall ill soon, and she was curious to discover what sort of concoction they were brewing. In the following days, Shan Wan grew increasingly feeble. During the first 2 days, she could still stroll in the garden, but eventually, she only managed to pay her respects to the elder lady. Later on, she was too weak to leave her bed. On the first day, she failed to visit the elder lady. A maid was sent to check on her. Upon learning that Shan Wan was completely drained of energy, the elder lady instructed the second madam to summon a doctor, who arrived under her guidance. The doctor took Shan Wan's pulse, but could not provide a clear diagnosis, merely writing a prescription for her. After taking the medicine for 2 days without any improvement, in fact, her condition worsened, Shun Jing and Shun Du came to visit her. They were taken aback by her frailty and immediately instructed the steward to send a message to the palace to request the imperial physician. The imperial physician arrived promptly and was about to pay his respects to Shun Jing when Shun Jing urged him to examine his daughter immediately. Yin Shuang fetched a stool for Su Taisher, who sat down to take Shun Wan's pulse. After withdrawing his hand, Shun Jing inquired about her condition. Su Taisher replied, "My lord, I must apologize, but I cannot treat your daughter's ailment." How could he treat a feigned illness? It was impossible. Moreover, he dared not jeopardize the Duke of Jin's affairs, as he had been warned before coming. Shun Jing grew anxious. If even the esteemed Su Taisher could not cure her, then what was to become of her? Su Taisher could only adhere to the Duke's instructions, stating that her illness was peculiar, and perhaps she would recover on her own one day. Fearing further inquiries from Shun Jing, he hastily gathered his medicine box and took his leave. Shun Jing's stern face was etched with concern as he gazed at Shen Wan. What could have caused you to fall so ill? Even the imperial physician cannot ascertain the cause. Shen Wan weakly reassured, "Father, do not worry. I am fine." Her breath was faint, and Shun Jing's brow furrowed deeply. He commanded the steward, "Summon another physician. I refuse to believe that not a single doctor in the imperial hospital can treat my daughter." Isn't this tormenting the physicians? Shen Wan interjected, "Father, did not Su Taisher say that my illness is strange? Perhaps I will recover on my own, so there is no need for you to concern yourself with me." "What nonsense! You are my daughter. If I do not care for you, who will?" Just then, a maid entered, announcing, "My lord, the Ling Wang has heard of the young lady's illness and has come to visit." Under normal circumstances, Xie Jingyan should not have visited the Marquis's residence, especially her boudoir, before their marriage. However, given that their union was sanctioned by the emperor, unless one of them passed away, the engagement remained unchanged, thus alleviating the need for excessive decorum, particularly since Shun Jing and Shun Du were present. "Let Ling Wang in." Shun Wan reclined against the pillow, and upon hearing the sound of wheels, she leaned forward to see Xie Jingyan entering in a wheelchair. Yin Shuang hastily moved to draw aside the beaded curtain. Shun Du observed his sister's movement, raising an eyebrow slightly, as her nimbleness belied her supposed weakness. Xie Jingyan approached and bowed to Shun Jing, "Greeting, uncle." Shen Jing replied, "Ling Wang is thoughtful. Since you are here, do stay and converse with Wanner for a while." With that, Shen Jing turned to leave, taking Shen Du with him. The room was left with only Shen Wan and Xie Jingyan, along with two maids. Xie Jingyan glanced at Yin Shuang and Ziyu, the former departing with understanding, while the latter hesitated before leaving. Once they were alone, Shen Wan looked at Xie Jingyan and asked, "What brings you here?" Xie Jingyan observed Shen Wan's pale face and reached out to touch it. His hand came away, dusted with powder. Clearing his throat, he replied, "You are unwell, and I came to check on you." Shen Wan lowered her voice. "Others may not know that I am feigning illness, but you should be aware." Xie Jingyan gazed at Shen Wan with an innocent expression. "However, others do not know that I know. As your fiancé, it would be rather cold-hearted of me not to pay a visit when my betrothed is ill. Perhaps your father would not fault me, but your elder brother certainly would, and I dare not neglect such a duty." Shen Wan found his reasoning sound, leaving her without a retort. Although they were engaged, she had never taken the arrangement seriously. With Xie Jingyan in her chamber, she felt a sense of discomfort, and with only the two of them present, the awkwardness intensified. Shen Wan said, "You have seen me. You may leave now." She believed her statement was reasonable, even considering his feelings, yet he inexplicably grew annoyed. Xie Jingyan frowned. "Could you not possess a shred of conscience? I came to see you despite my difficulties, and within mere moments, you seek to dismiss me. But what could they possibly discuss? Were they to simply stare at one another in silence?" Shen Wan regarded Xie Jingyan, who awkwardly turned his gaze away. "You should have heard your father instruct me to keep you company." "You do not have to heed my father's words," Shen Wan replied. Xie Jingyan retorted, "If I do not comply, how will he allow you to marry me?" Shen Wan felt compelled to remind him, "This matter is not solely determined by my father. It is your father's decision that truly matters." She was not concerned. Why should he be? Silence enveloped them, the room steeped in an unusual stillness. Time passed, and eventually, Yin Shuang returned, approaching the bed to whisper to Shen Wan. A maid from the courtyard just returned from a side path. Overhearing the second and third madams discussing that in the capital, couples have fallen ill or even died due to incompatible birth dates. The second madam expressed concern that your pairing with Ling Wang might have similar implications, and she wishes to invite a Taoist priest to calculate your fates. Shen Wan let out a cold laugh, realizing they had been waiting for her. She looked at Xie Jingyan and saw a glimmer of fury flash in his deep, summer night, sky-like eyes. Unbeknownst to others, Xie Jingyan was acutely aware of the second branch's maneuvers against him in favor of the Duke of Jin. Now, it was not merely a matter of undermining him. They were attempting to tarnish his reputation with the label of a wife killer. Given that Xie Jingyan's mother, Consort Chun, had fallen out of favor and he was confined to a wheelchair, the addition of such a stigma would likely render him unmarriageable for life. These people were ruthless. Xie Jingyan turned to Shen Wan and asked, "What will you do?" Shen Wan smiled slyly. "What a splendid opportunity. I shall turn the tables on them." She intended to let them trip over their own schemes. Chapter 21. The 8 characters the following day. Shen Wan remained in bed, even having her breakfast brought to her. The days spent in confinement were exceedingly difficult. Had she not been able to immerse herself in reading, she would have surely grown restless. Just as she was engrossed in her book to pass the time, a maid outside the beaded curtain announced, "Miss, the 4th miss has arrived." Shen Wan promptly put her book away. Shen Wei entered, adorned in a lovely gown of soft yellow, the hem embroidered with large begonia blossoms. Her face veiled in fine gauze, moving with a lightness that seemed almost ethereal. As she approached, Shen Wan inquired, "Has your injury not healed yet?" Noting the faintness in her voice, Shen Wei's eyes reddened slightly. Even while unwell, her 4th sister still thought of her. Shen Wan reassured her, "I am not gravely ill, merely lacking in strength." Yet how could a healthy person lack vigor? Her complexion was alarmingly pale, and despite having consulted both a physician and a royal doctor, no cause for her ailment could be determined. Worry was etched on Shen Wei's face. A deep concern nestled in her heart. Feigning illness to avoid suspicion, Shen Wan suggested, "Perhaps you should return home, lest I pass my malaise on to you." Shen Wei shook her head firmly. "I am not afraid." Turning back, the maid presented her with a brocade box. Upon opening it, Shun Wan beheld a silver fox mask. Shun Wei, with an air of apology, said, I accidentally damaged your favorite mask. No matter how skillfully it was repaired, the signs of wear remain. Father had a new one made to match it exactly, which arrived at the residence this morning. I hope you won't take offense. Shun Wan chuckled softly. The mask, which preserves your beauty, is more than worth it. Had you not told me this was new, I would never have discerned the difference. Reassured by Shun Wan's words, Shun Wei felt a weight lift from her heart. Shun Wan then asked, Have you paid your respects to grandmother? Shun Wei nodded. I just came from grandmother's. Aunt Tu was discussing your illness, worried that it may be caused by some malevolent force, and suggested inviting a Taoist priest to the residence. Grandmother consented, so I suspect the priest is already on his way here. It was truly a matter of urgency. Her illness had not persisted long, yet they were hastily summoning a priest. Nevertheless, it was better to resolve this matter sooner rather than later. Had they delayed, the Wang family might not have extended an invitation to her for their upcoming banquet, which she intended to use as an opportunity to facilitate her cousin and Appo's engagement to Scholar Zhao. Shen Wan remarked, Aunt Tu is so concerned for me. I must go and see. She lifted the covers to rise, but Shun Wei urged, Elder sister, you are still weak. It's best to remain in bed and rest. Shen Wan did not wish to linger in bed any longer. What she intended to do was not something Shen Wei could easily prevent. With the maid Silver Frost assisting her, she washed and dressed, applying a touch of rouge to her cheeks, which revived her appearance considerably. Unable to dissuade Shen Wan, Shen Wei decided to accompany her. She had intended to visit as well. However, due to the delay in preparing herself and her weakened state, they arrived at Qinghui Courtyard only to find the Taoist priest had already arrived, the altar set up for his divinations. The priest appeared ethereal, exuding an air of capability. The old matriarch was present in the courtyard, flanked by the second and third mistresses, with the fourth mistress and several other maids in attendance. Supported by Shun Wei, Shun Wan approached, only to hear familiar footsteps behind her. Turning, she was surprised to see her father and elder brother approaching. Shun Jing's presence was unexpected. He had never believed in such matters, yet for the sake of his daughter, he seemed willing to entertain the notion. Shun Wan felt a swell of emotion. Why have you come? Shun Jing asked. Daughter rarely falls ill, Shun Wan explained, and this time, the cause is mysterious. Aunt Tu and grandmother have summoned a priest, and I wish to ascertain whether I am under some ill influence. With her presence now established, Shun Jing did not insist she leave, but turned to the priest instead. The Taoist had already laid out the necessary items for calculating their birth charts and requested, please provide me with the birth dates and characters of both individuals. The second mistress handed over the prepared birth details of Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan through a maid. The priest merely glanced at the characters before declaring, the birth charts of these two are extraordinarily auspicious. One is destined to be a prince, while the other is the legitimate daughter of a marquis, born to a great general and a wealthy mother, engaged as a royal consort since infancy. Indeed, they are of unparalleled nobility, though their statuses are esteemed. The second mistress interjected, it does not necessarily mean they are compatible. We ask you to calculate thoroughly. The priest chuckled, that is indeed a valid point. He examined the characters once more, performing calculations and casting an oracle. All present held their breath, anticipation hanging in the air. After a considerable time, the priest concluded, and the old matriarch eagerly inquired, what is the outcome? The priest proclaimed, these two birth charts are heaven-sent, destined to form a loving couple, growing old together in harmony. All eyes turned toward Shun Wan, who, despite having anticipated this, felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Such words were excessively enviable. Could he not have been a tad more discreet? The old matriarch's eagerness froze, and the second mistress's eyebrows knitted tightly. Glancing at the steward who shook her head in dismay, this was not what she had instructed the priest to say. The third mistress exchanged a glance with the second mistress before speaking up. Our eldest daughter has been engaged for only a few days and now lies bedridden. The doctor has yet to diagnose her condition, and we fear it may be due to incompatible birth charts. The priest interjected, smiling. These charts support and enhance one another. It is impossible for them to clash. Your household is overly anxious. As for the ailment, It appears to stem from consuming something improper. With careful attention to her diet, she should recover in a few days. However, just as he was about to continue, the priest's tone became somber. The old matriarch pressed, "What else is there?" The priest first regarded the old matriarch, then turned to the second mistress, stating, "On my way here, I observed dark clouds gathering in the northwestern sky above the. Upon looking at you both, I noticed darkness upon your foreheads, suggesting a period of misfortune is imminent, and there may even be bloodshed." This statement made the old matriarch's heart skip a beat, while the second mistress's complexion darkened. Even if one were to dismiss it as nonsense, the priest's public pronouncement of such ominous words was in itself quite foreboding. How could he take their money and yet speak such ill omens? The second mistress's eyes narrowed coldly. Xinhuan then inquired, "Is there any way to avert this?" The priest replied, "Since I have come to your residence, I shall assist in dispelling it." The old matriarch grasped her Buddhist beads tightly and urged, "Please, do share." The priest remained silent for a moment before casting another oracle. The old matriarch must observe a 3-day fast, transcribing 100 Buddhist scriptures each day, offering them before the Buddha for 7 days, and then burning them to mix with water and consume. He then looked at the second mistress. "Your situation is more severe. You must observe a 7-day fast, transcribing 100 scriptures daily with sincerity, else you risk calamity befalling your children." The second mistress nearly ground her silver teeth in frustration. Had he not been the priest she had summoned, she would have publicly exposed him as a fraud. Xinhuan remarked, "Transcribing 100 scriptures daily may be exhausting, but I would rather err on the side of caution. It is better to believe than to risk misfortune." The old matriarch's expression grew longer. Xinjing turned to the priest and said, "Since we have troubled you, we might as well ask for another favor. Please determine an auspicious date for my daughter to wed Prince Ling." The priest, taking this request seriously, calculated carefully before announcing, "The 18th of next month is excellent. Marrying on this day will ensure a life of smooth sailing." Xinhuan gasped internally. Had she not specifically instructed Xie Jingyan to ensure their wedding date was set for 6 months later? By then, if everything went as planned, she would no longer have to marry him, and it would not truly count as claiming the title of his rightful consort. He disregarded her requests and even advanced the wedding date to the 18th of next month. Today is already the 22nd, leaving less than a month's time. Xinhuan seethed with indignation internally. Meanwhile, at the distant residence of Lord Ling, a certain gentleman felt an itch in his nose and let out a forceful sneeze. Xinjing expressed gratitude towards the Taoist priest. Once the priest had completed his tasks, he gathered his belongings and took his leave. Before departing, he imparted 2 pieces of wisdom. Fortune and misfortune have no doors. They are summoned by oneself. Harboring malevolent thoughts will inevitably lead to retribution. Chapter 22. Torment. After the steward sent the Taoist priest away, Xinhuan prepared to return to Qinglan courtyard. Just as she was about to bow and take her leave, Xinjing spoke up, instructing Shun to inform Prince Ling that Wanner was to be married on the 18th of next month. Xinhuan thought to herself, "Is it necessary to inform him? Surely the date has already been set by the other party." She hastily interjected, "Father, I do not wish to marry so soon." Observing his daughter's bashful demeanor, Xunjing felt a pang of reluctance. Ultimately, she must marry, and he did not want to forego such an auspicious date merely to keep her for another month or 2. Besides, the Ho residence and the Ling prince's estate are not far apart. He could always accompany her back in the future. Xunjing had made up his mind. Xinhuan knew that persuading him would be difficult, yet she continued to struggle against the inevitable. Time was already tight, and with her second aunt busy transcribing Buddhist scriptures, there was no way she could prepare her dowry in time. Xunjing calculated the days and conceded that the timeline was indeed a bit tight. But it was not sufficient reason to delay, simply because the second madam was occupied with her scriptures. Moreover, the Ho residence had more than just the second madam to manage affairs. He entrusted the preparation of Xunhuan's dowry to the fourth madam. The second madam was nearly spitting blood in frustration. Her plans had backfired. Not only had she failed to undermine Xinhuan, but she had also lost the authority to prepare her dowry to the fourth madam. She had no intention of following the Taoist advice to transcribe scriptures. Everyone seemed to assume she had no choice but to comply. However, despite her reluctance to transcribe the Buddhist texts, she could not openly express her dissent. After all, it was her suggestion to invite the Taoist into the estate, and she had sent someone to fetch him. To invite him and then not believe in his words would be absurd. Even if it didn't cost much, it was hardly a trivial matter. The old matriarch cast a cold glance at the second madam before turning and returning to her chambers. The second madam felt wronged and furious, but managed to smile at the fourth madam, saying, "This should have been my responsibility, so I must trouble you, fourth sister-in-law." What had preparing Shun Wan and Apos, S. dowry become the second madam and Apos, S. domain. After managing the household for a few years, she truly believed the Pingyang Marquis and Apos, S. residence was hers. Shun Wan interjected, "It is my father and me who trouble fourth aunt, not the second madam." The second madam's smile faltered momentarily, but she quickly regained her composure, replying, "As the second madam, it is my duty to prepare your dowry." Shun Wan smiled back at her father. "Second aunt has managed the inner court well, which is why father has entrusted her with household matters. However, managing the whole residence is the responsibility of our main branch. Second aunt should prioritize the second branch. With her transcribing 100 Buddhist scriptures daily, she surely cannot handle the trifles of the estate. If she becomes distracted by household matters, it may lead to misfortune for uncle and my second brother and sister. Father would likely feel guilty for a lifetime. Given that the second aunt has been busy with the scriptures these past few days, perhaps we should let the third aunt help manage the estate." Upon hearing Shun Wan suggest that the management rights be temporarily transferred to the third madam for a few days, the second madam's expression changed dramatically. Although it was only for 7 days, power, once tasted, is not easily relinquished. The third madam had harbored thoughts of managing the estate in the past, but had been subtly suppressed by the second madam. The old matriarch was concerned that conflict might arise between the second and third branches over management rights, and had prohibited the third madam from harboring such thoughts. However, in this matter, only Shun Jing's word mattered, and with the old matriarch now back in her chambers, there was no way to stop it. It was unreasonable for the second madam to claim she had no time to manage while denying the third madam the chance to assist. Shun Jing nodded, acknowledging that Wana had considered everything thoroughly. "For these few days, I must trouble my third sister-in-law. How could I dare to say it is a trouble? This is something I have long wished for." The third madam exclaimed, "I too hope to contribute to the Ho residence." Thus it was settled. Shun Jing had other matters to attend to, and after making arrangements, he turned to leave. The third madam, now in possession of management rights, was all smiles, while the second madam wore a gloomy expression, her hands clenched tightly beneath her sleeves. In the previous life, the second and third branches had been united, their brothers in harmony, and their sisters-in-law living amicably. In this life, Shun Wan did not believe she could sow discord between the two branches. She was convinced the third madam would not shy away from the allure of managing the estate, nor would the second madam permit her to share in its power. Upon exiting Qinghui courtyard, Shun Wan wore a constant smile. Silver Frost glanced around to ensure no one was watching before quietly asking, "Will the old matriarch and the second madam be transcribing the family rules?" A few pages would certainly be transcribed, but 100 pages was simply out of the question. Regardless of whether they transcribed or not, the torment would remain. If they were to truly transcribe 100 Buddhist scriptures, it would require the elderly matriarch to labor from dawn to dusk, and even then, she might not complete it. Having lived for over half a century, she had never endured such hardship. Yet, if they chose not to transcribe, and misfortune befell the second branch, would the old matriarch not regret not heeding the Taoist advice, believing that failing to transcribe the scriptures was the cause of their calamity? Whether it be physical torment or psychological anguish, escaping one would not absolve them from the other. As for the second madam, after Shun Wan departed, she went to see the old matriarch, who chastised her fiercely. "Is this the good Taoist you sought?" The second madam was left speechless, unable to refute the accusations, returning to the southern courtyard with a heart full of resentment. After 2 cups of tea, her anger had not subsided. A maid hurried in, and the second madam inquired, "What on earth happened with that Taoist?" The maid cautiously placed a purse on the table. The second madam instantly recognized it as the money she had given the maid to bribe the Taoist. The maid trembled as she spoke. The Taoist claimed he is a man of conscience and would not dare accept ill-gotten gains. He returned the money and also said, "Said what?" The second madam ground her teeth in anger. The maid shrank back, saying, "The Taoist said all he spoke was true and advised you to be cautious." The second madam was filled with murderous rage. Observing the second madam's ashen face, the maid felt a chill run down her spine. Just a few words could earn her 100 taels, yet the Taoist had refused, indicating he was a man who held wealth in contempt. If what he said was true, then the second madam was indeed facing a stroke of bad luck, and the second branch was bound to encounter a disaster. Thinking of this, the maid shivered, too fearful to contemplate further. Shenwan had not ventured out for several days. On her way back to Qinglan courtyard, she paused to admire the flowers in the garden before returning. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw Ziyu and Mama Zhou standing in the corridor, seemingly deep in conversation. As soon as Ziyu spotted Shenwan returning, she rushed over, saying, "Miss, you have returned. The Taoist in Qingwei courtyard mentioned that your spirits have been low these past few days due to inadvertently consuming something harmful. Mama Zhou and I have checked all your food and found nothing amiss. We suspect someone has tampered with your food, intending to harm you. Such treacherous individuals cannot be tolerated in Qinglan courtyard. We must search the premises and uncover this person." Ziyu's face was filled with righteous indignation, leaving Silver Frost utterly astonished. She had poisoned the young lady, and now that the Taoist had exposed her, rather than cower in shame, she suggested searching the residence. Did she believe that by making such a suggestion, Shenwan would not suspect her? Chapter 23. The search. Shenwan did not anticipate that Ziyu would take the initiative to search the house. Her gaze lingered on Ziyu's face for a moment before she replied, "There is no need." Zhou Mama was taken aback by Shenwan's refusal and asked, "Miss, aren't you going to search?" Ziyu added, "If we don't root her out, how can we ensure it won't happen again?" Yin Shuang had nothing to say. If the young lady chose to let her off the hook, she would not insist further, yet she still pressed for the search. If the young lady did not comply with her wishes, it would be hard for her to contain her frustration. Yin Shuang said, "Both Zhou Mama and Ziyu believe the search is necessary. It would be prudent for you to conduct it." Mississippi Shenwan understood Yin Shuang's naivety, but she did not expect her to be so gullible. Since Ziyu was urging her to search, it was clear that the fire would only consume others, not herself. Given that the search was to be conducted, she decided to proceed. Seizing the opportunity to enlighten Yin Shuang about the treachery of human hearts and to encourage her to be more vigilant in the future, Shenwan said, "Then let us proceed with the search." With that, she stepped into the room. Seated quietly, she sipped her tea, patiently awaiting the results of the search. After approximately half an hour, hurried footsteps approached. Shenwan looked up to see Ziyu entering, her hands clutching a vial of medicine, her face flushed with anger, followed closely by Yin Shuang and, finally, Zhou Mama. Ziyu entered through the beaded curtain and declared, "Miss, I found this in Yin Shuang's room." Yin Shuang was nearly beside herself with rage as she realized that Ziyu had attempted to poison the young lady. Hiding the vial in her room while she accompanied Shenwan to Qingwei courtyard, seeking to frame her. Had it not been for the young lady's discernment, Yin Shuang would have been unable to restrain herself. Even knowing that Shenwan trusted her, she was still infuriated, having never encountered someone as malicious as Ziyu. Ziyu placed the vial before Shenwan, asserting, "It must be Yin Shuang who poisoned you, making you ill these past few days." Shenwan glanced at Yin Shuang without uttering a word. Yet Yin Shuang understood the unspoken words of Shenwan, instantly feeling foolish beyond measure. Shenwan examined the vial and remarked, "To have merely found this vial and to hastily conclude that it is Yin Shuang's poison is rather presumptuous." Ziyu retorted, "But your meals were prepared in the small kitchen, and the servants dined on the same fare as you. Aside from those close to you, no one else could have poisoned you." Recognizing that those close to her would be suspected, was this a preemptive strike? Not only could it avert suspicion, but it could also serve to ruin Yin Shuang. Shenwan stated, "Let us summon a doctor to ascertain what this vial contains." Ziyu deemed this too troublesome and turned to confront Yin Shuang. "What exactly is in this vial?" Yin Shuang, her eyes blazing, replied, "This is not my vial. How would I know what is inside?" In truth, she was unaware, as Shan Wan had entrusted the matter to the dark guards of Prince Ling. But it was unlikely to be poison. Ziyu had poisoned her only once, in the bird's nest soup, and she had consumed everything else. Ziyu insisted, "Your defiance is futile. The doctor will verify the truth." Zhou Mama went to summon a physician. After a considerable wait, the doctor finally arrived, carrying a medicine box. Ziyu eagerly handed him the vial, exclaiming, "Doctor, please examine what this vial contains." The doctor took the vial, concerned it might contain poison. He approached cautiously, and after a careful sniff, he furrowed his brow, inhaling again before looking at Ziyu and declaring, "This is not a drug. It is simply flour." Ziyu was taken aback, her voice rising in disbelief. "Flour? How can it be flour?" Zhou Mama also found it strange, but the young lady was no longer the same. She had outmaneuvered Mama Wu, and it was only natural to guard against Ziyu. Today, the second madam had invited a Taoist into the manor, and instead of harming the young lady, she had fallen into her own trap, dragging the old lady down with her. Previously, Zhou Mama had chosen Shan Wan out of necessity, but today she began to feel that perhaps selecting the young lady was not a mistake after all. Zhou Mama said, "Enough. Do not delay the doctor from diagnosing the young lady." The doctor sat down to take Shan Wan's pulse and prescribed a tonic before departing. As the doctor left, Yin Shuang, who had been holding back her emotions, confronted Ziyu. "I told you the vial was not mine, yet you insisted on accusing me of attempting to harm the young lady. Now that it has been revealed that the vial contained flour, what do you have to say for yourself?" Shen Wan also turned to Ziyu, who hurriedly responded, "I was merely concerned for the young lady and mistakenly accused Yin Shuang. Please do not be angry." Shen Wan's cold gaze swept across Ziyu's face, causing the latter to lower her head, feeling guilty. Shen Wan said nothing further and waved her hand, signaling for her to leave. Ziyu, not daring to linger, quickly exited. Once Ziyu had left, Zhou Mama looked at Shen Wan and asked, "Why did you not expose Ziyu? It was an excellent opportunity that you have missed." This indeed was a prime chance to rid herself of Ziyu, yet Shen Wan did not wish to act hastily and alert the snake. It would be too easy to reveal Ziyu, and the second madam would surely suspect her of orchestrating the Taoist reversal, thus becoming wary of her. She had other means to expel Ziyu. There was no need to act recklessly. Shen Wan calmly replied, "I have my plans." Zhou Mama's expression showed concern, prompting Shen Wan to say, "Speak your mind." Zhou Mama said, "You instructed me to remove the treacherous maidservants from Qinglan courtyard. While I can deal with the others without drawing attention from the second madam and the old lady, Ziyu, even if she has pledged her loyalty to you, I cannot act against her knowing she is connected to the old lady and the second madam." Zhou Mama spoke candidly, and Shen Wan would not blame her for it. She said, "Within 3 days, I will deal with Ziyu," without needing Zhou Mama to undertake the task. She sighed in relief and reported a few minor matters within the courtyard before taking her leave. Shen Wan's plan was to act within 3 days, but she did not expect to find an opportunity the very next day. The old lady was to copy Buddhist scriptures, regardless of whether her efforts were sincere or feigned. No one dared to disturb her. Shen Ying and her companions, feeling bored, decided to visit Shen Wan in Qinglan courtyard. When they arrived, Shen Wan was engrossed in a book. Upon seeing her, Shen Ying remarked, "When did the elder sister become so fond of reading?" Shen Wan replied, "Without reading, how can I pass the time?" Shen Wei interjected, "Elder sister, have you not yet recovered?" Shen Wan replied, "I have improved significantly compared to a few days ago, but I still cannot sew. The birthday embroidery for grandmother is still far from complete." Shen Rong glanced at the embroidery frame and said, "I wonder when elder sister will fully recover. It seems unlikely we will finish it in time for grandmother's birthday feast. My embroidery skills are on par with the second sister's. Otherwise, we would assist you." Shen Ying suggested, "Fourth sister's embroidery skills are commendable. Perhaps we could have her help you before you recover?" Shen Wei eagerly agreed. "I shall help elder sister with the embroidery." As others dug a pit for her, fourth sister gleefully jumped in. She did not consider that just because she had fallen ill, it was imperative to present this birthday embroidery to the old lady. Would gifting it ensure the old lady's longevity? Shen Wan felt exasperated, but did not refuse outright. Having four-sister come to embroider was just the company she needed to alleviate her boredom. Shunwei nodded vigorously, her tassel hairpins swaying. Shunwan invited Shun Ying and the others to sit, and Shun Rong remarked, "I have heard that the Wang family of Changshan has begun preparations for the peony banquet, and invitations should arrive at the manor soon. Elder sister's health may prevent her from attending. In her past life, Shun Wan had attended the peony banquet. While she would not be disappointed if she could not admire the peonies, she had other plans. It was imperative that she attend the Wang family of Changshan. However, having been ill for so many days, whether they would still extend an invitation to her remained uncertain. Ziyu entered with tea, and Shun Wan gestured towards the window, saying, "Take that pot of peonies outside to bask in the sun." Ziyu served tea to Shun Ying and Shun Rong before heading toward the window. Shun Wan gently stirred her tea, poised to take a sip when suddenly, a loud crash resounded as an object fell to the ground. Before Shun Wan could comprehend the situation, the urgent cry of Yin Shuang pierced the air, the 100 longevity painting. Chapter 24. A resounding slap. As Shun Wan turned her head, she witnessed Ziyu tumble onto her embroidery frame, collapsing it entirely, while a flower pot crashed down upon the longevity painting. Shun Wan hastily set her teacup aside and rushed over, closely followed by Shun Wei, then Shun Ying and Shun Rong. By the time Shun Wan arrived at the scene, Ying Shuang had already crouched down, moving the shattered flower pot aside in a frantic attempt to salvage the longevity painting. However, her efforts only exacerbated the mess. As she wiped the mud, the painting became even dirtier. Shun Wei gasped in horror. The longevity painting was ruined. Shun Ying glared at Ziyu, exclaiming in frustration, "Are you so clumsy that you cannot even handle a flower pot?" Ziyu, already terrified and disoriented, knelt on the ground, her face pale. As Shun Wan's personal maid, she was acutely aware that this half-completed longevity painting had been the work of Shun Ying and Shun Rong, and she understood the immense time and effort Shun Wan had invested in it. The thought of having destroyed it left her dreadfully anxious. She knew the young lady would not take it lightly. Yet, she insisted, "I truly did not mean to bump into the embroidery frame and knock over the flower pot. I was simply turning around while holding the flower pot when I spotted someone standing outside the window, which startled me and caused the accident." Shun Wan was at a loss for words, her fury rendering her speechless. Ying Shuang rebuked, "You have destroyed the young lady's longevity painting and frightened her. Who would dare to intrude during the day?" Ziyu, seeing no one believed her, insisted to Shun Wan and Shun Ying, "I am not lying. There was indeed a man standing outside the window." Before she could finish her sentence, Shun Wan coldly interrupted, "Strike her." With no hesitation, Ying Shuang delivered a sharp slap. She had longed to strike Ziyu ever since the latter had betrayed Shun Wan, poisoning her, and then attempting to frame her just the day before. With all her pent-up anger, Ying Shuang's slap left a vivid imprint of 5 fingers across Ziyu's face. Ziyu was momentarily stunned, still crying out in protest, "I did not lie." Shun Wan's gaze was icy. "Do you think the guards of the Pingyang Marquis are mere decorations? Allowing someone to intrude so freely, especially in broad daylight, into my chamber. If this word spreads, not only will my reputation be tarnished, but the names of my second and third sisters will also suffer by association." Shun Ying regained her composure, her expression grave. If news of this incident got out, they would be ridiculed for conducting secret meetings during the day. Even if eldest sister indeed had such an encounter, they were still inside the room. Ziyu's muddled vision was one thing, but her thoughtless words were another. It was no wonder eldest sister was furious enough to strike her. Shun Ying felt the same way. Seeing Shun Wan's chest rise and fall with indignation, Shun Wei gently urged, "Eldest sister, please calm down. Do not let your anger harm your health." Shun Wan turned her attention to Ziyu and said, "In light of our master-servant relationship, I shall spare you today. Someone, gag her mouth and administer 30 lashes, then sell her off." Upon hearing that she would be sold, Ziyu's face drained of color. She pleaded tearfully, "I've always been loyal to you, young lady. Please consider my unintentional mishap and spare me this time." Ziyu Chapter 25. Fear not, however. This warmth did not last long. Before Shun Wan could finish her candied hawthorn, Shun Du inquired, "Did you instruct the people of King Ling to intimidate Ziyu?" Shenwan's heart trembled slightly. Elder brother, how did you know? Shendu raised his hand and lightly tapped Shenwan's forehead. Your father, despite being a great general, would not allow the people of King Ling to enter your courtyard and linger for so long without his consent. The presence of Xie Jingyan's men was permitted because they truthfully reported the matter of the Jin Wang bullying Shenwan, leading Shenjing to allow them to enter Qinglan courtyard to protect her. When Shendu visited Shenwan, he happened upon Ziyu, who had just been punished and was being taken to the front courtyard for sale. Shendu asked Ziyu a couple of questions, and she took the opportunity to complain to him. The men in black from Qinglan courtyard must have been sent by King Ling, yet they should not have dared to scare Ziyu. It was undoubtedly Shenwan's doing. Shendu sought to understand her motives. In his eyes, his sister had always been one to be sold and then return money to others. Since her elder brother was already aware, Shenwan decided not to conceal the truth from him. However, she prefaced, I can tell you, but you must promise not to inform father. Shendu agreed. Very well. I shall not tell father. He felt it was sufficient for him to know, without the need for their father to be involved. Shenwan explained. Second aunt instructed Ziyu to give me a soft bone powder and invited a Taoist priest into the residence, claiming that King Ling is fated to harm his wife. They want me to break off the engagement with King Ling and marry Jin Wang. I discerned their scheme and exchanged the soft bone powder for flour. For the past few days, I have been feigning illness, and Ziyu was to frame Yin Shuang, prompting me to devise a plan to expel her from the estate. Shendu's expression darkened. Shenwan continued. Second uncle and third uncle appear to respect father and follow his lead, yet they are insincere, and I fear for father's safety. You must also be cautious, elder brother. Shendu nodded, perplexed. How did you uncover this? Shenwan could not reveal the truth, and merely replied vaguely. I just figured it out. Am I not clever enough? In any case, one must not harbor ill intentions, but one must also remain vigilant. It seemed her sister had truly matured, even beginning to offer him advice. Her growth appeared to have occurred overnight. Could it be due to King Ling? Indeed, selecting King Ling had proven to be a wise choice. Having confirmed Shenwan's safety, Shendu prepared to leave. After taking a few steps, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to remind Shenwan. In half a month, it will be King Ling's birthday. Last year, I prepared a gift for you. This year, I cannot do it again. Do not forget. After his reminder, Shendu departed. Watching her elder brother's retreating figure, Shenwan was left in a state of confusion. Why was he helping her prepare a birthday gift for King Ling? However, since he had generously lent her the position of his princess, she felt compelled to show her appreciation on his birthday. But what should she gift him? As Shenwan nibbled on her candied hawthorn, she returned to her chamber. Although King Ling currently lacked favor, he had been cherished by the emperor for 12 years and was not short on wealth. He likely had no shortage of things that could be bought with money. Creating a belt or pouch as a gift seemed overly intimate. Their relationship had yet to reach that level. After pondering for a long while, she could not think of anything suitable. After all, there were still 2 weeks left. It would not be too late to ask him for his preferences when they next met. Seated on a small couch with a book, Shenwan was soon joined by her maid, Haitang, who entered with pastries, her face radiating uncontainable joy. She had gone out to purchase the most beloved chestnut pastries for young ladies, and upon her return, she was informed that she had been promoted to a first-class maid. It felt like a dream. How could such fortuitous events befall her? Haitang knelt before Shenwan, expressing her gratitude and loyalty. Thank you, Miss Shen, for your trust. I shall serve you diligently from now on. Rise, Shenwan replied. The reason Shenwan chose Haitang was simple. Her mother was a maid brought into the house by Shenwan and Appo's mother, Yin Shi, from the Yin family, and she had been raised in Shenwan's courtyard since childhood. Had her mother still been alive, Haitang would undoubtedly have become her head maid. In her previous life, Haitang did not accompany her to the Jin Wang's residence. She was courted by the son of the second steward of the Marquis's estate. After the second steward sought her out, Shenwan arranged for Haitang to marry him. As for whether she was happy, Shenwan did not know, for she had not paid much attention to Haitang while she was in Qinglan courtyard, let alone after her marriage. For now, promoting Haitang to head maid would suffice. Should Haitang still have feelings for the second steward's son in this life, Shenwan would still support her. The following day dawned bright and sunny. After breakfast, Shenwan strolled through the garden. A maid from the front courtyard came to inform her that the broker had brought in maids, prompting Shenwan to take Shuang to the front courtyard. She had specifically instructed the broker to bring more people this time, and indeed, he had brought quite a number, 30 in total. Upon seeing Shenwan, the broker beamed and said, "Miss Shun, please take a look at these young ladies and see if any catch your eye. I have carefully screened them. They possess beauty, diligence, and some can even read a few characters. Whatever type of maid you desire, we have it here." Shenwan examined each maid, noting some who timidly lowered their heads and others who secretly observed her with envy. After a thorough assessment, she asked a few simple questions and selected 2 diligent maids, 2 who could read a bit, and 2 with pleasing appearances. It was customary for young ladies preparing for marriage to have 2 secondary maids ready to assist their husbands during times of discomfort. Although Shenwan believed she would not need such preparations if she refrained, it would only give second madam and the old lady an opportunity to place their own people around her. Shuang paid the price and obtained the contract for the 6 maids. The matron responsible for instructing the maids was about to take them away to teach them the rules. But Shenwan interjected, "I will personally instruct these maids." The matron hesitated. "That is not proper." Shenwan was aware that this matron was aligned with second madam. Ever since second madam took charge of the Marquis's household, she had replaced all of her mother's former attendants with her own. Having second madam's people teach her maids the rules would lead to a situation where, by the time the lessons were complete, those maids might no longer recognize her as their mistress. With a cold gaze, Shenwan swept over the matron and declared, "Are you attempting to teach me the rules?" The matron stiffened, quickly replying, "I would not dare." "Then step aside," Shenwan commanded without courtesy. Although the matron verbally expressed her reluctance, she did not move. As Shenwan approached her, the matron retreated a step, preparing to retreat further when Shun Ying and Appo's voice rang out. "Matron Sheng is merely following the rules. Why must elder sister make things difficult for her? If everyone behaves as you do, elder sister, without regard for the rules, this household would surely descend into chaos." Chapter 26. The rules Shenwan could hardly fathom how Shun Ying could utter such words. Among the household, it was Shun Ying who disregarded all decorum and acted with impunity, yet she had the audacity to insist that others adhere to the rules. Shun Ying spoke with an unflinching demeanor, supported by Shun Rong, who chimed in, urging, "Sister, let us not trouble Mama Chung. Our uncle commands a formidable army. Should spies infiltrate the residence, it would spell disaster. It is prudent to exercise caution." Shenwan couldn't help but laugh. They truly believed she was oblivious. Mama Chung merely instructed the maids in propriety. When did the oversight of spies fall under her purview? At that moment, a servant interjected, "Rest assured, ladies, the maids I have brought for selection are of impeccable lineage and will withstand scrutiny. There is no way they could be spies. I would stake my life on it." Shen Rong shot a glare at the servant. Just because she remained silent did not mean she was mute. Shen Rong retorted, "All maids entering the inner courtyard must first learn the rules. Today, Mama Chung is making an exception. Should any of these maids break the family rules in the future, it will be Mama Chung who suffers the consequences." How considerate of them. They were so fearful of losing their grip on her that they sought to coerce and manipulate those around her. As the legitimate daughter of the Marquis, she should be capable of training a few maids herself. Was there truly any standing left in this household? Shenwan replied, "There is no need for you to worry. Third sister, the maids I personally instruct will be my responsibility. Should they violate any family rules, it will be a reflection of my own laxity, and I shall accept the consequences without implicating anyone else." Shen Rong scoffed. "I doubt you will maintain that stance when the time comes." Shenwan's temper flared, and she let out a cold laugh. "It seems you all believe that I, soon to wed into the Ling Wangfu and become its matriarch, am incapable of managing a few maids, and that I am inferior to a mere stewardess?" Her voice grew sharp, causing Shun Rong to falter. She had never witnessed Shun Wan this enraged and was momentarily at a loss for words. Shen Ying gazed at Shenwan, perplexed. "Sister, why must you insist on personally overseeing these maids? Are you so stubborn as to quarrel with us over this? Who is truly seeking a quarrel?" Shenwan's gaze turned cool as she replied, And why must you insist that Mama Chung reprimand my maids? Perhaps our objectives are diametrically opposed. Shun Ying's expression froze, and her fa crumbled as she snapped. What objectives could we possibly have? We are merely upholding the family rules. Indeed, Shun Rong chimed in. Sister, why must you attribute such base motives to us? The two harmonized in their opposition to Shun Wan. As the argument escalated, it caught the attention of Steward Li, who rushed over, troubled to see the servant and the maids still present. Sisters bickering in front of outsiders was hardly a spectacle one wished to witness. Steward Li approached, inquiring what is the matter. The servant, Yin Shuang, explained the young lady selected 6 maids to train personally. The second and third young ladies insisted this was against the rules and demanded she relinquish the maids to Mama Chung. Steward Li found himself in a predicament. Being a trusted confidant of Shun Jing and holding the position of the household's chief steward, he was well aware of the intricacies at play. He favored Shun Wan, and if not for the fear of the maids being bribed, why would the eldest miss seek the trouble of personally overseeing them? The second house was encroaching too far, evidently aiming to extend their reach into the Ling Wangfu. Steward Li proposed, let's all take a step back. The eldest young lady may take the maids to Qinglan Courtyard, where Mama Chung can instruct them on proper conduct. This arrangement met with Shun Wan's approval. In Qinglan Courtyard, under her watchful eye, if Mama Chung could sway her maids to align with the second house, then she might as well give up and meet her demise. Although Shun Wan had no objections, Shun Ying and Shun Rong were dissatisfied. However, they could hardly voice their discontent. Teaching etiquette was the same regardless of location. This arrangement satisfied their demands, and if they persisted in their grievances, they would surely raise suspicions of ulterior motives. As Shun Wan prepared to leave with the maids, a young servant approached, bearing 2 bright red invitations. Second young lady, third young lady, the Chanshan Wangfu sends invitations for you to attend the peony banquet in a few days. Shun Ying and Shun Rong, having failed to compel Shun Wan to leave the maids in the outer courtyard, were in a foul mood. Upon receiving the invitations, their expressions brightened. Shun Wan furrowed her brow. Truly, it seemed that what one feared would come to pass. Due to her illness, the Chanshan Wangfu had neglected to send her an invitation. Just as she contemplated how to procure one, Shun Ying remarked, why was there no invitation sent to elder sister? Shun Rong added, elder sister is ill. How could the Chanshan Wangfu possibly invite her? The peony banquet will be attended by many noble young ladies and gentlemen. What if she were to infect others? Having just lost the upper hand, they seized the opportunity to irritate Shun Wan without reservation. Shun Wan was entirely unfazed. She intended to attend the peony banquet without fail. The feeling of striking out only to hit a wall left Shun Rong bored. I have already worn my jewelry. Let's go shopping for some new adornments for the banquet. This suggestion delighted Shun Ying. The peony banquet would see numerous noble ladies and gentlemen in attendance, and everyone would be keen to present their finest selves, not wishing to be outshone by others. Shun Ying commanded her maid to prepare a carriage, and the maid hurried off to fulfill the task. Shun Ying and Shun Rong chattered merrily as they made their way to the marquis's front gate. Just as they were about to ascend the steps, a cold voice rang out from behind them. Stop. The two halted, turning to see Shun Wan regarding them with a steely gaze. Shun Rong asked, elder sister, what is it that you wish to say? Shun Wan replied frostily, isn't the second and third sister the epitome of propriety? I distinctly recall that leaving the residence without the elder's permission incurs punishment upon return. Shun Ying and Shun Rong's faces stiffened. Shun Wan was clearly retaliating against their earlier insistence that she hand over the maids to Mama Chung. Having just admonished them for their transgressions, she now reminded them of the family rules they had disregarded, and if they failed to comply, she would not be seen as an easy target. Shun Wan continued, you have left without permission. Should anything untoward occur while you are out, the young servants who allowed you to exit would undoubtedly face severe punishment. You dear second and third sisters are always considerate of the servants and would never want to see them suffer, would you? Her words echoed their previous admonishments back to them, leaving them speechless. Shun Rong retorted, last time, when you slipped out to meet Prince Jean, neither our uncle nor grandmother punished you. Shun Wan's gaze drifted lazily over to her. Has third sister's memory failed her? Father and grandmother intended to penalize me. I escaped punishment only because I complied and did not meet Prince Jean. If everyone were to behave so recklessly, would the Marquis and Oppos, as household, not descend into chaos? Once again, she mirrored their own words, causing Shen Rong to bite her lip in frustration. Shen Ying realized that Shen Wan was determined to stand her ground. Noticing the maids lurking in the shadows, Shen Ying felt a surge of annoyance, but maintained a fade of indifference. It is no trouble to return and consult with mother. Besides, I have no money on me at the moment. With that, Shen Ying turned on her heel and began to leave, with Shen Rong closely following. As soon as they turned away, Shen Ying's expression darkened. The Marquis's front gate was not close to the southern courtyard, and it would take them the better part of an hour to make the round trip. Having failed to compel Shen Wan to leave the maids for instruction, they were now forced to consult with her before they could exit the residence. The thought was infuriating. Chapter 27. Peonies observing the indignant strides of Shen Ying and Shen Rong. Yin Shuang regarded Shen Wan with a hint of admiration. It was astonishing that the young lady could command the second and third young ladies to return and seek permission before leaving the manor, a feat she had never dared to imagine. Not only would the young lady no longer be at their mercy, but she could also lead them to stumble. Shen Wan had grown increasingly formidable. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, Shen Wan instructed Yin Shuang to escort the maidservants to their quarters, while she settled down with a cup of tea, contemplating how to procure an invitation to the Changshan Duke's residence. She recalled attending the peony banquet at the Changshan Duke's estate in her past life, where she had encountered a particularly exquisite peony known as the Phoenix Feather Falls into the Golden Pool. The Danyang princess had mentioned nearly missing out on this flower, arriving too late to find it had already been purchased by another. Her fondness for it had driven her to pay double the price to have it transplanted to the garden of the Changshan Duke's residence, allowing everyone to admire it. Perhaps she could try her luck. As these thoughts crossed her mind, a maidservant entered, announcing, "Miss, the fourth young lady has arrived." Almost as soon as the maid finished her report, Shen Wei walked in, this time without her veil. As she approached, Shen Wan scrutinized her face. The newly grown flesh still bore a slight redness, though its hue had faded considerably and was hardly noticeable unless one looked closely. "You are recovering well," Shen Wan remarked. Shen Wei sat down, looking somewhat despondent as she replied, "The Changshan Duke's residence did not send an invitation for elder sister, nor for me." Shen Wei, despite her gentle disposition, yearned for social gatherings, especially since the peony banquet at the Changshan Duke's estate had been held for 4 consecutive years, attracting the most esteemed young ladies and gentlemen from the capital. To miss such a grand occasion was indeed a regret, especially with many noble ladies in attendance, as it could serve to enhance prospects for marriage. "Do not be disheartened," Shen Wan said with a smile. "Come accompany me to the market tomorrow." Shen Wei felt a tinge of disappointment, but it was tempered by the thought that if elder sister could not attend, it was only natural that she could not either. When Shen Wan suggested a stroll through the market, Shen Wei voiced her concern. "Elder sister, you are still recovering. I am perfectly fine now. It will just be the two of us, and we shall go early," Shen Wan reassured her. Shen Wei studied Shen Wan's countenance for a moment. Her complexion appeared healthy, indeed showing no signs of illness. "Your illness was peculiar in its onset, and equally so in its departure," Shen Wei conceded with a nod. Shen Wan reminded Shen Wei to rise early, but the following day, as she finished her morning routines and finally picked up her chopsticks, Shen Wei entered. Shen Wan thought. She said to leave early, but this seems excessive. Suspecting that Shen Wei might have skipped breakfast to arrive so early, she inquired, "Did you eat, fourth sister?" Shen Wei nodded. "I had my meal before coming." Feeling a pang of guilt for her hasty invitation, Shen Wan resolved to articulate her timing more clearly next time. Hastening her breakfast, observing Shen Wan's rapid consumption, Shen Wei cautioned, "Elder sister, please eat slowly. Be careful not to choke." In half the usual time, Shen Wan finished her meal, rinsed her mouth, washed her hands, and set out with Shen Wei towards the Duke's manor, boarding a carriage that took them directly to Bai Huifang. Bai Huifang, as its name suggested, was a marketplace for flowers and herbs. As the carriage rolled into the street, Shenwan was greeted by a delightful medley of floral fragrances. While she was aware that the Danyang princess would visit Bai Huifeng, she remained uncertain about the exact day. Her intention was to test her fortune. Should she encounter the Danyang princess, it would be splendid. If not, she could preemptively reserve the phoenix feather falls into the golden pool peony and send it to the Danyang princess, who would undoubtedly extend an invitation to her. Her plans were well formed. Upon entering Bai Huifeng, a young attendant approached with a beaming smile, asking, "May I inquire what flowers the two young ladies are interested in?" Shun Wei glanced around, while Shun Wan inquired, "Do you have the peony phoenix feather falls into the golden pool?" The attendant replied, "You seek the phoenix feather falls into the golden pool. Unfortunately, you arrived at an opportune moment. A pot just sold to another customer, who is yet to depart." Shen Wan felt disheartened. She had thought she had left early enough, only to discover she was still too late. However, recalling that the Danyang princess had once paid double for the flower, she considered that perhaps she could do the same. Turning to the attendant, she asked, "Could you please check with that customer if I might offer 3 times the price for their purchase?" The attendant appeared puzzled, noting that while the phoenix feather falls into the golden pool was indeed splendid, Bai Huifeng had rarer flowers to offer. Why insist on this particular flower, even at thrice the cost? However, since the customer had such a request, the attendant promptly went to inquire. Shenwei looked on, perplexed. Why does elder sister insist on the phoenix feather falls into the golden pool? Shenwan replied, "It is not an absolute necessity. Her primary goal was the invitation to the Changshan Duke's peony banquet. If she could not obtain the peony, she would simply consider other means. She was accustomed to resolving problems with money when possible." While waiting for the attendant's response, Shenwan wandered forward. Shortly thereafter, the attendant returned, apologizing. "I could not find the customer. His attendant said he would not sell at any price." Those capable of affording the phoenix feather falls into the golden pool were certainly not lacking in funds. In her previous life, the Danyang princess had likely purchased it to honor the Changshan Duke's family. The attendant suggested, if the phoenix feather falls into the golden pool is unavailable, perhaps the young ladies might like to consider other flowers? Since they were already there, Shun Wan and Shun Wei began to stroll and admire the various blossoms, their senses captivated by the vibrant hues and scents. As Shun Wan admired an orchid, she was suddenly bumped by Shin Wei. Turning to ask what had happened, she caught sight of the heir of the Wei Duke's residence approaching. The Wei Duke's heir noticed them, and while Shun Wan regarded him openly, Shun Wei turned her back. Feeling flustered, despite the Wei Duke's residence having extended an invitation for them to admire the flowers, Shin Wei was acutely aware of the implications of such visits, especially after nearly facing disgrace at the Wei Duke's estate. Shin Wan caught the heir's gaze, but her attention was soon drawn to the phoenix feather falls into the golden pool being carried by his attendant. She had not anticipated that the peony had been purchased by the Wei Duke's heir. It baffled her how he could have paid double the price to sell it to the Danyang princess when, given his status, he could have simply gifted it. If it were anyone else, Shinwan might have attempted to negotiate further, but with the Wei Duke's heir, she could not afford to embarrass her accompanying fourth sister. As she diverted her gaze, the Wei Duke's heir approached them. Shun Wan curtsied, while he directed his attention to Shun Wei, remarking, "I see that fourth young lady Shun has recovered her complexion." Shun Wei nodded. "I am well now." He continued, "I apologize for the fright you experienced last time. And as an apology, please accept this pot of peonies." Shun Wei instinctively wished to refuse, but Shun Wan's desire for the flower restrained her. "Thank you, Wei Duke's heir," she managed to say. He nodded slightly, casting one last glance at Shun Wei before departing. That fleeting look made Shun Wan raise an eyebrow as she watched him walk away. Suddenly inspired, she pointed at a pot of orchids and instructed the attendant, "I will take this pot of orchids." As she spoke, Shen Wan picked up the orchid and handed it to Shen Wei. "We cannot accept the flower from the heir of the Duke of Wei without offering something in return. Please take this pot of orchids to him as a form of exchange." Shen Wei shook her head repeatedly, even pleading, "Elder sister, I do not wish to go." She was barely able to evade the heir of the Duke of Wei, let alone approach him. Shen Wan, however, would not allow her to escape. "You are simply too timid. You must practice more." Reluctantly, Shun Wei accepted the orchid thrust into her hands and was pushed a few steps forward. only to turn back repeatedly towards the shop's entrance. Shun Wan, concerned that the heir might leave before Shun Wei could reach him, continued to select other flowers, albeit with a hint of worry. Before long, the familiar sound of footsteps approached, and Shun Wan turned to see Shun Wei returning, her face flushed. Noticing her empty hands, Shun Wan inquired, "Where is the flower?" Shun Wei, taken aback by the question, replied, "Did you not ask me to deliver the flower to the heir of the Duke of Wei? Did he not refuse it?" Shun Wan asked. Shun Wei nodded in affirmation. Shun Wan broke into a smile, leaving Shun Wei puzzled. "What is making you laugh, elder sister?" Shun Wan dared not reveal that the heir had taken a liking to her. She feared that Shun Wei, embarrassed, would abandon her to return home, leaving her without a companion for her outing. Meeting Shun Wei's curious gaze, Shun Wan replied, "Perhaps you should return and inquire with Aunt Four." Chapter 28 Invitation. This piqued Shun Wei's curiosity even more. "Can't you tell me first, elder sister?" Shun Wan shook her head. Even when Shun Wei playfully clung to her hand, Shun Wan remained silent, leaving Shun Wei with no choice but to relent. Each of them chose 2 pots of flowers, and after waiting long enough at the Baihui workshop without seeing Princess Danyang, Shun Wan instructed Yin Shuang to settle the bill, preparing to go shopping. As they exited Baihui workshop, they saw the carriage of the Wang family of Changshan come to a halt, with a maid assisting Princess Danyang as she alighted. Upon noticing Shun Wan and Shun Wei, Princess Danyang appeared somewhat surprised and approached them. "Did I not hear that Miss Shun was unwell and Miss C had injured her face?" Shun Wan smiled, replying, "I was indeed a bit under the weather, but I am well now. Fourth sister's facial injury is minor, and she has recovered swiftly." Princess Danyang remarked, "I had no knowledge that you were both well. Hence I did not send you an invitation. I shall have someone deliver it to you shortly." Being the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis and the betrothed of the Crown Prince, it was understandable that the Wang family of Changshan would neglect to send an invitation. But now that they were aware, they would certainly rectify that oversight. Shun Wan and Shun Wei, as sisters of the same household, would not be left out, which was precisely why Shun Wan had invited Shun Wei to accompany her to Baihui workshop. Shun Wan graciously stated, "Since Princess Danyang has extended such a warm invitation, I shall certainly attend. We have just acquired a pot of Fengyu Luijinki, which we shall present to you, Princess." The flowers purchased by Shun Wan and Shun Wei would be delivered to the Pingyang Marquis' residence, so there was no need to carry them away immediately. Shun Wan glanced at Yin Shuang, who then turned back into Baihui workshop to retrieve the peony. Princess Danyang, who had a particular fondness for peonies, lit up upon seeing the Fengyu Luijinki and exclaimed joyfully, "My residence is in need of a Fengyu Luijinki. Since you are presenting it to me, I shall not decline. However, it is only fair that I reciprocate. On the day of the peony banquet, any peony you fancy from my estate shall be yours." Shun Wan laughed. "Princess Danyang, you are too courteous. It is thanks to the Wang family's hospitality that we are able to appreciate such a myriad of peonies. How could I bear to take one away?" The entrance of Baihui workshop was not a place for extended conversation, so after exchanging pleasantries with Princess Danyang, Shun Wan and Shun Wei departed. Once they settled into the carriage, Shun Wei could not help but exclaim, "Elder sister, after so much effort to obtain that peony, why did you give it to Princess Danyang?" Shun Wan chuckled lightly. That Fengyu Luijinki was intended as a gift for Princess Danyang from the very beginning. She then looked at Shun Wei and said, "The flowers were gifted to you by the heir of the Wei Duke. In principle, I should not pass them on to Princess Danyang." Shun Wei blushed and replied, "What nonsense are you speaking, elder sister? Had it not been for your desire, I would not have accepted those flowers." Realizing something was amiss, Shun Wei corrected herself. "But it wasn't a gift, was it? Wasn't it exchanged for the orchid from the heir of the Wei Duke? You insisted that she take the orchid that was worth even more." Seeing Shun Wei's earnest expression, Shun Wan could not help but smile. The carriage moved steadily forward, halting in the bustling street. Shun Wan and Shun Wei spent more than an hour shopping, purchasing a plethora of items until they could scarcely move, before finally returning home. Upon arriving at Qinglan Courtyard, Shun Wan, exhausted, collapsed onto the Guifei couch, reluctant to rise. "Yin Shuang, please set the lunch," she murmured. Yin Shuang, suppressing a laugh, replied, "Miss, it is time for your meal." "I need to rest a moment," Shun Wan protested. At that moment, a young maid entered through the beaded curtain, announcing, "Miss, the Wang family of Changshan has sent invitations for you and 4th Mississippi." Upon hearing this, Shunwan immediately sat up. "Bring me the invitation." The young maid handed the invitation to Shunwan, who eagerly opened it. Though the invitation bore no remarkable embellishments, merely inviting her to a banquet, Shunwan could not help but read it several times before finally allowing Yin Shuang to put it away. The following day brought clear skies, with large, pristine clouds drifting overhead. The old matriarch had spent 3 days copying family rules, during which Shun Wan had refrained from paying her respects. Today, however, the old matriarch had completed her task and could no longer avoid the morning greetings. After breakfast, Shun Wan took Yin Shuang to Qingwei Courtyard. Upon her arrival, apart from the second matriarch, who was still engaged in copying family rules, everyone else was present. As Shun Wan entered, before she could greet the old matriarch, Shun Ying accused her. "Elder sister insists that I and 3rd sister must seek permission before leaving the estate. Yet she herself does not abide by this rule. It is as if the officials are allowed to set fire, while the commoners are forbidden to light lamps." Shun Wan replied, "How can you say I did not seek permission?" Shun Ying retorted, "I inquired, and I know you have not seen uncle these past few days, nor have you asked grandmother." Shun Wan felt a deep aversion to Shun Ying's petty retaliation, and what angered her more was the old matriarch's indulgence. As the elder sister, she ought to set an example. Shun Wan cast a cold glance at Shun Ying, stating, "I am not like you. The second matriarch is present and can be consulted at any time. Grandmother is busy copying Buddhist scriptures, and I would not dare disturb her. My father is preoccupied with official duties, often leaving early and returning late, making it difficult for me to see him. How could I seek permission? I arranged to go shopping with 4th sister, and since the second matriarch approved 4th sister's outing, it naturally followed that I could accompany her. If the second matriarch's approval is not sufficient, must I seek permission before the memorial tablet of my mother?" As she spoke, Shun Wan's eyes grew misty. The old matriarch's expression stiffened. Although Shun Wan directed her words at Shun Ying, they resonated as a lament regarding her own lack of maternal protection. The 4th matriarch rose to comfort Shun Wan. "Do not be sad. If the Marquis were to learn of this, he would be heartbroken." The 4th matriarch, not daring to openly defend Shun Wan, mentioned Shin Jing, which only darkened the old matriarch's expression further. Though Shun Wan's mother, Lady Yun, hailed from a merchant background, she and Shin Jing shared a deep bond. Following Lady Yun's passing a few years prior, the old matriarch had urged Shun Jing several times to remarry, but he remained unmoved. Every year, on the anniversary of Lady Yun's passing, he would visit her grave to pay his respects. If he were to discover that Shun Ying was causing trouble for Shun Wan, he would undoubtedly be furious. The old matriarch understood well that no matter how much Shun Jing respected her, Shun Wan and Shun Du, his 2 children, were his lifeblood. Without hesitation, the old matriarch chided Shun Ying. "You have wronged your elder sister. Apologize at once." Now Shun Ying's eyes too brimmed with tears, though hers were fueled by anger. She tugged at the embroidered handkerchief in her grasp before saying, "Elder sister, I was mistaken. I apologize." Her voice was barely above a whisper, and had it not been for the stillness of the room, Shun Wan might not have heard her. Yet whether Shun Wan heard or not was inconsequential. What mattered was that the old matriarch had heard. She admonished, "As sisters of the same household, you must live harmoniously. From now on, do not let trivial matters create discord among you. Do you understand?" Shun Ying pouted, "Yes, Inger shall heed grandmother's teachings." Shun Wan nodded in agreement, as did Shin Rong and Shun Wei. After 3 days of copying family rules, the old matriarch was still weary and did not linger long before returning to her quarters. Shun Wan and the others took their leave. Once outside, seizing the moment when no one was around, Shun Wei whispered to Shun Wan, "Yesterday, elder sister asked me to return and inquire about mother, but she would not say a word. What secret are you 2 keeping?" Shun Wan smiled. "If 4th aunt does not divulge, then I certainly cannot tell you either." Shun Wei puffed up her cheeks in indignation, her expression vividly animated. Chapter 29. The banquet in the blink of an eye. 4 days had passed, and it was the day of the peony banquet hosted by the Wang Fu of Changshan. The weather was delightful, with a gentle breeze that was neither too cold nor too warm. After breakfast, Shenwan took Yin Shuang to the Qinghui courtyard. Today, she wore a lake blue silk dress embroidered with orchids, her brows lightly brushed, exuding an elegance that was both refined and ethereal. Her appearance immediately captivated the attention of all present. Shen Ying and Shen Rong were also there. Shen Ying donned a butterfly-patterned gown in a shade of Xiangfei, adorned with a teardrop-shaped gemstone necklace that accentuated her delicate collarbone, making her seem even more charming. Shen Rong, on the other hand, wore a floor-length gown in soft lavender, her slender waist barely filling a hand's breadth, her face adorned with a sweet smile that lent her an irresistible allure. Everyone had put great effort into their attire. Even the usually simply dressed Shen Wei had surprisingly donned a smoky green gown. With her ink-black brows, pearl-like lips, and almond-shaped eyes, she appeared exceptionally amiable. The old matriarch had never worried about the young lady's attire. After all, they were well-versed in the art of dressing, having spent their days within the confines of the estate. However, recently, the matriarch noted a growing distance between Shen Wan and her sisters, Shen Ying and Shen Rong. Shen Wan no longer lingered to pay her respects as she once did, often departing before even a quarter of an hour had passed. Setting her teacup down, the matriarch's expression turned grave. In the estate, should there be some discord among the sisters, she could turn a blind eye, but once outside, they must remember that as sisters within the same household, their fortunes and misfortunes were intertwined. Should rumors of their discord spread, she would impose severe punishment upon their return. They must feign harmony, regardless of any underlying grievances. It was this very skill in deception that had fooled her, the eldest brother, and even their father. Externally, they maintained a facade of brotherly love, but behind the scenes, they plotted against their father. Shen Wan despised such duplicity, yet the matriarch remained an unyielding authority. Her admonishments could only be met with quiet acquiescence. Once the matriarch concluded her reprimand, the hour had nearly arrived, and the young ladies bowed and took their leave. Upon reaching the entrance of the Marquis's estate, their carriage awaited. Shen Wan shared a carriage with Shen Wei, while Shen Ying and Shen Rong occupied another. The Wangfu of Changshan was somewhat distant, and given the multitude of guests attending the banquet that day, it took them nearly half an hour to arrive. As the carriage came to a halt, Shen Wan lifted the curtain and beheld the golden plaque of the Wangfu, shimmering in the sunlight. A maid approached, announcing the arrival of the young ladies from the Pingyang Marquis household, and promptly ushered them inside. Shen Wei alighted first, then assisted Shen Wan down. The maid guided Shen Wan, Shen Ying, and the others toward the garden. The garden was a riot of colors, with flowers blooming profusely, especially the peonies, of which there appeared to be thousands, showcasing a plethora of rare varieties. Any flower of note could likely be found here. The young ladies strolled in small groups, their laughter ringing out like silver bells, truly outshining the blossoms around them. Following the maid to meet Princess Danyang, they found her engaging the young ladies in games such as tossing arrows, flying kites, kicking shuttlecocks, and playing blind man's bluff. Upon seeing Shen Wan and her companions, Princess Danyang beamed. "You have finally arrived. Come, toss an arrow." Handing over the arrow, Shen Wan was about to take it when Shen Ying eagerly snatched it first. Ready to play, Shen Wan, however, held little interest in such games. She stepped aside and quietly instructed Yin Shuang to seek out whether the eldest daughter of the Grand Scholar of the Guozijian had arrived. Yin Shuang, puzzled by her mistress's intent to find the scholar's daughter at the banquet, complied nonetheless. After observing Princess Danyang and the others playing for some time, Yin Shuang returned with a soft report. The eldest daughter of the Chun family has arrived and is over there admiring the koi in the pavilion. Just like in her previous life, she was here. Shen Wan glanced toward the pavilion, a flicker of anticipation in her eyes. Shen Wei approached, clearly enjoying herself, and asked, "Elder sister, aren't you joining us?" Shen Wan replied, "No, you all enjoy yourselves. I shall take a stroll over there." She walked towards the area where the peonies bloomed vibrantly, with Yin Shuang closely following, exclaiming, "The peonies at the Wangfu of Changshan are truly abundant." The pair meandered through the sea of blossoms, unwittingly wandering further away until they realized they could only faintly hear the laughter of the other young ladies. As Shen Wan leisurely strolled, Yin Shuang heard footsteps approaching and quickly tugged at Shun Wan's sleeve. "Warning, miss, someone is coming. Someone is coming, and someone is coming. What is there to be alarmed about?" Shun Wan retorted without turning. Just then, a familiar voice reached her ears. "Why is Miss Shun here alone? Admiring the flowers?" Turning at the sound, she recognized the speaker. It was the Prince of Qin, the Crown Prince, Xie Jingqi. In her previous life, Shun Wan felt both sympathy and disdain for the prince. As the emperor's legitimate son, he had a cadre of supporters in court, but unfortunately, his mother, the former empress, had passed away years ago. The emperor had since established a new empress, the mother of the Jin prince, Xie Jingyin. Currently, the two princes were evenly matched in the court. This explained why the Jin prince, despite his dislike for her, felt compelled to marry her for the sake of the military power her father held and the wealth of the Yun family. Regardless of whom she married, the other prince would nearly be eliminated from the competition. If she wed another prince, it would only incite further rivalry among the princes. In her previous life, after marrying Xie Jingyin, with the support of her father and the Yun family, the Prince of Qin had quickly met his downfall, defeated in less than half a year. After his defeat, he sank into despair, indulging in wine and women, ultimately dying in disgrace. His demise had shamed the royal family, causing the emperor to fall ill with worry, and he never fully recovered, passing away months later. Compared to Xie Jingyin's ruthless nature, the Prince of Qin's methods were far milder. However, any prince with ambitions for the throne would not remain gentle for long. In this life, she had chosen Xie Jingyan, and before he fully matured, Shun Wan hoped the crown prince could hold on a little longer, unlike in her previous life where he fell so swiftly. Perhaps she could lend the crown prince a helping hand. Here was an excellent opportunity to strike a significant blow against Xie Jingyin. With a playful smile, Shun Wan remarked, "Surely the Prince of Qin is not merely passing through here?" The prince smiled in return. "I have but a query that I hope Miss Shun can clarify for me." Shun Wan responded, "What does the prince wish to inquire?" With a puzzled expression, the Prince of Qin said, "I can understand your choice of the Jin prince. But why have you bypassed me to select the Ling prince?" One by one, they underestimate the Ling prince. He may be temporarily down, but he possesses far greater potential than you, Prince of Qin. Just as Shun Wan was about to respond, a voice, cold and heavy as the sound of wheels turning, interrupted. "What? Does the Prince of Qin also wish to undermine my interests?" Chapter 30. Fainting as Shun Wan turned around, she spotted Chen Feng pushing Xie Jingyan toward her. He lounged lazily in his wheelchair, his strikingly handsome face marred by a distinctly displeased expression, as if Shun Wan had adorned him with a green hat. Shun Wan, the king of Qin, keenly noted the subtlety of the situation. Indeed, given the nature of Prince Jin, he would not easily concede defeat. He chuckled, "Dear brother, you worry too much. I shall not humiliate myself by attempting to pry a stubborn corner from the prince." With that, he excused himself from their flower viewing. Shun Wan was perplexed by his good spirits, watching his retreating figure with curiosity. A certain man in the wheelchair regarded her with a darkened countenance. "Shall I send someone to bring him back, so you may converse further?" His words were almost squeezed out between clenched teeth, yet Shun Wan, oblivious to his true feelings, replied, "No need." Xie Jingyan nearly choked on his breath at her response. Realizing the intense gaze directed at him, Shun Wan inquired, "What brings you here?" Xie Jingyan retorted, "Am I not allowed to be here?" Shun Wan. Their conversation was fraught with misunderstanding. It wasn't that he couldn't come, but rather that in their past life, he had not done so, leading Shun Wan to assume he would not appear in this lifetime either. Having questions that had been bottled up for days, Shun Wan confronted him. "You clearly promised to postpone the wedding by 6 months. Why has it been moved up to next month?" Xie Jingyan stared at her. "When did I ever promise that?" Shun Wan replied, "The day you came to visit me, you distinctly agreed." As she spoke, her brows knitted in displeasure, recalling how she had mentioned postponing the wedding through the words of a Taoist, which he had not contested. Xie Jingyan countered, "I was too enraged to speak." Shun Wan looked at him, puzzled. What is there to be angry about? Isn't this beneficial for everyone? Xie Jingyan questioned his own judgment in seeking her out, responding brusquely, "As long as you remain unwed to me, I must remain vigilant against potential rivals." Shun Wan. She could not deny the possibility of others vying for him. However, Her rival was but a faade. Considering it from Xie Jingyan's perspective, encountering her had indeed been unfortunate, and thus she understood his caution. Rest assured, I shall ensure your reputation remains untarnished. Yin Shuang tugged at Shun Wan's sleeve, whispering, Miss, perhaps you should say something sweet to appease the prince. Following her advice, Shin Wan remarked, Today, the Wang family has invited many distinguished young ladies. Perhaps you should see if any catch her fancy, and I shall endeavor to make room for her. Xie Jingyan turned to look at Shun Wan incredulously. Chen Feng facepalmed. Is this what you call sweet talk? She seems intent on infuriating the young master. Chen Feng, we shall take our leave. Chen Feng decisively pushed the wheelchair away. As they distanced themselves, Yin Shuang noted, It seems the prince is even angrier now. Shen Wan sensed it too, though she had spoken from the heart. It was beyond her comprehension why he was upset. His temperament had grown increasingly erratic. Yet, given his pride and the experiences he had endured, it was not surprising. She hoped her cousin would quickly summon a doctor to the capital, for once his legs healed, his temper might stabilize. In her heart, Shinwan prayed for this. Meanwhile, as Xie Jingyan walked away, his suppressed anger erupted, rendering his handsome face exceedingly unattractive. At that moment, a shadow fell before him, obstructing his path. It was Chun Yu. Xie Jingyan inquired, Do you have something to report? Chun Yu replied, Miss Shun instructed me to administer a drug to the daughter of the Grand Scholar of the National Academy. Xie Jingyan's brow furrowed. What sort of drug? Chun Yu shook his head. I Haven Tea investigated. Shall I look into it? Xie Jingyan responded, No need. Follow her instructions. Though he was unaware of her motives for drugging someone, he trusted her character and believed she would not commit a heinous act. After all, it was fortunate if she managed to avoid being taken advantage of, let alone drag him along to count the spoils. Chun Yu swiftly disappeared down a side path. After Xie Jingyan left, Shun Wan, accompanied by Yin Shuang, made her way towards the center of the garden where the crowd had thickened, now filled with not only young ladies, but also noble young gentlemen. Upon spotting Shun Wan, Shun Wei exclaimed, Elder sister, there you are. I have been searching for you. Shun Wan inquired, What do you need me for? Shun Wei replied, It is not I who seeks you, but rather our second sister. She did not see you and asked me to find you. Following Shun Wei's gaze, Shun Wan noticed Shuning joyfully engaged in play. If she wishes to find me, she may do so herself. You need not cater to her every whim, Shun Wan asserted, and Shun Wei nodded in agreement. The two sisters continued to admire the flowers nearby. At this time of year, the weather was still mild, and butterflies were scarce, with only a few fluttering about. When a particularly beautiful one landed on a peony, Shun Wei grew excited and attempted to catch it with her embroidered handkerchief. Just as she was enjoying the chase, a gust of wind swept the handkerchief from her grasp, sending it rolling past her, landing near a young man. He bent down to pick it up and offered it to Shun Wei. Is this your handkerchief, miss? Shun Wei stood still, and her maid quickly stepped forward to retrieve it, retreating behind Shun Wei. Shun Wei curtsied. Thank you, young master. Having expressed her gratitude, she intended to leave, but the young man initiated a conversation about the begonia flowers, making it awkward for Shun Wei to depart, leading her to exchange a few more words with him. Not far off, atop the White Jade Bridge, the heir of the Duke of Wei observed this scene, his brow furrowed in concern. Shun Wei, being shy, found it difficult to refuse anyone. Just as Shun Wan was about to call out to her, a commotion erupted from the nearby pavilion, accompanied by the urgent cries of maids. Oh no, someone has fainted. Shun Wan called out, Fourth sister, and immediately set off towards the pavilion. Shun Wei felt as if Shun Wan's call was a celestial melody, prompting her to hastily follow. By the time they reached the pavilion, a crowd had already gathered around. Princess Danyang hurried over, asking, Who has fainted? It is the eldest daughter of the Grand Scholar, someone in the crowd replied, parting to reveal the unconscious Chun Dejun, her face marred by a multitude of red rashes. A young lady remarked, It appears she has accidentally ingested something to which she is allergic. Generally, allergies do not result in fainting unless they are severe enough to threaten life. The peony banquet hosted by the Wang family was intended to be a joyous occasion. Should life be lost, it would turn tragic. Princess Danyang quickly ordered, Hurry, summon the imperial physician. For large gatherings, it is customary to have a physician on standby. The Wang family ensures they have a doctor every year. As the maid rushed to fetch the physician, Chen Dejun's maid panicked and exclaimed, "No, there is no need for the physician. Princess Danyang, just send my lady back home." Chapter 31. Rumors at the residence of the Prince of Changshan. A lady fainted, her face covered in red rashes. Despite the presence of a qualified physician, she insisted on returning home, which naturally raised suspicions. As the maid's words echoed, those around began to murmur, questioning whether Miss Chun might be harboring some hidden ailment. The maid, fearing that the physician might discover the truth, considering everyone else had shared the same food and drink without issue, grew anxious. Princess Danyang, intrigued by the situation, turned to the maid and asked, "Your mistress has fainted in our prince's residence, yet you would not seek a physician? If something were to happen, could you, a mere maid, bear the consequences?" The maid hastily replied, "My lady will be fine. She certainly will be fine." However, her voice betrayed her urgency. As she struggled to support her mistress, unable to lift her alone amidst the gathering crowd. If the physician were to take her pulse, Miss Chen's reputation would be irreparably tarnished. Princess Danyang merely spoke out of curiosity. She had no intention of heeding the maid's concerns or sending the fainted Miss Chen directly back home. The peony banquet was supposed to be a joyous occasion, and such an incident had soured her mood entirely. Soon, the physician arrived with his medical kit, accompanied by the Princess of Changshan and several noblewomen. By then, Miss Chun had been helped into a pavilion. Yet regardless of the maid's frantic shaking and attempts to rouse her, there were no signs of awakening. The maid was genuinely distressed. Had it not been for the warmth in Miss Chen's palms, she might have feared the worst. The Princess of Changshan urged the physician, quickly, "See to Miss Chun." The physician approached to take her pulse, while the maid shook her more vigorously, pleading, "Miss, please awaken." One of the jade hairpins adorning Miss Chun's head fell to the stone floor with a clear, melodious clink. "Give me her hand," the physician instructed. The maid's complexion drained of color. She insisted, "No need to take her pulse. We must return home." The Princess of Changshan's expression darkened. Was this maid conspiring against her mistress? Someone pull her away. Two other maids stepped forward to separate her, allowing the physician to examine Miss Chun. As soon as he placed his fingers on her pulse, the physician's expression shifted dramatically. After a prolonged examination, he finally withdrew his hand. The Princess of Changshan inquired, "What caused Miss Chun to faint, and why does she have these rashes?" The physician replied, "Miss Chun has been poisoned, having ingested a substance that causes such rashes, along with a slight sedative." Princess Danyang interjected, "How could she have been poisoned? The tea and pastries she consumed were provided by our residents, and no one else is affected. Why is she the sole victim?" The Princess of Changshan ordered, "Examine the tea she drank." The maid presented the cup of tea for inspection, and the physician stated, "It is indeed this tea that has been tampered with." The Princess of Changshan's demeanor turned icy. "Our residence has no enmity with her. Who would wish her harm? Someone seeks to stir trouble at our peony banquet." Princess Danyang then scrutinized Miss Chen's maid, saying, "Mother, I find this maid highly suspect." Rather than rushing to aid her mistress when misfortune struck, she was intent on taking Miss Chen home, perhaps fearing the physician would uncover something. At Princess Danyang's remark, all eyes turned to the maid, who vehemently shook her head, desperately protesting, "I would never harm my mistress. My loyalty is unwavering." The Princess of Changshan asked the physician, "Is there any serious issue with Miss Chen?" He responded, "The poisoning is mild. There is no grave danger. A herbal remedy will suffice. Prepare the prescription," the princess commanded. "Let her consume the remedy and return home once the poison is cleared." The physician hesitated, prompting the princess to question, "What troubles you?" He stepped aside to speak quietly. "Miss Chen has been pregnant for 2 months. The antidote contains substances that may endanger her unborn child. It is advisable to perform bloodletting to expel the poison." The princess's brow furrowed deeply. Their peony banquet had been meticulously planned for months, and now such scandalous events threatened to overshadow their efforts. "We only invite unmarried ladies and young gentlemen to this banquet. To avoid drawing attention, we have allowed those who are engaged but not yet wed to attend. To my knowledge, the daughter of the grand scholar has not been betrothed. How could she be with child? The Chen family is known for its scholarly tradition. How could their daughter sully her reputation in such a manner. Given the maid and Appo's obstructive behavior, it was clear that the knowledge of Miss Chun and Appo's pregnancy was not a secret even among her close servants. The peony banquet was highly anticipated, and it was quite scandalous for a pregnant woman to attend. The princess of Changshan, feeling a wave of misfortune, commanded, "Send them both back." Two matrons assisted in carrying Miss Chun out of the pavilion. Shen Wan's intention for Miss Chun to faint publicly was to amplify the scandal and reveal her pregnancy. But she had not anticipated that the physician and the princess of Changshan would prioritize the reputation of the Grand Scholar's residence and keep the matter concealed. With the situation escalated, Shen Wan refused to let her efforts go to waste. After having caused her cousin such devastation in her past life, she was determined to see them utterly disgraced today. Before Miss Chun was even removed from the garden, news of her premarital pregnancy spread like wildfire. This shocking revelation quickly permeated the entire Changshan residence. Young ladies began to express doubts. Surely this can't be true? One of them whispered, "It's all over town." And neither the physician nor the princess has made any effort to clarify the situation. You should understand the truth of the matter. The only question is, whose child is she carrying? The young ladies exchanged scornful remarks while their curiosity bubbled beneath the surface. Rest assured, Shen Wan would satisfy their intrigue. Amidst the rumors of Miss Chun's pregnancy, suspicions arose that the physician might have leaked the information, while the physician suspected the princess of being indiscreet. As the gossip about Miss Chun carrying the child of the current top scholar gained momentum, a maid rushed to inform the princess, "Your Highness, everyone is saying that Miss Chun is pregnant with the child of the top scholar." The princess's expression darkened considerably. Months of preparation for the peony banquet were overshadowed by such shameless rumors. One noblewoman remarked, "Isn't Scholar Zhao betrothed to the daughter of the Yun family?" Another added, "Not only are they engaged, but I hear their wedding is set for the 6th of next month." Regardless of the truth of these rumors, learning of such scandal before marriage is distressing. As the conversation turned to the Yun family, the young ladies were careful to avoid discussing Shen Wan. While some eagerly approached her, Shen Ying remarked, "People have seen Scholar Zhao frequently visiting the Grand Scholar's residence. Perhaps there is truth to these rumors." Shen Ying's words were like daggers, while Shen Rong poured salt into the wound. If the rumors were true, it was likely that Scholar Zhao would not marry the daughter of the Yun family. Their delight in the misfortune was palpable, yet Shen Wan could tolerate only so much. Shen Rong's dismissive comments about the Yun family were too much to bear. How could she belittle the Yun family, especially after all their kindness toward her? Shen Wan retorted sharply, "If you cannot speak sensibly, then remain silent. Do you think the daughter of the Yun family is merely a pawn? Discovering your fiancé's sordid character before marriage should be a relief. How can you lament that she cannot marry such a man? Is this what your uncles and aunts have taught you? To value power and status above all else, and disregard character entirely?" Chapter 32. Motion and stillness. Shen Wan's voice was sharp and commanding. Had it not been within the walls of the Changshan Wangfu, she might have been compelled to slap Shen Rong on the spot. Shen Rong was taken aback by the severity of Shen Wan and Appo's reprimand. Finding herself at a loss for words, her usual eloquence reduced to silence, her face a canvas of grievance, as if Shen Wan had unjustly accused her. Shen Ying, unable to bear Shen Wan's overbearing demeanor, defended Shen Rong, asserting that the third sister had simply misspoken. She reminded Shen Wan that such harsh rebukes in public disregarded their grandmother's admonitions prior to leaving the house. Shen Wan, scoffing inwardly at the thought of being intimidated by the old matriarch, retorted, "I do not require your reminders. I remember grandmother's words clearly. If you believe I should not scold the third sister, upon our return home, I shall summon father and elder brother to grandmother's side. I shall see if she dares to reproach me even once." The true authority within the Pingyang Marquisate was evident, and it seemed that they had forgotten who truly held the reins. Shen Wan declared her intention to inform Shen Jing, which caused Shen Ying to panic. Hurriedly smiling and insisting that it was merely a trivial quarrel among sisters, and that their uncle was far too busy to be troubled by such matters. With a glance, she signaled Shen Rong, who quickly claimed, "It was my mistake. Dear elder sister, do not hold it against me." Having vented her frustrations and received an apology, Shenwan chose to let the matter rest and turned towards the nearby pavilion. As she watched Shenwan walk away, a flicker of malice crossed Shenrong's face. Not only had she been reprimanded, but Shenwan had also invoked their uncle's name to intimidate her, reflecting on past grievances inflicted by Shenwan. Shen Ying's gaze turned venomous. For now, the Pingyang Marquise was still under their uncle's dominion, and no matter her anger, she could only endure. However, it would not be long before the tables turned. When that time came, Shenwan would learn the consequences of inciting her wrath. Inside the pavilion, several young ladies were whispering amongst themselves. Upon Shenwan's entrance, they fell silent, the nature of their discussion all too evident. Perhaps feeling awkward, they soon excused themselves, leaving only Shenwan, Shenwei, and their maids behind. Noticing Shenwan's displeasure, Shenwei gently advised elder sister, do not be too upset. The situation may not be as they have portrayed. Having already experienced the turmoil surrounding Zhao Zhuangyuan in her past life, Shenwan could only feel relieved in this life, grateful that she could single-handedly prevent her cousin from stepping into a perilous situation. Although she could not guarantee that Yun Mo would marry a suitable match or find lasting happiness, she at least felt confident that this particular pitfall would be avoided. With this lesson learned, the Yun family would surely be more discerning in future matchmaking endeavors for her cousin. As for her cousin Yun Rui, in this life, she would not marry Xie Jingyin, nor would Yun Mo wed Zhao Zhuangyuan. The Yun family status had not been elevated, and thus, it was unlikely that her cousin would face the disastrous marriage of her previous life. What the future held was uncertain, but for now, everyone had a bright path ahead. With these thoughts, Shenwan felt a wave of clarity wash over her, smiling at Shenwei with the hope that her fourth sister might find a worthy suitor. Shenwei blushed, exclaiming, "Elder sister, you tease me again." Observing her sister's bashfulness brought Shenwan further joy, turning teasing her fourth sister into a delightful pastime. As the two sisters chatted and laughed in the pavilion, they idly fed the koi, the water shimmering like scattered gold. Just then, a maid dressed in pale blue entered the pavilion, announcing, "Miss Shen, the Ling Prince requests your presence over there." Shenwan, momentarily perplexed, wondered why she was summoned again after just meeting Xie Jingyan. Was it concerning the matter of his hidden guard drugging Miss Chen? He must surely be curious about how she discovered Miss Chen's pregnancy and the ambiguous relationship with Zhao Zhuangyuan, especially since she had not informed the Yun family, but chose to expose it herself. The thought of having to explain gave Shenwan a headache. However, she also had matters to discuss with him, so she replied to Shenwei, "I will be back shortly." Exiting the pavilion, Shenwan followed the maid through the garden toward the northwestern corner, the lively sounds of the gathering gradually fading. After walking for some time, Shenwan began to harbor doubts and inquired of the maid, "Where exactly is the Ling Prince meeting me?" The maid responded, "Just a little further ahead, at the bamboo house." After a brief walk, they spotted the elegant bamboo house in the distance. As they approached, Shenwan noticed an empty wheelchair outside, but there was no sign of Xie Jingyan. The maid halted, saying, "I will leave Miss Shen here." She bowed and withdrew, leaving Shenwan and Yin Shuang to approach the bamboo house. Once at the door, Shenwan heard sounds emanating from within, rustling and the occasional soft moan that was not entirely clear. Doubting her ears, she was about to push the door open when suddenly, someone seized her hand. It was a pair of bony hands, calloused, causing her to wince in pain. Shenwan instinctively gasped, but her mouth was quickly covered. In the next moment, she was swept off her feet. As she landed, a familiar voice whispered in her ear, "Do not scream, it is me." It was Xie Jingyan. Shenwan's heart, which had leapt to her throat, settled as she realized she was still in his arms, her cheeks flushing. "Let go of me." He obediently released her, and as Shenwan turned, she exclaimed in delight, "Your leg." Yet before she could finish her sentence, Xie Jingyan leaned against her, his voice strained with pain. "My leg hurts. Hold me tightly." Forgetting all propriety, Shenwan wrapped her arms around his waist. Despite her efforts, she could not withstand his weight and stumbled back against a rockery. It was then she realized he had maneuvered her from the front of the bamboo house to the side, near the rockery, and Yin Shuang must have been taken away by Chen Feng. Struggling to hold him, She heard him ask, "Did I hurt you?" How could it not hurt? Her back had endured too much already. Yet, knowing he did not intend to harm her, she shook her head, about to say she was fine when suddenly, a series of scandalous sounds erupted from within the bamboo house. The creaking of the bed was so loud it made one question whether it could withstand such fervor. She gasped in disbelief. Good heavens! In her 2 lifetimes, she had never encountered such an embarrassing situation. Hearing someone indulge in such indiscretion in broad daylight, and with a man at that, while still holding on to him, made her cheeks burn with embarrassment. Shenwan felt as though she wanted to find a crack in the ground to hide in, never to emerge again. The sounds continued unabated, and with a low growl. Shenwan's eyes widened in shock. That voice was Xie Jingyin. Chapter 33. Embrace. How could Xie Jingyin be in the bamboo house? In an instant, Shenwan comprehended the situation. She turned to Xie Jingyan, questioning, "Didn't you invite me here?" Xie Jingyan shook his head. Shenwan's face turned pale. What a cunning Prince Jin. He truly would stop at nothing to achieve his ends. Failing to succeed at the Guaguosi, he plotted to ruin her engagement through his schemes. And now he intended to force a situation upon her. She had naively believed that Xie Jingyan had summoned her and had come here, nearly falling into his trap. But who else was in the room with Xie Jingyin? The creaking sound by the bed was too loud. She couldn't discern who it was, though it felt vaguely familiar. As Shenwan was lost in thought, she didn't notice Xie Jingyan approaching her. She meant to ask who else was in the room besides Xie Jingyin, but as she turned her head, she collided directly with Xie Jingyan's nose. He let out a muted grunt of pain, and Shenwan instinctively released her grip, only to promptly pull him close again, whispering an apology. Before she could finish her words, her lips were suddenly silenced. Shenwan's eyes widened in shock. He actually kissed her? Just as Shenwan was taken aback and rendered speechless, a flurry of footsteps approached. Xie Jingyan released her, placing a finger to his lips, signaling her to remain silent. Shenwan felt a surge of anger lodged in her throat. She was both furious and not furious at all. It was evident he feared her words might alert the newcomers, but he could have easily covered her mouth instead of kissing her, leaning against the faux rockery. Shenwan could not see who was coming, yet the sound of footsteps indicated a considerable number, at least 6 or 7, accompanied by the sound of tinkling jade ornaments, suggesting the presence of noble ladies. Surely, the banquet was underway. Why were there still noble ladies arriving? Just as she pondered this, she heard Shenrong's voice. "Are you certain my elder sister is coming this way?" A maid replied, "Prince Ling has arranged to meet her here." "Look, that is Prince Ling's wheelchair. They must be in the bamboo house." Upon hearing Shenrong's voice, Shenwan's expression darkened to the point of suffocation. Shenrong was known for her laziness. It was impossible she would abandon the banquet to seek her out. Even if she wanted Shenwan to come, she would have pushed it on as Shenwei. Yet here she was, accompanied by maids and matrons, clearly intent on catching someone in the act. What would happen if she were to open the door and find individuals other than herself inside? Shenwan secretly hoped for the best. Shenrong ascended the steps, knocked not, but boldly swung the door open. As the door creaked open, a scene of chaos was revealed. Silk robes and skirts lay strewn across the floor, and a delicate lotus-colored embroidered bodice hung on the screen. Shenrong gasped, quickly retreating, colliding with the maid trailing behind her. Shenrong hastily exited the bamboo house, while the older matron, seeing the disarray, did not retreat. Having seen much in her years, she peered behind the screen and caught sight of the 2 unconscious figures on the bed, her eyes nearly popping out. "Prince Jin, second Miss Shun." The matron's voice was not discreet, and Shenwan heard it from outside, her eyes widening once more. No wonder the faint sounds felt somewhat familiar. It was indeed Shining. Outside the bamboo house, Shenrong, hearing the matron's exclamation, thought she had misheard. The person inside was clearly her elder sister. How could the matron confuse her for the second sister? If the matron were to call the second sister, would she not be infuriated? Yet where had the second sister disappeared to? She had promised to catch someone in the act, yet her presence was nowhere to be found. Shenrong was convinced the matron had mistaken the identities, dismissing any other thoughts. Inside the room, upon realizing it was indeed Prince Jin and Shening, the matron quickly turned, urging the maid and other attendants who had come to investigate to leave, and sent someone to summon the Wang of Changshan and his wife. Upon hearing of the incident involving Prince Jin and Shun Ying in the bamboo house, the Wang of Changshan hurried over, his wife's expression darkening even further. The peony banquet was meant to be splendid. First, there was the scandal of Miss Chun's premarital pregnancy, and now Prince Jin was entangled with the second daughter of the Pingyang Marquis in their bamboo house. If this year's peony banquet continued to attract such distressing incidents, what was the point of putting in all the effort to organize it? The matron maid and Shen Rong stood vigil outside the bamboo house, none departing. Meanwhile, within, Xie Jingyin and Shun Ying had regained consciousness. Xie Jingyin, awakening to find himself longing for Shun Ying, wore an expression dark as thunder, his face nearly murderous. Shun Ying, frightened by his demeanor, curled up in the corner, looking pitifully like a weeping willow, in a state of undress. Xie Jingyin and Shun Ying remained in the room, while the Wang of Changshan and his wife hesitated to enter, waiting outside. After a lengthy pause, Xie Jingyin finally emerged, his face grim as he confronted the Wang of Changshan. In your Changshan residence, I have been schemed against. Shen Wan, overhearing this, felt a mix of disdain and satisfaction. How could Xie Jingyin plot against others in the Changshan residence, but not allow others to retaliate? Now he was laying blame on the lax security of the Changshan estate. Shen Wan felt increasingly justified in her decision to align with Xie Jingyin that day. In his past life, he had managed to keep Xie Jingyin in a state of turmoil for 3 years. In this life, he would surely keep Xie Jingyin beneath his heel. The Wang of Changshan replied, I will certainly investigate this matter and provide Prince Jin with an explanation. After Xie Jingyin stepped out, the Wang of Changshan's wife entered the room. Shen Rong followed her in, and, upon passing the screen, the Wang of Changshan's wife immediately spotted Shun Ying, huddled in the corner, weeping pitifully. The visible bruises on her shoulders and arms told a clear tale of what had transpired. Shen Rong's eyes widened in disbelief upon seeing Shun Ying, her voice rising in shock. Second sister? How could it be you? Shen Ying bit her lip, unable to cease her tears. The Wang of Changshan's wife inquired, what on earth happened? With a voice choked by sobs, Shen Ying replied, I don't know. The maid said Prince Jin was looking for me. And as I was walking here, suddenly my neck hurt and I blacked out. When I came to, I found myself in this bamboo house with a babbling Prince Jin. Indeed, someone had plotted against Prince Jin and Shun Ying within the Changshan estate, but who possessed such audacity? However, this was not the time for speculations. Shen Rong assisted Shun Ying in dressing and redoing her hair, helping her to leave. The Wang of Changshan and his wife still had to manage the peony banquet, which had been in preparation for months, with many noble ladies and young masters in attendance. It would be unthinkable to cancel it now. The once lively bamboo house soon returned to tranquility. With everyone gone and their presence unnoticed, Shen Wan let out a sigh of relief. Just as she was about to speak, she felt something pressing against her abdomen. Realizing the situation, she felt blood rush to her face in shock and immediately released her hold on Xie Jingyan, even giving him a push. Caught off guard by Shan Wan's sudden release, Xie Jingyan instinctively grasped her, and then he fell, pulling Shun Wan down onto him. Unfortunately for him, her knee collided with a sensitive spot, causing him to wince in pain. You aren't trying to ensure my line ends with me, are you? Chapter 34. Do not move. Shun Wan's face was flushed with embarrassment, as if she could cook a pancake on it. She attempted to rise, but Xie Jingyan held her waist firmly, rendering her immobile. Let me go, Shun Wan protested, struggling briefly. The person beneath her emitted a hoarse, pained sound. Do not move. The heat on Shun Wan's face surged once more as she retorted, You shameless creature. Xie Jingyan's ears turned crimson, and he felt unjustly accused. Fearing that Shun Wan might genuinely believe him to be a scoundrel, he argued, as a normal man. If I listen to a performance of live spring scenes while being embraced by my fiancée, and show no reaction whatsoever, wouldn't that render me utterly useless? Shun Wan could not endure his words any longer. If her hands were free, she would have covered his mouth completely. Was she really embracing him? No. She was merely providing support to prevent him from falling. After holding him for what felt like an eternity, her waist ached, yet she had not complained. while he twisted her intentions into something else. What infuriated her further was his refusal to let go when she attempted to stand, insisting, "How much longer will you press down on me?" Truly, Xie Jingyan was fortunate that there were no sticks or stones nearby. Otherwise, Shen Wan, in her fury, would have surely struck him. At some point, his grasp around her waist loosened, allowing Shen Wan to hastily rise and prepare to depart. "You're not going to leave me behind?" Xie Jingyan called out from the ground. Shen Wan felt a pang of regret. How had she ended up allied with such a rogue? Yet, having boarded the ship of misfortune, there was no easy way to disembark. Frustrated, she stomped her foot but resignedly turned back to assist Xie Jingyan to his feet. However, as soon as he was upright, he clasped her tightly, rendering her immovable once more. Just as Shen Wan felt she might collapse, Chen Feng finally returned with a wheelchair, accompanied by Yin Shuang. Once Xie Jingyan was seated, Shen Wan gazed at his feet, puzzled. "How did you rescue me earlier?" she inquired. "I can walk a few steps, but if I overexert myself or stand for too long, my legs suffer excruciating pain," he explained. Yet he had stood for quite a while earlier, albeit with her support and leaning against a rock, which had alleviated the strain on his legs. It was no wonder he had recovered so swiftly after his leg injury in his previous life. She had always believed his inability to walk stemmed from improperly healed bones, but that did not seem to be the case. Shenrong had taken Shanning back to the Marquis and Appo's residence, and as a sister, she too should return with them. Shenwan turned to leave, but after a couple of steps, she remembered she had matters to discuss with Xie Jingyan. She returned, saying, "Although Zhao Zhuiyuan possesses some talent, I doubt he is truly worthy of the title of top scholar. He has an affair with Miss Chun from the Imperial Academy, and coincidentally, Old Master Chun is the chief examiner for this year's Imperial examination. I suspect there may be malpractice involved. You should inform the Crown Prince to investigate." Xie Jingyan, seated in his wheelchair, regarded Shen Wan with a mixture of scrutiny and curiosity. "How did you come to know about the affair between the top scholar and Miss Chun?" he asked. Shen Wan anticipated this question and replied, "I discovered it by accident." Xie Jingyan did not believe her explanation. His instincts told him Shen Wan harbored secrets. She had helped her younger sister escape a crisis using a mask, and it seemed too coincidental. She had come to attend the peony banquet at the Wang family's residence, only to encounter Princess Danyang at Baihui Lane, which led to her obtaining an invitation. Yet, if she possessed prophetic abilities, she had almost fallen into trouble twice at the hands of the Gene Prince. Shenwan refused to divulge further, and Xie Jingyan did not press her. He felt as if he had never truly understood her, and he worried she might be exploited by others. Yet the truth was, she was well-versed in courtly matters and adept at playing both sides. Old Master Chun was aligned with the Gene Prince. If malpractice truly existed in the examination, Old Master Chun, as the chief examiner, would not escape severe punishment. He could inform Prince Qin about the situation, potentially delivering a significant blow to the Gene Prince, while also earning a favor from Prince Qin. Noticing Xie Jingyan's silence, Shen Wan asked, "Why are you not speaking?" He replied, "When you mentioned joining forces and mutual exploitation, I thought you were jesting. I underestimated you." Underestimating her was not a mistake. She merely reaped the benefits of her rebirth. In terms of cunning, she was merely floundering in his presence. "Thank you for today," Shen Wan said. Xie Jingyan smiled. "So how do you intend to express your gratitude?" Shen Wan paused, taken aback that her polite remark had prompted such a response. They were using one another, so assisting each other was only natural. She had dealt a heavy blow to the Gene Prince, which would benefit him as well. However, had Xie Jingyan not intervened in time, she would likely have stepped into a dire situation today. Expressing gratitude was indeed warranted. "What gift would you like for your upcoming birthday?" Shen Wan inquired, initially intending to ask him. A glimmer of amusement danced in Xie Jingyan's eyes. "What I desire, will you truly provide?" Shen Wan was generous. "As long as it is within my means." Xie Jingyan's smile deepened as he reclined in his wheelchair. "Gifts that I choose myself lack excitement. I eagerly await the surprise you have in store for me." Asking was futile. He would have to prepare for it himself. Heaven knows what he truly likes. Did she need to consult Chen Feng for insights? That indeed seemed a splendid idea. Shen Wan resolved to ask Chun Yu upon her return. Xie Jingyan shifted the topic back. "My birthday is still far off. there is no rush. How do you plan to thank me today? It was impossible to deflect his inquiry with humor. Although Shen Wan had not pondered this, she found it curious why Xie Jingyan insisted on her gratitude, as such behavior was clearly detrimental to their alliance. Realizing that it was up to her to soothe him, she asked, "How would you like me to thank you?" Xie Jingyan gazed at her, and, just as Shen Wan expected him to pose a challenge, he simply stated, "You think of it." Shen Wan sighed, "Fine, I will think of something." Then, she suggested, "Let my elder brother treat you to a meal." Afraid Xie Jingyan might find fault with her proposal, she quickly turned and fled. Observing Shen Wan's distant figure, Xie Jingyan's expression darkened considerably. Was she suggesting that Shen Du treat him to a meal? It was clear she wanted Shen Du to give him a good beating. Chun Feng stood behind, nearly shaking with suppressed laughter. Given the relationship between the heir of Pingyang Marquis and himself, it would be inappropriate for him to accept any thanks from Miss Shen, especially since she was already his fiancée. If the heir of Pingyang Marquis found out, he would likely be in for a serious thrashing. Shen Wan hurried away, and once she was certain Xie Jingyan was not pursuing her, she slowed her pace. Upon reaching the garden, she spotted Shen Wei approaching with her maid. Upon seeing Shen Wan, Shen Wei rushed over, her cheeks flushed. "Elder sister, I finally found you." Shen Wan inquired, "Why didn't you return with them?" Shen Wei replied, "3 people in a carriage is too cramped, and I didn't want to face scolding, so I stayed behind to wait for you." Chapter 35. Scolding. Although Shen Wan was aware that returning home would inevitably result in a few reprimands, she could not fathom why the old matriarch would scold them. Wasn't marrying Xie Jingyin what she and the second household had longed for? This life merely unfolded a bit earlier than anticipated. Poor Shen Wei, who had come to attend the peony banquet, found herself in a predicament as Shun Ying's misfortune occurred just as the banquet commenced. She could neither return home with them nor sit idly by and watch the young ladies and noble heirs showcase their talents. Now that she had located Shen Wan, they were bound to return to the residence. The maidservants of the Wang family of Changshan led the way as Shen Wan and Shen Wei exited the Wang residence, boarding a carriage that hastened towards the Pingyang Marquis estate. Inside the carriage, Shen Wei could no longer suppress her curiosity, asking, given the circumstances, would Prince Jin still wed her elder sister as his princess? There was no doubt that Shen Ying would marry Xie Jingyin, but the title she would hold was uncertain. In their past life, Xie Jingyin had feigned concern for her by bringing Shen Ying into the palace, while the second master had already seized control of the military power from Shen Jing, inheriting the entire Pingyang Marquis estate. Now, with the fourth master merely holding a position of the 4th rank, Shen Ying's status as the primary consort would be significantly diminished. Thus, whether Xie Jingyin would bestow upon Shen Ying the title of primary consort or secondary consort remained uncertain. The carriage proceeded smoothly until it halted before the gates of the Pingyang Marquis residence. Shen Wei disembarked first, then assisted Shen Wan down. As they stepped into the estate, a maid approached, relaying that the old matriarch had summoned the eldest young lady to the Qinghui courtyard immediately upon their return. The moment these words reached Shen Wan's ears, the image of the old matriarch's cold and harsh visage while scolding others flashed in her mind, causing Shen Wei to feel a twinge of fear. "Elder sister," Shen Wan shook her head, assuring her, "It is nothing to worry about. Shen Ying's predicament is not of our doing. We cannot bear the blame." The two of them proceeded to the Qinghui courtyard, navigating past the screen into the room, where Shen Wan was met with the old matriarch's piercing gaze, a look that could chill one to the bone. Shen Wan composed herself and entered the room. The old matriarch banged her fist on the table, exclaiming, "So you finally decided to return? Kneel before me." Kneel? That was out of the question. Shen Wan straightened her back and met the old matriarch's gaze defiantly. "What wrong have I committed that warrants such punishment?" The old matriarch was taken aback by Shen Wan's audacity to question her. Her face turned ashen, and standing beside her, Shen Rong interjected, "Elder sister, do you still not realize your transgression? You went to meet Prince Ling, and as a result, our second sister was ensnared and lost her virtue to Prince Jin." The accusation was swift and sharp. Shen Wan cast a glance at Shen Rong, retorting, "The Wang family of Changshan informed me that it was a maid who conveyed the message to our second sister. prompting her to meet Prince Jean. How has it transformed into her seeking me out? I am curious to know whether you are lying or if the Wang family is deceiving me. With that, Xinhuan turned her attention to the old matriarch, asserting, to be fair, if you wish to punish me, you must first ascertain the truth of whom our second sister was seeking. I shall request our father to clarify matters with the Wang family. If Shun Rong's account contradicted that of the Wang family, it would be unjust for the old matriarch to solely heed Shen Rong's words. Shen Rong had not anticipated that the Wang family would disclose this matter to Xinhuan, and feeling cornered, she attempted to maintain her composure, stating, whether she went to meet Prince Jean or to find you, no one knows better than our second sister. Xinhuan responded, are you implying that our second sister and the Wang family matriarch are both lying? Shen Rong's expression stiffened. Xinhuan continued, I advise you to think carefully before speaking. Our second sister's involvement in the debacle at the peony banquet has already displeased the Wang family matriarch. If rumors spread that she has deceived the matriarch, she may no longer be welcomed at the Wang residence. Shen Rong's voice faltered, as if it had been seized by an unseen hand, leaving her unable to utter another word. The maidservants and old women in the room could discern the unfolding drama through Shen Rong's expression. The old matriarch, seated on a rattan couch, was already displeased due to Shun Ying's scandal with Prince Jean. Now, Shen Rong found herself unable to counter Shun Wan's assertions, causing the old matriarch to lose face. With her dignity at stake, the old matriarch's anger flared. Yet, Shen Wan was unyielding, stating, I have a marriage contract with the royal family. My father has forbidden me from getting too close to Prince Jean, and you have advised me to heed my father's words. When you reprimanded me, our second and third sisters were present, yet she chose to meet with Prince Jean. What business does she have discussing matters with him? Now, when things have gone awry, she seeks to cast blame upon me, urging you to punish me. The emperor has already granted me a marriage to Prince Ling, with the wedding date set for next month. What is inappropriate about my visiting Prince Ling to enjoy the peony banquet together? As Shen Wan's voice grew louder, so did her sense of injustice. At that moment, Shen Jing and Shen Du entered, catching the tail end of her declaration, and their expressions turned grave. What on earth is happening? Shen Jing's sharp gaze fell upon Shen Rong. Shen Jing, a man of authority forged through the trials of battle, commanded respect, causing even the most seasoned officials to feel trepidation. Shen Rong, unable to withstand his imposing presence, turned pale, her words escaping her grasp. The third madam, concerned for her daughter, hurriedly interjected, My lord, please temper your anger. Ronger is timid. Do not frighten her. Shen Jing cast a stern look at the third madam. Timid? At such a tender age, she dares to deceive even the old matriarch. Is that what you call timid? Is this how you and the third brother raise your daughter? His voice dropped ominously, causing the third madam's knees to weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground. The old matriarch, fuming, rebuked Shen Rong. You reported to me without ascertaining the facts. Go to the Buddhist hall and kneel there to reflect. Shen Rong, too frightened to plead for mercy, fled to the Buddhist hall to contemplate her actions. The old matriarch turned her gaze to the third madam, declaring, If you cannot even manage your daughter, you shall join her in reflection. The third madam's face darkened, yet she dared not protest, bowing her head as she exited. With the old matriarch punishing both Shen Rong and the third madam, Shen Jing's anger dissipated. He seldom intervened in the inner workings of the household, but the scandal involving Shen Ying and Prince Jean was no trifling matter. He could not remain uninvolved. Seating himself, Shen Jing stated, The matter with Inger and Prince Jean is now a reality. She cannot avoid marrying him. However, given that our second daughter's rank is low, Prince Jean may not grant her the title of primary consort. The daughters of the Pingyang Marquis house cannot be consorts or secondary wives. Just moments ago, he had considered punishing Shen Ying, yet now he was compelled to solicit his father's assistance in securing her position as primary consort, revealing the old matriarch's unabashed expectations of her son. Shen Jing's brows knitted together. I will endeavor to request the emperor's blessing for a marriage, but I cannot guarantee success. His words were resolute. When he promised to exert effort, he would indeed do so. The old matriarch, familiar with Shen Jing's character, refrained from further comments. The remaining task was to prepare a dowry for Shuning. Before she could speak, Shunwan interjected, "Father, the household must prepare my dowry," leaving no time to arrange for a second sister. "Her marriage to Prince Jean must be expedited. I am not in a hurry. I believe we should prioritize our second sister and allocate the dowry meant for me to her. I can postpone my wedding." She had been pondering how to delay her wedding date, and this seemed a fortuitous opportunity. Shenwan secretly rejoiced, while the old matriarch was pleasantly surprised by her generosity. However, Shun Jing opposed the idea, asserting that the wedding date was already set and could not be postponed at will. The household's seamstresses were insufficient. They could simply hire more from outside, a matter easily resolved without altering the wedding schedule. But doesn't father wish for his daughter to remain by his side a little longer? Shenwan feigned reluctance. Typically, such an expression would sway her father to comply with her wishes. Shun Jing sighed. What father does not desire that? However, the situation at the borders is tense, and conflict may arise at any moment. It is better to settle this matter quickly, alleviating one concern for me. If urgent news arrives from the borders one day, I will not be able to escort you to the bridal sedan. But there were no hostilities in the first 6 months of my past life. There is no need for urgency. This thought rolled around in Shun Wan's throat, but she dared not voice it, feeling anxious instead. She exchanged glances with Shun Du, hoping he could persuade their father, yet he feigned ignorance. Instead, the old matriarch chimed in, "Ingers' marriage is likely to take precedence. 2 weddings in succession may be." Shin Jing interrupted, "There is no need for such considerations. This matter requires no further discussion." Chapter 36 Reflection. Shun Jing had matters to attend to and was preparing to leave. Shenwan turned to the matriarch and said, "I never anticipated that my younger sister would encounter trouble at the Wang residence in Changshan. However, as the elder sister, I should have been present when she faced adversity and accompanied her back to the manor. It is indeed my fault. I will go to the Buddhist hall and transcribe the family rules 10 times in penance." The matriarch, seated upon the Luohan couch, furrowed her brow, while the maids and old servants looked at Shun Wan in confusion. When a matriarch intended to reprimand the eldest daughter, she would argue her case, and the matriarch would relent. Yet now, why was the eldest daughter voluntarily seeking punishment? Shin Jing, present at the scene, noted that Shun Wan had committed no wrongdoing. The matriarch declared, "Since you are not at fault, there is no need for penance." Shun Wan shook her head, resolutely insisting on her course of action. Shun Jing remarked, "Copying the family rules is not a bad idea. Consider it a practice in calligraphy and self-cultivation." With that, Shun Jing strode out purposefully. Shun Wan followed behind, glaring at her elder brother. "You don't even help me speak up." Shun Du poked Shun Wan's forehead and replied, "When father has made up his mind, my persuasion is futile. Besides, you have already reminded me that if both father and I are away from the manor, leaving you alone, I would not feel at ease going to the border. The Ling Wang residence is sparsely populated. The Ling Wang will surely protect you." Shun Wan understood that both father and brother acted in her best interest. Although she was reluctant to marry so soon, she could only accept her fate. The weight of Shun Jing's decree was not light. Shun Wan murmured, "To others, it may seem that the Ling Wang is in no position to protect himself. Yet brother firmly believes he can safeguard me." Shin Du chuckled. "Without the Ling Wang's rescue, you would not be here today. How can I not trust him?" Shun Wan retorted, "But I was frightened by him when I fell from a tree. When Shin Wan was 8 years old, her kite got stuck in a tree. Climbing up to retrieve it, she was startled by Shun Jing's approach and lost her footing, falling from the tree. At that time, he was merely 12 years old and unable to catch her. He only managed to cushion her fall with his body, dislocating his arm in the process. She had no grounds to be angry with him for startling her, yet she was expected to be grateful for his rescue." Shindu chuckled. "You still hold a grudge over that incident? You remember it well." Before he could finish his sentence, a young servant approached, delivering a note to Shindu. "Brother has urgent matters to attend to," he stated. Indeed, he was quite busy, while she had ample leisure time with nowhere to spend it. Shun Wan glanced in the direction of the Buddhist hall, a smile playing at her lips, and set off. Behind her, Shun Wei hurried to catch up. "Elder sister, I will accompany you to the Buddhist hall for reflection." Shun Wan asked, "What do you intend to do by following me?" I also wish to cultivate myself. Shen Wei replied, echoing their father's words. Shen Wan had no grounds to refute her and allowed Shen Wei to accompany her. Having someone with her was indeed pleasant. Within the Buddhist hall, Shen Rong sat on the meditation cushion, increasingly agitated. The third madam, standing rather than kneeling, chastised her daughter. Why provoke your elder sister? Even if your grandmother were to punish her with 100 copies of the family rules, it would not benefit you in any way. Shen Rong protested, Mother. You do not understand how my elder sister reprimanded me at the Wang residence in Changshan. I cannot swallow this grievance. Just then, voices from outside the room interrupted them. Eldest miss, why has the fourth miss come? Shen Wan replied, I have come to the Buddhist hall to transcribe the family rules in reflection. With that, she stepped inside, noticing Shen Rong kneeling properly alongside the third madam. A smile crept onto Shen Wan's face as she settled at the table. Silver Frost knelt on the ground, assisting with the ink preparation. Shen Wan took a sheet of paper, smoothing it with a paperweight, and when the ink reached the desired consistency, she began to write. Her leisurely demeanor truly resembled that of someone seeking self-cultivation. However, Shen Rong and the third madam found themselves in a dire predicament, as the matriarch had ordered them to kneel and reflect in the Buddhist hall. With Shen Wan and Shen Wei present, they could not afford to slack off, otherwise they would be deemed disrespectful to the matriarch. Noticing Shen Rong's furious expression, Shen Wei suddenly understood Shen Wan's intention for coming to the Buddhist hall for reflection. Her elder sister was using the pretense of transcribing the family rules to observe the punishment of the third sister and third madam. Without her presence, the punishment would hold no weight. If no one reported to the matriarch, she would turn a blind eye. It seemed that the third sister's careless words, belittling the Yun family, had indeed provoked the elder sister's ire. Shen Wan diligently transcribed the family rules, even having her lunch in the Buddhist hall. As for how long she would write, Shen Wan herself did not know. She merely wrote and took breaks. It was not exhausting. By evening, after kneeling for nearly 3 hours, Shen Rong could no longer endure and fainted. The third madam was in no better condition. Upon her daughter's fainting, she urgently sought to inform the matriarch. The matriarch was not inherently just. Were it not for Shun Jing's pressure, she would not have punished Shen Rong, let alone the third madam. Seeing them both faint from kneeling, she would surely choose to let them return to ease the situation. Once Shen Rong and the third madam departed, Shen Wan set down her brush and left the Buddhist hall with Shen Wei. Shen Wan returned to Qinglan Courtyard, while Shen Wei went to the North Courtyard. Upon entering her room, Silver Frost grinned. Miss, you are truly formidable. The third miss has never endured such hardship before. Shen Wan sat down to sip her tea, the steam obscuring her expression. Compared to the pain they had imposed upon her in her past life, kneeling for 3 hours in the Buddhist hall was trivial, although transcribing in the hall was not tiring. Shen Wan had indeed made a trip to the Wang residence in Changshan, traversing considerable distance. After dinner, she did not take her usual stroll around the courtyard to prevent indigestion and nearly dozed off in the bath. Yet, once she lay in bed, sleep eluded her. Her mind was occupied with thoughts of the bamboo house and rockery at the Wang residence, where Xin Jing had sealed her lips with a kiss. He approached her in whatever manner he deemed suitable, yet she could not be as nonchalant as he was. Her heart, once calm as a still lake, was now disturbed by ripples caused by a single stone cast into its depths. Shen Wan reassured herself that she would never marry anyone else in this lifetime. After all, it was merely a kiss, nothing of great consequence. Nevertheless, she found herself restless until the early hours of the night, contemplating her visit to the Yun family the following day, forcing herself to sleep. Unbeknownst to Shen Wan, she was not the only one suffering from insomnia that night. While she tossed and turned in her bed, Shun Jing sat alone in the observation pavilion of his own Wang residence, gazing at the myriad stars until the early hours. Chapter 37. Apology. Having slept late, Shen Wan awoke to find the sun high in the sky. After hastily having breakfast, she made her way to Qingwei Courtyard. Inside, the old matriarch sat on a Luohan couch, absent-mindedly fiddling with her prayer beads, displaying a rather distracted demeanor. Shen Ying, whom the old matriarch had cherished dearly, was in a precarious position regarding her potential marriage to Prince Jean, leaving the matriarch preoccupied with that matter alone. Upon seeing Shun Wan approach, a glint of coldness flashed in the old matriarch's eyes, but her face quickly softened with affection. "Why are you so late? I was worried about your health and almost sent someone to inquire at Qinglan Courtyard. If she truly had been concerned, she would have dispatched someone much earlier, rather than waiting until now." How foolish she had been to be swayed by such feigned concern, believing the old matriarch genuinely cared for her. Both women engaged in superficial pleasantries. Last night, Shenwan had tossed and turned in bed, troubled by thoughts of her younger sister and the situation concerning her cousin from the Yun family, which had robbed her of sleep until the early hours. "I must visit the Yun family shortly," she declared. Given the turmoil at the Yun household, as a granddaughter, she felt compelled to pay a visit, and the old matriarch had no valid reason to hinder her. The old matriarch remarked, "If the matter concerning Scholar Zhao is true, old Master Yun will be furious." It was indeed likely that he would be angry, but Shenwan didn't share the same level of concern. In her previous life, the Zhao family had mercilessly bullied Yun Mo, yet her grandfather had endured a serious illness without succumbing to despair. What could possibly be worse now? As Shenwan prepared to leave for the Yun family, a maid entered and announced, "Old matriarch, the Princess of Changshan has arrived." The timing of the princess's visit to the Pingyang Marquisate left little doubt that it was an apology. The old matriarch's expression remained neutral as she instructed, "Show the princess in." Shenwan decided to stay. There was no point in rushing to the Yun family now. After a brief wait, the maid returned, leading the princess of Changshan into the room. Upon entering, the princess offered a respectful greeting to the old matriarch. Traditionally, the old matriarch should have returned the gesture. Yet due to Shun Jing's past act of saving the emperor's life, he regarded Shun Jing as a brother and held him in high esteem. Thus, it was customary for ladies of lower status to show respect to the old matriarch, who accepted the homage without reluctance. Previously, Shenwan had seen no issue with this, but now it appeared as though it was a way for her father to elevate his status. Others would not criticize the old matriarch for a lack of decorum, but instead would remark on her father's arrogance in relying on the emperor's favor, disregarding the royal relatives and esteemed officials. After the princess of Changshan rose from her bow, Shenwan reciprocated the gesture, feeling a pang of guilt. While the princess was merely hosting a splendid peony banquet, Shenwan had seized the opportunity to publicly expose the affair between the eldest daughter of the Ministry of Rites and Scholar Zhao, casting a shadow over the festivities. This sense of guilt would linger, and she resolved to repay the princess of Changshan in the future. Once seated, the princess offered her apologies to the old matriarch, expressing regret over the incident involving the second daughter of the house. "We at the Changshan Palace sincerely apologize. It was a bustling banquet, and we failed to supervise adequately, allowing such a scandal to arise." The old matriarch responded with a cold demeanor, sighing, "I understand that the Changshan Palace did not wish for this to happen. However, our daughter attended the banquet with good intentions, only to have this misfortune befall her. Who is so audacious as to scheme against even Prince Jean? Yet, it is my Inger who suffers." The old matriarch knew well that her granddaughter, delicate as she was, could hardly compete with a figure of such noble stature as Prince Jean, yet she wished for her daughter to avoid becoming a concubine. The princess's face turned stiff. Although the implication of the old matriarch's words was clear, that if the Changshan Palace were to sincerely apologize, they should assist her granddaughter in securing the position of Prince Jin's primary consort. The princess was acutely aware that Prince Jin himself was a victim in this scenario. The Pingyang Marquis wielded military power and had saved the emperor's life. Thus, his daughter being betrothed to Prince Jin was a reasonable expectation. However, the second daughter of the Pingyang Marquis was merely a niece, and the gap between a niece and a daughter was vast. Assisting Shun Ying in obtaining the position of primary consort would surely provoke the displeasure of Empress Song, thus placing the Changshan Palace in a difficult position. The princess of Changshan felt an intense headache, but could only respond, "Naturally, daughters from prominent families do not typically become concubines, especially those from the esteemed Pingyang Marquisate. I believe that the second daughter of your household is quite well matched with Prince Jean, and we at the Changshan Palace shall do our utmost to support this matter. Shen Wan stifled a laugh. The princess was insinuating that if even the highly favored Pingyang Marquis could not secure a primary consort position for his niece, the Changshan Palace would stand no chance. The old matriarch continued to manipulate her prayer beads, stating, should this matter come to fruition, the Pingyang Marquis shall not forget the assistance of the Changshan Palace. The princess replied, you are too gracious, old matriarch. This is simply what we ought to do. After a brief exchange of apologies, the princess departed, having brought numerous gifts, yet the old matriarch barely acknowledged them. Compared to the position of primary consort, these offerings were of little consequence to her. After all, Prince Jean had a strong likelihood of becoming the heir apparent, and his primary consort could eventually ascend to the role of empress. Once the princess had taken her leave, Shenwan also excused herself. Upon reaching the gates of the Marquis, she climbed into a carriage, and the servant drove straight toward the Yun family estate. Upon arrival, Shenwan alighted from the carriage and noticed the steward escorting a physician out of the residence. Grasping Silver Frost's hand for support, she ascended the steps and inquired, who is ill in the household that requires a doctor? The steward sighed. It concerns the eldest daughter's marriage. The old master has fallen ill from anger. Shenwan had believed that old Master Yun would not succumb to illness, but it seemed he was indeed as affected as in her previous life. Entering the inner courtyard of the Yun family, she headed directly to the Liushuang courtyard, where she first sought out old Madame Yun, who appeared equally unwell. Upon seeing Shenwan, old Madame Yun's expression softened with affection. What brings you here? Shenwan replied, I heard that grandfather is unwell. Wasn't the matter concerning Scholar Zhao and Miss Chen still uncertain? How could grandfather let himself fall ill? Old Madame Yun explained, rumors are not baseless. They hold truth. Shenwan widened her eyes in disbelief. So quickly confirmed? The rapidity of the situation caught her off guard. Unbeknownst to Shenwan, after the rumors spread from the Changshan Palace, they swiftly reached beyond the estate's confines. Young Master Yun, while tallying accounts at the shop, had learned of the scandal and immediately went to inquire at the Zhao residence, fortuitously arriving just as an envoy from the Ministry of Rites was seeking out Scholar Zhao. Young Master Yun approached the Zhao family's entrance without raising alarm, directly confronting Scholar Zhao and demanding to know the truth behind the rumors circulating from the Changshan Palace concerning him and Miss Chun. Had they truly spread such tales? Were they founded in truth or fiction? Had he chosen a different venue to question Scholar Zhao, he likely would have evaded the truth. However, given the gravity of the situation at the Chun family gate, there was no denying it. He faced the risk of incurring the wrath of the Chun family should he attempt to deny the allegations. Weighing the consequences, Scholar Zhao ultimately capitulated to the pressures of the Chun family. Upon returning to inform old Master Yun of the events, the old man, who had nurtured Zhao Mingyi for years with high expectations, felt utterly humiliated. The shock of realizing he had raised a white-eyed wolf, nearly sacrificing his granddaughter's future in the process, was too much for him to bear, leading to an episode of acute distress that caused him to spit blood. Hearing of old Master Yun's condition, Shenwan's heart raced. As in her previous life, her grandfather had never succumbed to such severity. Is grandfather truly so enraged? She asked anxiously. Old Madame Yun replied, it is a miracle he did not perish on the spot. Your cousin was to be wed on the 6th of next month, and your grandfather, with friends spread wide across the realm, had taken great joy in preparing an abundance of invitations to celebrate his eldest granddaughter's marriage to the current top scholar. Just as the invitations were being dispatched, and some were even en route to the capital, this scandal has marred your grandfather's lifelong reputation. Madame Yun remarked that this morning the old master expressed his discontent, stating that it would be unfair to let those old friends make a trip without partaking in the joyous occasion of the Yun family celebration. His farewell toast would suffice. Upon hearing this, Shenwan replied, what an ill-omened remark from my grandfather. It is my fault for not managing this matter properly, neglecting to prevent the Yun family from sending out the invitations. If anything were to happen to him, I would regret it for a lifetime. Shenwan then rose to visit the old Master Yun. Inside the room, the old master leaned against the bed, his complexion pale, his breath faint, refusing to take his medicine. the young Master Yun, unable to persuade him, saw Shunwan enter and seemed to have found a savior, saying, "Cousin is here." Just in time, quickly persuade grandfather to take his medicine. Shunwan called out to her cousin, took the medicine bowl, and sat by the bedside, saying, "This is a good thing. Grandfather should be pleased. How can you let yourself fall ill instead?" The old Master Yun gazed at Shunwan, questioning if the good thing. Shunwan nodded emphatically. "Grandfather, consider this. Had you been unaware of Scholar Zhao's true character, and my cousin had married him in ignorance, that would truly have been a leap into the abyss. As it stands, the engagement has not been formalized, and there remains an opportunity for remedy. Losing a bit of face is far better than my cousin sacrificing her entire life. Furthermore, the legitimacy of Scholar Zhao's status is still uncertain. I have heard that the Crown Prince is investigating corruption in the imperial examinations, and Lord Chun is the chief examiner this time. Should the allegations prove true, Scholar Zhao's title will surely be annulled, and the Chun family will not escape unscathed. Is it not so, grandfather, that you wish to witness that day with your own eyes? Shunwan believed that the old Master Yun's anger, like her own, stemmed from the grievance of being a pawn for others. However, if he were to realize that this garment was not woven in vain, and that even the Chun family, complicit with Scholar Zhao, would face misfortune, he would surely be less irate. Indeed, upon hearing her words, the old Master Yun felt his long-standing anger ease somewhat. He extended his hand, saying, "Bring me the medicine." Shunwan promptly handed it to him, and the old master drank it down in one gulp. The young Master Yun secretly gave Shunwan a thumbs up, acknowledging that it was indeed his cousin who had coaxed their grandfather into taking his medicine. Shunwan replied, "Cousin, I speak nothing but the truth. It is not mere flattery to make grandfather take his medicine." Chapter 38. The broken engagement. Old Master Yun had spent a sleepless night in a fit of rage, but now, with his anger subsiding somewhat and having taken some calming medicine, he finally succumbed to slumber. Upon learning that her husband had taken his medicine, old Madame Yun felt a sense of relief. When Shunwan returned, old Madame Yun invited her to sit beside her, gently patting Shunwan's hand and saying, "Your grandfather is quite stubborn. If it weren't for you today, no one could have persuaded him." Shunwan inquired, "How is my cousin?" Old Madame Yun sighed. "Your cousin has been by her side the whole time. She must be quite upset as well." Shunwan replied, "I shall go and see her." Just as she rose, a maid entered and announced, "Madam, the eldest madam has returned." Eldest Madame Yun had gone to the Zhao family to break off the engagement. Almost as soon as the maid finished her report, eldest Madame Yun stormed in, her face flushed with fury, trembling with rage. Old Madame Yun, seeing her state, asked, "What has made you so furious?" Eldest Madame Yun, too enraged to offer her respects, sat down and gulped down some tea before exclaiming, "It's beyond mere anger. If I had a knife in hand, I might have committed murder today." Shunwan, having risen from her place next to old Madame Yun, quietly took a seat further down. Old Madame Yun asked, "So, the engagement was not dissolved?" Recalling her visit to break the engagement and the contemptuous demeanor of Madame Zhao, eldest Madame Yun's lips quivered with rage, rendering her speechless. The maid standing behind her explained, "Madame went to the Zhao family to break off the engagement, but Madame Zhao refused, claiming that their daughter would be fortunate to marry her son. She argued that what man in the world does not have multiple wives, and that if their daughter entered the Zhao household, she would teach her to be a virtuous wife and mother." Eldest Madame Yun denounced them as ungrateful, to which Madame Zhao retorted that merchants prioritize profit. If it were not for old Master Yun's admiration for her son's talents, he would not have treated them kindly. And had the engagement been set before the imperial examinations, the Zhao family would have long since broken it off. Other top scholars could marry into noble families or even princesses, yet her son was willing to marry a merchant's daughter, showing them more than enough grace, urging the Yun family not to be ungrateful. By the end of her tirade, even the maid had clenched her fists in indignation. Old Madame Yun's face turned purple with anger. Had she not just learned that the Crown Prince was investigating fraudulent practices in the imperial examinations, threatening the Zhao family's reputation? She might have been as enraged as old Master Yun, potentially spitting blood in fury. Our Yun family has long been targeted. and now we have nearly been blinded by these geese. Previously, when Madame Zhao visited the Yun family, she had been exceedingly cautious and respectful. Yet upon her son achieving the title of top scholar, her demeanor had grown arrogant. Old Madame Yun realized that the Zhao family had looked down upon them all along. Eldest Madame Yun said, "While I was prepared for the disgraceful behavior of the Zhao young master during the engagement dissolution, I did not expect Madame Zhao to slander him. We have raised a white-eyed wolf that devours without returning anything." Old Madame Yun exclaimed, "What slander did she utter about him, With a room full of maids and the unmarried Shun Wan present, eldest Madame Yun refrained from speaking, but old Madame Yun could surmise. In truth, Shin Wan could guess as well. It was likely that Madame Zhao had claimed Amour was already her son's woman, suggesting that no one else would marry Amour. Such humiliating remarks would certainly provoke eldest Madame Yun's desire to harm someone. Upon hearing that Miss Chun was 2 months pregnant, eldest Madame Yun, despite doubting her daughter's involvement, prudently questioned Amour. In a fit of rage, Amour vehemently declared that she had no relationship with the Zhao young master, not even having held hands. Her daughter was innocent, yet was being slandered so viciously that eldest Madame Yun felt she would have been carried out of the Zhao family. The more she pondered, the more furious she became, to the point of feeling a dull ache in her chest. Madame Zhao had claimed that the betrothal gifts were already sent and the wedding date set. Yet, the Yun family was to break the engagement based on baseless accusations. On the 6th day of next month, the Zhao family's bridal sedan would arrive. And if no one was there to receive it, they would sue the Yun family. This was not the behavior of a top scholar's mother, but rather that of a rogue. Fortunately, she had discovered the character of the Zhao family before her daughter's marriage. Had her daughter truly wed into that family, she would have been ground to dust by their demands. The mere thought sent chills down eldest Madame Yun's spine. Shenwan said, "Aunt, do not let anger harm your health. Surely, my cousin's engagement can be dissolved." Eldest Madame Yun understood it could be done, yet her anger was uncontainable. Having lived nearly 40 years, she had never been so incensed. She had previously thought Madame Zhao to be amicable, but now recognized the folly of her judgments. Old Madame Yun instructed Shenwan, "You must go see your cousin shortly. Do not let her know of these matters." Shenwan nodded, "I understand." When Shenwan visited Amour, she was taken aback by her cousin's swollen eyes and exclaimed, "Is it worth crying so much for someone so shameless?" "It's not sadness. My elder sister is crying out of anger," Yun Rue interjected. Shenwan remarked, "To harm oneself in anger only brings pleasure to one's enemies." Yun Rue sighed. "Grandfather believed Aunt married well, and thought we could too, but not everyone is like Uncle, who holds a high position and does not disdain merchants." Shenwan replied, "There are indeed many men of excellent character in this world. It's just that grandfather has misjudged this time, and his health has suffered because of it. If he knew your thoughts, he would surely feel unwell." Amour nodded. "I know grandfather means well for me. It is I who lack the fortune." Shenwan disagreed. "They say a fortunate daughter does not enter an unworthy door. If you had truly married, that would have been the real misfortune." Yun Rue nodded emphatically. "What my cousin says is true. It's fortunate you did not marry." Amour smiled. "Then I must indeed be lucky." She felt grateful for her self-respect, having not been swayed by the Zhao young master's flattering words, for otherwise she would have found herself with no retreat today. Shenwan asked a maid to bring ointment to soothe Amour's puffy eyes, and the 3 sisters conversed, quickly lifting their spirits. Once Amour's eyes had returned to normal, Shenwan urged her to visit old Master Yun to reassure him. However, just as they approached Lu Shuang courtyard, a little maid dressed in a pale yellow skirt rushed over, panting, and exclaimed, "Eldest miss, the Zhao young master is kneeling at our family's gate, begging you and old Master Yun to believe he and Miss Chun are innocent." How shameless! Not only was Amour furious, but Yun Rue also seethed with anger, and Shenwan felt her temper rising dangerously. In front of her eldest cousin at the Chun family gate, he had admitted his wrongdoing, and now he was backpedaling, kneeling at the Yun family gate, seeking their belief. No, it was not merely forgiveness he sought. He wanted their trust. There was no doubt that the Crown Prince's investigation into the imperial examination fraud had reached them, prompting this desperate plea to save his reputation. Did he think that using a feigned display of suffering would sway the Yun family? The Zhao family had truly underestimated the Yun family, who had business interests spanning the vast Shu region, rivaling the wealth of nations. Having been fooled once, could they be so easily deceived again? Yet, recalling Madame Zhao's spiteful words directed at eldest Madame Yun, Shun Wan's expression darkened. She feared that the Zhao young master, in a fit of desperation, might create a scene at the Yun family's gate, tarnishing Moer's reputation. If that were to happen, it would surely drive her grandfather to his demise. Chapter 39. Annulment of engagement. Since young master Zhao has come to our doorstep today, let him sign the annulment of engagement before he departs. Shenwan turned to Yun Rui and instructed her to fetch the annulment document. With a few terse words, Shenwan made her way toward the entrance of the Yun residence. Watching Shenwan's retreating figure, Yun Rui was perplexed as to why she was being asked to retrieve the annulment document. After all, Anne had been unable to dissuade the Zhao family from engagement. And now that young Master Zhao had come seeking forgiveness, it seemed even less likely that he would sign it. Nevertheless, obtaining the annulment document wasn't a daunting task, so Yun Rui complied. As Shun Wan entered the front courtyard, she noticed a crowd gathered at the entrance. Zhao Mingyi was kneeling on the ground, his back straightened. Anyone who witnessed him would not perceive him as a despicable person. The Yun family ought not to heed malicious rumors and should proceed with the annulment. Such pretentious posturing might deceive their grandfather and the entire Yun household. Young Master Yunqi was on the verge of ordering someone to throw Zhao Mingyi far away, but opted instead to persuade him to rise. After all, Zhao Mingyi was still the emperor's favored scholar, basking in glory, and kneeling before the Yun family would not only disgrace him, but also tarnish the emperor's reputation. However, no matter how fervently Yunqi urged, Zhao Mingyi remained unmoved, declaring, "If Moer does not believe me, and the Yun family does not trust me, then I shall die here on my knees." This was not beseeching, it was an outright threat. Yunqi's fists clenched tightly. Zhao Mingyi was certain that Yunqi would not dare to strike him, showing no signs of fear. Shenwan stood outside for a moment, requesting a handkerchief from her maid. Once the veil was secured, Yun Rui returned with the annulment document. Shenwan stepped outside, followed closely by Moer, his maid, who placed the writing materials and the annulment document before Zhao Mingyi. Upon seeing the document, Zhao Mingyi exclaimed, "I will not annul the engagement." At this point, he still hoped that the Yun family would marry their daughter to him. It was evident that he was refusing to accept reality. With a cold smile hidden beneath her veil, Shenwan knelt before Zhao Mingyi and remarked, "Young Master Zhao and the Qin family have indeed calculated their interests well. Since old Master Chen is the chief examiner for this autumn's imperial examination, he fears that any scandal of examination fraud might be exposed. He dares not officially recognize Miss Chen as his wife, lest the successful scholar annul the engagement, which would be a severe blow to his reputation. Thus, he seeks to marry a Yun daughter first, allowing a year or so to pass before making room for Miss Chen. Miss Chen will certainly not endure such humiliation in silence, and the generous dowry offered by the Yun family will conveniently compensate for her plight, will it not? With the funds from a Yun family, along with the support of the Chen family, young Master Zhao shall surely ascend the ranks of the court." Shun Wan's voice was soft, yet Zhao Mingyi's complexion changed drastically, his eyes wide with disbelief, clearly shocked at how Shun Wan had obtained this information. Although her words were whispered and inaudible to the onlookers, they reached Yun Qi's ears, leaving his expression grim. Shun Wan continued, "Yesterday, rumors circulated that the Crown Prince is investigating examination fraud, correct? Young Master Zhao is an astute individual and should comprehend that if the Yun family were to expose your fraudulent activities to the Crown Prince, the consequences for you and the Chan family would be dire." Zhao Mingyi, flustered, stammered, "I did not commit fraud. The Yun family has no evidence." Shen Wan let out a light laugh. "So certain are you? Yet how did the details of your affair with Miss Chan come to light? Spreading like wildfire within a single day? Furthermore, whether the Yun family possesses evidence is inconsequential. What matters is whether the Crown Prince can uncover the truth. Given the relationship between the Yun family and yourself, do you believe the Crown Prince will trust the Yun family's claims? Will he investigate thoroughly?" Zhao Mingyi's face turned ashen. Shen Wan rose to her feet, gazing down at him. Can we sign the annulment now? Zhao Mingyi looked up at Shen Wan, unable to see her expression beneath the veil, but the determination in her eyes conveyed a clear message. Sign, or witness the Yun family's resolve to sever ties completely. The chill emanating from her piercing gaze sent shivers down his spine. Reluctantly, he lifted his arm and signed the annulment document, pressing his seal beside his name. Yin Shi took the document and presented it to the gathered crowd, requesting their witness to the annulment between his sister and young Master Zhao, declaring that from this day forth, they would remain unrelated in terms of marriage. The onlookers, intrigued by what the Yun family had compelled Zhao Mingyi to sign, were taken aback to discover it was an annulment. Hadn't he come seeking forgiveness from the Zhao family for his supposed innocence regarding Miss Chen? Murmurs rippled through the crowd as they exchanged whispers. Shen Wan turned and re-entered the estate, removing her veil. Yin Rui approached her, curiosity evident in her eyes, asking if aunt and brother could not persuade young Master Zhao to annul the engagement. How did you manage it? Before she could respond, another question arose from Yin Shi. Cousin, do you know who aided our Yun family at the Wang residence yesterday? It was Prince Ling. Shen Wan felt that while she had not lied, she had not fully divulged the truth either. Had it not been for Xie Jingyan lending her his shadow guards, she would not have succeeded. Half of the credit belonged to him. Yun Shi remarked, then we must extend our gratitude to him. Shen Wan quickly interjected. His assistance to the Yun family was merely incidental. The affairs of the court are quite intricate. Yun Shi chuckled. Even if it was incidental, it was indeed beneficial to our Yun family. We must not skimp on our gratitude, especially since Prince Ling is also your intended fiancé, our family's future son-in-law. She would not obstruct her cousin from thanking Prince Ling, yet she feared that ungratefulness might lead Xie Jingyan to expose her. As a sheltered young lady, she was entirely unversed in such matters, and any slip might arouse her cousin's suspicions. Shen Wan felt a headache coming on. The group entered the inner courtyard with the annulment document. Upon seeing it, old Madame Yin finally sighed in relief, declaring, henceforth, our Yin family shall have no further dealings with such a treacherous scoundrel. Having arrived late at the Yin residence, Shen Wan found that it was already time for lunch. The maid brought in the meal, and Shen Wan assisted old Madame Yin to her seat, where they all gathered to eat. Although the engagement had been annulled, the Yin family was genuinely repulsed. Their appetite was non-existent. Shen Wan endeavored to share amusing tales to lighten the atmosphere, believing that if her grandmother was pleased, the spirits of the rest of the family would follow suit. Alas, after much effort, Shen Wan finally managed to elicit a smile from old Madame Yun when another maid entered, announcing, Madam, Lady Zhao has come to demand that the Yun family return the betrothal gifts from the Zhao family. In an instant, all of Shen Wan's efforts were rendered futile. Old Madame Yun slammed her chopsticks onto the table in exasperation. After all these years, the support our Yun family has provided to the Zhao family far exceeds their paltry betrothal gifts. How dare they come here demanding repayment at such a shameful moment? Give them nothing. Old Madame Yun trembled with rage. Shen Wan urged, Grandmother, please calm yourself. It is not worth jeopardizing your health over such trivial matters. After considerable effort, Shen Wan finally managed to soothe old Madame Yun's anger, only for the maid to return yet again. The maid entered, stating, Madam, Lady Zhao insists that the Yun family return the betrothal gifts according to the list. Chapter 40. Gratitude. Typically, the return of a betrothal gift corresponds to the original list of gifts given. However, for the Zhao family, at least half of the betrothal gifts were provided by the Yun family, which were not merely supplementary funds, but rather a significant contribution. When Mrs. Zhao arranged the betrothal for her son, she made a special trip to the Yun family, tearfully lamenting the Zhao family's poverty, claiming they could not afford a proper betrothal gift, and thus, she felt it was unfair to the young lady of the Zhao household. The Yun family was well aware of the Zhao family's dire financial situation. Their alliance was not motivated by monetary gain. The Yun family, being affluent, had already ensured that the funds they provided would suffice for Yun Mo's well-being for generations to come. Nevertheless, the meagerness of the Zhao family's betrothal gift was a source of embarrassment for both families. To preserve their dignity, the Yun family allocated a portion of Yun Mo's dowry to the Zhao family, allowing them to present it as a betrothal gift, meaning that anything of value in the betrothal gift essentially originated from the Yun family. Now, with Mrs. Zhao insisting on returning the gifts as per the original list, the old lady of the Yun family was visibly enraged. Shen Wan was at her wit's end. The Yun family was astute in business matters. Yet they had shown no defenses against the Zhao family's vulnerable situation, treating Zhao Deshao like a beloved son or grandson, ultimately nurturing the Zhao family's insatiable ambitions. The Yun family had never taken offense at the gifts, but they could not simply allow the Zhao family to take advantage of them. Even if they were to donate or discard the gifts, it would not be permissible for the Zhao family to benefit from them. If the Zhao family acted heartlessly, they could not blame the Yun family for being ungrateful. Yun Shi directly instructed someone to inform Zhao Deshao that if the Zhao family insisted on returning the betrothal gifts according to the list, the Yun family would not hesitate to break their promise. The threat proved effective, prompting Zhao Deshao to hastily take his mother away. The lunch was undeniably unpleasant. Shenwan barely managed to eat enough to stave off hunger. After the meal, she took her leave. Initially, Yun Mo and Yun Rue intended to see her off, but Yun Shi interjected, stating he would escort his cousin since he needed to leave the residence anyway, which made for a convenient route. Shenwan thought little of it. She was well aware of her cousin's busy schedule, having visited the Yun family 10 times and only managed to see him twice. However, Shenwan had not anticipated that Yun Shi was occupied with a visit to the Ling Wang Fu to express gratitude. Just as he was about to leave, the steward presented the list of gifts for Yun Shi's review. Shenwan casually inquired and soon discovered the situation. There was no way to dissuade Yun Shi from visiting the Ling Wang Fu, and she could only hope that Xie Jingyan would not be at the Ling Wang Fu or would not meet her cousin. Such hopes were futile, as the entire capital knew that the Yun family was her maternal family. If Xie Jingyan were to disregard her cousin's status, her elder brother would certainly not acquiesce. To prevent any slip-ups, Shenwan hurriedly took a carriage back to the Marquis's residence, not waiting for Yun Shi to accompany her. The carriage halted before the Marquis's gates, and as a maid approached to report matters, Shenwan swiftly walked away, leaving the maid puzzled about the urgency of her departure. Shenwan nearly ran back to Qinglong Courtyard. Once inside, she immediately opened the window and called out, "Chenyu?" After several calls, Chenyu finally appeared. Shenwan instructed him to return and inform his master not to disclose to her cousin and elder brother that she was the one who had poisoned Miss Chun. Chenyu was confused. After all, Miss Chun had already informed his master about this matter. Why conceal it from her elder brother and cousin? As instructed by his master, he complied without question. Once Chenyu left, Shenwan sighed in relief and poured herself a cup of tea. Yin Shuang entered the room, her eyes sparkling as she announced, "Miss, the Jin Wang does not wish to take the second young lady as his primary consort." This outcome was anticipated, and Shenwan was not surprised. Without her father's military power, Shening would not attract Xie Jingyan's attention. Nevertheless, with the disposition of the second branch and Shening, they would never settle for merely being a secondary consort. At the Ling Wang Fu, Xie Jingyan sat in his wheelchair by the lakeside, enjoying the breeze. A young servant approached, saying, "Your Highness, the eldest son of the Yun family requests an audience." Xie Jingyan remained silent, and Chen Feng inquired, "Which Yun family?" The servant replied, "The Yun family of Miss Shun's maternal side." A flicker of surprise crossed Xie Jingyan's eyes. "Let him in," he instructed. The servant withdrew, and Chen Feng pushed Xie Jingyan toward the entrance of the Wang Fu. From a distance, they spotted Yun Shi approaching, accompanied by 2 young servants carrying numerous items. Yun Shi stepped forward to bow, greeting the Ling Wang. "What brings the eldest son of the Yun family to my residence?" Xie Jingyan inquired. Yun Shi replied, "Our Yun family has greatly benefited from the kindness of the Ling Wang. How could we not come to express our gratitude?" "Benefited? On what grounds do you say this?" Xie Jingyan questioned. "I do not recall having assisted the Yun family." Just as he spoke, an urgent voice interrupted him. "Master." Chenyu had returned just in time to overhear Xie Jingyan's words, and in his surprise, he forgot to observe proper decorum. Chenyu approached and said, "Master, I have something to report." No matter how urgent the matter, it was inappropriate to interrupt the master in front of others. Chen Feng thought Chen Yu was merely seeking punishment for his impudence. Yet, Chen Yu, disregarding the formality, pulled Xie Jingyan aside and whispered regarding yesterday's events. Miss Shun requests your assistance in keeping this from the eldest son of the Yun family and the heir of the Pingyang Marquis. Xie Jingyan furrowed his brow. It was already puzzling how Shun wanted to come to know about the Zhao scholar and Miss Chun. Now she wanted him to help conceal it from her elder brother and cousin. Xie Jingyan found it perplexing, but it did not diminish his good spirits. Chenyu pushed him back, and Xie Jingyan asked, "What was Yun de Shao thanking me for?" Yin Qi replied, "My cousin mentioned today that only with the help of the Ling Wang did our Yun family manage to save my sister from a dire fate yesterday at the Changshan Wang Fu." Xie Jingyan chuckled. How interesting it is that one can be at home yet receive accolades from afar. You helped the Yun family, but attributed all the credit to me. Xie Jingyan continued, I am to marry Wanner next month. The Yun family is her maternal kin. Assisting them is only natural, so expressing thanks feels a bit too formal. A servant brought tea, and Xie Jingyan invited Yin Qi to sit and enjoy it. After a quarter of an hour, Yin Qi took his leave. Once Yin Qi departed, Xie Jingyan looked at Chenyu, who approached and asked, "What does the master wish?" Convey a message to her, he instructed. Inside the room, Shenwan stood by the window, lost in thought as she watched the drifting clouds. It had been quite a while, and she wondered why Chenyu had not yet returned. What if he missed his chance? Shenwan felt a pang of worry. She had spent the last half hour contemplating how to cover her tracks in the event that her actions were exposed. Her face was etched with concern. But when she saw Chenyu return, her worries dissipated. "Did your master let anything slip?" she inquired. Chenyu shook his head, assuring her that Yun de Shao was unaware it was she who had assisted the Yun family. "That is good to hear," Chenyu continued. "The master asked me to convey a message to Miss Shun." "What message?" Shenwan asked. He said, "The master mentioned he has never lied in his life and feels guilty, requesting that Miss Shun embroider a belt for him as compensation." Chapter 41. The proposal, why must he express gratitude for even the slightest assistance? Furthermore, he specifically requested a beautifully embroidered belt. Is he aware of the time and effort required to create such a piece? Does he truly need a belt? Wearing one crafted by her, does he not fear that his beloved might feel envious? He claims to have never told a lie. Shenwan glanced at Chenyu. Did your master blush when he asserted he has never lied? Chenyu's lips twitched slightly as he answered truthfully no, not daring to speak ill of his master. He swiftly climbed a tree, leaving Shenwan in a state of frustration. Embroidering a belt is not overly challenging, though it does require considerable time. She cannot afford to refuse, as she is in need of his assistance. What if he declines to help her in the future if she does not comply? Currently, she is relying upon him, yet for such a trivial favor, a belt must be embroidered as a token of gratitude. She fears she may not be able to repay the debt of gratitude he demands, were it not for the absurdly bizarre events occurring in her life, which she hesitates to reveal for fear of alarming her father and elder brother. She would have readily sought their help. She increasingly feels as though she has boarded a pirate ship. Taking a deep breath, Shenwan resolved that embroidering a belt was a trivial task. She would simply do it. Once her cousin manages to bring Dr. Tao to the capital and cure his leg, she would ensure to reclaim her losses with interest. With this determination, Shenwan went to the storeroom to select silk. Unsure of what color would please Xie Jingyan, she imagined he would look splendid in a lake blue brocade robe, and thus chose a lake blue silk, intending to embroider it with the 5 blessings and auspicious clouds in silver thread. Her mother had taught her the ways of the world. If one chooses to act, one must do so sincerely and with diligence. The entire afternoon was spent embroidering the belt. In the evening, Shun Wei visited her, and, upon learning that Shenwan was crafting a belt for the Ling Wang, laughed. If the Ling Wang knew how much effort you were putting into this, he would surely be touched. Touched? If he simply refrains from criticizing her work as unattractive, she would be satisfied. Yet this sentiment she dared only voice internally, not aloud. With time to spare, she engaged in needlework to pass the hours. Setting down her embroidery frame, Shenwan massaged her sore hands. Shenwei spoke of shunning, revealing that the Jin Wang refused to grant her elder sister the position of primary consort, causing her sister to weep and shatter teacups in her rage. Shunning, ever proud, would never willingly accept a position as a concubine, but to be the primary consort of the Jin Wang was hardly desirable. Feeling both unwilling and powerless, she resorted to breaking things in her frustration. Shun Wei departed after a brief visit, and Shun Wan continued her embroidery after dinner. The next day dawned with a clear sky, devoid of clouds. After breakfast, Shun Wan accompanied Yin Shuang to Qinghui courtyard to pay respects to the matriarch. Passing through the garden, she observed the second madam hastily walking away, not towards Qinghui courtyard, but out of the estate. Her hurried demeanor piqued Shun Wan's curiosity regarding the second madam's intentions. Upon reaching Qinghui courtyard, Shun Wan quickly discerned the reason for the second madam's departure. As she approached the screen, she overheard the third madam mentioning that Ying and the Jin Wang had been involved in an incident at the Changshan Wangfu for 3 days without resolution. The second sister had entered the palace to seek the empress, and a conclusion was expected soon. The matriarch also hoped for a swift resolution, but only if Shun Ying were to become the primary consort. This matter had robbed the matriarch of peaceful sleep for 3 nights, leaving her visibly haggard. Noticing Shun Wan's arrival, the third madam's expression soured. Shun Wan paid her respects to the matriarch and took her seat. After a brief period, she prepared to leave when a young maid with her hair styled in twin buns entered to announce, "Old Madame. Madame Sun from the Ministry of Personnel has arrived." The matriarch, absorbed in her contemplation of prayer beads, paused upon hearing the announcement, wondering what brought Madame Sun to their residence. "Please invite Madame Sun in." The maid retreated, and shortly thereafter led Madame Sun into the room. Upon seeing the matriarch, Madame Sun approached with a beaming smile, greeting her warmly. It had been quite some time since she last visited to pay her respects. The matriarch, unable to recall their last encounter, grew increasingly curious about Madame Sun's purpose for visiting. "It has indeed been a while. What brings you to our humble abode today?" Madame Sun sat on the opposite side of the couch, engaging in polite conversation and complimenting Shun Wan profusely. Turning her gaze to Shun Wei, she expressed, "The fourth young lady possesses a gentle temperament, treating others with grace and humility, making her truly endearing." Upon hearing this, not only the matriarch, but also Shun Wan recognized Madame Sun's intentions. She was there to discuss a marriage proposal. However, it remained unclear whether it was for her own son or on behalf of someone else. Shun Wan recalled that just days prior, at the Changshan Wangfu, it was the third young master of the Ministry of Personnel who had retrieved Shun Wei's embroidered handkerchief, which had been swept away by the wind. Marriage discussions were not a matter for Shun Wan and Shun Wei to remain for, so they politely excused themselves. Shun Wan maintained her composure, while Shun Wei, shy by nature, blushed deeply at the compliments, appearing as though she had spilled an entire box of rouge. After exiting, Shun Wei was about to descend the steps when Shun Wan pulled her into the adjacent flower hall. The soundproofing was inadequate, allowing them to overhear the conversation next door. The voices from the main hall drifted through, and after listening for a while, Shun Wan confirmed that Madame Sun was indeed there to propose marriage for her son to Shun Wei, lavishing her with praise that even the fourth madam found excessive, exclaiming, "My daughter is gentle and reserved, not deserving of such extravagant commendations from Madame Sunday." Chapter 42. A proposal. Madame Sun chuckled. "Madame Shun, you are being too modest. I see that Miss Shun is truly exceptional. I wonder if my unworthy son is fortunate enough to deserve her." Upon hearing such words from Madame Sun, Shun Wei felt her heart leap into her throat. The previous compliments had merely hinted at the possibility of a marriage proposal, but now it was a formal request. Shun Wan's mind raced. She recalled from her previous life that young Master Sun had married a daughter from the Zhao Hamlin family. Their union was harmonious and enviable, characterized by mutual respect and affection. The left assistant minister of the Ministry of Personnel held a much higher rank than fourth Master Shun. Yet young Master Sun was a legitimate second son, while Shun Wei bore the title of fourth young lady of the Pingyang Marquisate, making them somewhat evenly matched. Young Master Sun was refined and graceful. Should Shun Wei marry him, they would likely enjoy a similarly harmonious relationship. If it weren't for the heir of the Duke of Wei, Shun Wan would have wholeheartedly supported this match. However, she had already formed a bias, especially since she had arranged for Shun Wei to send orchids to the Duke's heir, who had accepted them without hesitation, indicating his interest in Shenwei. Yet, despite the passing days, the duke's household had yet to propose, while now Madame Sun had come to seek Shenwei's hand on behalf of her son. Whether fourth aunt would agree was uncertain, but the old matriarch would undoubtedly approve. Indeed, the old matriarch's voice soon echoed, "Madame Sun, you are truly humble. Your son is a paragon of talent and refinement. If he is deemed unworthy, then few young gentlemen in the capital can claim any merit." This was essentially an agreement. Yet the old matriarch, being the grandmother, required the approval of fourth Master Shun and fourth mistress. The old matriarch turned to fourth mistress, who fidgeted in her seat. Like Shenwan, she had anticipated that the duke's heir would come to propose, and if given the choice between the duke's heir and young Master Sun, the fourth house would surely favor the former. Although the duke's heir was merely 3 years older than young Master Sun, he was far more mature and composed. Despite having a legitimate son, young Master Sun was a second son and would inherit little of the family fortune. If it were the legitimate first son seeking to marry Shenwei, fourth mistress would not be so conflicted. However, the duke's heir remained an uncertain variable. While Madame Sun had made a concrete proposal, fourth mistress feared missing out on a promising match. Sometimes, having too many choices can be a vexation. Fourth mistress remained silent, prompting the old matriarch to furrow her brow. "Do you disapprove?" Fourth mistress quickly shook her head. "I hold young Master Sun in high regard as well. But regarding wearer's marriage, my opinion alone does not suffice. We must have the Lord's consent." The old matriarch replied, "Her father will not oppose." This was an implicit request for fourth mistress to agree to the match on the spot. Shenwan's brow knitted in concern. Since the left assistant minister's household was genuinely interested in a proposal, delaying a few days would pose no issue. The old matriarch's urgency seemed aimed at improving Shun Ying's chances of becoming the legitimate wife of Prince Jin, showing little regard for the feelings of the fourth house. Madame Sun indeed hoped to finalize the engagement in one visit, having brought a token of betrothal with her. She was prepared to present it to the old matriarch, for accepting the token would seal the engagement. Just as the old matriarch reached for it, a maid entered, announcing, "Old matriarch, the Duchess of Wei has arrived." Why would the Duchess of Wei come to the Pingyang Marquisate? "Quickly, invite her in." Fourth mistress sighed in relief, harboring a flicker of anticipation. In a flower hall, Shenwei was puzzled as to why the Duchess of Wei had come to the Marquisate. Just then, her arm was nudged, and Shun Wan quietly asked fourth sister, "Do you prefer marrying young Master Sun or the Duke's heir?" Shenwei, her face already flushed, blurted out, "What are you saying, big sister? The Duchess of Wei is not here to propose for the heir. How can you be so certain?" Shenwan teased. Shenwei lowered her gaze. "The Duke's heir is far beyond my reach." She was acutely aware of her own standing. The last time she had naively sought to visit the Duke's household, she had suffered humiliation and nearly lost her beauty, leaving her filled with regret. She dared not hope that the Duke's heir would take an interest in her, nor did she desire such attention. The mere thought of his stern, unsmiling visage filled her with trepidation. How could she ever consider marrying him? Before long, a maid ushered in the Duchess of Wei. The Duchess also performed a junior's greeting to the old matriarch, who replied with a smile, "What brings you to our home?" "Duchess, please take a seat." The Duchess, of even higher status, sat down after Madame Sun had graciously vacated her position beside the old matriarch. The cushion was still warm as she smiled. "Surely, you must have guessed my purpose for visiting. The fourth young lady possesses a delightful character and beauty. She is indeed a fortunate young lady. I have come today to discuss her engagement with my son, and upon her coming of age, we hope to welcome her into our family." This declaration left the entire room, including the old matriarch, utterly astonished. While it is common for families to seek out daughters, to have two suitors arrive on the same day, both from esteemed families, was truly remarkable. Was the fourth young lady truly this captivating? The old matriarch was genuinely taken aback. She had assumed that the Duke's heir would never consider Shenwei, yet here he was interested. Madame Sun was equally surprised by the competition for a proposal, which only confirmed her son's discerning taste. She smiled. "Duchess, you have arrived a moment too late. The Pingyang Marquisate has already agreed to betroth the fourth young lady to my son." The Duchess, caught off guard, paused in disbelief. She had intended to visit the Gui Temple, but had been persuaded by her son to come to the Pingyang Marquis for this very purpose. She had thought it could wait until the next day, but the Duke's heir had insisted. Now, despite her haste, she had arrived too late. The Duchess began to wonder if her son had known of Madame Sun's proposal, prompting his urgency. If it were only Shen Wei he desired, it would be one thing. But now that the Duke's heir was also interested, she could not bear to disappoint her son. She looked at fourth mistress. Has the fourth young lady already been promised? Fourth mistress replied, both the old matriarch and I have consented. We are merely awaiting the Lord approval. That indicates that the agreement is not yet finalized, the Duchess remarked. I regret not coming sooner, as I hesitated to intrude upon the Pingyang Marquis during these recent concerns. Fortunately, it is not too late. There is still chance. Madame Sun's expression shifted slightly, her tone incredulous. Duchess, your actions seem rather inconsiderate. Chapter 43. Betrothal. It was indeed somewhat ungracious, thought the Duchess of Wei with a sigh. This was her first time engaging in such endeavors. For the sake of her son, she was willing to take the plunge. The Duchess remarked, Madame Sun is entirely unaware. She has set her sights on the fourth Miss Shun and has come to propose marriage. I hold no grudge against you, but the willingness of the Pingyang Marquis to accept this union is quite beyond my expectations. I had assumed that the Pingyang Marquis and our Wei ducal house shared an understanding, which is why they did not come to disturb us at this moment. The Duchess's words left not only Madame Sun perplexed, but also the members of the Marquis in a state of confusion. The Wei ducal house had never expressed interest in the fourth Miss Shun. What understanding could exist? The matriarch sensed that some unknown circumstance had transpired and cast a glance towards the fourth madam, seeking clarification on the Duchess's intent. The fourth madam explained. Prior to the peony banquet at the Changshan Wang residence, Wei accompanied the eldest young lady to Bai Wei Tower to purchase flowers. She fancied a peony, but it was purchased by the young master of the Wei ducal house. Out of guilt for the incident involving Wei at the Wei residence, he gifted the peony to her, knowing they wished for it. The eldest young lady felt it was inappropriate to accept such a gift without giving something in return. So she had Wei present a lanhua in exchange. The matriarch furrowed her brow, reproaching the fourth madam. Why did you not inform me of this? The young master of the Wei ducal house holds a significant status. Gifting a peony to Shun Wei and accepting a lanhua in return clearly signifies an engagement token. The Duchess of Wei, having taken an interest in Shun Wei, inviting her to the estate to admire flowers, indicates a willingness to form a familial alliance with our house. The exchange of flowers between Shun Wei and the young master cannot merely be dismissed as a private arrangement. It is a tacit agreement to formalize their union. Due to the fourth madam's silence, when Madame Sun proposed marriage, the matriarch readily consented, even pressuring the fourth madam to agree. Fortunately, the Duchess of Wei arrived in time. Otherwise, the Pingyang Marquis would have been suspected of having a daughter engaged to both families. The matriarch glanced apologetically at Madame Sun, who, before she could speak, stated, It appears that the fourth Miss Shun and the young master of the Wei ducal house are mutually enamored. I was unaware of the circumstances and nearly disrupted a perfect match. Madame Sun was self-aware. Upon perceiving the Duchess of Wei's competitive intent, she recognized her inability to contend. Even if the young master of the Wei ducal house had a legitimate son and was merely taking a secondary wife, he was not a match for her son. She dared not truly contest the matter of her son's marriage against the Wei ducal house, expressing her frustrations only in the heat of the moment. With so many eligible young ladies in the capital, it was not worth offending the Wei ducal house over a mere fourth Miss Shun. If one were to blame the fourth madam, it was true that she had not directly indicated her intentions to marry, and for the sake of her own reputation. She even acknowledged her agreement to the marriage in front of the Duchess of Wei. Madame Sun stated, I must take my leave, as there are matters to attend to. The fourth madam rose to see her off, but Madame Sun smiled, saying, The fourth madam still has to attend to the Duchess of Wei. A maid can escort me. The matriarch would not allow a maid to escort her, insisting that the third madam accompany her instead. The third madam escorted Madame Sun out of the estate. In the flower hall, Shun Wei pondered for several days, unable to grasp why the young master of the Wei ducal house accepted the lanhua. Her elder sister smiled silently, and their mother was also smiling, Now she understood the meaning. However, she had merely followed her elder sister's instructions to gift the Lanhua. She did not share mutual affection with the young master of the Wei ducal house. Shen Wei grasped Shun Wan's arm, shaking it urgently. Elder sister, quickly go inform grandmother and the Duchess of Wei. They must have misunderstood the young master's intentions. Shun Wan, her ear pendants swaying gracefully, smiled. My foolish fourth sister, you are too young to comprehend. The young master of the Wei ducal house is quite aware. He did not nod. And the Duchess of Wei would not come to propose otherwise. Shen Wei stared at Shun Wan in astonishment, her face heating up as realization dawned. So that day, you deliberately had me deliver the gift. Shun Wan did not deny it, only smiling lightly when the young master of the Wei ducal house spoke to me. His gaze was on you. I surmised he must hold some affection for you. So I encouraged you to test the waters, and it seems I was correct. No wonder that day, although it was Shun Wan who prompted her to deliver the Lanhua, the young master of the Wei ducal house truly accepted it. She was left astonished. Shen Wei's face flushed crimson, declaring, I shall no longer engage with you, elder sister. Embarrassed, Shen Wei turned to leave, but just then, a maid entered, announcing, Fourth Miss, the matriarch requests your presence in the main hall. Upon hearing this, Shen Wei promptly forgot her earlier words. Instinctively glancing back at Shen Wan, who covered her mouth in laughter, did you not say you would ignore me? Shen Wei, exasperated, stomped her foot. Shen Wan, knowing her sister's shyness, chuckled. I shall accompany you. The two proceeded to the main hall, where Shen Wei's blush remained unabated. Nevertheless, her tranquil demeanor lent her a playful charm, which further pleased the Duchess of Wei. She herself could not fathom why her son had developed an interest in the fourth Miss Shun, yet she held her hopes at bay. Shen Wei approached to pay her respects to the Duchess of Wei, who praised her profusely before gifting her a jade bracelet from her wrist. Patting Shen Wei's hand, she remarked, in my haste to leave today, I forgot to bring an engagement token. I shall present it to you when the formal proposal is made. Thus, the engagement between Shen Wei and the young master of the Wei ducal house was effectively established. The Duchess of Wei stayed for a quarter of an hour before taking her leave, with the fourth madam seeing her out. Once the fourth madam returned after escorting the Duchess of Wei, Shun Rong arrived, asking, did the young master of the Wei ducal house send a peony to fourth sister? I was unaware of this, and moreover, no peonies were delivered to the estate from Bai Weifang that day. Shen Rong had seen the flowers delivered to the estate and found nothing particularly special about them. Otherwise, she would have immediately sent them to the matriarch. If the matriarch desired them, Shan Wan and Shen Wei would have no choice but to present them to her, as she and Shening often did. Thus, upon hearing of this incident, she disregarded the lingering pain in her knee and rushed over. Although Shen Wei was to marry the young master of the Wei ducal house as a secondary wife, at the very least, it could be said that she would eventually become the young mistress of the Wei ducal house. It was a commendable match. A concubine could secure such a union, and she ought to marry a prince or a noble lord. The matriarch glanced at Shen Wei, who in turn looked at Shen Wan. Shen Wan explained, the fourth sister and I desired the peony, known as Phoenix Feather, falling into the golden pool to gift to Princess Danyang, since it was for someone else. We found it inappropriate to accept the young master's flower, so we exchanged it for a Lanhua. By coincidence, Princess Danyang visited Bai Weifang that day and received the peony directly, so it was not brought back to the estate. Shun Rong interjected. Then does that mean fourth sister inadvertently gifted the young master's engagement token to Princess Danyang? Could the words be any more unkind? Shen Wan retorted. That was merely the Duchess of Wei's way of suggesting Madam's son withdraw, who would consider a flower as an engagement token. If poorly cared for, the flower would wither before fourth sister even married. How clever of third sister to think of that. Chapter 44. The imperial edict. Shen Rong found herself at a loss for words in the face of Shun Wan's retort, her frustration boiling beneath the surface. Meanwhile, the third madam shifted her ire onto the fourth madam, asserting that the elder and younger girls were too young to comprehend the gravity of the situation, and that the fourth sister-in-law, being older, should have understood better. It was disgraceful to keep such a significant matter hidden, even causing the matriarch to lose face. The old madam's expression was frosty as the fourth madam explained. "It is not that I wish to remain silent. I simply did not foresee that the heir of the Duke of Wei would take an interest in Wei. If I had spoken out, only to misinterpret his intentions. The ridicule would be trivial, but if word got out, it could affect the Duke's proposal. Secrecy breeds failure in communication. Few within the Marquisate wished for the fourth household's prosperity. The eldest girl did not even dare to confide in Wei, let alone voice her thoughts. Though she was irked by the concealment, she understood that should she reveal it, she would only be mocked for her fanciful notions. After living under the same roof for over a decade, she was well aware of the third madam's character. Moreover, she could not allow herself to entertain such thoughts, merely holding onto a flicker of hope. Now that the engagement was settled, she felt a sense of disbelief. How could the heir of the Duke of Wei be interested in her daughter? The old madam recognized that the fourth madam spoke the truth. Otherwise, she would not have so readily agreed to betroth her daughter to young Master Sunday Wei's union with the Duke's heir would surely be a boon for the Pingyang Marquisate. The fourth madam nodded eagerly in agreement. Feeling fatigued, the old madam waved her hand, signaling the others to take their leave. As they exited the Qinghui courtyard, the third madam feigned a smile, saying, "Congratulations, fourth sister-in-law." To which the fourth madam replied, "Wei has made a splendid match. In the future, our third miss will undoubtedly marry even better. It seems our Pingyang Marquisate may soon produce 3 princesses." This flattering remark instantly dispelled the third madam's jealousy. After the third madam departed with her daughter Shenrong, Shenwan regarded the fourth madam, hesitating to speak. Sensing her unease, the fourth madam asked, "Is there something on your mind, eldest miss?" Shenwan pulled the fourth madam aside and confessed, "I must be honest with you, fourth aunt. The day I had fourth sister wear the mask was not mere coincidence. I consulted an oracle at the Hugwood Temple for her marriage prospects, which indicated that she would face danger to her eyes during the courtship. If she could evade this calamity, her engagement would succeed. Thus, I thought to have her wear the mask. The oracle also suggested that fourth sister should delay her marriage until spring, with the heir of the Duke of Wei entering mourning in 4 months and fourth sister reaching her coming-of-age ceremony in 5 months. It seemed the Duke's wife intended for her to marry as soon as she came of age. Believing in the oracle's partial accuracy, I thought it wise to postpone the wedding by 3 months. Both the fourth madam and fourth master had considered the day's events mere coincidence. Shenwan, who rarely adorned herself with flower ornaments, happened to do so that day, only to have Shen Ying inadvertently ruin it, compelling her to wear the mask as if fate itself was protecting their daughter. It was only today that the fourth madam realized that it was Shenwan who shielded her daughter. Overwhelmed with gratitude, the fourth madam said, "That oracle has already helped Wei avert a disaster. It is certainly worthy of belief. A mere 3-month delay should not dissuade the Duke's wife." Shenwan, not daring to mention her rebirth, chose to divert the conversation with the oracle's predictions. She advised Shen Wei to marry in the coming spring, for the Duke's heir was unlikely to survive the winter. The Duke's late wife hailed from the Wooding Marquisate, and in her previous life, the Wuan Marquisate had blamed the Duke's wife for failing to care for the young heir, leading to his untimely death from smallpox, a matter well known throughout the capital. To avoid such misfortune, Shenwan believed it prudent to steer clear of this winter. If the young heir remained unharmed, the Wuan Marquisate would have no reason to target the fourth master. Should the young heir fall victim to the smallpox epidemic, Shen Wei would still be unmarried, rendering the Wuan Marquisate even less likely to lay blame on the fourth master. Relieved by the fourth madam's agreement, Shen Wan felt a weight lift from her shoulders. They turned to find Shen Wei observing them with suspicion, her lips pursed as if she were about to pout. "You two must be the real mother and daughter, always keeping secrets from me." The fourth madam could not help but chuckle. "You girls play together. I shall return to the north courtyard first." Before she could finish her sentence, a maid rushed over, calling out, "Eldest miss, the emperor has sent an envoy to the residence to announce a decree. You and the second miss are to go to the front courtyard to receive it." Shenwan was taken aback. It was one thing for the emperor to issue a decree regarding Shening, but why was she summoned as well? Inside, the old madam reclined on a wrought-tan couch, her gaze inscrutable. The third madam, seated lower, remarked, "The fourth sister-in-law has always been discreet. I am not surprised she kept the matter of the Duke's heir to herself. But I am astonished the eldest miss did not reveal a word. While the eldest miss's silence could be attributed to the triviality of the matter, her departure from the estate with a maid and a carriage without informing them was peculiar. Furthermore, Wu Mama and Ziyu had been punished and sold off, while several young maids in the Qinglan courtyard had also been dismissed during the days when the old madam and second madam were transcribing Buddhist scriptures. The eldest miss had even summoned a tooth puller to the residence, selecting 6 maids to bring back to the Qinglan courtyard, insisting on managing their training herself without letting Chung Mama intervene. This behavior suggested she was aware of the old madam's and second madam's attempts to place their own people around her in a bid for control. Even the third madam sensed this shift. The old madam could clearly see that Shunwan no longer regarded her with the same fondness as before. Since Shunwan's engagement to Prince Ling, she had not clung to the third madam's arm for affection like Shun Ying and Shunrong did. As the old madam absent-mindedly twirled her prayer beads, her expression grew darker. At that moment, a maid hurried in, announcing, "Old madam, the palace has sent someone to proclaim the decree, summoning the eldest miss and second miss to receive it together." The old madam's brow furrowed instantly. Although the decree was intended for Shunwan and Shuning, all members of the Marquisate were expected to attend. Steadying herself with the maid support, the old madam rose and proceeded to the front courtyard. In the main hall, a sea of people knelt, with Shun Jing at the forefront. The eunuch, holding the bright yellow edict, began to recite it in a loud, croaky voice that echoed throughout the hall. Kneeling on the ground, Shun Wan's frown deepened as she listened. The first half of the decree bestowed a marriage between Shun Ying and Xie Jingyin, proclaiming Shun Ying as his legitimate wife. While this was somewhat unexpected, it was still within the realm of possibility. However, what completely astonished Shun Wan was the latter half of the decree. The emperor declared that she and Shun Ying were to be married on the same day, on the 16th of next month. When Xie Jingyan would come to take her away, Xie Jingyin would also come for Shun Ying. The emperor deemed the simultaneous marriage of 2 daughters from the Pingyang Marquisate a double celebration. Yet, all Shun Wan felt was an overwhelming sense of foreboding. After all this time, were there not enough days for Xie Jingyin and Shun Ying to make their selections? Why must their fates intertwine with hers? Chapter 45. Dowry Shun Wan felt a sense of displeasure in her heart, as did others who were perplexed by the emperor's arrangements. Even Shun Jing, who prided herself on her understanding of the emperor, found herself at a loss. On the day Shun Wan and Shun Ying were to be married, the Pingyang Marquisate was bustling with activity. However, one of the residences of the Ling Prince and the Jin Prince, the civil and military officials could not be in 2 places at once, and were compelled to choose one of the 2 weddings to attend. It was all too evident how they would decide, given the favor bestowed upon the Jin Prince and the neglect faced by the Ling Prince. Surely, the emperor would not wish to humiliate his own son, especially considering that the Ling Prince was marrying his beloved Shenjing. What was the emperor truly scheming? Shenjing found herself increasingly unable to decipher his intentions, and others exchanged glances of confusion. The eunuch, having read the imperial edict, noticed no one had accepted it, and gently reminded Shun Jing to do so. With both hands raised above her head, Shun Jing replied, "This subject accepts the edict." The eunuch placed the bright yellow decree in her hands and smiled, proclaiming 2 princesses from one family marrying on the same day is a first in the capital. It is indeed a cause for celebration. The eunuch delivering the edict was a trusted confidant of the emperor, and Shun Jing personally escorted him from the estate. She inquired, "Could you enlighten this marquis as to why the emperor has arranged for the Ling Prince and the Jin Prince to hold their weddings on the same day?" The eunuch did not withhold the truth, explaining that the empress believed the wedding of the Jin Prince and the second Miss Shun should precede that of the Ling Prince and the eldest Miss Shun. After consulting the Bureau of Astronomy, the earliest auspicious date was determined to be the 18th of next month. Since the marriage of the Ling Prince and the eldest Miss Shun had already been set, it would be unreasonable to delay it further in favor of the Jin Prince. Thus, the suggestion was made for both princes to wed on the same day, to which the emperor eventually agreed after some contemplation. The empress's proposal was clearly a retaliation for Shun Wan not choosing her son, Xie Jingyin, on the day of the selection. The emperor was undoubtedly aware of this, and by agreeing to the empress's suggestion, did it not indicate his displeasure with his daughter's choice of the Ling prince? Yet, for the past few days, he had shown no signs of discontent towards her. In the main hall, the emperor issued an edict granting Shun Ying to the Jin prince as his primary consort, thus alleviating the long-standing concern of the elder matron. After several days of anxiety, she could finally breathe easy. Overwhelmed with joy, she rewarded the household with 2 months' salary. The servants, basking in the good fortune, were all smiles, for the Pingyang Marquisate had produced 2 princesses and a prospective duke's wife, leaving only the third Miss Shun's future unarranged. Surely, even the youngest would one day become a duke's consort, and the third would surely find a commendable match. No family in the capital was as proficient as the Pingyang Marquisate in marrying off their daughters. The congratulatory voices were incessant, and the blush on Shun Ying's face remained unabated until Shun Rong poured cold water on her spirits. It is one thing for the second sister to marry first, but to wed on the same day as the eldest sister will surely cast her dowry in a less favorable light. Shun Wan's dowry alone surpassed Shun Ying's by 4,000 taels from the public treasury, not to mention the contributions from Shun Jing and the Yun family. Unless the second household was willing to deplete their entire fortune for Shun Ying, there was no way to compete with Shun Wan. The elder matron furrowed her brow, and once Shun Jing returned from escorting the eunuch, she said, with both Ying and Wan marrying on the same day, Wan's dowry is far too modest. It would reflect poorly on the Jin prince. I propose that the public treasury prepare a dowry for Ying in accordance with Wan's standards, and that we send a portion of Wan's dowry to the Ling prince's residence beforehand. Shun Jing interrupted the elder matron, her expression darkening as she declared, "The emperor and the empress insist on having the Jin prince's wedding coincide with the Ling prince's. I cannot prevent this, but when I marry off my daughter, I shall not accommodate anyone. The Ling prince was her son-in-law, and if the empress showed no regard for the Ling prince, it was tantamount to showing none for Shun Jing herself. Furthermore, expecting her daughter to consider the Jin prince's face by discreetly sending dowry to the Ling prince's residence was utterly unacceptable to Shun Jing. With that, she turned on her heel and departed. In Shun Wan's memory, this was the first time Shun Jing had spoken so sternly to the elder matron, all in her defense, which brought tears to Shun Wan's eyes. Overcome with emotion, she wept, while the elder matron's countenance darkened. She had not anticipated Shun Jing would confront her so openly among so many witnesses, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. After Shun Jing left, Shun Wan too took her leave, and as she departed, Shun Ying looked at the elder matron with grievance. "Grandmother, uncle only cares about the eldest sister. It would suffice if my dowry were just slightly less than hers, but if it is so much lesser, I will be ridiculed." The elder matron, still simmering with anger from the confrontation with Shun Jing, retorted, "Will grandmother allow you to be wronged?" She now wished to know how the second lady had persuaded the empress, and why the empress had insisted on both Shun Ying and Shun Wan marrying on the same day, hoping it was not as she feared. Returning to Qinghui courtyard, after sipping a cup of tea, the second lady returned from the palace. She entered with a smile, for her daughter had become the Jin prince's primary consort. However, upon dismissing the maids, the smile on her face faded. The elder matron immediately sensed that the second lady's news was far from favorable. The second lady recounted the empress's intentions in detail, and the elder matron frowned. "You agreed to this?" The second lady pursed her lips, declaring, "I did not agree. The empress will not grant Ying the position of primary consort." After a pause, her tone turned cold. "Once the decree is issued, Ying's position as primary consort is assured. My agreement with the empress does not guarantee its fulfillment." Meanwhile, Shun Wan returned to Qinglan courtyard, had a cup of tea, and then picked up the embroidery frame to stitch a belt. She needed to complete her elder brother's belt swiftly to present to Xie Jingyan. Shun Wan anticipated that her choice of Xie Jingyan would bring him enmity from the Jin prince and the empress. Yet she had not foreseen such a heart-wrenching method of suppression employed by the empress, with the emperor as her accomplice. She had never intended to remarry, and her alliance with Xie Jingyan was born of necessity. Whatever form the wedding banquet took, Shun Wan did not care, but Xie Jingyan might, for it impacted his reputation. Feeling a pang of guilt, Shun Wan could do nothing but work diligently to finish the belt he desired. Inside the room, as she sat on a small couch stitching, she had already completed more than half of the belt and expected to finish it that night. With great focus, she embroidered. While Yin Shuang brought tea and returned to report, "Miss, the second lady has reclaimed the authority of the house." How impatient she was! Just as Shun Ying's matter settled, she reclaimed the authority. However, Shun Wan understood that had it not been for the incident at the Changshan prince's residence, the second lady would have demanded the house authority back the day after finishing her scriptures. Shun Wan casually inquired, "Did the third lady hand it over willingly?" "Of course not. That authority is precious," Yin Shuang replied. The third lady was reluctant to relinquish it, claiming that with the second lady's imminent marriage, she would be busy preparing the dowry and thus could manage a bit longer. The second lady disagreed, insisting it would be more convenient for her to oversee the household and prepare the dowry for the second daughter. Otherwise, she would have to consult the third lady for purchases for the embroidery room. The elder matron supported the second lady's argument, and despite the third lady's reluctance, she had no choice but to surrender the authority. I heard from a maid that the elder matron, to appease the third lady's dissatisfaction, rewarded her with a pair of jade bracelets. Even the elder matron understood that the authority could not fall into the hands of the third lady, lest it disrupt the unity among the brothers. How could their father trust her with the entirety of the household authority? It would only serve to bolster the ambitions of the second household. Chapter 46. Filial piety. The elderly matriarch wished to prevent the third madam from coveting the authority of the household, yet she remained resolute. The following day, after finishing her breakfast, Shun Wan departed from Qinglan Courtyard, not to pay her respects at Liuchuan Courtyard, but rather to present a beautifully embroidered belt in the front courtyard. She first sought out her elder brother to bestow the belt upon him. Upon seeing the exquisitely crafted belt, Shun Du was astonished that it had been completed so swiftly. He had anticipated it would take at least 2 or 3 more days. Before Shun Wan could speak, Yin Shuang interjected. Miss has been embroidering the belt whenever she had a moment to spare these past few days, and she stayed up late last night to finish it. She was so preoccupied that she neglected to pay her respects to the matriarch and brought it directly to the young master. Shindu was deeply touched. His sister was overexerting herself for him, and it pained him to see her tire herself out. Shunwan simply replied, "As long as brother likes it." "Like it? I can't bear to part with it," Shindu exclaimed, holding the belt with great affection. Shun Wan inquired if their father was in the study, to which Shindu nodded. She then made her way to the study to find Shun Jing. Inside the study, Shun Jing was engrossed in military affairs. Upon noticing Shun Wan, he set down the official documents and asked, "What brings you here at this hour, my dear?" It was indeed the first time Shun Wan had come to see him so early. "I have something to discuss with you, father," she replied. "What is it you wish to speak about?" Shun Jing inquired. Without hesitation, Shun Wan stated, "I would like third aunt to oversee the embroidery room." Shun Jing was taken aback. He had not expected her to broach this topic. "Did your third aunt ask you to speak on her behalf?" he questioned, believing that his daughter, being of a simple disposition, would not concern herself with such matters without encouragement from others. Shun Wan shook her head. "This is my own idea. A few days ago, when second aunt was transcribing Buddhist scriptures, third aunt managed the household for a few days. However, after second sister's marriage was settled yesterday, second aunt hastily reclaimed the authority from third aunt, causing her great displeasure. Grandmother even rewarded her with a pair of jade bracelets to comfort her. Since mother passed away, second aunt has been in charge of the household supplies. I fear that if this continues, when brother eventually marries and brings a sister-in-law into the family, second aunt will be reluctant to relinquish her control." Shun Jing chuckled softly. "You're overthinking this. Your elder brother's marriage has not yet been arranged. There is still ample time. Once he marries, naturally, your sister-in-law will take charge." He had never believed that anyone could usurp the authority of the first household. It was not something that could be easily taken away by the second madam's wishes. "But father, have you considered that the household has not been managed by mother for quite some time? It will be exceedingly difficult for sister-in-law to assume control. As long as you and brother are in the household, it is manageable. However, should both of you find yourselves on a battlefield, those in charge may not heed sister-in-law's commands. If any issues arise, grandmother will undoubtedly reclaim authority for second aunt. At this, Shen Jing furrowed his brow. I will heed your counsel. I shall allow your third aunt to oversee the embroidery room. Grateful that her father was receptive to her advice, Shunwan nodded vigorously. Just then, Shundu entered the room, having changed from his ivory-white brocade robe into a lake blue one. With the very belt Shunwan had gifted him cinched at his waist, he appeared remarkably handsome. Noticing Shen Jing's scrutiny, he remarked, Father, do you not think this robe is splendid? Have you found someone of interest? Shen Jing asked. Shendu, suddenly reminded by Shunwan's words, realized that he was half a year older than Prince Ling, who was already set to marry. He had indeed neglected this matter while consumed with military duties. Seeing his son's attire, Shen Jing assumed he was dressing up to meet someone special, understanding the youthful impulse. However, Shendu shook his head. Who would I have in mind? Disappointed, Shen Jing asked, if you have no one in mind, why change into such a fine robe? Shendu pointed to the belt around his waist. My sister just gifted me this belt. The attire I wore earlier did not suit it, so I changed. Observing Shen Jing's gaze on the belt, Shendu proudly declared, Sister's embroidery skills are truly on par with mother's. Indeed, it was quite impressive. Shen Jing then turned to Shunwan. And what about you, my dear? Glancing at her father's expectant expression, Shunwan felt a pang of guilt for not having prepared anything for him. She could only fabricate an excuse. I cannot find the ink-colored silk that you like in the storeroom, so I embroidered for brother first. I shall return and create one for you that is even more beautiful than brother's. Shen Jing's face lit up with satisfaction. You are indeed a good daughter. Shunwan left with a heart full of remorse. As the sunlight bathed her, she realized she would have to postpone her own preparations. She retrieved a piece of ink-colored brocade from the storeroom before finally heading to Qinghui Courtyard to pay her respects to the matriarch. Aside from not visiting the matriarch, this was the latest Shunwan had ever come to offer her greetings. Upon entering, Shunwan remarked, Elder sister, if you arrive any later, you might as well be here to wish grandmother good afternoon. In truth, were it not for the intention to sow discord between the third and second houses, Shunwan would not willingly allow the third house to gain a foothold in the household affairs. Shunwan, concealing her thoughts, calmly replied, I went to the outer courtyard to see father. The matriarch, who was pouring tea, remarked, Your father is busy with official duties. What business do you have disturbing him? It was rare for her father to enter the inner courtyard, and with his military obligations, if she did not take the initiative to visit him, she might not see him for 5 or 6 days. Previously, she did not understand and heeded the matriarch's advice not to disturb her father. However, after her father's old ailment recurred and led to his demise, she regretted it immensely. In this life, she wished to see her father whenever she desired, regardless of others' opinions. Shunwan, feigning innocence, replied, I came to find father on behalf of grandmother. For grandmother? The matriarch furrowed her brow. What need is there for you to find your father on her behalf? Shunwan explained. I heard from the maids that grandmother wishes for third aunt to manage the embroidery room to assist second aunt. However, it is father who oversees the household supplies, and it would be inappropriate to disturb him for such a trivial matter. To appease third aunt, grandmother presented her with a pair of jade bracelets. Since father is resting today, I worried he might have matters to attend to outside the estate, so I went directly to him without paying my respects first. Father agreed to let third aunt manage the embroidery room. The second madam's expression darkened in an instant. The matriarch's anger flared suddenly, which maid spoke ill of this matter in your presence. Shunwan gasped. Is it not true what the maid said? Does grandmother not wish for third aunt to manage the embroidery room? Both hands are flesh, she thought. If father had agreed, the matriarch would surely not want to dampen third aunt's spirits. Before third aunt, the matriarch had to consider her words. The matriarch clenched her teeth, suppressing the anger that rose to her throat. Grandmother simply feels you should not disturb your father for such trivial matters. Shunwan smiled. Father is preoccupied with military affairs and may overlook certain details. I ought to assist him in showing filial piety to grandmother. Third aunt beamed with delight, unable to contain her joy. Although the matriarch had presented her with a pair of jade bracelets, she had still been upset for half the night. Little did she expect Shunwan to speak on her behalf. securing her management of the embroidery room as if a pie had fallen from the sky, leaving her in a daze. Shun Rong regarded Shun Wan with an unprecedented sense of shame. Had she known her elder sister's visit was to help their mother secure authority over the embroidery room, she would not have been so sarcastic about her late arrival. Chapter 47. Disgust. Madame Second was poised to voice her objections, yet before she could utter a word, the matriarch cast a glance her way, signaling her to remain silent. Consumed by indignation, Madame Second had no choice but to suppress her feelings. The affairs of the Pingyang Marquis's residence were firmly in Shun Jing's hands. Once he had agreed to something, it became an unalterable reality. Opposing him now would only incite displeasure from Madame Third, thereby jeopardizing her future plans. The entirety of the Pingyang Marquis's household would eventually belong to their branch, so the trivial matter of managing an embroidery room paled in comparison. A moment's forbearance could preserve the grand scheme. Reflecting on this, a semblance of a smile crept onto Madame Second's face. Just yesterday, Madame Third had expressed a desire to assist her more with the domestic affairs, allowing her to focus entirely on preparing Inger's dowry. At the time, she had flatly refused, but upon further contemplation, she regretted turning down Madame Third's offer. She had intended to propose the same to the Marquis when they next met, only to discover that the eldest daughter had already taken care of it. Such words seemed insincere, as if Madame Second were brazenly deceiving Madame Third into believing she would share some authority over the household management. It was far more improbable than the sun rising from the south. Madame Third, too, wore a smile, albeit one that was more superficial than genuine. What did Madame Second mean by her words? They were merely assisting the primary branch in managing the household. Having never interfered in domestic affairs before, Madame Third was unaware of the substantial profits associated with the position. However, during her recent days of accounting, she had grasped the reality. The second branch feasted while the third branch was left with naught but scraps. The improvements in their daily necessities over what Yun had provided during her lifetime amounted to little more than a trifling increase. The matriarch was wholly supportive of the second branch, determined not to allow Madame Second to encroach upon the management authority. It was only when she realized her intentions had been discovered that she attempted to appease her with a pair of exquisite jade bracelets. Observing the undercurrents of tension between Madame Second and Madame Third, Shenwan felt that sowing discord between the two branches would be far easier than anticipated, and the rifts would run deeper than she had initially assumed. She awaited the unfolding drama with keen interest. Eventually, the matriarch grew weary and dismissed them. Ordinarily, Madame Third was the last to leave, but this time she departed first. However, as soon as she exited the Qinghui courtyard, Madame Second called out to her sister-in-law, "Wait." Madame Third, still simmering with unresolved anger, felt constrained to show some respect for Madame Second in front of the matriarch. Otherwise, she would surely face reprimands for familial discord. With a distant expression, she inquired, "What do you need, sister-in-law?" Madame Second replied with a smile, "There is an immense fortune to be shared, and I wish to offer you a piece of it." Upon returning to Qinglan Garden, Shenwan took a moment to rest before beginning to embroider a belt. Gazing at the dark silk satin in her hands, she felt a headache coming on. Once she completed the belt for her father, she hoped to begin one for Xie Jingyan. To be honest, she was somewhat apprehensive. After deciding on a design, Shenwan instructed Ying Shuang to fetch gold thread, threading the needle to take her first stitch. This endeavor consumed 3 more days. On the morning of the 4th day, Shenwan finally finished embroidering the belt for her father, her neck stiff and hands sore. As she admired the belt, she felt a surge of anticipation for her father's joy upon receiving it. She promptly instructed Ying Shuang to send someone to inquire if her father was at home. Ying Shuang hurried to fulfill this task. Fortunately, Shun Jing was indeed in the residence. Shenwan took the belt and stepped outside, but just as she reached the courtyard's entrance, a young maid in a pale pink dress approached her, saying, "Miss, the matriarch requests your presence in Qinghui courtyard." What could the matriarch want with her? Shenwan pondered, but recognizing the matriarch had sent for her, she felt compelled to comply. She would visit the matriarch first and deliver the belt to her father later. After the maid delivered the message, she retreated, and Shenwan proceeded with Ying Shuang. As they passed through the garden, she noticed several maids from the third branch sneaking down a side path, their furtive demeanor betraying their guilt. If Shun Wan had not stumbled upon them, she would have dismissed their antics, but seeing them piqued her curiosity. Moreover, taking that side path would bring her closer to Qinghui courtyard without delaying her visit. Determined, Shun Wan letting Shuang along the side path. However, after a short while, the suspicious maids disappeared around corner. Shun Wan quickened her pace, glancing around, and just as she sensed something amiss, a male voice called out from behind a tree. "Cousin Wan, are you looking for me?" The sudden voice startled both Shun Wan and Ning Xuan. Turning her head, Shun Wan saw Wu Dasha, Madame Third's nephew, emerging from behind a large tree. Being the nephew of Madame Third, he was generally met with polite acknowledgement from the young ladies of the household. In her past life, Shun Wan had harbored an aversion to this nephew of Madame Third, notorious for his indulgences in gambling and debauchery, and for his lewd behavior towards respectable women. Yet he seldom visited the Pingyang Marquis's residence. What was he doing here today? Not only was he present, but he was also leering at her with an unsettling gaze that filled Shun Wan with revulsion. The more he stared, the more parched his throat became, as if an inner fire burned within him, causing his breath to grow labored and his countenance to redden unnaturally. Swallowing hard, he advanced toward Shun Wan, his smile grotesque enough to make her stomach churn. His words were even more vulgar, suggesting that the crippled Prince Ling could not offer her the pleasures of womanhood. But he, her cousin, could relieve her solitude. At this point, Shun Wan finally grasped the situation. The maid from the third branch had deliberately lured her into a trap. She had not anticipated that Madame Third would condone her nephew's intentions to assault her within the confines of the Pingyang Marquis's residence. However, unbeknownst to Madame Third, Xie Jingyan had dispatched someone to protect her. With Wu Dasha's audacity in insinuating that his master was a cripple, he was likely sealing his fate today. While Shun Wan knew she was not in immediate danger, she instinctively took a step back as Wu Dasha approached. In his eyes, this appeared as an indication of her fear, as though she had forgotten to escape. Yet, with him here, escape was not an option. Just as Wu Dasha reached out toward her, a stone flew through the air, striking his hand and deflecting it. Before he could comprehend what had occurred, another stone struck him in the temple, sending him crashing to the ground. Initially, Shun Wan assumed it was Chunyu who had intervened, but upon hearing the sound of rolling wheels, she turned to see Xie Jingyan, his expression dark as he approached in his wheelchair. His countenance was enough to instill a sense of dread in Shun Wan, particularly the storm brewing in his beautiful eyes, evoking an indescribable feeling within her. It was no wonder he bore a murderous expression. Regardless of his feelings toward her, he would not tolerate any affront to his dignity. If he could turn against the crown prince, he would have no qualms about dealing with Madame Third's nephew. As Xie Jingyan approached, he cast a glance at the unconscious Wu Dasha on the ground, his voice icy with disdain. Is the Pingyang Marquis's residence truly so corrupt? Chapter 48. Gracious delay, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. The second and third branches, in collusion with Xie Jingyin, dared to conspire against their father, seizing military power and titles. What could be said of her? Yet, Shun Wan refrained from uttering these thoughts. Chen Feng noticed the unusual flush on young Master Wu's face and crouched down to inspect him, then turned to Xie Jingyan, stating, "He has been poisoned with a seduction toxin. Kill him," Xie Jingyan replied, his voice devoid of warmth. Shun Wan quickly interjected, "Do not kill him." Xie Jingyan's gaze shifted to Shun Wan, his face darkening with rage. "He bullies you, and you plead for him?" Shun Wan maintained her composure. "If the seduction toxin remains unresolved, will it not result in a fatal explosion?" Xie Jingyan fell silent, tacitly agreeing. Shun Wan continued, "To kill him outright is too merciful. Let him faint here and allow him to perish from the explosion." Young Master Wu, though indulging in vice, was the legitimate heir of the Wu family. To die in the residence of the Pingyang Marquis would certainly complicate matters for the third madam when reporting to her family. Xie Jingyan's expression softened slightly. And Chen Feng urged him to depart. Shun Wan hesitated, contemplating whether to accompany Xie Jingyan or to proceed to see the old matriarch. She believed the matriarch must be aware of this situation. Shun Wan pondered how to infuriate the matriarch further. She had not caught up when Xie Jingyan turned back to her, asking, "What are you dawdling for?" Shun Wan quickened her pace to join him. Exiting through the back path, Shun Wan inquired, Are you here to see my elder brother? Xie Jingyan glanced at her. Do I need to enter the inner courtyard to find her elder brother? Shenwan was taken aback by his dismissive tone. In her past life, before her marriage, she had discovered him in the inner courtyard. He had claimed to be searching for her brother then, which had seemed odd at the time. Now, his words contradicted that memory. Shenwan remained silent as Xie Jingyan's gaze fell upon the belt held by Yin Shuang. He reached out, commanding, "Hand me the belt." It was evident he had come for the belt. Was it truly necessary for him to make such a personal trip for such a trivial matter? Yin Shuang, terrified of Xie Jingyan, dutifully handed over the belt, reasoning that it was permissible for the Duke to show it to the Prince of Ling. Upon receiving the belt, Xie Jingyan remarked, "The embroidery is quite commendable, but is this belt too heavy for me to wear?" Shenwan replied, "The belt is for my father." Xie Jingyan's expression shifted. "Then what about my belt?" Shenwan explained, "I will send the belt to my father. I will embroider yours when I return." Xie Jingyan's face darkened further, his voice rising slightly. "After all this time, you have yet to begin embroidering?" Shenwan, equally irked, retorted, "I have been working day and night on the belt, and you still find me slow." Xie Jingyan's irritation intensified, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Your day and night efforts are not for me." Shenwan countered, "Isn't it your fault? You offer assistance, and yet expect me to embroider a belt. My brother saw it, and took it for himself. My father wants one too, so I must embroider another for him." Xie Jingyan furrowed his brow. "I only asked for one belt. Your brother and father have theirs. Why should I be left out?" It seemed unreasonable to hold him accountable. He merely desired a belt. Shenwan questioned, "You have no shortage of belts. Why must I embroider one for you?" Xie Jingyan retorted, "Do your brother and father lack belts?" Indeed, her father and brother did not lack belts, but they appreciated her embroidery. It was a necessity. Shenwan declared, "I will embroider it as soon as I return. I can finish it in 3 days." Xie Jingyan replied, "There is no need to rush. 4 days from now, I will come to collect it," he added. Shenwan thought, how generous the Prince of Ling is. She had expected a grace period of 10 days or more, yet he only afforded her 1 day. However, recalling that he had already waited several days, she chose not to voice her discontent. She still needed to see the matriarch. Shenwan extended her hand. "Now, please give me the belt." Xie Jingyan stated, "I will take this belt as well." Shenwan's eyes widened. "This is for my father. It is of no use to you." Xie Jingyan scoffed, "When I reach your father's age, I will surely find it useful." Shenwan thought, "He is merely shortening the time I have to embroider his belt, and now he is sulking about taking the one meant for her father. Yet, he will be 20 years older before he reached her father's age, and in 20 years, this belt would be worn and outdated. I have only agreed to embroider you one belt. If you take this one, I will not embroider another for you," Shenwan insisted. Reluctantly, Xie Jingyan handed the belt back to Shenwan, adding, "Make it look presentable." Shenwan accepted the belt, apologizing, "I am sorry." Xie Jingyan turned to Shenwan. "Before marriage, it is understandable that you prioritize your brother and father, but after marriage, this cannot continue." He assumed Shenwan was apologizing for the delay in embroidering his belt. Shenwan paused, realizing he had misunderstood her intent. Since receiving the imperial decree, she had intended to apologize to Xie Jingyan in person, and now that she had the opportunity, she must express her remorse for burdening him on what should have been a joyous occasion. "I do not mind," Xie Jingyan stated coldly. Shenwan reassured him, "After all, this current marriage is merely a pretense. It does not count. When you marry next time, the crown prince will not overshadow you." Xie Jingyan's expression, initially only slightly displeased, turned as cold as if cloaked in frost upon hearing her words. Shenwan, sensing his silence, hastily departed. Shenwan, accompanied by Yin Shuang, traversed the garden toward the Qinghui courtyard, while Xie Jingyan's gaze remained fixed upon her, his chest rising and falling with increasing agitation. Chun Feng, unable to hold back, advised, "Young master, do not let your anger jeopardize your health." Xie Jingyan gritted his teeth. "Do you think she intends to drive me to my grave before marriage so that she can remain a widow for life?" Though he addressed Chun Feng, the latter dared not reply truthfully. Miss Shen likely did not harbor such intentions, but the young master truly risked being angered to death. As Shenwan walked further away, she sensed a gaze upon her. Turning back, she met Xie Jingyan's eyes across a sea of flowers. Shenwan dismissed it as a figment of her imagination. At such a distance, their gazes could not truly connect, and Xie Jingyan must be observing someone else. Shaking her head, she continued on her way. Upon entering the Qingwei courtyard, as she ascended the stairs, she overheard laughter emanating from within. However, as Shunwan passed the screen and entered the room, the laughter ceased abruptly. It was understandable. The arrival of an unexpected guest signaled the failure of their plans, rendering any joy impossible. The moment the third madam laid eyes on Shunwan, her heart trembled violently. Why had the eldest daughter come to the old matriarch's quarters? She should have been on the back path. For reasons unknown, the third madam felt an overwhelming sense of dread, as if a calamity were imminent, leaving her unable to remain seated. Shunwan noted the third madam's unease, choosing to feign ignorance. She smiled and inquired, "What are you discussing that brings such joy?" "I heard it from the courtyard." Before Shunwan could finish her sentence, a loud crash echoed through the room as something shattered. The third madam, startled by the noise, shuddered, nearly losing her senses. Shunwan turned to see Shunrong's maid stumbling into the room, tripping over her skirt and collapsing at Shunwan's feet, breathless and panicked, exclaiming, "Madam, it is terrible. The young lady has been ruined by the cousin." Chapter 49. Regret. The maidservant was undoubtedly terrified and frantic. Otherwise, she would not have used such harsh words to report the matter. Third madam's complexion changed abruptly, and she stood up in shock. However, due to the intensity of her action, she felt dizzy, and if it weren't for the timely support of fourth madam, who was beside her, she would likely have fallen to the ground. Yet, third madam paid no heed to her dizziness and hurriedly departed. Second madam quickly followed suit, while fourth madam hesitated to go, glancing toward the matriarch. The old matriarch's face was hardly better than third madam's. Her gaze toward Shunwan was as though she wished to devour her. Initially, Shunwan had felt a flicker of sympathy for Shunrong's plight, but upon realizing that the old matriarch held Shunrong's misfortune against her, she felt a wave of satisfaction within, believing that they deserved to entrap themselves, to lift a stone only to crush their own feet. Yet, she was still perplexed. Had she not instructed Shun Yu to guard the small path, preventing young Master Wu from escaping, allowing him to quietly endure the pain of his own misdeeds, and ensuring no one else would be implicated? How then did Shunrong manage to pass through? With Shun Yu's abilities, it was unfathomable that she could not have stopped Shunrong. Shun Ying and Shun Wei longed to discover the details of Shunrong and Appo's predicament, but they could not venture forth and could only wait patiently. The old matriarch closed her eyes tightly, her agitation and fury manifesting in the rapid manipulation of her prayer beads. The atmosphere in the room was tense, with the maidservants holding their breath, not daring to make a sound, fearful of incurring the old matriarch's wrath. The waiting was excruciating. It was impossible to gauge how long they had waited when a maid rushed in, whispering something into Grandmother Sun's ear. Grandmother Sun's expression changed immediately, and she quietly reported to the old matriarch, whose face drained of color, her body trembling, and her grip on the prayer beads nearly crushing them to dust. They could not summon the imperial physician, but needed to call a doctor into the residence. Grandmother Sun hastily instructed a maid to fetch the most renowned doctor in the capital. The old matriarch's face was ashen, and when Grandmother Sun helped her to her feet, her legs were weak. The maidservants rushed to assist her. With the old matriarch's departure, there was no longer a reason for anyone else to remain. Upon exiting Qingwei courtyard, Shenwei looked at Shunwan and whispered, "Elder sister, do you think third sister will truly?" Fourth madam interjected, "This is not a matter for you two unmarried daughters to discuss." Shenwei instantly fell silent. Fourth madam felt an immense relief mingled with unease. The old matriarch had never harbored hopes for the fourth household and would never permit it to outshine the second or third households. Shenwei's engagement had progressed so smoothly because the old matriarch sought to leverage the influence of the Duke of Wei's household to assist Shening in becoming the crown prince's legitimate consort. Otherwise, the old matriarch would have preferred a union between the fourth household and the Sun family, although it was merely a verbal engagement. As long as the Pingyang Marquis's household acknowledged it, the Duke of Wei's household would have no recourse. Even if the fourth household insisted on marrying the Duke of Wei's heir, it would become a thorn in the side of the Duke's wife. Xining was granted marriage to the crown prince as his consort, bringing joy to the old matriarch's heart. She could turn a blind eye to the fourth household's daughters marrying well, but now, with Shunrong in trouble. The third madam's nephew could not even be described as useless. He was nothing more than a ruffian. Families of any standing in the capital would refuse to marry their daughters to him. Shunrong's marriage to him marked the end of her life. The old matriarch's heart ached at such a poor match for her daughter, who could one day become the wife of a duke. This was akin to a dagger plunged into both the old matriarch's and third madam's hearts. The Marquis had only 4 daughters, and 2 had already lost their virtue before marriage. Such events occurring in the house of the Prince of Changshan could be overlooked, but this was the Pingyang Marquis' household. How dared third madam's nephew act so brazenly? Fourth madam no longer dared to allow her daughter to roam freely in the north courtyard. She took Shenwei away, while Shunwan intended to deliver a belt to the front courtyard. However, given the recent turmoil within the household, her father would undoubtedly be furious upon learning of it. And receiving the belt she had embroidered would not bring him joy. Thus, she decided to postpone her visit. As they passed through the garden, the maidservants whispered among themselves, and upon noticing Shunwan, they scattered like birds. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, Shunwan immediately approached the window where Qinyu appeared. Shunwan inquired, "What transpired between Shunrong and young Master Wu?" Qinyu bowed in apology, stating, "I have not forgotten your instructions. When Miss Shun-san approached, I intended to stop her. However, upon speaking with the maidservants, I learned that the second and third households had joined forces to compel you to withdraw from the engagement and marry young Master Wu instead. In a moment of anger, I refrained from intervening. Ultimately, it was all in pursuit of the crown prince's position. If she could not marry Xie Jingyan, Xining would become the crown prince's consort, and the entire court, including the emperor, would tacitly acknowledge that the Pingyang Marquis' household stood with the crown prince. In their attempt to assist Xie Jingyan, they resorted to such despicable means, and they deserved the consequences. After reporting, Qinyu withdrew. Shenwan sat in silence, her temper still simmering even after consuming 2 cups of tea. Silver Frost went out for a moment and returned to report to Shenwan, "Miss, I heard that third miss has lost half her life." Third madam slapped her nephew, young Master Wu, more than a dozen times, leaving her own hand swollen. No matter how close a nephew could be, he could never surpass one's own daughter, especially when this nephew was nothing but a drunken layabout. Were it not for young Master Wu being an only son and also a nephew, third madam might have even considered killing him. Shenrong was carried back, lying unconscious on the bed. The maidservant knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. Third madam's eyes were red-rimmed, filled with regret, as she harshly questioned the maidservant. What exactly went wrong? Why did the eldest miss not take the small path, and how did Ronger end up there? The maidservant, shaking, replied, "The eldest miss did go to the small path and encounter the cousin. However, just as the cousin intended to assault her, Prince Ling arrived and knocked him unconscious. The eldest miss then left with Prince Ling fearing for the cousin's life. She rushed over to check the situation, but despite my attempts to stop her, she insisted. Unexpectedly, the cousin merely fainted. When she called out to him, he awoke and, in a frenzy, pounced on her, tearing at her clothes. I wished to save her, but I could not pull him away." Recalling the scene of young Master Wu's violence and the despair in the eldest miss's eyes, the maidservant felt a chill run through her body. Prince Ling, how could he arrive at the Pingyang Marquis' household at this time? Why was there no one to report his arrival? How weak was Prince Ling that he would merely knock someone out when they attempted to assault his betrothed? Why did he not simply kill him? Had he done so, it would have spared her innocent daughter from this ordeal. Third madam's heart was wrenched in agony, tears streaming down her face, when at that moment a maidservant entered to announce, "Madam, second madam has arrived." Third madam looked up, her eyes ablaze with a terrifying hatred. To ruin her daughter's life for Shun Ying's position as the crown prince's consort, and yet she dared to come? Tell her to get out. Chapter 50. The wall of separation within the confines of the room. Shenwan felt a surge of delight as she savored a pastry while listening to Yin Shuang report on the third madam's fury. Yin Shuang informed her that the Marquis had learned of the turmoil in the inner courtyard and had gone to Qingwei courtyard. Upon hearing this, Shenwan immediately set down the half-eaten pastry and rose to her feet. The chaotic events in the inner courtyard would undoubtedly infuriate her father, whose temperament was prone to rage. This situation was a self-inflicted wound for the third house, and she was eager to witness how the old madam would address the matter. As Shun Wan arrived at Qinghui Courtyard, she was met with the sound of slaps. Initially, she assumed that the punishment was directed at the maidservants. But upon entering the courtyard, she was taken aback to find the second young master Shen Li and the third young master Shen Dian receiving the blows. Frankly, Shen Wan was stunned. If Shun Ying and Shun Rong were the old madam's cherished darlings, then Shun Li and Shen Dian, as her own blood grandsons, were the essence of her being. It was hard to believe that anyone other than her father would dare to punish them in Qinghui Courtyard. But why would her father resort to such punishment? Could it be related to Shun Rong's predicament? Shun Wan inquired about the situation from a young maidservant, who quietly explained that young Master Wu had been brought into the residence by the second and third young masters. They had been conversing in the pavilion when the third young master stepped away, and the second young master had matters to attend to outside, neglecting to inform anyone about young Master Wu, who was left to roam the inner courtyard freely, inadvertently causing harm to the third young lady. The Marquis was furious and ordered 30 strokes of the rod for each of the second and third young masters, sentencing them to kneel in the ancestral hall until the next morning. The plan they had devised seemed impeccable, with both the second and third young masters at fault, yet able to shift blame onto one another. The second young master would never have anticipated that young Master Wu would wander about, and the third young master assumed that the second young master would keep an eye on young Master Wu. They were the only sons of their respective houses, and if one of them were to fall into trouble, even if their father were to be enraged, he could not punish them to death. He could only administer 30 strokes and then send them to kneel in the ancestral hall. In the main hall, the old madam sat upon a Luohan couch, her countenance exceedingly grim, mirroring the expressions of the second and third elders, who felt pained by the punishment of their sons but dared not utter a word. The cries suddenly ceased, causing the old madam's heart to leap into her throat. A maid rushed in to report that the second young master had fainted after receiving 23 strikes. The old madam was distraught, while Shun Jing coldly ordered, "Splash water to revive him and continue the punishment." The maid retreated. The old madam's expression darkened, and she struggled to speak several times, but ultimately held her tongue. While the old madam could endure, the second and third elders could as well, and although the second madam found it intolerable, she too had to stifle her feelings. However, the third madam could no longer contain herself. Her daughter had already suffered enough, and now her son was to be punished as well. The third madam burst in, confronting the Marquis. "While I have no argument against the punishment of my sons for allowing an outsider into the inner courtyard, does the Marquis bear no responsibility in this matter? The guards of the Marca residence are strict, yet the Ling Wang appears repeatedly in the inner courtyard. With such leniency shown to him, how can a younger generation maintain vigilance? If it were not for the Ling Wang's misdeeds today, my daughter would not have suffered so grievously." Shen Jing's brows knitted tightly. Shun Wan had initially intended to eavesdrop from behind a screen, but the third madam's words pushed her to the brink of restraint. She stepped forward and said, "I sympathize with my third sister's plight, but Aunt, your words not only slander the Ling Wang, but also tarnish my reputation. I must ask you, when has the Ling Wang appeared repeatedly in the inner courtyard? Who has seen him?" Frustrated by her failed schemes and taking her anger out on the Ling Wang while blaming her father, the third house was not as innocent as they claimed. Shun Wan's inquiries were firm and resonant, causing the third madam to clench her long nails beneath her sleeves. Unable to utter a word, could she mention that a maid had seen Xie Jingyan in the alley? If it were to be revealed, Shen Du would seek out Xie Jingyan, inevitably discovering young Master Wu's intentions toward Shen Wan. With Shen Rong's incident in the inner courtyard, Shen Jing was already furious. Revealing that young Master Wu had originally targeted Shun, one would only exacerbate his wrath. Today, S events left her with no choice but to swallow her grievances in silence. Yet she was unwilling to concede. The third madam remained silent, prompting Shun Wan to press further. "Why is Aunt not speaking?" The third madam nearly bit her silver teeth in frustration, while the old madam's icy gaze turned upon Shen Wan. "Your aunt is simply speaking out of anger. Why must you press her so? Shenwan replied, I merely wish to clarify matters to avoid wronging my aunt. Just as her words fell, a maid hurriedly rushed in, exclaiming, Aunt, it's bad. Third young lady has awakened and is threatening to take her own life. The maid cannot restrain her. The third madam did not take the time to sit down and, upon hearing this, turned to leave. The old madam, filled with concern, quickly instructed Grandma Sun to accompany her. The old madam then turned to Shinjing, her lips pursed into a thin line. The deed had been done, and all that remained was to learn from the experience to prevent future occurrences. The Marquis was preoccupied with military affairs, and the remaining matters should be left to the third house to handle. Shinjing recognized that he could not intervene. The incident involved the daughter of the third house, and young Master Wu was the third madam's nephew. The bond was too close, and all he could do was issue a gag order to prevent such disgraceful matters from leaking outside and to strengthen the management of the inner courtyard to avoid further incidents. Shinjing rose to leave, followed by Shenwan and Shendu. Once outside Qinghui courtyard, Shinjing asked Shendu, Has a Ling Wang been in the inner courtyard today? Just as Shendu was about to nod, Shenwan shot him a glance, and he shook his head. No. Shinjing remarked, Although the Ling Wang possesses commendable character, he should not be allowed to come and go freely in the inner courtyard. He is henceforth forbidden from scaling the walls. Shendu agreed. Shinjing returned to the outer courtyard. After his departure, Shendu turned to Shenwan. Why did you not allow me to inform father about the Ling Wang's presence in the residence today? Shenwan replied, I feared that father would become angry. Shendu chuckled. Father is not unaware of the Ling Wang's frequent visits. Frequent. Shenwan seized upon this particular word, her expression turning peculiar. He visits often? Has he only come twice? Once today, and another time when he accidentally overheard my conversation with Shuning, mistakenly thinking I was using him to marry into the Jin Wang family. Shendu responded, How careless of him to be discovered by the third madam. Shenwan. She increasingly felt that something was amiss. Her brother and father seemed to indulge the Ling Wang excessively. While she knew that the Ling Wang's leg injury could be treated, her father and brother were unaware. She intended to marry the Ling Wang. Yet neither her brother nor father objected, even fearing that she might bring harm to him. It felt as though they were concealing something from her. Just as Shenwan was about to inquire, Shuning approached, compelling her to suppress her myriad of doubts. Shendu remained oblivious that when Shenwan mentioned fearing their father's anger, she was referring not to the Ling Wang's entrance into the inner courtyard, but rather to young Master Wu's incident. He departed with a sense of ease. Chapter 51. Heartache as she gazed at her elder brother's departing silhouette, Shenwan couldn't help but let a faint smile grace her lips. Shuning approached, witnessing this, and immediately felt a surge of indignation. How could the eldest sister still smile when the third sister was in such dire straits? Shen Rong's predicament had left her utterly incapable of mirth. It was laughable indeed. Was it merely an act of sympathy towards Shen Rong? It wasn't as if she lacked the capacity for such feelings. Shen Wan retorted fiercely, blaming the heartless and unscrupulous individuals who, in their relentless pursuit of their goals, resorted to such despicable means to harm others. They had already wronged the second sister and were now aiming to inflict further suffering on the third sister, destined for a tragic fate themselves, doomed to an untimely demise. As she spoke, Shen Wan's gaze flitted dismissively toward Shening. Second sister, do you not agree? Shening immediately regretted her impulsiveness, unable to bear Shen Wan's seemingly unaffected demeanor. Why was it that, despite repeated schemes against her, Shen Wan managed to evade harm? Shening clenched her fists beneath her sleeves, gritting her teeth in frustration. Since Shen Ying had initiated the confrontation, Shen Wan would not easily let her off the hook. If the second sister truly felt for the third sister, why did she not join the condemnation? Shen Wan's laughter was genuine, yet her words were laced with truth. Shening was unable to muster a smile or a curse. Shen Wan simply observed her, waiting for her to retaliate. Shening simmered in silent fury, but, upon reflection, realized that the true culprit was not Shen Wan, but rather young Master Wu. Thus, she reluctantly joined in the cursing, agreeing with the eldest sister's sentiment that those who harmed the third sister would surely meet a grim fate. Shall we pay a visit to the third sister? Shen Wan proposed. How could I possibly visit her? Do you wish to provoke her into a fit? Shun Ying restrained the anger bubbling within her. The third sister is in a foul mood. I dare not go. Indeed, with the second aunt's visit resulting in the third aunt's dismissal, it would be wise to refrain from visiting for the time being. Shun Wan concurred with a nod. Shun Ying's face flushed with indignation. Having delivered her barbs, Shun Wan paid no mind to Shun Ying's ire and, in high spirits, returned to Qingluan courtyard with Yin Shuang. Once inside, after sipping tea and resting for a while, she resumed embroidering a belt for Xie Jingyan, using silver thread. The embroidery continued late into the evening. Noticing the hour was quite late, Yin Shuang reminded her, Miss, tomorrow marks the 6th day. Is the day young Lady Yun is to be wed. Will you still be visiting the Yun family? On the day of Yun Mo's broken engagement, Shun Wan had specifically instructed Yin Shuang that she would be going to the Yun family on this day. Surprised, Shun Wan looked up. Has it come so soon? She had been so absorbed in her embroidering that time had slipped away unnoticed. Yin Shuang chuckled. Indeed, it is approaching quickly. In just 12 days, it will be your day of great joy. The thought of marrying Xie Jingyan, even knowing it was a false engagement, stirred a sense of nervousness within Shun Wan, even more so than during her previous life when she wed Xie Jingyin. She could not fathom why she felt this way. It was merely a pretense. After all, there was no reason for anxiety. Shun Wan decided not to dwell on it too deeply, recognizing that the more she thought, the more anxious she became. It was perhaps better to remain blissfully oblivious. However, with a visit to the Yun family on the agenda for the next day, she resolved not to stay up too late, setting aside her embroidery. After completing 2 belts, her sewing speed had noticeably decreased. Thankfully, Xie Jingyan had granted her an extension of a day. Otherwise, she would not have completed her work in 3 days. After massaging her sore hands and neck, Shun Wan performed a light cleansing before retiring to bed, enjoying a restful night. The following day, Shun Wan awoke feeling refreshed and stretched languidly. After breakfast, she made her way to Qingwei courtyard to pay her respects to the matriarch. As she approached the entrance, a maid came forward, bowing and informing her that the matriarch was unwell and had exempted the young ladies from their customary greetings. The recent events concerning Shun Ying and the prince had robbed the matriarch of restful nights, and Shun Rong's downfall had dealt an unprecedented blow. Not falling ill would be an affront to her affection and high hopes for Shun Ying. Grateful for the reprieve from her duties, Shun Wan promptly turned and headed toward the inner gate. It was a day of rest, and Shun Jing was at home. Shun Wan decided to first deliver the embroidered belt to the study. Upon her entrance, Shun Jing inquired, Are you looking for your father regarding something? Yes. I have finished the belt for you, father. I intended to deliver it yesterday, Shun Wan replied. Surprised, Shun Jing remarked, You completed it so swiftly. Far quicker than your mother ever did. The mention of her mother stirred a bittersweet sensation in Shun Wan's heart. She missed her dearly. Despite having been granted a second chance at life, she would never see her mother again. With a quivering voice, she said, How could I compare to mother? She had to manage the household and handle numerous affairs, while I have no such burdens. As she presented the belt, Shun Jing also found his thoughts drifting to Yun Shi, a hint of moisture gathering in his eyes. The embroidery is well done, no less skilled than your mother's work. At that moment, a servant announced from outside, My lord, the 4th master has arrived. Having merely come to deliver the belt, and with plans to visit the Yun family, Shun Wan said, Father, I must go to the Yun family. Grandfather has fallen ill due to the distress over cousin Yun Mo's engagement. I wish to check on him. Shun Jing never hindered Shun Wan's outings, especially not to the Yun family. Your mother is no longer with us, and I am preoccupied. You should pay your respects to your grandparents on behalf of your mother and me, he advised. Nodding earnestly, Shun Wan bowed and retreated. As she stepped outside, the 4th master entered the study. Shun Wan greeted him respectfully before departing. Descending the steps, Shun Jing's voice called out, 4th brother has arrived just in time. My daughter is soon to be wed. Please assist me in teaching her the ways of managing a household. Hearing this, Shun Wan felt a lump in her throat. In her previous life, her father had reluctantly accepted her impending marriage to Xie Jingyin, harboring resentment. Yet he had not forgotten to prepare her for her role as a matriarch. Unfortunately, The lessons she had received from the second madam had been insufficient, leaving her ill-equipped to manage the affairs of the princess residence, resulting in chaos and frequent reprimands from Empress Song. Later, it was the Yun family who sent a capable stewardess to assist her, though she no longer needed to learn. Shunwan was determined to revisit the lessons with her father's love as her guide. Upon reaching the gates of the Marquis's residence, Shunwan climbed into a carriage and set off toward the Yun family. In her previous life, this day had been filled with festivity at the Yun household, a celebration of joy. This time, however, it unfolded like any ordinary day. Accompanied by Yin Shuang, Shunwan arrived at Liu Shuang courtyard, where the matriarch greeted her with a warm smile, inviting her to sit beside her. I was just speaking of you with your two aunts. You have arrived at the perfect moment. Sitting beside the matriarch, Shunwan said, I've been busy these past few days and have not had the chance to visit you and grandfather. How is his health? The matriarch chuckled lightly. I cannot say for certain. I have not seen your grandfather in 3 days. Shunwan's eyes widened in disbelief. What do you mean? With a smile, the matriarch replied, Counting today, it has been 3 days since I've seen your grandfather. He sent out invitations to a multitude of friends for a celebratory banquet, only for your cousin's engagement to fall through. To prevent his friends from making the trip in vain, he has taken them on a tour of the city. Worried, Shunwan asked, Is grandfather's health able to withstand such exertion? Yin Daitai smiled. Your eldest cousin shared the same concern. However, upon seeing so many friends, the old man's spirits lifted and all ailments seemed to vanish. Chapter 52. Absurdity. Old Master Yun's ailment stemmed partly from his own misjudgment, which had incited his ire, and partly from the embarrassment he felt in front of his close friends. In recent days, his companions had all come to the capital, though his pride had been bruised. They sought to console him, suggesting that once old Master Yun overcame this emotional hurdle, his health would improve significantly. They encouraged him to take leisurely excursions into nature, assuring him that all ailments would dissipate. The onset of old Master Yun and Appo's illness had been swift, but its departure was equally rapid, which put Shunwan at ease. If anything were to befall her grandfather, the weight of guilt would haunt her for a lifetime. Upon learning that Shunwan had arrived, Yin Mo and Yun Rue, the two sisters, joyfully sought her out. The old matriarch smiled and said, You two should go and enjoy yourselves. There is no need to linger here with me. Yun Rue eagerly took Shunwan by the hand, exclaiming, Let us go to the garden to admire the blossoms. Yin Mo was more composed, while Yun Rue was animated and lively, her eyes sparkling as she remarked, Thank goodness my elder sister isn't marrying today. Otherwise, I would be dreadfully bored. After so many days, Yin Mo had grown indifferent to the mention of Zhao Mingyi, yet a hint of worry still clouded her brow. Shunwan noticed and asked, What troubles you? Yin Mo brushed her fingers lightly over a peony and replied, My elder brother has been pondering how to host a banquet to enliven the household, to honor our grandfather's friends who have traveled so far. However, the birthday celebrations for our grandparents are still quite distant. As she contemplated this matter, Yun Rue echoed her concern, looking at Shunwan. Yesterday, I foolishly suggested an idea that earned me a severe reprimand from my mother. Shunwan inquired, What was this ill-fated idea that prompted your mother to chastise you? Surely it cannot be so grave as to warrant reprimanding my cousin? Yun Rue hesitated, nudged by Yun Mo, and then fell silent. Shunwan's gaze shifted between the two, urging, Is there something you cannot share with me? Yun Rue finally admitted, It is not that I cannot share, but I fear you may mock me. You see, our grandfather's dog, Huan, is about to give birth again, and I thought it would be amusing to host a banquet in her honor. A wave of exasperation washed over Shunwan. If she did not wish to confide in her, there was no need to concoct such a ludicrous excuse. In truth, Shunwan could surmise that as the beloved granddaughter of old Master Yun, Yun Rue would be a fitting host for a celebration, even if it were for Huan. However, Shunwan's own marriage to Xie Jingyan, a prince of the current emperor, rendered such gatherings impractical. The Yin family was too apprehensive to broach this topic, especially since the emperor had scheduled the wedding banquet for Xie Jingyan and Shening on the same day. The presence of many officials and merchants at the Wang residence on that day would undoubtedly diminish the significance of their own celebration. Consequently, Yun Rui's suggestion was met with harsh criticism from the second Mrs. Yun, unbeknownst to the Yun family. Upon realizing old Master Yun's remorse for causing his friends to make a fruitless journey, Shen Wan had contemplated inviting them to celebrate at the Wang residence. Unfortunately, her marriage to Xie Jingyan was merely a fade. Had there been genuine affection, she would have voiced her desire. She felt guilty for the troubles Xie Jingyan had already faced due to her connection with the Empress and Prince Jin, and thus refrained from pursuing such a course of action. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Shen Wan whispered to Inshi, who had been quietly observing, "Is there truly no way to seek assistance from Prince Ling?" Shen Wan shook her head, declaring, "He has already done enough for me. I cannot impose upon him further to save face on my behalf." At that moment, Yun Rui spotted a beautiful orchid and beckoned Shen Wan to come closer. The group spent half an hour in the garden before returning to Old Lady Yun. After settling down for tea, a maid approached with a package. Old Lady Yun addressed Shen Wan. "Your grandmother's purple gold pills should be finished by now. You forgot to take them last time you visited. Be sure to bring them back with you." In truth, the Yun family could have sent the pills directly to the Pingyang Marquis' residence. But Old Lady Yun believed that doing so would appear too obsequious. Therefore, she insisted that Shen Wan deliver them herself, believing that this would endear her more to the old matriarch. The Yun family always considered Shen Wan's feelings. However, she shook her head, saying, "No need to bring them. Grandmother has heard that excessive consumption of the purple gold pills is harmful and has decided to forego them." Inshi, standing behind Shen Wan, widened her eyes in disbelief, having never heard the old matriarch express such sentiments. Though the purple gold pills were expensive, they were not a significant burden for the Yun family. Even so, Shen Wan did not wish for the old matriarch to continue benefiting from this arrangement. Old Lady Yun was taken aback by the revelation that the pills were deemed excessive, and since there was disapproval, she firmly resolved not to send them again. Just as she was about to speak, a young maid rushed in, breathlessly reporting, "Old lady, the court has dispatched officers to imprison young Master Zhao and has surrounded the National University's headmaster's residence." Old Lady Yun was momentarily stunned, exchanging glances with the eldest Mrs. Yun. Neither spoke, but Yun Rui broke the silence, asking, "Is this due to exam fraud?" The question seemed redundant. Who else would dare imprison the top scholar of the imperial examinations and besiege the examiner's residence if it were not for cheating? While it had long been known that the crown prince was investigating examination fraud and that young Master Zhao was likely involved, the reality of his arrest brought a sense of satisfaction to the Yun family. Shen Wan found the timing of young Master Zhao's imprisonment almost too coincidental, as though it were orchestrated. Today should have marked his wedding to Yun Mo, a day of joy, yet he was instead imprisoned due to his fraudulent actions, plummeting from grace into despair. One could only wonder if young Master Zhao would regret his choices while languishing in a cell. Although young Master Zhao lacked the merit to achieve the top rank legitimately, he could have still made a name for himself without resorting to dishonest means. With the Yun family's wealth and influence, his father surely would have aided him out of respect for the Yun family. However, it was unfortunate that young Master Zhao chose the path of corruption rather than virtue, thereby sacrificing his future in life. Shen Wan pondered the situation, suspecting that it was more than mere coincidence. It was likely that the crown prince had extended a favor to Xie Jingyan, allowing the Yun family to save face. The eldest Mrs. Yun, feeling elated, inquired, "Why had we not heard of any evidence until now? What prompted the sudden arrests?" The maid was unable to answer this question, but soon after, Yun Shi returned with news, stating, "The net of heaven is vast, yet nothing escapes it. The crown prince and Appo's men discovered a piece of waste paper in Zhao and Appo's woodpile, which contained this year and Appo's exam questions. The evidence is irrefutable. Young Master Zhao cannot deny his guilt." Shen Wan remarked, "Exam fraud undermines the very foundation of the court, and the emperor will undoubtedly impose severe penalties." Old Lady Yun's fury dissipated entirely. Just as they were reveling in this unexpected turn of events, another maid burst in, exclaiming, "Old lady, Madame Zhao is kneeling outside the residence, pleading for you and the old master to save young Master Zhao. Chapter 53. Astonishment upon hearing the name Madame Zhao. The cheerful disposition of the elderly Lady Yun was enveloped in a heavy shadow. The matron of the Yun family erupted in anger, exclaiming, "What does Madame Zhao take our Yun family for? How dare she return? Drive her away." Lady Yun, in a cold tone, commanded, "Cleanse the spot where she knelt with water several times, lest it soil our Yun family's grounds." The Zhao family held no foundation in the capital. Their only fortune lay in their fair looks and a modicum of talent, which had momentarily garnered the favor of Miss Chun. However, with the scandal of the imperial examination cheating now exposed, the Chun family was struggling to maintain their own reputation. Madame Zhao, unable to find anyone to save her son, had the audacity to approach the Yun family once more. Despite being mere merchants, the Yun family possessed considerable wealth. Money could indeed sway even the most stubborn of wills, especially with the backing of the Pingyang Marquisate. Yet, Madame Zhao failed to reflect on her son's disgraceful behavior. His insatiable greed and shameful actions had tarnished the Yun family's honor, causing the elder of the Yun family to lament his poor judgment. It was already generous of the Yun family not to exploit this situation further, and the thought of expecting their assistance was nothing short of a foolish fantasy, a wish better placed on the emperor and Appo's sudden decree of amnesty. Such delusions were mere self-humiliation. Seeing Lady Yun in a state of agitation, Shen Wan offered comfort. "Grandmother, please do not let such a person disturb your peace. It is not worth sacrificing your health." Lady Yun understood this, yet the anger was difficult to quell. The thought of Yin and Mo nearly falling into the Zhao family's trap sent shivers down her spine. Thankfully, the Yun family had not become a laughingstock by marrying into the Zhao family. If they had, the pent-up frustration within her would surely have driven her to despair. As Shen Wan spoke of other matters, Lady Yun's spirits began to lift. After sharing a meal with her grandmother, Shen Wan took her leave. Upon departing, she noticed the ground before the Yun family's gate was still damp. In Shuang remarked, "I heard from the servants that Madame Zhao refused to leave, even threatening to take her own life." Manager Yun had the onlookers witness that it was Madame Zhao seeking death, and the Yun family bore no responsibility. With a golden hairpin pressed against her neck, Madame Zhao hesitated for a long while, and it was only when someone in the crowd threw a rotten egg that she slinked away in disgrace. Self-serving individuals tend to cherish their lives more than anyone else. Madame Zhao would never truly seek death. Thus, the engagement was effectively concluded. Shen Wan felt a sense of relief as she climbed into the carriage. Half an hour later, the carriage halted in front of the Pingyang Marquisate. In Shuang dismounted first and then assisted Shen Wan down. As Shen Wan emerged from the carriage, she spotted Wu Detai, the eldest sister-in-law of the third matriarch, exiting the residence with a radiant smile, as if adorned with layers of gold leaf. Her joy was blinding. It was no surprise that Wu Detai was in such high spirits. Her son was a wastrel, indulging in vices such as gambling and dogfighting, and had yet to secure a suitable match even at over 20. Yet, fortune had smiled upon them, granting a desirable engagement, one so remarkable that it was beyond the realm of dissolution. Wu Detai was likely to awaken from dreams of elation. With joy in the air, there was bound to be discontent as well. As Shen Wan entered the inner courtyard, she caught sight of a maid from the third household rushing toward her with a worried expression. Something was amiss. Could it be that Shen Rong had attempted to take her own life again? Shen Wan's curiosity piqued, yet she refrained from inquiring. Within the confines of the Pingyang Marquisate, news was seldom concealed. Indeed, not long after Shen Wan returned to Qinglan Courtyard and had barely sipped half a cup of tea, the news from the third household reached her. A little maid reported, "The elder lady has betrothed the third young lady to young Master Wu." Upon learning this, the third young lady was overwhelmed with grief and anger and ran into a pillar. In Shuang's eyes widened in alarm. Did she die? The little maid shook her head. "No, she's not dead." The maid was prepared, but she was a moment too late to catch her. The third young lady's head still struck the pillar, causing a bruise. The maid spoke with a sigh, lamenting how the eldest daughter was to marry the Prince of Ling, the second daughter the Prince of Jin, and the fourth daughter was destined to become a duke's wife. Everyone believed the third young lady would fare well, perhaps even as a princess. Yet no one anticipated such a dismal match. Shun Wan's expression remained impassive. She felt no sympathy for Shun Rong's plight. These were expectations that others had sought to impose upon her. To feel for Shun Rong was to conspire against herself. After sipping her tea and enjoying a delicacy, Shun Wan resumed her embroidery of the waist belt. In Shuang remarked, "The Marquis has asked the fourth matriarch to teach the young lady about household management. It seems you may not complete your embroidery in 4 days. With the time frame already tight, engaging in other tasks would surely prove insufficient." However, Shun Wan was unperturbed. Her father had forbidden Xie Jingyan from climbing the walls to enter the estate. Therefore, he would not arrive in 4 days, and before the wedding, they likely would not meet again. She merely needed to finish the embroidery before her marriage. Shun Wan's plans were well laid, but on the 4th day, after attending lessons with Shan Wei and the 4th matriarch in the north courtyard, she spotted Qin Feng pushing Xie Jingyan toward her from a distance. Accompanied by 2 maids a few steps behind, Shun Wan's face registered shock. Xie Jingyan, noticing her reaction, said, "Are you so surprised to see me?" Shun Wan replied, "Did my father not forbid you from scaling the walls to enter the estate?" Xie Jingyan had lost count of how many times he had looked at her as if she were simple-minded. "Do you not know that the Pingyang Marquis has a front gate?" Shun Wan thought to herself, what a sharp tongue he has. She wished he would come alone next time, without his biting remarks. Without replying, she watched as he extended his hand, asking, "Where's my waist belt?" He had come to the Pingyang Marquis twice for a mere waist belt. Shun Wan found herself at a loss for words. Observing his outstretched hand, she hesitantly replied, I have not finished embroidering it yet." Xie Jingyan's expression dimmed, and Shun Wan felt as though she had committed a grave error. She hastily explained, "I have been trying to work on it whenever I can, but my father insisted I learn about household management from the 4th matriarch." Before she could finish, his gloomy eyes brightened again, and his tone softened considerably. Learning about household management is indeed important. His mood shifted unpredictably, leaving Shun Wan feeling uneasy. "You're not angry?" she asked. Xie Jingyan reclined in his wheelchair, his gaze shimmering with scattered light. "Your learning is to manage the Prince of Ling's household. Why would I be angry?" His words sounded as if he intended for her to oversee the internal affairs of the Prince of Ling's residence. Yet they were merely feigning a marriage. She would only reside in the prince's household for 6 months at most. Would she truly manage the household? Shun Wan harbored doubts, but kept them to herself. She had no intention of overseeing the household, and thus could not justify embroidering his waist belt. It would be too shameful to admit. As she lifted her gaze, she noticed Xie Jingyan's eyes fixed on her, stirring an inexplicable feeling within her, one that made her want to flee. And indeed, she did. "I shall return to embroider your waist belt now." Without waiting for his response, she hastily distanced herself. Xie Jingyan furrowed his brow, pondering, "Why do I feel she is somewhat afraid of me?" Qin Feng interjected, "My lord, you must be mistaken. If Miss Shun were afraid of you, she would undoubtedly finish the waist belt without rest. After all, you have come twice, and only half of it is embroidered. Clearly, she is not afraid." Chapter 54. Consideration. Xie Jingyan sat quietly in his wheelchair, watching as Shun Wan ran off and disappeared from view. Qin Feng remarked, "ISN and Oppos. T the master looking for Miss Shin? Should I summon her back?" Xie Jingyan replied, "No need to trouble her, let us go." Qin Feng's lips twitched in frustration. Chen Yu returned briefly and relayed to the master that Miss Shan wished for Elder Yun to bring his friends to the Ling Wangfu to celebrate her marriage with the master. However, out of consideration for the master's reputation, she dared not voice it. The master had approached her directly, allowing her to plead with him. Yet he still worried about putting her in a difficult position, even refraining from speaking. After all these years by the master's side, this was the first time Chan Feng realized how thoughtful and considerate he could be. Surely, he wasn't merely using this as an excuse to see Miss Shan. Meanwhile, Shun Wan hurried back to Qinglan courtyard, with Yin Shuang trailing behind, slightly breathless. "Why are you in such a rush, miss?" she inquired, puzzled. Shun Wan herself was unsure. Ever since that incident at the Changshan Wangfu, she had developed an inexplicable fear of encountering Xie Jingyan. The thought of marrying into the Ling Wangfu filled her with distress. She claimed to be returning to embroider a waist belt. Yet the embroidery frame lay untouched in her hands for quite some time, as she lost herself in thought. After a prolonged moment of contemplation and sipping a cup of tea, she finally calmed her mind enough to resume her embroidery. Originally, Xinwan intended to continue her studies in the western courtyard that afternoon, but she sent a maid to inform the fourth madam and busied herself instead. Just as she was engrossed in her work, a maid outside the beaded curtain announced, "Miss, Elder Yun has arrived at the Marquis's residence." "Why has my uncle come?" Xinwan questioned, surprised. Her uncle seldom visited the Marquis's residence, even less frequently than her father visited the Yun family. The news became even more peculiar when she learned that Elder Yun had come to see Xinjing. Setting down her embroidery frame, Xinwan made her way to the front courtyard with Yin Xuan. Upon reaching the second gate, another maid approached, saying, "Miss, you have arrived just in time. The Marquis is looking for you." Xinwan quickened her pace towards Xinjing's study. Upon entering, she found no sign of Elder Yun and asked, "Father, where is uncle?" Xinjing replied, "Your uncle has already left." Xinwan pouted. It was such a rare visit, and he didn't even wait for me. After grumbling, she looked at Xinjing and asked, "Did you call for me?" Xinjing regarded her and inquired, "Did you request the Ling Wang to invite your grandfather's friends to the Ling Wang Fu for a celebratory feast?" The question stunned Xinwan, her voice rising. "The Ling Wang invited my grandfather's friends to the Ling Wang Fu for a banquet?" Xinjing furrowed his brow. Seeing his daughter's astonished expression, he deduced she was unaware of the situation. Remembering that Xie Jingyan had dispatched someone to secretly protect Xinwan, he realized it must have been the shadow guard who informed Xie Jingyan. It was indeed his own idea. Your uncle came for this matter. Xie Jingyan had spoken to Yin Qi about this, and after returning, Yin Qi reported it to Elder Yun. Elder Yun would never dare bring that group of friends to the Ling Wang Fu, fearing ridicule for the Ling Wang. He assumed the Ling Wang was aware of it. Believing Shun, Wan must have spoken of it. The Yin family could not proceed with such an act and found it difficult to refuse, thus sending Elder Yun to seek Xinjing's help in declining the Ling Wang's goodwill. Xinjing also assumed it was Shun Wan's intention, which is why he had the maid seek her out. Shun Wan shook her head, insisting that she had not mentioned it to the Ling Wang. Xinjing remarked, "The Ling Wang has your best interests at heart. You may rest assured marrying him." Xin Wan's cheeks flushed, feeling a surge of warmth. Although she was puzzled by Xie Jingyan's actions, she felt deeply touched by his consideration and found herself at a loss for how to express her gratitude. At that moment, Shindu entered, saying, "Father, you are looking for me?" Xinjing glanced at Shun Wan before saying, "Though this is the Ling Wang and oppose, as own intention, your grandfather believes it is best not to go. You should inform the Ling Wang." Shindu replied, "He already spoke directly to my cousin, so he is unlikely to change his mind. Attempt to persuade him. If it doesn't work, then so be it." Xinjing did not take the matter to heart, viewing it as a normal occurrence for a grandfather to bring his close friends to celebrate his granddaughter's marriage. Moreover, he had never underestimated merchants and saw no issue with it. Since the Yun family had reservations, he would act according to their wishes to spare Elder Yun any psychological burden. Xinjing instructed Shun Du to find Xie Jingyan, and Shun Du complied, with Shun Wan accompanying him. As they walked, Shun Du glanced at Shun Wan, seemingly wanting to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Noticing his hesitation, Shun Wan asked, "Brother, do you wish to say something to me?" Shun Du smiled and shook his head, cheerfully stating, "I merely intended to ask if you had any messages for the Ling Wang. However, when I remembered he visited this morning, I refrained from inquiring. My future brother-in-law is quite commendable. He disregards his own dignity for your happiness." Shindu's words trailed off as Shun Wan hastily walked away, not waiting for him to finish. Heaven knows why Xie Jingyan acted this way, but it was certainly not for her pleasure. After all, he was the sort who demanded a waist belt in return for any assistance he offered her. If she did not complete it on time, he would be displeased. Yet, despite her firm belief that Xie Jingyan's intentions were not for her own benefit, her heart brimmed with gratitude nonetheless. Upon returning to Qinglan courtyard, Xinwan picked up her embroidery frame and resumed her work on the waist belt. As Shun Du had mentioned, since Xie Jingyan had directly approached Elder Yun for the invitation, he was unlikely to change his mind. Unable to persuade Xie Jingyan otherwise, Shunjing instructed Shun Du to inform Elder Yun to keep his close friends in the capital for a while longer, attending the banquet at the Ling Wangfu on the 18th. After 2 days of dedicated effort, Shun Wan finally completed the waist belt. Once finished, she asked Chun Yu to deliver it to Xie Jingyan. However, upon receiving the waist belt, Chun Yu declined to assist. For other matters, Miss Shun, I am at your service, but for the waist belt, it is best that you deliver it to the master yourself. The master has come to the Pingyang Marquis's residence twice for this waist belt. If he only wanted it, he could have sent someone to fetch it rather than come personally. If I were to return it, he would surely reprimand me. Shen Wan was taken aback by Chun Yu's refusal. But your master is eager for it. Before she could finish her sentence, Chun Yu had already leapt up into a tree, refusing to come down. Shen Wan was left speechless, contemplating how one could assist her in poisoning someone yet refuse to help deliver a waist belt. Such peculiarities among the guards were indeed baffling. With no other option, Shen Wan decided to deliver the waist belt herself. Given the help Xie Jingyan had extended to the Yun family, it was inappropriate to burden him with repeated trips to the Pingyang Marquis's residence, especially considering his mobility issues. Prepare the carriage. Chapter 55. Medicinal Bath. Shen Wan did not immediately leave the residence with the belt. Instead, she first visited the storeroom. In 3 days, it would be Xie Jingyan's birthday, and since she was heading to the Ling Wangfu, it was only fitting to bring along a birthday gift. However, the gift she had prepared was rather heavy, and Yinchuan alone could not manage it. Therefore, she called upon a young maid to assist in transporting it to the front courtyard and loading it onto the carriage. Once Shen Wan settled into the carriage, they set off directly for the Ling Wangfu. After a brief journey of half an hour, the carriage halted before the grand entrance of the Ling Wangfu. Upon recognizing the carriage from the Pingyang Marquis, the servants were momentarily astonished to see Shen Wan emerge. It was said that the eldest Miss Shun was soon to marry their lord, yet wasn't it customary to avoid meeting before the wedding? Not only had she arrived, but she had also brought items with her, packed in boxes, igniting the curiosity of the servants who followed her closely. After a considerable distance, they finally reached the Muyu Pavilion where Xie Jingyan resided. When she had visited during the betrothal ceremony, Xie Jingyan was in the courtyard watching people fly kites. Shen Wan glanced up at the azure sky, where a beautiful kite soared high. Upon entering the courtyard, she instinctively looked towards the spot where she had last seen Xie Jingyan, but he was nowhere to be found. The maids in the courtyard watched her, and she inquired, "Where's the Wangya?" One of the young maids replied, "The Wangya is currently taking a bath." Before she could finish, Chun Feng emerged from the room. Interrupting her, the Wangya requests Miss Shun to enter. How could she possibly go into the inner chamber? It was already inappropriate for her to visit the Ling Wangfu, and entering Xie Jingyan and Appo's as private quarters seemed even more unsuitable. However, considering that her marriage was sanctioned by imperial decree and would take place in just 7 days, she would soon reside in this very room. With that thought, Shen Wan ascended the steps. The maids behind her exchanged glances, their eyes wide with surprise. Yinchuan attempted to follow Shen Wan into the room, but was stopped by Chen Feng. Once inside, Shen Wan scanned the area, but did not see Xie Jingyan. Just then, a deep, rich voice called out, "Come here." He was behind the screen. Without hesitation, Shen Wan walked over, only to find Xie Jingyan submerged in a bath. Instantly, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly turned away, exclaiming in embarrassment, "You scoundrel! You're bathing, and you call me in?" Xie Jingyan corrected her. "I'm taking a medicinal bath." Whether it was a bath or a medicinal soak, the essence was the same. He was unclothed in a tub. If she had known she would encounter such an awkward situation, she would have never come to deliver the belt. Shen Wan was about to leave in humiliation when Xie Jingyan's teasing voice echoed, "You have seen me bathe before." Shen Wan was exasperated. How could he possibly bring that up? It was an event from several years ago, and she was astonished he still remembered. Indeed, this was not the first time she had stumbled upon Xie Jingyan bathing. When she was 8 years old, she had caught him on the first day he came to the Pingyang Marquis's residence to practice martial arts. He had been drenched in sweat and was bathing in her elder brother's room. Unaware, she had gone to retrieve her forgotten 9 linked rings and accidentally walked in on him, causing her to flee in shame and shatter the rings. Due to that embarrassing incident, The next day, when her kite got stuck in a tree, she climbed up to retrieve it. Upon seeing him approach, she panicked and fell, dislocating her arm when he failed to catch her. Her father and brother both insisted he had saved her, asserting that she would not have fallen if not for him. Because of that accidental encounter, she had been too embarrassed to tell the truth. This scoundrel had bullied her relentlessly during the 3 months he stayed at the Pignon Marquis' residence, and she had never been able to enjoy a complete skewer of candied hawthorn. Even now, recalling those past events made her grit her teeth, and she was infuriated that he would bring them up again. Shenwan was so enraged that she forgot to leave. Xie Jingyan said, "I need to take a medicinal bath every 3 days for half an hour. It cannot be interrupted. If I do not permit you to enter, do you intend to wait for half an hour? Waiting half an hour is preferable to entering." Shenwan's cheeks burned as Xie Jingyan inquired, "Did you come to find me for something?" Shenwan replied, "The belt you requested is finished, and I have also brought your birthday gift. In addition, thank you for inviting my grandfather's friends to the Ling Wangfu for the wedding banquet." Shenwan, still facing away from Xie Jingyan, intended to place the belt on the small table, but Xie Jingyan interrupted, "Hand the belt to me." With that, she could not put it down. Could he not wait until he finished his medicinal bath? She understood that he was still recovering from his leg injury and could not go to the Pignon Marquis' residence. Yet he seemed entirely unconcerned about her embarrassment. Taking a deep breath to calm her flushed cheeks, she turned around, only for the heat to return upon seeing him in the tub. Suppressing her shame, she handed him the belt. Xie Jingyan examined it and remarked, "It is quite well embroidered. Place on my bed." Shenwan complied, thinking that now that the belt was delivered, she could leave. However, Xie Jingyan asked, "What about my birthday gift?" "It is outside. I cannot carry it in alone." Xie Jingyan then called for Chun Feng, instructing him to bring the items inside. Almost immediately, Chun Feng entered, carrying a large box, and upon Xie Jingyan's gesture, began to unpack it. Inside was a stunning coral tree, exquisite in its beauty. Yet upon seeing it, Xie Jingyan's expression revealed no joy. Instead, there was a hint of displeasure in his gaze as he looked at Shenwan, disappointment evident. "Is this truly the birthday gift you prepared for me?" It was quite apparent, and Shenwan, observing his arm casually draped over the tub's edge, was at a loss for where to direct her gaze. She heard him ask, "Last year, during the emperor's birthday banquet, you also entered the palace to celebrate. Do you recall what I gifted the emperor?" This was a matter from some time ago, and it took Shenwan a while to remember what he had given. The recollection brought her embarrassment. Xie Jingyan continued, "Have you remembered? So what if you have? You were able to present the emperor with coral. Why can't I receive it as well?" Xie Jingyan's gaze remained fixed on Shenwan's face. "I gave the emperor a coral tree to avoid any mistakes, devoid of emotion. I am curious, Miss Shun, why you would gift me such an extravagant coral tree." His casual reference to the emperor as simply the emperor rather than father revealed the nature of his feelings towards their relationship. Shenwan felt her cheeks heat up and an inexplicable sense of guilt wash over her. She certainly could not admit that she had also chosen the coral tree to avoid errors. Instead, she said, "You have helped me so much, and since I am unaware of your preferences, I decided to give you something I cherish." This was not entirely false. Had she not been fond of it, the coral tree would have long been taken by Shun Ying and Shun Rong to the old lady. Xie Jingyan's expression softened slightly. "Since it is something you favor, I shall not deprive you of it. Take it back." Bringing such a large box was already conspicuous. Taking it back in its entirety would only raise more eyebrows. Shenwan replied, "If I take it back now, I will need to bring it again in a few days. Just keep it here for me. Please safeguard it for a few days." Shenwan was unaware of what she had said to please Xie Jingyan, but his disappointment faded, replaced by a hint of amusement. His handsome face, like a snow lotus blooming in the morning sun atop a snowy peak, was a sight to behold, yet felt untouchable. Indeed, he was capricious, and Shun Wan had given up trying to decipher his moods, finding them utterly unpredictable. She asked, "If you do not want the coral tree, then what would you prefer?" "If you do not specify, I shall not gift you anything." Xie Jingyan smirked, "Give me a purse." Shenwan was taken aback. Had she misheard? He did not want the valuable coral tree, but rather a purse. How utterly naive can one be? Chapter 56. Adornment. She had even embroidered a belt. And when she requested a pouch as a birthday gift, How could Shenwan possibly refuse? She turned to Xie Jingyan and said, "On your birthday, there will surely be many young ladies visiting to present adornments. I cannot deliver it personally, and it would be inconvenient for you to collect it from the Pingyang Marquis's residence. I shall have Chen Yu bring it to you instead. There is no rush. It can be given to me after our marriage as well." She was amiable enough. After making her visit, delivering what was necessary, and expressing her gratitude, Shenwan chose not to disturb Xie Jingyan further as he indulged in his medicinal bath and turned to leave. Yet, as she exited the Muyu pavilion, she suddenly remembered that she had left her embroidered handkerchief in his room. Shenwan promptly returned to retrieve it. As she stepped inside, she heard Chun Feng say, "Master, it has been half an hour. It is time to rise." Shenwan, upon hearing this, was taken aback. What a deceiver. She had genuinely believed he would soak for another half hour, only to discover that he had already spent enough time in the bath. Through the screen, she could vaguely see Xie Jingyan still lounging in the tub. Shenwan approached, shot him a fierce glare, snatched her handkerchief from the small table, and departed without looking back. Xie Jingyan. Chun Feng. Xie Jingyan turned to Chun Feng, who wore an innocent expression, as if to say he had no idea she would return. He could hardly be blamed. He was merely concerned that the master would soak too long and harm his health. It was indeed perplexing. Why could he not have dressed properly to greet her instead of keeping her waiting? Now he had been caught in the act. Xie Jingyan rubbed his temples, recalling the blush on Shenwan's cheeks, yet the corners of his mouth could not help but curl into a smile. Shenwan had left the Ling Wang residence in a huff, her anger simmering beneath the surface as she feared revealing her true feelings. If this was how she was treated before marrying into the Ling Wang residence, one could only imagine the torment that awaited her once she was wed. In her past life, the Ling Wang had remained steadfast in his devotion, avoiding all romantic entanglements. This behavior seemed a stark contrast. Perhaps the rumors had misled her, and her judgment had been clouded. Shenwan harbored anxieties, aware that it was easy to board a pirate ship, but far more difficult to disembark. Upon returning to the Pingyang Marquis's residence, she headed straight for Qinglan Courtyard. The elderly matriarch had fallen ill from the shock of Shun Rong's incident, while the second madam busied herself preparing dowries for Shening, and the third madam was occupied comforting her daughter. No one paid attention to Shenwan. Had it been any other time, she would have been reprimanded for her lack of propriety for visiting the Ling Wang residence, but now they could not scold her, as she had merely gone to deliver a birthday gift. With Shun Ying and Shun Rong losing their virtue before marriage, she would face reprimand, leaving Shun Ying and Shun Rong to bear the brunt of it. Shun Wan spent an entire afternoon embroidering the pouch for Xie Jingyan, creating a beautifully intricate double-sided design. In the following 3 days, Shun Wan spent her days in the northern courtyard, learning the art of managing a household alongside Shun Wei. Shun Wan wished to start from the beginning, but the fourth Madam's methods were vastly inferior to those taught to her by the Yun family. After enduring several days, she could no longer contain herself and began instructing the fourth Madam instead. In just 3 days, the fourth Madam's skills in managing the household improved significantly. When the fourth master inquired about the progress, the fourth Madam shook her head, stating, "I cannot teach her. But Wanner is so intelligent. How can you not teach her?" The fourth master pressed. The fourth Madam retorted, "You and the Marquis did not bother to consult her before asking me to teach the eldest young lady. The Yin family has already educated her well. There is no need for her to learn from me. These past few days, it has been Wanner teaching me how to manage the household and even how to run the shops. I have certainly benefited greatly from her expertise." The fourth master. During these days, the Marquis and Appo's residence enjoyed a period of tranquility, with each household remaining quiet. Even Shun Rong, who had attempted to take her own life twice, had not displayed any further signs of distress. Yet, the more serene things became, the more uneasy Shun Wan felt, sensing that beneath the calm surface lay turbulent waters, ready to erupt into chaos at any moment. On the day of Xie Jingyan's birthday, as Shun Wan anticipated, numerous young ladies arrived at the Marquis's residence to present adornments for her and Shening. Shun Rong, feigning illness, did not make an appearance, while Shun Wan and Shun Ying welcomed the guests, with Shun Wei assisting them. It was then that Shun Wan noticed that the adornments intended for her in her previous life had now been bestowed upon Shun Ying. Although the same young ladies presented gifts to both Shun Ying and Shun Wan, it was evident that those given to Shun Wan were of lesser quality. Only a few individuals offered identical gifts. From the adornments received, it was clear where the allegiances of their fathers and grandfathers lay. Those who presented similar gifts had not participated in the crown prince's struggle in her past life. Shun Wan observed with indifference, while Yin Shuang seethed with anger at Shun Ying's boastful demeanor. However, Shun Ying's pride was abruptly halted with the arrival of the Yun sisters. Each sister presented Shun Wan with a set of headpieces worth 3,000 taels, while the three young masters of the Yun family offered lavish gifts as well. Each of her two uncles gifted Shun Wan 2 shops and a farm, while her grandfather, Old Master Yun, provided even more. In total, Shun Wan received 48 sets of adornments, 6 shops, 4 farms, 500 acres of arable land, and 2 additional courtyards. In her past life, the Yun family had provided a generous dowry, but this time it was even more substantial. This clearly indicated the Yun family's fondness for Xie Jingyan, as they sympathized with his injury and aimed to ensure Shun Wan's lifelong security. As the legitimate daughter of the main branch, the dowry from the Pingyang Marquis's residence was already more than that of Shun Ying, and with the Yun family's contributions surpassing it greatly. Shun Ying and Appo's smile faded as soon as the Yun family and Appo's gift arrived. After breakfast on this day, Shun Wan visited Qinghui Courtyard to pay her respects to the elderly matriarch. Upon reaching the screen, she overheard the matriarch comforting Shun Ying, saying, "In the entire Dechu, there is only one Yun family, and they have but one granddaughter. It is only natural for them to shower her with affection." Pouting, Shun Ying replied, "Then grandmother should show me more affection as well." The matriarch smiled warmly. "Very well. Grandmother shall show you more affection." Once Shun Wan entered, the matriarch remarked, "The dowry the Marquis's residence has prepared for you exceeds that of your second sister. And the Yun family has also been generous. Your dowry will be more than double that of your second sister's. Thus, grandmother will refrain from providing additional adornments. In her past life, she had received nothing, and this time, Shun Wan had not harbored any expectations. While material gifts may be withheld, her reputation should remain intact." Shun Wan responded, "If grandmother does not provide me with adornments, then the dowry list will only reflect those from the Yun family, lacking any from you." The second madam interjected, "This is easily remedied. We can allocate 2 shops and a farm from what the Yun family has given you to be recorded as gifts from your grandmother. After all, they are still yours." While the items would indeed belong to her, the reputation would rest with the matriarch. Such a notion was rather idealistic. Shun Wan replied, "On my wedding day, my grandfather will attend the celebrations at the Ling Wang residence. If this deception reaches his ears, it would surely displease him. This is a trivial matter. Old Master Yun will never know," the second madam asserted. Shun Wan turned to the second madam. "If grandmother is unconcerned about this reputation, why must you insist on such deceit? If it must be done, it requires my father and Appo's consent." Chapter 57. Bullying Shun Wan carried Shun Jing out, instantly extinguishing the anger of the second madam. The old lady, feeling sorry for Shun Ying's dowry being less than Shun Wan's, decided to give Shun Ying the portion originally intended for Shun Wan. Shun Jing might not voice his discontent, but he would never allow the Yun family to lose face before the old lady. If they were to disregard face altogether, then they must do so completely. One cannot have it both ways. The old lady cast a displeased glance at the second madam, who quickly realized her failure in handling the matter. In her frustration, the second madam lost her composure. She did not need to argue with the eldest daughter. She held the authority of the steward. Even though the eldest daughter's dowry was prepared by the fourth madam, the execution was entirely in her hands. She could manage it directly without needing to announce it. Even if the Yin family were to discover this, they wouldn't raise a fuss over such trivialities. Should Shun Jing wish to express his grievances, the servants would naturally deflect, considering the old lady's dignity. As long as the eldest daughter's dowry was substantial, it wouldn't pose any significant issue. However, now that she had openly stated that the eldest daughter had explicitly refused such an arrangement, if she were to proceed regardless, it would be her fault. If Shun Wan were to complain to Shen Jing, he would not punish her, but the chances of her retaining steward authority would be slim. The second madam seethed internally, while the old lady, fiddling with the beads in her hand, looked at Shun Wan with a soft gaze, saying, "Grandmother was merely speaking casually. You took it to heart. Although grandmother does not possess the wealth of the Yun family, you are still my most beloved granddaughter. How could I not bestow you with a dowry when you marry?" As she spoke, she instructed Mama-san to fetch the property deeds. The old lady granted Shun Wan a shop and a courtyard with 4 entrances. The shop was not particularly profitable, and the courtyard was located in a remote area, but it was a gift nonetheless. Shun Wan accepted it with gratitude, expressing her thanks to her grandmother. The old lady smiled broadly, yet her smile seemed to be veiled in glacial coldness. Shun Ying, fuming, twisted her embroidered handkerchief. Did the eldest sister need to contest over such a trivial matter when she already had a substantial dowry? Recalling the conditions set by the Empress and the Crown Prince for her to be made a legitimate wife, resentment nearly overflowed from Shun Ying's eyes. She would endure these grievances for now, but once the Crown Prince's plans were solidified, she vowed that Shun Wan would meet a most unfortunate end. Shun Wan did not linger long and took her leave with the property deeds. Upon exiting Qinghui Courtyard, Yin Shuang expressed her concerns. "Miss, with both you and the second young lady marrying on the same day, what if the dowries become mixed up?" Shun Wan reassured her that she was not worried about any mix-up, as the fourth madam was overseeing her dowry, and Shun Jing was attentive as well. Given that she and Shun Ying were marrying on the same day, the servants would be particularly meticulous, minimizing the chances of error. Moreover, even if a mistake were to occur, it was not as if the items could not be reclaimed. They would not be taken to the Crown Prince's residence without a way to retrieve them. Despite the low likelihood of confusion, Shun Wan remained vigilant. In her previous life, her dowry had not been coveted because Xie Jingyin was one of their own. She had even contributed her dowry to help Xie Jingyin secure his position. To covet her dowry would mean opposing Xie Jingyin. In this life, however, she was marrying Xie Jingyan, and they might not hesitate to entertain such thoughts, especially since her dowry included numerous antiques and artworks, most of which had been specially collected by the Yun family for her wedding. These items were valuable and easily forged, so it was prudent to be cautious, given that she had previously helped Xie Jingyin garner support from many civil officials. Shun Wan detoured to the north courtyard before returning to Qinglan Courtyard. With her wedding approaching, Qinglan Courtyard was bustling with activity as Shun Wan needed to organize the items she would take to the Ling Wangfu, some of which needed to be documented on the dowry list. Shun Wan worked tirelessly throughout the day and collapsed into bed, exhausted. However, the following day was relatively uneventful. Even before Shun Wan had risen, the maids of Qinglan Courtyard had already affixed the large red wedding characters. Once the characters were in place, the atmosphere of marriage enveloped her. Shun Wan stared at the vibrant red characters, her mind drifting to the day at the Changshan Wangfu when she had fallen into Xie Jingyan's arms behind the rockery, her heart racing wildly. She then grew anxious, pondering how to navigate the charade of marriage and the wedding night. Fearing her thoughts would spiral, Shun Wan picked up a book and began reading with utmost seriousness. When Shun Jing arrived at Qinglan Courtyard, he found Shun Wan engrossed in her reading. Unable to suppress his amusement, he remarked, "I have never seen you so diligent. Why the sudden seriousness now that your wedding is imminent?" Shun Wan set her book down and descended from the small couch, asking, "Father, what brings you here?" Shun Jing gently touched her head, expressing his reluctance. "Thinking that you will be marrying tomorrow makes me feel wistful. I just wanted to see you." Shun Wan, troubled by how to interact with Xie Jingyan, immediately suggested, "Then may I postpone the wedding for a few months?" Shun Jing chuckled. "When will you marry? I would never want you to remain unmarried for life, would I?" If it were possible, she truly wished to never marry and remain in the Pingyang Marquis's residence. Yet, Shun Wan understood this was a mere fantasy. She only hoped for her father and elder brother's safety. Once Xie Jingyan achieved his ambitions, they could part ways as agreed and find a serene place to spend the rest of their days. Shun Jing visited Shun Wan and presented her with 20,000 taels of silver as a safety net. Shun Wan replied, "My dowry is already ample." There is no need for you to provide me with more. Shun Jing insisted, one can never have too much money. Take it without worry. Once you're married, life will be different. Do not presume upon Ling Wang's favor, nor take advantage of it. Xie Jingyan favored her. Shen Wan thought to herself, which of her father's eyes saw Xie Jingyan favoring her? Previously, he had worried she would bring misfortune to Xie Jingyan. Now he was concerned she might bully him. Did her father truly believe she could bully Xie Jingyan? Shen Wan had always known of Shun Jing's fondness for Xie Jingyan, but had not expected it to surpass his affection for her, his own daughter. She feigned displeasure. Father, you are not worried about Ling Wang bullying your daughter, yet you're concerned about your daughter bullying him. Am I still your biological child? A hint of amusement flickered across Shun Jing's usually stern face as he reassured her. Ling Wang will not bully you. Will not. Xie Jingyan has bullied me countless times already. Father speaks with such conviction. I have no doubt that one day he will sell you out, and you will help him count the money. Shen Jing took a seat, and Shun Wan poured him tea. Remembering that in her previous life, her elder brother had accompanied their father to see her, she inquired while pouring, "Where is elder brother? Why did he not come with you?" Shen Jing replied, "Your elder brother was taken out of the residence early by your second brother and the others. I do not know what they are busy with." Upon hearing that Shun Du had been taken out of the residence by Shun Li and Shun Dian, Shun Wan's heart raced, and her hand trembled, nearly spilling the tea. Flustered, she set the teapot down. At that moment, a young maid in an egg-yellow dress rushed in, exclaiming, "My lord, trouble! The young master, second young master, and third young master are fighting at Yue Tower and have been injured." Chapter 58. The Fight. Shun Jing frowned deeply. Shen Wan's heart leaped in her throat as she urgently inquired, how could they be fighting at the DU building? Tomorrow was the joyous occasion of her marriage with Shun Ying. Her elder brother was not one to lack decorum, and neither should Shun Li or Shun Dian. Shen Wan was eager to understand the situation, but the young maid could only confirm that Shun Du and the others were indeed involved in a brawl at the DU building, without any knowledge of whom they were fighting or the reason behind it. Shun Jing stood up and left, prompting Shun Wan to follow, filled with apprehension. Upon reaching the front courtyard, the reason for the altercation became clear. Shun Wan was to marry Xie Jingyan, a prince despite his broken leg, while Shun Ying had climbed the social ladder by marrying Xie Jingyin. Shen Wei's marriage was also respectable. However, Shen Rong's engagement to her cousin, Master Wu, had recently circulated, leaving many incredulous. As it happened, Shen Du, Shun Li, and Shun Dian had gone to the DU building for drinks, where they were confronted by inquiries regarding the veracity of the rumors. Shun Dian, already irritable, encountered the son of the Duke of Ending while stepping out for a brief respite, leading to an altercation. Shun Dian was no match for the Duke's son, who was accompanied by two henchmen. Seeing Shun Dian struggle, Shun Li rushed to his aid, and a fierce fight ensued. With Shun Du and Shun Li engaged together, they could not stand idly by as Shun Dian was attacked. Shun Du attempted to mediate, but the Duke's cousin, Master Cheng, insisted on sparring with him, throwing a punch without hesitation, forcing Shun Du to defend himself. Initially, Shun Du yielded to Master Cheng, but as he pressed on relentlessly, Shun Du's temper flared. Their martial prowess was closely matched, resulting in a fierce clash that left the DU building unscathed. Master Cheng received a kick from Shun Du, and in return, Shun Du was struck by a punch. Concerned about the escalating situation, Shun Li hurried to restrain Shun Du, but they were preoccupied, leaving Master Cheng unchecked. A swift kick from Master Cheng landed on Shun Du's shoulder, knocking him down and taking Shun Li, who was attempting to intervene, down with him. Shun Du sustained an injury to his shoulder, while Shun Li strained his back, and Shun Dian suffered a black eye. Although the Duke and Appo's son did not gain any upper hand, with the upcoming wedding of the Princess of Pingyang, Shun Du and his companions had to entertain guests, leaving them utterly humiliated. As Shun Wan approached the courtyard, she witnessed the trio supporting each other, one gripping a shoulder, another clutching a waist, and yet another shielding a bruised eye. Shun Wan rushed forward, asking, "Elder brother, is your shoulder all right?" Shun Du moved his shoulder, wincing in pain, yet he feigned nonchalance. "It's just a minor injury. I fear I may not be able to carry you to the bridal sedan tomorrow." Shen Jing's expression darkened significantly. Do you not remember that your sister is to be wed tomorrow? You three shall kneel in the ancestral hall for reflection. With his anger flaring, no one dared to contradict him, and they begrudgingly made their way to kneel in the hall, grimacing in pain. Shenwan sensed something amiss. While others may have been oblivious, she understood that the Duke of Ending was affiliated with the Prince of Jin, and Shun Li was the elder brother of the prince's consort. It was unfathomable that the Duke's son would dare to strike Shun Li. Reflecting on how Shun Li had attempted to mediate and inadvertently allowed Shun Du to be hit, her eyes turned cold. This was not mediation. It was a pretext to restrain her elder brother for the Duke's son to strike. But Shenwan could not fathom their motives. What advantage could they possibly gain from Shun Du's injury? Remembering her brother's previous injury that had rendered him unable to wield the red tassel spear, she felt a wave of concern and urged Shun Jing, "Father, please calm your anger. We should summon a physician to examine my brother. If the injury is severe, delayed treatment could lead to lasting repercussions." Shun Jing was aware that the princess of Pingyang's impending marriage would draw envy, yet Shun Du had shown no caution. Perhaps a bit of pain would serve as a lesson. He refused to summon a physician, but Shun Wan insisted, "The daughter is to be wed tomorrow. Do you wish for her to do so with an unsettled heart?" Her eyes reddened with worry, and Shun Jing's resolve softened. As a father, he could not bear to decline his daughter's final request before her marriage. He instructed Steward Li to summon a physician to the estate. With that, Shun Jing retreated to his study. Shun Wan returned to Qinglan courtyard, waiting anxiously until a maid finally arrived to inform her that the young master had not sustained any bone injury to his shoulder, and the physician assured that a few days of medicine would suffice. Relieved, Shun Wan breathed a sigh of relief. As the maid departed, the old lady's chief maid, Hong Xiao, entered, delivering a message from the old lady. The young master has injured his shoulder, the second young master has a twisted waist, and the third young master has a black eye. Tomorrow, they may not be able to recover in time. Only the fourth young master remains. With the eldest and second young ladies marrying together, the fourth young master cannot carry you to the bridal sedan, leaving you reliant on the matchmaker for support. In her previous life, Shenwan had been carried to the bridal sedan by her elder brother, but in this life, that would not be possible, and she felt indifferent. Her concern lay in the disruption of Xie Jingyin and the second household's plans. They might act prematurely. She had already cautioned her brother to remain vigilant, yet sometimes unforeseen circumstances arose. The physician tended to their injuries in the ancestral hall. Shunli, unable to kneel for long due to his back injury, had the old lady summoned Shun Jing to plead their case. Nevertheless, Shun Jing still imposed 2 hours of kneeling before allowing them to return. In the evening, vibrant hues of sunset painted the sky brilliantly. Shun Wan stood on the corridor, watching the setting sun for quite some time before finally retreating indoors. With her wedding tomorrow, she anticipated a long and exhausting day ahead, necessitating an early rest. However, after finishing her bath and emerging from behind the screen, Mama Zhu entered, followed by a maid carrying a tray with an exquisitely crafted brocade box. "What is this?" Shenwan inquired. "This is a gift from the fourth madam, sent over just now for you to peruse before bed. It will be of use tomorrow," Mama Zhu replied, instructing the maid to place the box on the bed. After the maid set the box down, Mama Zhu exited with her, taking Silver Frost and Hai Tang with them. Shenwan could guess the contents of the brocade box, and her face flushed slightly. She and Xie Jingyan were only feigning marriage. Such items were unnecessary. The night before her wedding in her past life, the second madam had sent her a book. Now, the fourth madam was preoccupied with her marriage, sending such a large brocade box. Could she be mistaken? Sitting on the edge of her bed, she opened the brocade box. What else could it contain if not an explicit manual? Inside, not only was there a book, but beneath it lay an entire set of porcelain figurines in various poses. Shenwan glanced at them, her face burning crimson. The illustrations were different from those of her previous life, depicting only women on top. It was obvious that they were concerned about Xie Jingyan's mobility and intended for her to take the initiative. Even alone in the room, Shenwan felt unbearably awkward. Chapter 59. The wedding on the day of her wedding, as dawn broke. Shenwan was roused from her slumber by the gentle calls of Yin Shuang and Hai Tang. The venerable Lady Chuanfu arrived to unveil her face, style her hair, and assist her into the resplendent red wedding gown. Once adorned, she was seated upon the bed, awaiting the arrival of the bridal sedan chair. Time seemed to stretch interminably, and just as Shun Wan began to feel numbness in her limbs, the distant sounds of firecrackers and the melodious notes of the swana reached her ears. The bridal sedan had arrived. A little maid rushed in, joyfully announcing the news. Lady Chuanfu helped Shun Wan to don the bridal veil and guided her out. Their first stop was Qinghui Courtyard, where she needed to bid farewell to her parents and grandmother. Upon her arrival, Shuning was already present. The two brides were clad in identical wedding attire, right down to their shoes, phoenix crowns, and veils, for both were to be wed on the same day to princes of the emperor. The palace had deemed it unwise to show favoritism. Hence, the two bridal gowns had been meticulously crafted by the palace seamstresses, who had worked tirelessly day and night. The maids brought forward cushions, and both Shun Wan and Shun Ying knelt to pay their respects to the matriarch. The old lady first helped Shun Wan to her feet, and then Shun Ying, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, filled with reluctance to part. Following the farewells to the matriarch, it was time to bid adieu to their parents. Shun Wan knelt before Shun Jing, while Shun Ying did the same before the elder Mr. and Mrs. Shun. Though they were not departing far, tears shimmered in Shun Wan's eyes. Shun Jing, a seasoned general accustomed to the specter of death on the battlefield, felt his own eyes moisten as he reminisced about his father and grandmother, wishing to return for a visit. Shun Wan nodded in understanding. At that moment, the matchmaker entered, announcing that the auspicious hour was fast approaching, and it was time to board the sedan chair. According to tradition, the matriarch was to cover their heads with the bridal veils once more, but Shun Wan, in a moment of defiance, choked out, "Father, please place the veil over my head." Such a modest request could not be denied by Shun Jing. Accepting the veil from the maid, he gently covered Shun Wan's head. Meanwhile, the matriarch also draped the veil over Shun Ying, holding her hand tightly, reluctant to let go. After repeated urging from the matchmaker, the old lady finally released her grip, wiping away her tears. With the aid of the matchmaker, Shun Wan and Shun Ying stepped out in succession. Though they exited the door side by side, Shun Wan walked on the left, with Shun Ying to her right. The matchmaker assisted Shun Wan down the steps and prepared to help her into the sedan chair. Beneath the bright red veil, Shun Wan's brow furrowed slightly. In the Dachid dynasty, the right side held precedence, although in her heart, she favored Xie Jingyan over Xie Jingyin. The latter was the legitimate son of the empress, while the former was born of a deposed consort. Moreover, Xie Jingyin was 11 months her senior, making it customary for the sedan of the Jin prince to be positioned to the right. Why then was the Ling prince's sedan chair on that side? The officials overseeing the wedding festivities were the left and right ministers of rights. How could such an oversight occur? A sense of unease settled in Shun Wan's heart just as the matchmaker had guided her to the front of the sedan. The maid lifted the curtain, and as Shun Wan bent to enter, a thought struck her. She stiffened, stepping back hurriedly. The matchmaker, perplexed, inquired, "Why are you coming out?" With a swift motion, Shun Wan lifted her veil and demanded coldly, "Whose sedan chair is this?" As she spoke, she turned and locked eyes with Xie Jingyin, who was mounted on horseback. Their gazes were icy, each reflecting the other's resolve. At that moment, Shun Du was assisting Shun Wan into the sedan when he heard his sister's voice from behind. He turned to see Shun Wan and was momentarily stunned, exclaiming, "No, no. Quickly, switch it back." Xie Jingyan, who had suffered a broken leg and could not personally come to escort her, was represented by the 8th prince, Xie Jingxian, who sat upon his steed, his expression twitching. At merely 15 years of age, he had been chosen to stand in for his elder brothers, a decision that had already surprised him. And now he was on the verge of mistakenly escorting the wrong bride. Yin Shuang was equally bewildered, rushing to support Shun Wan while scolding the matchmaker. How could you nearly lead her into the wrong sedan? Initially, Yin Shuang had intended to assist Shun Wan, but the matchmaker had intervened. When a maid from the second madam called her, she turned for just a moment, and in that brief time, the matchmaker had switched her out, unable to recognize the two brides in their identical attire. Shun Du's expression darkened as well. A double wedding was a matter of great joy. Yet to mistakenly board the wrong sedan and perform the wrong rites would turn it into a source of ridicule. By that time, Shun Ying had already entered her sedan chair. The matchmaker hurriedly helped her out again and assisted Shun Wan inside. Once seated, Shun Wan still felt uneasy, calling out, "In Shuang?" In Shuang, standing beside the sedan, quickly replied, "Miss, I am here." It is indeed the Ling Prince's sedan this time. Only then did Shun Wan feel at ease. The previous day's altercation with the heir of the Inding Marquis had left her feeling unsettled, and now the reason was crystal clear. Having injured her brother, he could no longer carry her into the sedan. With their wedding gowns identical and their heads veiled, it would have been all too easy to switch their positions and mistakenly place her in the Jean Prince's sedan. If that had occurred, she would have unwittingly arrived at the Jean Prince's residence to marry Xie Jingyin. Should any public display of affection transpire, she would have had no choice but to acquiesce and wed him. As for Shan Ying, she was already bound to Xie Jingyin. Even if Xie Jingyan were to marry her, he would ultimately return her to the Jean Prince's residence. Shun Ying's marriage to Xie Jingyin was sanctioned by imperial decree, while Shun Wan's would be a case of mistaken marriage. The Empress and the Jean Prince might not bestow upon her the rightful status of a principal wife, and it was likely that she would be treated as an equal to Shan Ying. Moreover, the Jean Prince had initially been reluctant to marry Shan Ying as his principal wife, only to later consent. Shortly after an incident involving young Master Wu attempting to assault her within the Marquis and Appo's residence, Shun Wan could easily surmise that the condition for Shun Ying's elevation to principal wife status was her own unwitting marriage to Xie Jingyin. Such a humiliating arrangement for Shun Ying would leave the second madam with no choice but to comply, albeit begrudgingly. Hence, prior to their departure, she had resorted to underhanded tactics to prevent Shun Wan from marrying at all. The relentless schemes were disconcerting. Had she not remained vigilant, she would have surely fallen into their trap. The more she pondered, the more fearful she became, chills creeping down her spine. The news of Shun Wan and Shan Ying nearly boarding the wrong sedan quickly reached the ears of the matriarch and the second madam. The latter anxiously inquired, "Did they board the wrong sedan?" The maid shook her head, relieved. Fortunately, the eldest miss asked a question just as she was about to enter. "And they have switched back. That is a relief." The second madam sighed in gratitude. She dared not disregard the Empress's and Jean Prince's words. But having followed the instructions, should the eldest miss have avoided the trap and still wed the Ling Prince, she could not be blamed. As she observed Shun Wan entering the Ling Prince's sedan under the sunlight, Xie Jingyin's expression resembled the oppressive sky before a tempest, filled with suppressed fury. A meticulously crafted plan, which had seemed foolproof, had crumbled before his very eyes, igniting within him a desire for vengeance. Yet he remained powerless to act, leaving with a heart full of resentment alongside the Jean Prince's sedan. Inside the sedan, Shun Wan was unaware of how long she had been jostled around. All she felt was the weight of the phoenix crown pressing down upon her neck. The exhausting ordeal of marriage was one she had endured twice. Deprived of food and water, she could hardly contain her joy upon hearing the sound of firecrackers and the Suona heralding their arrival at the Ling Prince's residence. The eighth prince, Xie Jingxian, prepared to shoot arrows to welcome the bride, while Xie Jingyan, seated in a wheelchair, was pushed forward by Chunfeng. "Thank you, eighth brother. I will handle the archery myself," he stated, taking the bow and arrows from Xie Jingxian. As he drew the bow, the onlookers held their breath. Should he miss? It would be embarrassing, but if he were to inadvertently strike the bride within the sedan, it would turn a joyous occasion into a calamity. Xie Jingyan released 3 arrows towards the sedan, then wheeled himself closer. The matchmaker lifted the curtain, and Xie Jingyan extended his hand, saying, "My lady, please disembark." Seeing his outstretched hand, Shun Wan hesitated for a moment before taking it. He grasped her hand firmly, an inexplicable sensation stirring within her. As Shun Wan was led out of the sedan, the matchmaker handed over the red silk, and only then did Xie Jingyan release her hand. They entered the residence, Shun Wan stepping over the fire basin and crossing the saddle, arriving at the main hall. The left minister of rites announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived. Bow to heaven and earth." Shun Wan assumed Xie Jingyan would remain seated in his wheelchair for the ceremony, but he instructed, "Help me to stand." Shun Feng assisted him to his feet, and they stood side by side. The deputy minister of rites called out, "Bow to heaven and earth." Just as Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan were about to bend down to pay their respects, a voice with a distinctively hoarse quality interrupted. The Emperor has arrived. Chapter 60. The wedding ceremony. The bustling main hall fell into an instant silence, so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, each face reflecting disbelief. Why had the Emperor come to the Ling Wang's residence? It was widely assumed that on the day of the Jin Wang and Ling Wang's weddings, the Emperor would either remain in the palace, abstaining from his son's celebrations, or would only attend the Jin Wang's banquet. How could he possibly have arrived at the Ling Wang's abode? Was it the Ling Wang the son the Emperor despised the most? After the incident involving consort Shun, the Emperor had banished the Ling Wang to guard the royal tombs, where he nearly succumbed to illness. With both princes celebrating their nuptials on the same day, the officials found themselves in a quandary. Lacking the ability to be in two places at once, if they chose to toast one prince, they would forfeit the opportunity to honor the other. The Empress, intent on undermining the Ling Wang, was compelling them to choose sides. How could the crippled Ling Wang compete with the Jin Wang? Failing to attend the Jin Wang's festivities could jeopardize their futures, especially should the Jin Wang ascend to power. Ultimately, the officials predominantly opted for the Jin Wang's banquet. However, they could hardly neglect the Ling Wang's celebration, as it would be improper for couples to partake in separate festivities. Thus, they sent their sons to the Ling Wang's residence instead. Those who came to congratulate at the Ling Wang's house were primarily young lords from noble families, accompanied by a circle of close friends led by Elder Yun. The disparity in status and age was stark, but the most surprising presence was that of the Emperor himself. Elder Yun had not anticipated the opportunity to see the Emperor in his lifetime, and his friends were equally astonished to find themselves in the capital, missing the chance to attend Elder Yun's granddaughter's wedding, only to witness the Emperor's presence instead. Their trip to the capital was truly worthwhile. Basking in Elder Yun's glory, Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan were equally taken aback by the Emperor's arrival, rendered momentarily speechless. Shun Wan's heart soared with joy, silently apologizing for her earlier misjudgment of the Emperor's intentions. The Empress had suggested that the Jin Wang and Shun Ying's wedding be on the same day, not merely to embarrass Xie Jingyan, but primarily to target her. The Emperor had acquiesced to the Empress's wishes, and Shun Wan had believed he disregarded Xie Jingyan's feelings. Now, she was astonished that the Emperor had chosen to come to the Ling Wang's residence. The Empress, having failed in her schemes, must be feeling quite humiliated. By now, she and the Jin Wang must have received word of the Emperor's visit, leaving one to wonder how they truly felt at this moment. Was it discomfort that stirred within them? Regardless, Shun Wan felt elated. She was uncertain of Xie Jingyan's sentiments, lost in her thoughts when a voice nearby broke the silence, coldly declaring, "Who permitted you to remove my mother's tablet? Put it down." In the quiet wedding hall, his voice rang out starkly. No one anticipated the Emperor's presence. The tablet belonging to Xie Jingyan's mother, Consort Shun, was on display. Yet, the Emperor had cast Consort Shun into the cold palace, harboring resentment towards Xie Jingyan. No one dared to let the Emperor see Consort Shen's tablet, and the left minister hastily ordered servants to remove it, inadvertently inciting Xie Jingyan's wrath. Whether the Emperor came to the Ling Wang's residence or not, Xie Jingyan had not harbored any expectations. He neither hoped for the Emperor's presence nor lamented its absence. However, he wished for his mother to witness his marriage. If the Emperor were to arrive and insist on removing her tablet, it would be better if he stayed away altogether. Just as the servant was about to take the tablet away, Xie Jingyan suddenly erupted in anger, startling the servant into dropping it. The tablet fell, shattering as the servant scrambled to set it upright. The Emperor stepped into the hall just in time to hear Xie Jingyan's words, his brow furrowing imperceptibly. Yet he remained silent. The guests immediately knelt to pay their respects to the Emperor, forgetting to assist Shun Wan. It was already a struggle for Xie Jingyan to stand. Kneeling was out of the question. The two did not kneel, and the Emperor commanded, "Everyone rise." As he passed by Xie Jingyan, the Emperor's gaze lingered momentarily on the tablet before he took his seat and declared, "Let us proceed with the ceremony." The left minister called out once more, "Bow to heaven and earth." Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan each held one end of the red silk as they bowed to the heavens. After honoring the heavens, they proceeded to bow to their ancestors. Chen Feng moved to assist Xie Jingyan in turning, but Xie Jingyan raised his hand to stop him. He turned slowly, laboriously, his forehead trembling with effort. What others found easy required all his strength. Shen Wan could not comprehend why he insisted on standing. Wasn't it acceptable to remain seated in a wheelchair? Their union was merely a facade. There was no need for such exertion. After bowing to the ancestors, it was time for the couple to bow to each other. They stood facing one another, slightly closer now, their heads bumping together during the bow. It did not hurt, yet an unfamiliar sensation surged within Shen Wan. Gratefully obscured by her veil, no one could see how crimson her face had become. She glanced at the boots Xie Jingyan wore, embroidered with Qilin designs, her gaze traveling upward until it landed on the lotus jade pendant at his waist, causing her body to stiffen. That pendant was a gift from his beloved, the very same he had clutched when he met a tragic end in a past life. In that previous life, when the pendant reached Xie Jingyan's hands, its tassels were stained with blood. He had once asked her if she knew who had presented it to the Ling Wang. She had inquired of Xie Jingyan back then, but he had said nothing, carelessly tossing the pendant back into the tray, only for it to slip and shatter on the ground. She knew Xie Jingyan had a beloved, but to wear a gift from another on such a joyous occasion, was this a reminder to herself to remain pure? Lost in thought, Shen Wan forgot to rise, prompting the matchmaker to smile and say, "No need to bow for so long, quickly get up." Shen Wan remained seated, and Xie Jingyan followed suit. They straightened, but Xie Jingyan could no longer endure and returned to his wheelchair. The left minister proclaimed, "The ceremony is complete. Proceed to the bridal chamber." Shen Wan was assisted by the matchmaker through the winding corridors until they arrived at where she was gently seated on the bridal bed. Just as she settled down, the sound of wheels rolling echoed, and Xie Jingyan halted before her, taking a seat beside her. He received the ceremonial scales from the matchmaker and lifted her veil. Their eyes met. Shen Wan had always known Xie Jingyan was handsome, but in his bright red wedding attire, he was irresistibly striking, captivating her gaze entirely. Unsure whether it was shyness or fear of becoming ensnared, she quickly averted her eyes upon meeting his. A maid approached with the ceremonial wine, and the matchmaker cheerfully declared, "Drink this wine together. May your lives be long and joyful." They reached for the cups, entwining their arms, close enough to hear each other in oppose, as heartbeats. After they drank from the cups, the matchmaker showered them with auspicious words, causing Shen Wan's cheeks to flush, while Xie Jingyan beamed with delight, bestowing rewards upon her. The matchmaker expressed her gratitude and then retreated, leaving only Shen Wan and Xie Jingyan in the new chamber. Shen Wan felt inexplicably anxious, sensing the need to break the silence to avoid an awkward atmosphere. However, when she glanced up, she was met with a pair of smiling eyes, rendering her momentarily speechless. Xie Jingyan's gaze remained fixed on Shen Wan's face. As she looked at him, his clear eyes reflected only her image. His lips, tinted like freshly washed cherries, glimmered enticingly. They exchanged glances, each captivated by the other. When Shen Wan finally regained her senses, she realized how close Xie Jingyan had drawn, almost leaning in to kiss her. Her heart raced, and she quickly turned her face away, rising to her feet just as a voice called out from outside. "Sixth brother, why are you still inside? Everyone is waiting for you." Chapter 61. The wedding feast. Xie Jingxian knocked on the door while calling out, and Xie Jingyan replied, "Come in." The door creaked open, and Xie Jingxian entered. He had changed out of the bright red wedding attire into a sky blue, cloud-patterned robe. Though only 15, he had a tall and elegant figure, akin to a delicate orchid or a jade tree. Upon seeing Shen Wan, Xie Jingxian performed a respectful bow, greeting sister-in-law. Shen Wan nodded in acknowledgement. Xie Jingyan extended his hand, requesting, "Help me sit in the wheelchair." Xie Jingxian promptly complied, pushing Xie Jingyan away, while reminding Shen Wan, "Sister-in-law, I'm taking Brother Six with me." As they exited, Xie Jingyan inquired, "How is it in the front courtyard?" Xie Jingxian replied, "Wherever father is. There is no room for laxity. Only you, Brother Six, are unafraid of father. However, I truly did not anticipate father would come to Brother Six's place. Second brother must be furious." Xie Jingyin was not merely furious, He was nearly beside himself with rage. The Jin Wangfu is closer to the Pingyang Marquis's residence than the Ling Wangfu, yet to wait for the emperor and empress to depart the palace. Xie Jingyin took the bridal sedan chair on a longer route. Upon receiving word that the emperor and empress had exited the palace, he calculated the time to return the bridal sedan chair to the Jin Wangfu. However, when he retrieved Shening from the sedan chair, the emperor and empress had not yet arrived, forcing him to wait impatiently. After waiting for a full quarter of an hour, the royal procession finally arrived. The croaky voice announced, "The empress has arrived," while civil and military officials, along with their wives, knelt in readiness to greet the emperor. However, only the empress appeared. The officials were taken aback. Were they not informed that the emperor and empress would depart the palace together? Where was the emperor? Xie Jingyin asked the empress mother. "Where's father?" The empress maintained a smile, but her neatly trimmed nails nearly dug into her flesh. With great effort, she replied gently, "Your father learned that the wedding feast at the Ling Wangfu was rather sparse, fearing that Miss Shun might feel slighted, so he detoured to the Ling Wangfu." The empress had initially departed the palace with the emperor, but she had not anticipated his sudden change of heart. Or perhaps he had never intended to come to the Jin Wangfu at all. He had initially planned to attend the wedding feast at the Ling Wangfu, and though she had assumed otherwise, to spare her son's face, the empress had urged the emperor against going, even arguing with him briefly, resulting in a rather sour parting. The emperor went to the Ling Wangfu, while the empress arrived at the Jin Wangfu. It was she who had insisted that her son and the Ling Wang host the wedding feast, yet it was the emperor who ended up at the Ling Wangfu, delivering a harsh slap to the empress's pride. Upon discovering that their plan had failed and that her son had brought back Shening, the empress's heart burned with fury, though she could only swallow her anger. The civil and military officials exchanged glances, their disbelief evident. Did they really believe the wedding feast at the Ling Wangfu was lackluster? Although they had not attended, their sons had, and among young people, the atmosphere would only be livelier. The emperor trusted the Pingyang Marquis, yet it was improbable that he would go to the Ling Wangfu solely to ensure the Marquis and Appo's daughter was not slighted. Marrying the Ling Wang was Miss Shun and Appo's, his choice, not a compulsion from the emperor. The emperor's actions were perplexing. Were they a reprimand for attending the wedding feast at the Jin Wangfu? Or did he secretly hold a favored regard for the Ling Wang, unwilling to see him slighted, thus supporting him at the Ling Wangfu? The officials pondered, speculating among themselves, ultimately concluding with 4 words: the emperor's heart is inscrutable. Fortunately, the law does not punish the masses, since all officials acted in unison. Even if the emperor felt dissatisfaction, he could not hold it against them. Nevertheless, they would need to carefully consider their allegiances moving forward. The wedding feast was a dull affair for the civil and military officials. While the Jin Wangfu and Appo's wedding feast appeared lively, it was, in reality, quite subdued. In stark contrast, the Ling Wangfu was bustling with activity due to the emperor's presence. No young master dared to act out of turn, and the atmosphere was marked by a palpable restraint, with restless hearts held in check. This was also the reason why the 8th prince summoned Xie Jingyan to the front courtyard. No one dared to indulge in eating, drinking, and revelry in front of the emperor. A leader was required, and that leader was none other than Xie Jingyan. Upon Xie Jingyan's arrival at the front courtyard, the wedding feast quickly became animated, with games of chants and merriment echoing through the air, loud enough for Shun Wan in the Moyu Pavilion to hear. Shun Wan had not expected such revelry in the emperor's presence, but her hunger took precedence. She had not eaten properly since the previous night and was now famished. Although there were dishes on the table, her maid, Yin Shuang, worried that eating cold food would upset her stomach, so she sent a young maid to warm it up. After a considerable wait, the maid finally returned with the food. Starving, Shun Wan eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began to eat. Having satisfied her hunger, Shun Wan found herself bored, sitting on the wedding bed awaiting Xie Jingyan's return. Fearing his arrival, she stood up to walk around, only to tire and sit down again. After a lengthy wait of nearly half an hour, she finally heard the sound of the maid's greeting outside. Xie Jingyan had returned. Shun Wan's heart raced with anxiety. Soon, the sound of wheels rolling in announced his entrance. Upon seeing him, Yin Shuang and Haitang retreated, closing the door behind them. The room was left with just the two of them. Shun Wan felt a wave of nervousness and broke the silence, asking, "Has the emperor left?" "Yes, he just departed." After exchanging those few words, silence enveloped the room once more. This time, Shun Wan chose not to speak. Xie Jingyan said, "Help me up." Previously, Chun Feng had assisted Xie Jingyan, but now that Shun Wan had married in, Chun Feng was no longer able to serve in the room. With only the two of them present, Shun Wan had no choice but to assist him. She stood to help Xie Jingyan, who had consumed a considerable amount of wine. As she drew closer, she could detect the scent of alcohol on him. It was unclear if he was unable to stand or simply overwhelmed by the drink. But he leaned heavily against her. Shun Wan struggled to support him, and as she helped him to sit down, she accidentally tripped over the footstool, causing Xie Jingyan to fall onto the bed, landing on top of her. Xie Jingyan let out a muffled groan of pain, while Shun Wan's face flushed with heat. She hurriedly tried to rise, only to find herself pinned by Xie Jingyan's embrace, unable to move. "So eager?" His voice boomed from above, further igniting Shun Wan into Appo's already fiery cheeks. What was he saying? Were they not pretending to be married? Shun Wan struggled. "Let go of me." To her surprise, Xie Jingyan obediently released his hold on her waist. Shun Wan quickly got to her feet, while Xie Jingyan sat up, a smile dancing in his eyes as he regarded her. Shun Wan dared not meet his gaze, instead asking, "How will we sleep tonight?" Xie Jingyan smirked. "How do you wish to sleep?" Shun Wan replied, "I will sleep on the floor." Xie Jingyan's smile faltered, and he looked at her incredulously on the wedding night. "I would have you sleep on the floor? Do you wish for your brother to come and beat me to death?" If her elder brother were to find out, there was a genuine possibility he would indeed come after him. Shun Wan regarded him cautiously. Then, "Will you sleep on the floor?" Xie Jingyan's expression darkened. "What did you just say?" "Repeat that." Chapter 62. Forbearance. It was simply out of the question for him to sleep on the floor. After all, he had graciously offered her the position of the princess consort, and to make him sleep on the ground would be akin to biting the hand that feeds. Yet subconsciously, Shun Wan did not regard Xie Jingyan as a man with a broken leg. In the room, the only place to sleep was the bed. Someone had to take the floor, and if she didn't tea, then he would have to. Xie Jingyan looked at Shun Wan with a piercing gaze. Shun Wan reassured him, "I can sleep on the floor. It's no problem. My elder brother will understand if I tell him the truth." After all, she had already married into the family. And even if her brother were to be angry, there was nothing he could do about it. Xie Jingyan's expression darkened further. "Are you not concerned about your elder brother finding out? What about your father, the emperor? Have you thought about how you will explain it to them?" This, Shun Wan had not considered. She looked at Xie Jingyan and said, "As long as you keep your mouth shut, they won't know." Xie Jingyan chuckled. "There is no wall that does not let the wind through. A gag order can only silence those loyal to me." The implication was clear. Not everyone in the Ling Wangfu, or even the Moyuxuan, was on his side. Shun Wan was well aware of this fact. Once the truth about their feigned marriage leaked out, her father, elder brother, and the emperor would undoubtedly demand that they turn their charade into reality. If that were to happen, the position of the princess consort would no longer be available to her, and she would have put Xie Jingyan in a dire predicament. With a furrowed brow, Shun Wan gazed at Xie Jingyan. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Xie Jingyan replied with an impassive expression. "Such a large bed. It is not impossible for two people to share." Shun Wan's eyes widened in disbelief. "How can that be?" Xie Jingyan looked at her with annoyance. "Do not worry. I want to touch you." Shun Wan blushed and stammered. "It's not that I don't trust you, it's just... After a long pause, she couldn't quite articulate her thought. Xie Jingyan pressed, "Just what?" Shun Wan hesitated. "I am not very well behaved when I sleep." Xie Jingyan shot her a sidelong glance. "You need not worry about that. I am not very well behaved either when I sleep." Shun Wan was left speechless. Was this supposed to reassure her? It only made her more anxious. The thought of two restless individuals sharing a bed was terrifying. Although Xie Jingyan was of good character, he was not a man who could remain unmoved. She had learned this from their previous encounter at the Changshan Wangfu, where he himself had admitted to being a normal man who would have reactions if embraced by a woman. The danger of a lone man and woman sharing a room was already considerable, let alone being in bed. Shun Wan was in a quandary, unsure of what to do. She couldn't sleep on the bed, nor could she lie on the floor. Surely, she couldn't sit alone all night. Xie Jingyan, observing Shun Wan's distress, felt a heaviness in his heart. He chose to disregard her and simply lay down. His eyes closed tightly. His flawless visage appeared even more alluring under the glow of the bright red wedding candles. His breathing was even, as though he were in deep slumber. Shen Wan's gaze shifted, and she noticed the jade pendant hanging from his waist. Shen Wan felt she ought not to doubt Xie Jingyan's restraint. In his past life, he had remained unmarried until death, with not even a maid by his side, always wearing the jade pendant gifted by his beloved as a constant reminder. He would never do anything to her. Such thoughts made her realize how unfair she had been to him. What was there to fear about sharing a bed? If he truly acted upon her, he would lose the position of the princess consort. With this understanding, Shen Wan's worries dissipated. Carefully, she climbed onto the bed, trying not to disturb Xie Jingyan, unaware that he, pretending to sleep, was smirking at her. Yet as soon as that smile appeared, it faded. Shen Wan shifted her pillow to the other side. Just as she was about to lie down, Xie Jingyan sat up and declared, "If you wish to sleep at my feet, you might as well go sleep on the floor." Shen Wan looked at him in confusion. "Why can't I sleep on this side?" "There is no reason," Xie Jingyan replied, lying back down and closing his eyes. It was strange that there was no reason at all. Shen Wan glanced at his legs, staring a bit longer, only to notice that the exposed skin was a dark hue. Thinking she might have imagined it, she reached out and tugged at his trousers, revealing his legs, which were as dark as charcoal. Xie Jingyan hadn't anticipated Shen Wan pulling at his trousers. He shot up suddenly, and she exclaimed, "Your leg." A flash of sorrow and embarrassment crossed his eyes, masked by anger. "Who allowed you to touch my leg?" Shen Wan felt a pang of sympathy. How could your leg be so dark? Xie Jingyan could not bear the sympathy reflected in her eyes. It pierced his heart deeply. He pressed his lips tightly together, saying, "I do not need your pity." Shen Wan understood that he was unable to stand and knew his leg could be healed, but she had not realized it was in such a state. A broken leg could not possibly look like this. "Your leg will get better," she said. Xie Jingyan laughed. A heartbreaking sound. "Get better? Does she know how many doctors I have seen?" Chapter 63. Embarrassment. Shen Wan instantly regretted asking too many questions. The speaker felt awkward, and so did she as the listener. What made the situation even more uncomfortable was that it was not something one could simply endure. With Xie Jingyan's mobility impaired and Chun Feng absent, she could not just pretend she hadn't heard. This was likely why Xie Jingyan, despite his reluctance, chose to respond. Xie Jingyan gazed at Shen Wan, making her feel as if she could vanish from the earth. Struggling, she poked her head out from beneath the covers and timidly asked, "Do you need my assistance?" Xie Jingyan felt an urge to strangle Chun Feng. He did not refuse her offer, which could be interpreted as tacit approval. Shen Wan had no choice but to muster her courage and emerge from the blanket. She first climbed out of bed and then assisted Xie Jingyan in getting up, using all her strength to wrap her arms around his waist as they moved towards the screen. The initial few steps were manageable, but soon Xie Jingyan's legs could not bear his weight, leaning heavily against her. Shen Wan felt as if her waist might snap under the pressure. The physical strain was bearable, but the embarrassment of the situation loomed over her. How would she deal with the inevitable awkwardness that awaited? In her moment of regret for not foreseeing these complications when she initially entertained the idea of partnering with him, Shen Wan was interrupted by a knock at the window. Chun Feng and Appo's voice called out, "Sir, the maid says you summoned me?" Though his voice was not particularly melodious, it sounded like a heavenly choir to Shen Wan and Appo's ears, providing her with a much-needed reprieve. She eagerly urged, "Come in quickly and assist your master." Chun Feng, somewhat perplexed, opened the window and leaped into the room. As soon as he entered, Shen Wan hastily released her hold on Xie Jingyan. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and turned away. She dashed to the bedside, only to suddenly realize her mistake and bolted out the door. Just as she stepped outside, a splash of water reached her ears, making her face burn with heat. A gust of wind blew, exacerbating her discomfort. Silver Frost, seated outside in the corridor, gazing at the moon, turned at the sound of the door opening and saw Shen Wan. She quickly rose, exclaiming, "Miss, why are you out here?" Understanding that her lady's engagement with the Prince of Ling was merely a facade, Silver Frost worried that the maids might overhear. So she stood vigil at the door to prevent anyone from coming near. She knew her mistress would not consummate the marriage, but still felt it inappropriate for Shen Wan to abandon the prince on their wedding night. Having ventured out, Shen Wan could not afford to return empty-handed. What if she encountered a situation similar to the one with the prince? That would be terribly awkward, and it was wise to be cautious. Upon returning to the room, Shen Wan found Xie Jingyan already lying down with his eyes tightly shut. Assuming he was asleep, she carefully crawled from the foot of the bed into the inner chamber. She thought the embarrassing moments were behind her, but that was merely the beginning. On the bedside table, a brocade box was placed. Perhaps when she had helped Xie Jingyan out of bed, the blanket had draped over the box, causing it to tip over. As she pulled the blanket to cover herself, she inadvertently knocked the box down. The contents of the box spilled across the bed. If it had been anything else, it might not have been so bad, but the box contained porcelain figurines. Shen Wan recognized the box. It had been entrusted to her by Madame Zhou as a bridal gift, something she had been too shy to examine in her own room the previous night. Now, it had unexpectedly fallen out. Glancing at the scattered figurines, Shen Wan felt as if she might lose her mind. She rushed to gather the porcelain pieces. But it was too late. The noise had been too loud, and Xie Jingyan could no longer pretend to be asleep. What happened? Xie Jingyan sat up, and, upon seeing what Shen Wan was holding, the words that had almost escaped his lips were lodged in his throat. His handsome face flushed with an unusual hue. Shen Wan wished for a bolt of lightning to strike her down. In all her life, she had never encountered such a mortifying situation and wished she could hide from the morning sun. Flustered, she hurriedly returned the figurines to the box and set it aside, worried that they might fall again. Laying back down, she pulled the blanket over herself, attempting to feign death. Xie Jingyan's cough broke the silence, followed by a teasing remark. Shen Wan felt a mix of despair and the urge to silence him. She quickly got up to find the fallen figurine, but her gaze landed on nothing in the vicinity. Blushing, she asked Xie Jingyan, "Where is it?" Xie Jingyan lifted the blanket slightly, and she spotted the porcelain figure beside his thigh. As she reached for it, Xie Jingyan unconsciously extended his hand as well, their skin brushing together. Shen Wan recoiled as if she had touched a hot ember, only to hear a soft chuckle escape him. Xie Jingyan handed her the figurine, and she was so flustered that she barely registered the moment as she accepted it, resembling a cooked crab as she swiftly placed the figurine back into the box and buried herself beneath the covers. After a moment, Xie Jingyan's voice floated through. "Are you trying to suffocate yourself under the blanket?" Why was he still awake? Shen Wan silently nudged the blanket down a bit with her foot. Watching her, Xie Jingyan couldn't help but chuckle. The faint fragrance wafting from her was intoxicating, and his mind involuntarily drifted to the earlier scene involving the porcelain figurines, stirring feelings within him. This was indeed tormenting. The night deepened, and both succumbed to exhaustion, drifting into a deep slumber. Morning arrived, with sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden hue across the room. Shen Wan awoke, still in a daze, and attempted to turn over, suddenly realizing she was being embraced. A jolt of panic surged through her as she opened her eyes to find herself nestled in Xie Jingyan's arms, who was holding her as he slept. Shen Wan. The drowsiness vanished instantly. How had she ended up in his arms after wrapping herself like a cocoon in bed? In a panic, she sat up, causing the blanket that had loosely covered them to fall away, revealing an even more embarrassing sight. One of Xie Jingyan's attributes stood proudly, and Shen Wan cursed her own eyes for not being blind. Blushing fiercely, she quickly pulled the blanket over him. Turning around, she found Xie Jingyan staring at her, his eyes devoid of sleep, clearly not just waking up. Shen Wan's cheeks flamed as she stammered. "When did you wake up?" Xie Jingyan regarded her impassively. "You mentioned that you were a restless sleeper. I never anticipated you would be this restless." She had always been a peaceful sleeper. In the 5 or 6 years of their marriage, she had never ended up in someone's embrace upon waking. How was it that on the very first day with him, she found herself in this predicament, and he had the audacity to claim she was the one who was restless? Feeling vexed, Shen Wan heard Xie Jingyan request, "Could you please massage my arm?" Lost in thought, she momentarily misheard him and asked, "What did you say?" "My arm is numb from your weight. Give a squeeze," he clarified. Shen Wan's face burned. Why didn't you push me away? Xie Jingyan observed her with a leisurely gaze. How do you know I didn't attempt to push you away? Was that a subtle admission that he had tried, but failed? Shen Wan felt a flicker of doubt, only to hear him add, compared to you kicking me, I find it safer to let you hold me while sleeping. Shen Wan, seeing that she remained motionless, Xie Jingyan lifted his arm slightly. With a resigned expression, Shen Wan extended her hand to comply. Determined, she vowed to avoid sharing a bed with him that night, no matter the circumstances. As she needed his arm, she noticed a handkerchief pressed beneath him, and a thought struck her. Soon the palace's matron would come for an inspection. Chapter 64. Insufficient, not only would they come to inspect, but they would also bring it back for the queen's review. Shen Wan extracted the white handkerchief, its brightness almost blinding her eyes, causing discomfort. She turned to Xie Jingyan, seeking guidance. His expression mirrored her uncertainty, questioning who could provide an answer. Resolutely, Shen Wan bit her fingertip, drawing blood, which she smeared onto the handkerchief before tucking it into Xie Jingyan's waist. The movement was fluid and seamless. As she nursed her injured finger, she sensed the weight of gazes upon her, making her uneasy. Turning her head, she caught Xie Jingyan's complex stare. Embarrassed, she stammered, I am not deceiving anyone, but I cannot pass the queen's scrutiny. Xie Jingyan smirked, this is still insufficient. Insufficient? Shen Wan replied, it should be nearly enough. Before she could finish, Xie Jingyan pulled her closer and pressed his lips against her delicate neck. This particular spot was especially sensitive for Shen Wan. The kiss sent a shiver through her body, leaving her momentarily dazed. The sharp sting at her neck jolted her back to reality, prompting her to push him away. Her face flushed with indignation. You are shameless. Xie Jingyan wiped his lips with his fingertip, a devilish grin adorning his face. No one will doubt our consummation after this. While it may quell suspicion, Shen Wan was incensed. How am I supposed to face others like this? We are to serve tea to the emperor and empress shortly. Xie Jingyan regarded her calmly. I have lent you the position of the rightful consort. Surely, you do not wish for others to question my capabilities? And your elder brother. At this point, he paused, leaving Shen Wan's anger caught in her throat. What does my brother have to do with this? Xie Jingyan replied. Before the marriage was arranged, your brother sought me out specifically. Shen Wan was aware of her brother's concerns regarding his own well-being, but she had assumed he had not visited Xie Jingyan. The realization ignited her cheeks with embarrassment, and her curiosity surged. How did you manage him? Xie Jingyan remained silent until she met his gaze, then said, I assured him it would not hinder him from being an uncle, and he departed satisfied. His voice resonated like fine wine, tinged with a charm that made her heart race. Shen Wan hastily left the bed, summoning Ying Shuang and Hai Dang. The two maids had been waiting outside, and upon hearing her call, they cautiously entered. Under Ying Shuang's attentive care, Shen Wan donned her gown and prepared herself before the dressing table. Ying Shuang skillfully arranged her hair into an elegant bun. Throughout, Shen Wan's gaze was fixed on the mirror, where Xie Jingyan's unwavering attention rested upon her. Not accustomed to such scrutiny, she turned to him. Aren't you getting up? Xie Jingyan replied, You must assist me. Otherwise, I cannot rise. She turned to Hai Dang. Help him up. Hai Dang, noticing his frown, quickly shook her head, unwilling to comply. Shen Wan then looked at Ying Shuang, who also declined, aware of the royal directive that mandated Shen Wan's assistance. Once Ying Shuang finished styling her hair, Shen Wan begrudgingly stood to help Xie Jingyan from the bed. She understood his intentions. With her presence, Chan Feng could not enter to assist him. The duties previously handled by Chan Feng now fell solely to her. It became evident they needed to reside separately. As Shen Wan helped Xie Jingyan into his wheelchair, footsteps echoed from the curtain. Zheng Mama, the queen's attendant, entered, bowing respectfully. I have come to pay my respects to the Ling Wang and Wang Fei. As she rose, her eyes caught the unmistakable red mark on Shen Wan's neck, partially hidden by powder, prompting a knowing smile from Zheng Mama. Shen Wan settled Xie Jingyan into the wheelchair, while Zheng Mama approached the bed, lifting the blanket to reveal the strikingly red handkerchief, which caught her attention. Collecting it, Zheng Mama remarked, May the Ling Wang and Wang Fei soon be blessed with children. Thank you for your hard work, Mama. Shen Wan exchanged a glance with Ying Shuang, who understood and discreetly handed Zheng Mama a pouch. After some auspicious words, Zheng Mama took her leave. Once she departed, Xie Jingyan turned to Shen Wan. "Where is my pouch?" Before she could respond, Haidang swiftly retrieved the double-sided embroidered pouch that Shen Wan had made. She handed it to him, but he did not accept it. "Once I return, help me tie it on. For now, push me outside." Shen Wan complied promptly. She managed to wheel Xie Jingyan to the entrance, where Chun Feng took over. Watching him roll away, she felt an increasing sense of responsibility for the troubles she had added to his life. Wondering if her cousin had located Dr. Tao and the 2 medicinal herbs, his recovery needed to be expedited. The current situation was too inconvenient. When Xie Jingyan returned, he had changed out of the bright red ceremonial attire, but still wore the lotus jade pendant at his waist. Noticing her gaze, he commented, "This jade pendant is finely crafted. I am quite fond of it. On such a momentous day, who wouldn't he cherish it?" There was no need to explain further. She understood perfectly. Still holding the pouch, Xie Jingyan instructed, "Put it on me." Shen Wan furrowed her brow slightly. "Since you already wear the jade pendant, there's no need for the pouch." Wearing a pendant gifted by a beloved while donning a pouch she crafted could evoke jealousy, leading others to believe he desired to partake in a shared bond. Shen Wan suspected he wore the jade pendant as a reminder for himself, while the pouch was likely to project an image of a harmonious newlywed couple. Yet, she felt such displays were unnecessary. Xie Jingyan regarded her quizzically. "The pouch and pendant do not conflict." Shen Wan, she thought she was considering his feelings, yet he seemed oblivious to her intentions. Since he found it unobjectionable, she had little more to say. After all, he had entrusted her with the position of principal consort. Their bond was evidently stronger than she had estimated. Approaching him, she believed tying the pouch would be a simple task. However, given that Xie Jingyan was in a wheelchair, it became more challenging. She had to lean in closer, inching nearer. Finally securing the pouch, they found themselves so close that their breaths mingled. Ing Shuang and Haitang exchanged worried glances, fearing Shen Wan might inadvertently collide with Xie Jingyan's chin. As fate would have it, as Shen Wan straightened, she indeed bumped into his chin. Xie Jingyan gasped in pain, and the 2 maids stifled laughter, while Shen Wan quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to." Chapter 65. Entering the palace, Xie Jingyan, disregarding the pain from his bumped chin, urgently inquired of Shen Wan if her head was hurt. Shen Wan was taken aback, a vague and inexplicable feeling coursing through her, and she replied honestly, "It hurts." Before she could finish her sentence, Shen Wan felt her arm being grasped. Before she could react, her head was lowered, and Xie Jingyan's calloused hand rested gently atop her head, softly rubbing it, the warmth of his palm radiating towards her. Shen Wan's face flushed with heat, as she was unaccustomed to such tenderness from Xie Jingyan. She lifted her gaze to meet his, and their eyes locked. Shen Wan's ears burned with embarrassment as she heard Xie Jingyan's voice. "You're already not very bright. If you bump your head again, your elder brother won't spare me." Shen Wan was taken aback, her brows furrowing as she shot him a fierce glare. To think she had been surprised by his concern for her injured head, only to realize that, deep down, he had always regarded her as dim-witted, merely fearing her elder brother. Contemplating this, Shen Wan's brows knitted tighter, and she looked at Xie Jingyan with suspicion. "Are you that afraid of my elder brother? How had she not sensed this in her past life?" Xie Jingyan regarded her seriously. "Your brother saved my life. You are his dearest sister. As long as your requests are reasonable, I shall acquiesce." Shen Wan's eyes brightened. "Would it be acceptable for you to sleep in the study?" Xie Jingyan chuckled lightly. "What do you think?" In that case, it was certainly out of the question. Shen Wan understood the impracticality. Her brother was unaware that their marriage was a mere pretense. If Xie Jingyan were to stay in the study, it would appear as if he were bullying her in her brother's eyes, and there was no way he would agree. However, sharing a bed could lead to further awkward situations like those of the previous night and that morning. Clearly, the discomfort was not hers alone. Why did it seem as if he took it all in stride? Shen Wan raised her gaze to Xie Jingyan once more, unexpectedly meeting his eyes. He averted his gaze, saying, "Let us eat. We must enter the palace shortly." The matter of presenting tea in the palace was of utmost importance. Shen Wan promptly ceased her musings, and the 2 sat down to breakfast. After finishing, Shunwan pushed Xie Jingyan towards the entrance of the Wang residence. Upon exiting, they boarded the carriage to the palace. Xie Jingyan's carriage was custom-made, spacious enough to accommodate his wheelchair comfortably. As the carriage sped towards the imperial palace, Shunwan and Xie Jingyan exchanged few words. But the silence felt awkward, prompting her to lift the corner of the carriage curtain to observe the bustling streets. Noticing Shunwan's eager expression as she gazed at the shops, Xie Jingyan instinctively tightened his grip on his knees, his gaze dimming. Shunwan caught this and asked, "Does your leg hurt?" Xie Jingyan remained silent, his eyes peering through the curtain at the outside world. After a long pause, he replied, "I cannot accompany you shopping." No one had asked him to join her. Did he fear that she might request him to do so? After all, he had just mentioned that he would comply with her requests as long as they were reasonable. Refusing her would contradict his words, yet if he truly accompanied her, he might be seen by someone he cared for, leaving him in a dilemma. Hence, he preemptively spoke to avoid giving her a chance to ask. It was indeed a challenge for him to navigate this predicament. Shunwan remarked, "I understand. It's inconvenient for you to accompany me." Xie Jingyan expected her to offer him comfort, but instead, she prodded him with her words, causing a pang of pain in his heart, leading him to shut his eyes. Observing his silence, Shunwan felt increasingly perplexed by his erratic moods and continued to gaze outside the carriage. Until they entered the palace, neither spoke again. When the carriage finally halted, Xie Jingyan descended first, followed by Shunwan. They were met by palace attendants who guided them to the Shokong Palace to present tea to the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and the Empress. As Shunwan reached for Xie Jingyan's wheelchair, he coldly stated, "No need." Her hand hovered awkwardly, unsure why she had displeased him. Shunfeng pushed Xie Jingyan towards the Shokong Palace, and seeing Shunwan lagging behind, he remarked, "Master, the Wang Fei has not kept up." Xie Jingyan turned to glance at Shunwan, his eyes dark and tinged with helplessness. Shunfeng stepped back, sensing the tension. Shunwan, bewildered as to what had provoked his ire, noticed Shunfeng had paused with the wheelchair, realizing Xie Jingyan was indeed waiting for her. She hurriedly ran over to take Shunfeng's place, pushing Xie Jingyan towards the Shokong Palace. Xie Jingyan remained silent, and Shunwan refrained from speaking, fearing further missteps. As they approached the Shokong Palace, they spotted the crown prince approaching. Upon seeing them, he smiled and said, "I haven't had the chance to congratulate you, sixth brother and sister-in-law, on your joyous union. Yesterday, due to my poor health, I missed the celebrations at the Jinwang and Lingwang residences, which is truly regrettable." The crown prince had not attended either celebration, as he and Xie Jingyan were in fierce competition for the position of heir. Xie Jingyan had been undermined by Xie Jingyin, who seemed to thrive in the limelight. The crown prince, while feeling a sense of obligation to Xie Jingyan for past favors, could not afford to appear too accommodating in the face of political rivalry. As the crown prince turned to leave, Xie Jingyin and Shun Ying arrived to present tea. Overhearing the crown prince's words, Xie Jingyin's expression darkened. The sudden illness of the Qin Wang had not hindered his attendance at the festivities. It merely underscored the crown prince's perceived insincerity. The crown prince, in a good mood, departed, leaving Xie Jingyin watching his retreating figure, while Shun Ying followed suit. Once their icy gazes returned to the present, they noticed Shun Wan had already pushed Xie Jingyan further away. Upon entering the grand hall, Shun Wan was struck by the sight of the Empress Dowager seated regally on her phoenix chair, adorned with a phoenix hairpin, exuding an air of authority that made it difficult for anyone to meet her gaze. She was a stark contrast to the despondent figure of the Empress Dowager after the death of the late crown prince, Xie Jingqi, who had been her favorite. The late empress, the mother of the late crown prince, was the Empress Dowager's niece, and thus had always held a special place in her heart. The current crown prince still posed a threat to Xie Jingyin's ambitions, not only due to his status as the legitimate heir, but also because he enjoyed the Empress Dowager's protection, being the emperor's mother. In her previous life, the death of the crown prince had devastated the Empress Dowager, causing her to age 10 years overnight, leading to her withdrawal from the world. After Xie Jingyin ascended the throne, they had come to pay their respects, only to be met with cold indifference from the Empress Dowager, who refused even to see her own second son. At this moment, the Empress Dowager appeared particularly spirited, buoyed by the hope that the crown prince still had a chance. Before their arrival, the emperor and empress had already been present. Upon seeing them enter, the emperor set down his teacup. Empress Song wore a smile, yet her eyes glinted with coldness. The humiliation of the previous day would remain etched in her memory forever. She dared not harbor resentment towards the emperor, at least not openly, but she held them accountable for their lack of attendance at the Jinwang residence. The embarrassment she and the Jinwang faced was projected squarely onto Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan, especially Shun Wan for not choosing her son, Xie Jingyin, which complicated his path to succession, thwarting her plans and turning the joyous banquet into a farce. Clenching the fabric of her phoenix robe tightly, Empress Song pondered through the night, struggling to comprehend why the emperor had chosen to attend the Ling Wang residence instead. Chapter 66. The bottom line: the palace maid brought a mat, and Xie Jingyan and Shun Ying first knelt to serve tea to the Empress Dowager, followed by Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan. Due to Xie Jingyan's leg discomfort, the Empress Dowager did not require him to kneel. After she drank the tea, she bestowed upon Shun Wan and Shun Ying a set of headpieces each, expressing her hopes for them to soon bear offspring for the royal family. Shun Ying's face turned crimson, while Shun Wan felt she should also be blushing. The awkwardness from the previous night replayed in her mind, rendering her cheeks even redder than Shun Ying's. After paying respects to the Empress Dowager, they similarly honored the Emperor and Empress, with Xie Jingyan again spared from kneeling. The Emperor said nothing further, rewarding each of them with a jade rui. Empress Song gifted Shun Ying a blood jade bracelet, and Shun won a jade pendant. Once the tea ceremony concluded, the Emperor excused himself to review official documents, and Xie Jingyan and Shun Wan also took their leave. Upon exiting Shokong Palace, Xie Jingyan turned to Shun Wan and said, "If you wish to shop, I cannot accompany you, but if you wish to stroll through the Imperial Garden, I can join you." Shun Wan had no desire to visit the Imperial Garden, having resided in the palace for several years in her past life. She had long grown weary of it. She shook her head in refusal. "Then let us return to the residence," Xie Jingyan suggested. As Shun Wan pushed the wheelchair in the direction of the palace exit, with no one around, Xie Jingyan inquired, "How did you discover yesterday that you had entered the wrong palanquin?" Shun Wan replied, "The palanquin that stopped to the right of Pingyang Marquis's residence must belong to the Jin Prince's manor. I might have wandered off, but the palanquin would not stop incorrectly." Xie Jingyan turned to look at her, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. "What are you laughing at?" Shun Wan asked, puzzled. "Your quick wit at a critical moment. Among so many people, even Chun Yu, whom he dispatched, failed to notice that you and Shun Ying had switched places. Yet you were able to perceive it. I must admit, I underestimated you in the past," he remarked. Shun Wan felt her cheeks flush with the compliment, but recalled that he had called her foolish that morning, causing her to glare at him in response. Unprepared, Xie Jingyan turned around just in time to see her. Shun Wan quickly averted her gaze, pretending nothing had happened. Xie Jingyan chose not to address her reaction. Sitting in the wheelchair, he felt an unprecedented sense of happiness. Chun Feng drove the carriage out of the palace, and, upon reaching a bustling street, Xie Jingyan commanded, "Stop." Chun Feng hastily pulled the reins. Shun Wan looked at Xie Jingyan and asked, "Why have we stopped?" Xie Jingyan, feeling slightly awkward under her gaze, replied, "I will accompany you shopping." Shun Wan was taken aback. "Didn't you just say you couldn't accompany me? How had he changed his mind so swiftly?" Chun Feng, sitting at the front, could hardly believe his ears. His master, who despised being observed in a wheelchair, would avoid palace banquets and gatherings at ministerial residences whenever possible. Yet now he was willing to accompany the princess consort shopping. He had always believed that his master would agree to marry the princess consort out of concern for her, knowing that the Jin prince was no good, wishing to protect her and the Pingyang Marquis's family from the turmoil of succession. But now, it was evident that his master was fond of the princess consort, so much so that even if she poured salt on his wounds, he would merely sulk for a while before lowering his standards. This was no mere liking, it was a profound love. The princess consort must surely be deeply touched. Chun Feng mused, only to hear Shun Wan say, "Your leg is inconvenient. It's better not to shop." Chun Feng thought, is one stab not enough? Must there be another? Did the princess consort truly intend to infuriate his master? Shun Wan spoke casually, as in her subconscious, she viewed Xie Jingyan's condition as temporary. She had never regarded him as disabled, leading her to speak with less restraint. Once she finished speaking, she noticed the atmosphere in the carriage had suddenly turned cold, even colder than when they entered the palace. Shunwan belatedly realized she had angered Xie Jingyan. In a hurry to mend her words, she clarified, "What I meant was, once your leg is better, you can accompany me shopping." But before she could finish, Xie Jingyan interrupted, "Get out." Shunwan had never seen Xie Jingyan's expression so grim, and she was somewhat startled, obediently disembarking from the carriage. Chun Feng felt it was deserved but still advised, "Master, return to the Wangfu," Xie Jingyan ordered. Chun Feng dared not disobey. Climbing back onto the carriage, he drove away. Shunwan watched as the carriage receded, angrily stamping her foot. How could there be such a hot-tempered man who would throw a fit over not being allowed to accompany her shopping in a wheelchair? He enjoyed being watched. Why should she stop him? Truly self-inflicted misery. Fuming, she continued walking. Shopping? It was a miracle if she could walk back to Ling Wangfu on her own, let alone have the luxury of shopping. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she couldn't help but mentally berate Xie Jingyan. As she walked, a familiar voice called out, "Cousin?" Turning her head, she saw her elder cousin, and her face lit up in surprise. "Cousin?" Yin Qi dismounted, frowning slightly. "I thought it was you at first glance. What brings you out alone, without even a maid?" After serving tea in the palace with Xie Jingyan and having Chun Feng accompany them, she and Ti brought in Xuan. She couldn't let her elder cousin know about her quarrel with Xie Jingyan. So Xinwan replied, "I sent my maid to buy something." Yin Qi suspected nothing, merely saying, "In the future, it would be wise to bring a couple more maids when you go out. Even under the Emperor's nose, safety cannot be taken for granted. It's better to be cautious." Xinwan nodded repeatedly, asking, "Has grandfather's concern dissipated?" Yin Qi chuckled. "Not only has it dissipated, but grandfather is also quite pleased." After returning from the wedding banquet yesterday, he praised Ling Wang endlessly. Thinking of how Xie Jingyan had asked old Master Yin to bring close friends to the Ling Wangfu for the wedding feast, Xinwan's grievances toward him vanished like smoke. The two cousins chatted as they strolled down the street. Not far away, a carriage halted, and Xie Jingyan, witnessing their jovial exchange, wore an exceedingly displeased expression. How foolish he had been to worry. He had barely lost sight of her when he feared she might encounter danger while shopping alone, prompting him to hastily summon Chun Feng to return for her. And yet, she hadn't even walked half a street before running into her cousin. In a fit of anger, Xie Jingyan let down the curtain of the carriage. "Return." Chun Feng settled back in the carriage, but just as he was about to drive away, Yin Qi departed, leaving Shun Wan alone once more. Chun Feng thought, "It seems the moment to test the master has arrived." The carriage remained stationary for quite a while, and Xie Jingyan, irritated, asked, "Why aren't we moving yet?" Chun Feng forced a smile and replied, "The princess consort is alone again." Xie Jingyan lifted the curtain, and at that moment, Shun Wan sensed someone watching her. Turning around, she found Xie Jingyan's gaze locked onto hers. Shun Wan's face lit up with joy. He had returned, not wanting to keep him waiting. She started to run towards him. Just then, a runaway horse came barreling toward her, with the rider shouting, "Get out of the way! Move!" Hearing the pounding hooves, Shun Wan turned and saw the horse charging at her, her face draining of color and fear. Just as she thought she was doomed, a figure lunged toward her, rolling her to the ground. When Shun Wan opened her eyes, she found herself staring into a pair of worried and urgent eyes. "Are you hurt?" he asked, his voice trembling slightly. Chapter 67. Concerned, how could he be so worried about her? Was it because of her elder brother? Shun Wan struggled to suppress the flutter in her heart and shook her head. "I am fine." Xie Jingyan let out a soft groan, gently urging, "There are so many people watching, quickly get up." Only then did Shun Wan realize that she was still in Xie Jingyan's embrace. Her face flushed crimson, and she hurried to her feet. At that moment, Chun Feng had already pushed the wheelchair over, gritting his teeth in pain. Among the three of them, it seemed he had sustained the most severe injuries. He and Ti even noticed that the princess was in danger. It was the master who reacted first. He had been in the way while sitting on the carriage, and when the master leapt out to save the princess, he couldn't dodge in time and fell off the carriage, landing awkwardly, which gravely tarnished his reputation as a highly skilled bodyguard. Shen Wan assisted Xie Jingyan into the wheelchair before boarding the carriage, and Qin Feng drove them back to the Wangfu. Inside the carriage, Xie Jingyan sat in the wheelchair, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, gripping his knees tightly as the veins on the back of his hands bulged. Shen Wan was alarmed. What's wrong? Xie Jingyan remained silent. His legs had always been weak, and in a moment of desperation to save Shen Wan, he had exerted too much force, leading to a piercing pain that rendered him speechless. Not knowing how to help, Shen Wan could only wipe his sweat. However, after just a couple of strokes, he grasped her hand and placed it on his knee. Shen Wan allowed him to hold her hand, wishing only for his comfort. After about half a tea's worth of time, his complexion improved slightly, yet he appeared utterly drained. He looked at Shen Wan and released her hand, noticing her hesitance. He said, "If you have something to say, just say it." Shen Wan replied, "Thank you for saving me earlier." Xie Jingyan did not respond, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on her face, causing Shen Wan to wonder if there was something on her face. She raised her hand to wipe it. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Xie Jingyan inquired. "What did you originally want to say to me? If it's just to thank me, there's no need to hesitate." Shen Wan intended to convey something else. "I just didn't want you to misunderstand me." Xie Jingyan furrowed his brows. "Misunderstand?" Shen Wan continued, "Your leg can truly be treated. I'm not merely comforting you. I genuinely believe it." Xie Jingyan chuckled. "How can you be so sure that my leg can be healed?" This question left Shen Wan momentarily stumped. She couldn't very well divulge that she had lived another life. Instead, she fabricated a response. "I dream about it." She wished her past life had merely been a nightmare. Xie Jingyan's smile deepened. "You dreamed of me?" Shen Wan retorted, "That's not the main point." Having finally found a plausible excuse, he had misconstrued it. Shen Wan felt utterly deflated, and the smile that had once graced Xie Jingyan's face had vanished without a trace, leaving only an overwhelming sense of desolation. Dreams were often the opposite of reality. Shen Wan shook her head. "It won TB. My cousin is already found." But before she could finish her sentence, the carriage jolted, causing Xie Jingyan's back to collide against the wheelchair, making him wince in pain and his forehead twitch. This interruption rendered the topic moot. As Qin Feng drove the carriage back to the Ling Wangfu, he noted Xie Jingyan's pallor and suggested, "I will send someone to fetch the imperial physician." Xie Jingyan replied, "It's merely a surface injury. There's no need to see a physician." "A surface injury?" Shen Wan turned to Xie Jingyan, anxiously asking, "Where are you hurt?" Xie Jingyan did not respond. Upon returning to Jingma Pavilion, once inside, he said, "Apply medicine to my back." Qin Feng fetched the medicine and placed it on the small table beside the bed before exiting, calling for Ying Shuang and Haitang to leave as he departed. Xie Jingyan extended his hand, and Shen Wan helped him sit up. Assisting him while loosening his clothes proved to be quite challenging. Once his inner garment was removed, Shen Wan noticed 2 bruises on his back, likely from when he had saved her and struck against the stones on the ground. Shen Wan selected some ointment for bruises and applied it gently, saying, "It may hurt a bit, bear with it." As she rubbed the medicine into his skin, she observed him closely, yet Xie Jingyan didn't even furrow his brow. Compared to the pain in his legs, these bruises were trivial. Just as she was applying the ointment, Qin Feng's voice called from outside, "Master, the heir of Pingyang Marquis has arrived." "Why has my elder brother come?" Shen Wan pondered, wondering if he had heard about the incident on the street. It seemed he had arrived rather swiftly. Shen Wan was perplexed when Xie Jingyan instructed, "Let him in." As Shen Wan helped Xie Jingyan dress, Shen Du entered, and she asked, "What brings you here, elder brother?" Shen Du replied, "On our way back from the military camp with father, we heard you were nearly in an accident on the street, and it was your brother-in-law who saved you. Father was concerned, so he sent me to check on you." Feeling touched that her elder brother had come due to her near mishap, Shen Wan felt her nose tingle. "I'm fine." Shen Du remained silent for a moment. "Father isn't worried about you. He's worried about your brother-in-law." Shen Wan, at a loss for words, watched as Xie Jingyan said, "I am also unscathed. I apologize for causing my father-in-law concern." "Father-in-law." He pronounced it so effortlessly. Shen Wan's ears turned slightly red. Shen Du breathed a sigh of relief. "As long as you are both well, I shall take my leave to prevent father from worrying. If you cannot return home tomorrow, then you shall return another day. As Shun Du prepared to leave, he reminded Shun Wan to take care of Xie Jingyan. Shun Wan asked, "Is your shoulder injury better?" Shun Du moved his arm and smiled. "It's just a minor injury. It's nothing serious." Shun Wan could not muster a smile. "This time, it's a minor injury. What about next time?" Shun Du's brow furrowed deeply as Shun Wan continued. "Yesterday, my near accident with the flower carriage was not a coincidence. It was intentional. Your shoulder injury was also part of their scheme, and even the incident with third sister was originally aimed at me." Shun Du's gaze sharpened. He had already found the flower carriage incident suspicious, as it shouldn't have happened. Shening was the daughter of the second branch. Furthermore, both the second madam and the matriarch had expressed relief at not having made a mistake with the flower carriage, which had quelled his doubts. But he had not considered the deeper, hidden truths, especially as it became evident that the second and third branches had schemed to force his sister into marrying young Master Wu. Even if they had ultimately shot themselves in the foot, Shun Du could not tolerate such underhandedness. He would never have imagined that, in pursuit of power, the second and third branches could be so vile. His father held such deep respect for the matriarch. Shun Wan had initially intended to discuss these matters when she returned home the following day, but with her elder brother present at Ling Wangfu, she could no longer hold her tongue. Shun Wan cautioned, "The Prince of Jin is ambitious and ruthless, and your second uncle is no better. They will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They will surely devise every possible means to seize the military power from Father's hands. You and Father must remain vigilant." Shun Du nodded. Elder brother understands and will remind Father to be cautious. Chapter 68. Frustration after Shun Du departed. The room was left with only Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan. Xie Jingyan struggled to rise from his seat, while Shun Wan silently retrieved a clean brocade robe to assist him in dressing. Although donning the robe was manageable, fastening the waistband proved somewhat awkward as her arms had to encircle his waist. As she tied the belt, a maidservant entered with their lunch. Once Shun Wan had dressed Xie Jingyan, they both sat down to partake in their meal. Seated in his wheelchair, Xie Jingyan found it difficult to reach the dishes positioned farther away. Upon sitting at the table, Shun Wan, displaying keen awareness, offered him the dishes that caught his eye, deftly serving him each item he glanced at. This meal brought Xie Jingyan considerable delight. After finishing their lunch, Xie Jingyan retreated to his study to read, while Shun Wan instructed a maidservant to prepare warm water for her bath. After a refreshing soak, she changed into a clean dress, feeling utterly rejuvenated. With nothing pressing to attend to, Shun Wan ventured into the garden with her maid Silver Frost, seeking to tire herself out to ensure a peaceful night's sleep. The garden was a vibrant tapestry of blooms, bursting with colors as summer approached, and a few butterflies danced gracefully among the blossoms. Standing by the lake, enjoying the breeze, a young maid in a pale yellow dress approached and said, "Princess, the prince is looking for you." What would he possibly want? She thought if he needed something, it would be more convenient to summon Chen Feng. Shun Wan found it peculiar, but knowing that Xie Jingyan had sent a maid to fetch her, she felt compelled to return. Upon reaching Mou Pavilion, she initially assumed Xie Jingyan was in the study, only to discover he was in the inner chamber, indulging in a medicinal bath. Blushing, she turned away. "Why do you seek me when you are bathing?" Xie Jingyan replied, "I have yet to finish my reading. Read aloud to me. Why not have Chen Feng read it to you?" Shun Wan suggested. Chen Feng cannot read. Outside, Chen Feng was suddenly portrayed as an illiterate. Xie Jingyan truly could not bear to have the princess out of his sight, though his excuse was rather flimsy. Shun Wan was taken aback to learn that Xie Jingyan's personal guard could not read. Yet besides Chen Feng, there were others like Chen Yu. Surely, not everyone was illiterate. However, given that he had rescued her in the streets, it seemed unreasonable to deny such a modest request. Reluctantly, Shun Wan picked up a book resting on the small table and began to read to Xie Jingyan. With his eyes closed and his arm draped casually over the bathtub, he appeared entirely at ease. Upon finishing one book, Shun Wan noticed that he seemed to have dozed off. Just as she was about to set the book down and slip away, Xie Jingyan's voice rang out. "Read it again." Silently, Shun Wan settled back down and began anew. Fortunately, upon completing the second reading, Xie Jingyan had soaked long enough, and this time, did not require her assistance to rise. She lacked the strength for that task. Though their daytime interactions were manageable, Shunwan dreaded the night. Resolutely, she had decided not to share a bed with Xie Jingyan again. When he returned from his study, she helped him sit on the bed. Xie Jingyan remarked, "We must return tomorrow. Sleep early tonight. But your injury has yet to heal." Shunwan replied. Xie Jingyan casually lay back on the bed. "It's merely a minor wound. It does not prevent me from accompanying you." Shunwan nodded repeatedly, then turned to retrieve a blanket. Xie Jingyan assumed she intended to take the blanket to the bed, as there was only one blanket. Surely, she wouldn't want to sleep separately. Instead, Shunwan spread the blanket on the floor, darkening his expression. After laying the blanket, she sought a pillow. Unsure of where it was, she decided to use the one on the bed. Approaching the bedside, she said, "Could you hand me the pillow?" "Fetch it yourself," he replied, his tone displeased. Shunwan detected his irritation but chose not to dwell on it. If he preferred to fetch it himself, so be it. As she reached over him to grab the pillow, her waist was unexpectedly embraced, and before she could react, Xie Jingyan pulled her onto the bed, pinning her beneath him. Her face flushed crimson. Xie Jingyan gritted his teeth. "I said I wouldn't touch you. Do you not trust me?" Shunwan explained. "You have an injury on your back. I will sleep on the floor to avoid disturbing you." Xie Jingyan chuckled. "You truly think of me. Well, you were injured while saving me," she replied. "Such a conscientious heart. How do you intend to repay my life-saving grace?" She had anticipated that someone who would save her would expect some form of recompense. It was unrealistic to think he would save her without any demands. Flushing, Shunwan insisted, "You need to move aside." Xie Jingyan remained unmoving, prompting her to ask, "Then what do you want?" With a raised eyebrow and a hint of teasing, he replied, "What do you think I desire? Are you not afraid I might demand your devotion?" Shunwan's heart raced. "You wouldn't dare." His smile deepened as he caressed her smooth cheek. "You are so certain I wouldn't utter such a request?" While Shunwan might hesitate on other matters, this was one area in which she felt confident. With his hand on her face and her body pinned beneath him, the position was perilously charged, even devoid of emotional undertones. How could he not be a person of restraint? Shunwan felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. As she struggled, the awkwardness intensified. Shunwan felt her embarrassment reach new heights, while Xie Jingyan was equally mortified, his dignity tarnished by his younger brother's constant interference. Feigning nonchalance, Xie Jingyan lay back, prompting Shunwan to hastily attempt to get off the bed. "Did I permit you to sleep on the floor?" he questioned. It was not a matter that required his consent. As Shunwan attempted to rise, Xie Jingyan's gaze held her captive, and suddenly, she found her resolve wavering. Even in his current condition, he would not allow her to descend from the bed. After all, they had shared a bed the previous night. If he was not concerned about her kicking him, why should she be afraid? Shunwan settled into the innermost side of the bed, pulling the blanket around herself. But still feeling a sense of dissatisfaction, she said, "You must promise me that once your leg has healed, you will sleep in the study." Xie Jingyan responded with a chuckle. "What are you laughing at?" He would not admit to mocking her naivety. If he truly wished to act, he could do so at this very moment without waiting for his leg to heal. To suggest he would wait until then to sleep in the study seemed to imply she was preparing to share a bed with him for eternity. Xie Jingyan felt particularly cheerful. Noticing Shunwan's steady gaze upon him, he readily agreed. "That request is reasonable. I shall comply." The ease with which he acquiesced now would likely lead to much distress in the near future. Nevertheless, it was settled. Shunwan was genuinely fatigued, and she turned over within the blanket, facing inward as she drifted into slumber. However, upon awakening the next morning, the first sight that greeted Shunwan was not the bed frame, but Xie Jingyan. Once again, she had found herself nestled in his embrace. Gazing at Xie Jingyan's sleeping visage, she pondered how she had ended up in his arms. As she contemplated, he suddenly opened his eyes, and the expression he bore was filled with an air of sorrow. Startled, Shunwan sat upright, only to find Xie Jingyan looking as usual, as if the earlier look of melancholy had been nothing more than a figment of her imagination. Chapter 69. Returning home, Shunwan did not dare to ponder too deeply and quickly got out of bed, summoning Ying Shuang and Hai Tang, just as the day before. After Shunwan completed her morning rituals and dressed, Xie Jingyan arose, insisting that she assist him in changing his clothes. Despite the numerous maidservants in the MOU pavilion, he chose to exert his will solely upon her, leaving Shen Wan with no choice but to swallow her indignation. After breakfast, Shen Wan was eager to return home. Although the Pingyang Marquisate housed many individuals she wished to avoid, it was nonetheless the place where she had grown up, and her father and elder brother resided there. Her heart yearned for home. Upon exiting, she urged Xie Jingyan towards the gates of the Wang residence, her steps noticeably brisker than usual. As they approached the second gate, she spotted Steward Zhou coming towards them. He stepped forward and announced, "Your Highness, the old matron of the Right Minister's residence passed away last night." Upon hearing the mention of the Right Minister's residence, Shen Wan's brows subtly furrowed. In her previous life, Yun Rui had married into that very family, though not this current Right Minister Chen's household. With the death of old matron Chen, the minister was in mourning, and the emperor had promoted Lord Su, who had served in Dongzhou for 3 years, to take his place. In her former life, when she married Xie Jingyin, Yun Mo wed the top scholar, elevating Yun Rui's prospects significantly. Many suitors sought her hand, and the Su family, recently elevated to prominence, had a dashing young master who charmed all. Coupled with Lord Zhao's praises, the Yun family decided to marry Yun Rui to him. However, on the third day of their marriage, the young master frequented brothels, competing for the affections of courtesans. In a tragic turn of events, he fell from a height during a scuffle and perished, leading Lady Su to blame Yun Rui for his death, claiming her harsh fate had led him astray. Yun Rui, heartbroken, wept daily until she discovered her pregnancy, which brought her some solace. Yet fate dealt her another cruel hand as she bore a daughter, rendering her even less favored in Lady Su's eyes, ultimately leading to her tragic demise. In this life, many events diverge from the past due to Shen Wan's influence, yet others remained unchanged. However, she had not wed Xie Jingyin, nor had Yun Mo married Lord Zhao. The Yun family status was far from what it had been, and with their misjudgment in Yun Mo's match, they would likely approach Yun Rui's marriage with greater caution, avoiding the pitfalls of the past. As Shen Wan drifted in thought, Xie Jingyan's voice broke through, instructing Steward Zhou to prepare a condolence gift for Lord Chen's residence. Shen Wan snapped back to attention and asked, "Will you not pay your respects in person?" In her previous life, when old matron Chen passed away, Xie Jingyan had attended the mourning rites himself, as Lord Chen had been one of his trusted allies during his military endeavors in the northwest. Xie Jingyan looked at her with surprise, while Steward Zhou interjected, "Your Highness and Princess have only just wed. It would be inappropriate to attend a funeral." Shen Wan understood the customs surrounding newlyweds, especially those who were frail. Whether Xie Jingyan fell into that category was uncertain. Her intuition suggested he did not, yet some matters were best taken at face value, and thus she refrained from further comment. However, she hoped that Xie Jingyan would forge a connection with Lord Chen, as the man was of good character and would be a valuable ally. Then ensure the condolence gift is substantial, she instructed. As long as the prince did not attend personally, the size of the gift was irrelevant, and Steward Zhou nodded in agreement. "Do not send the gift just yet," Xie Jingyan stated. "I have other plans." Steward Zhou acknowledged this and turned to leave, but recalled something he had forgotten to mention. He turned back with, "On the day of your wedding, the old marquis brought esteemed friends, and their gifts were all quite valuable, suitable for the private treasury." The old marquis's friends, though lacking high status, were indeed wealthy, and the gifts were remarkable enough to astonish even a steward of the Wang residence. Originally, Steward Zhou intended to report this yesterday, but given Shen Wan's near mishap on the street and Xie Jingyan's subsequent leg injury, he had withheld the information. Typically, gift-giving follows the principle of reciprocity. Yet the old marquis's friends would be difficult to reciprocate to. Which merchant would dare send an invitation to the Ling Wang residence without knowing when a celebration would occur? Moreover, the disparity in status made reciprocation complicated and potentially scandalous, raising concerns about unnecessary trouble. Xie Jingyan turned to Shen Wan, saying, "Send those gifts to the Yun family. Let them handle the reciprocation." Shen Wan replied, "You had them invite those esteemed friends to the house for a celebration, granting my grandfather a measure of honor. They even met the emperor. If you send the gifts to the Yun family, my grandfather will be displeased. This perspective displeased Xie Jingyan, as it revealed Shun Wan's allegiance to her family rather than to him. He regarded her intently, emphasizing each word. You are now my princess. Henceforth, your actions and words should prioritize your identity as Ling Wangfei before all else. Shun Wan, did he forget that her status as Ling Wangfei was merely temporary? Fa-ade, while her identity as her grandfather and Appo's legitimate granddaughter would remain unchanged, she decided against further argument, for returning home was of utmost importance. Let me consult with my cousin before we finalize the decision, she proposed, seizing the opportunity to push Xie Jingyan forward without allowing him to object. Upon arriving at the gates of the Wang residence, they boarded the carriage, heading directly for the Pingyang Marquisate. Shun Wan and Shun Ying had both left the home on the same day and returned on the same day as well. However, Shun Wan did not expect their carriages to arrive at the gates of the Pingyang Marquisate almost simultaneously, astonishing even the gatekeeper. Seeing Shun Wan, Shun Ying remarked, "What a coincidence!" Shun Wan responded, "This serendipity was specially arranged by the Empress." The mention of the Empress further darkened Xie Jingyan's already grim expression. 3 days had passed, and he still could not comprehend the Emperor's decision to visit the Ling Wang residence for a celebration instead of his own. Shun Wan's words left Shun Ying momentarily speechless. She had little to say to Shun Wan, and thus entered the residence first. Shun Wan lagged a few steps behind, and upon entering the Marquisate with Xie Jingyan, Shun Du approached, aware that Xie Jingyan had accompanied her home. "How are you back? Is your injury healed?" His first question was directed at Shun Wan, and the second at Xie Jingyan. Shun Wan struggled to respond, uncertain whether this was her return or Xie Jingyan's. Xie Jingyan cast a sidelong glance at Shun Du and replied, "I am not that weak. A mere scrape does not confine me indoors." Shun Du chuckled, glancing around. "Did I not hear that the Gene Prince was also coming? Where is he?" Shun Wan interjected, "Elder brother arrived a moment too late. They have gone ahead to see the matron." Shun Du took the lead, pushing the wheelchair forward. "Let us go pay our respects with tea. Later, my brother-in-law must indulge this elder brother in a couple of chess matches." Chapter 70. Tea Ceremony in the Qinghui Courtyard's main hall. The elders and younger generations of the Ho family gathered to celebrate the return of Shun Wan and Shun Ying. The matriarch sat elegantly on a Luohan couch, adorned in a cloud-patterned, double-breasted coat, her hair meticulously arranged, with a wide satin headband embellished with jade, exuding an aura of vitality and joy. Shun Ying had successfully become the sole princess of Jin, a fact that delighted the old lady, and the second madam was equally elated. With the imperial decree of marriage, should the Jin prince ascend to the throne, Shun Ying would undoubtedly become the crown princess, and when the Jin prince eventually claimed the imperial seat, Shun Ying would be the revered empress. In recent days, the second madam walked with a noticeable air of pride, especially upon seeing the Jin prince accompany Shun Ying back. However, her exuberance waned somewhat upon encountering Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan. Shun Wan, ever astute, recognized that she had mistakenly boarded the wrong bridal sedan. The second madam felt a twinge of regret as she recalled Shun Wan and Appo's substantial dowry now housed in the Ling Wang and Appo's residence. She had never anticipated that her plans would falter, as she had always considered Shun Wan's dowry a part of her own daughter's future. The thought of this unexpected turn left her feeling somewhat cheated. Yet, despite the magnitude of Shun Wan's dowry, the prospect of the Jin prince's future success tempered her discontent. After all, the entire realm of Dechu could one day belong to her daughter. Shun Wan approached the matriarch to pay her respects, who smiled, albeit with a hint of coldness in her eyes. "I know you enjoy shopping, but to have the Ling Wang accompany you on your second day of marriage and nearly encounter an incident is quite inappropriate." She admonished Shun Wan before a gathering of onlookers, which felt rather excessive. Annoyed, Shun Wan listened as Xie Jingyan interjected. "It was I who insisted that Wanner accompany me shopping yesterday." His voice, rich and tinged with affection, rendered the matriarch momentarily speechless. Shun Wan cast a grateful glance at Xie Jingyan, only to realize that she had not intended to shop at all. It was he who had insisted, even going so far as to push her down from the carriage. Therefore, She felt no need to accept the matriarch's reproach or express gratitude to him. Withdrawing her appreciative gaze, she shot Xie Jingyan a glare, leaving him bemused by her sudden shift in demeanor. The matriarch, feeling somewhat embarrassed, was relieved when Shun Jing entered. Upon taking a seat, she instructed, "Let us proceed with the tea ceremony." As esteemed princesses, Shun Wan and Shun Ying were not required to kneel while serving tea, and it was unnecessary for Xie Jingyan to do so either, especially since they had not knelt before the empress or the emperor. After Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan offered tea to the matriarch, she graciously accepted and gifted Xie Jingyan a scholar's inkstone. Shun Ying and Xie Jingyin followed suit, with the matriarch presenting Xie Jingyin with a similar inkstone. Yet, even though both were inkstones, it was evident that the one bestowed upon the Jin Prince was of superior quality. Following the tea ceremony for the matriarch, it was time to serve Shun Jing. He presented each of them with a military treatise, a gift that Shun Wan accepted with resignation. The Jin Prince had little interest in military affairs, rendering the treatise nearly as useless to him as scrap paper. And considering Xie Jingyan's current state, her father truly did not fear causing him discomfort. However, Shun Wan understood that her father cherished military treatises above all else, and he would only bestow them upon someone he favored. After the tea ceremony concluded, Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan stepped aside as Shun Ying and Xie Jingyin prepared to offer tea to the second elder and second madam, who beamed with delight. Presenting Xie Jingyin with a jade pendant of exquisite quality, undoubtedly the finest the second elder could offer. Having an exceedingly distinguished son-in-law posed its own challenges. The best gifts might not even meet the expectations of someone of his stature, yet they dared not offer less. With the tea ceremony completed, Shun Jing lingered only briefly before taking his leave. Shendu turned to Xie Jingyan and said, "Come, it's still early for the return banquet. Accompany me for a game of chess." Xie Jingyan preferred to avoid the gathering and, casting a glance at Shun Wan, allowed Shun Du to lead him away. As the second elder invited Xie Jingyin to the study for a discussion, the once bustling hall was left sparsely populated. Shun Wan contemplated sitting for a while before joining her brother and Xie Jingyan for a game of chess. The matriarch, sipping tea and gently stirring her cup, was interrupted by the second madam's comment. Who would have thought that our Pingyang Ho family would produce two princesses? The third madam sat nearby, her expression a picture of discontent, unable to articulate her feelings. While the tea ceremony was a lively occasion, Shenrong had not made an appearance. Despite the splendor of her two cousins' marriages, even with the Ling Wang's leg injury, he was still a royal prince, unlike her cousin Wu De, who lacked family background, good looks, and character. As a legitimate daughter of the third branch, she felt even more pitiful than Shen Wei, and the thought tormented her more than any physical wound could. Had it not been for the third madam's obligation to attend, she would have preferred to stay away. After taking a sip of tea, the matriarch set down her cup and addressed Shen Wan. "You and Inger are not only sisters but also sisters-in-law. With the Jin Prince's future still uncertain, you and the Ling Wang must lend your support to him." Shen Wan was taken aback by the matriarch's insinuation. She and Xie Jingyan were expected to assist the Jin Prince in his ascension to the throne when her father had previously opposed her choice of him. Shen Wan feigned ignorance. What can the Ling Wang and I possibly do to aid the Jin Prince? Her pretense went unquestioned, as her youth and relative naivety in court matters were deemed acceptable. Moreover, the assistance they sought was not for Shen Wan and Xie Jingyan, but rather for the Yun family behind her. The matriarch remained silent, prompting Shan Ying to chime in. "If there are areas where my elder sister and the Ling Wang can assist, I will be sure to voice it. Once the Jin Prince achieves his goals, he will undoubtedly treat you and the Ling Wang favorably." Favorably? Shen Wan scoffed inwardly, contemplating whether they might even be granted the privilege of a dignified burial in gratitude for their assistance. Maintaining her calm facade, she replied, "If there is anything my second sister wishes to discuss, I shall certainly lend my aid." While she had no intention of helping, she would not hesitate to hinder if necessary. Shunning beamed at Shun Wan's response, and the matriarch and second madam appeared equally pleased. The atmosphere in the room was warm and jovial until a maid entered, bowing as she announced, "Old madam, The great Madame Wu has arrived. Chapter 71. Refusal in an instant. The smile on the old lady's face vanished, replaced by a flicker of disdain in her eyes. She had never harbored any fondness for the Wu family. Her courtesy was merely a concession to the maternal family of the third madam. However, now that her cherished granddaughter had sullied herself by associating with the Wu family, the mere mention of their name filled her with revulsion. The depth of her loathing was palpable, and her grip on the prayer beads tightened to the point of near fracture. "Let her in." The maid retreated, and shortly after, Madame Wu made her entrance. In stark contrast to the hidden displeasure of the old lady, Madame Wu radiated triumph. Striding in with an air of confidence that stirred irritation among everyone in the Pingyang Marquis household, save for Shunwan. She was likely the only one in the household who welcomed Madame Wu's visits. For each occasion served as a reminder to the old lady and the third madam of their own ambitions that had led to Shun Rong's lifelong misfortunes. Yet today marked the day when she and Shan Ying returned to their maternal home, a day when most would avoid visiting, making Madame Wu and Apos, as present, seem rather impolite. With a beaming smile, Madame Wu performed a courteous bow to the old lady, who maintained a strained smile as she remarked, "The household is preoccupied with hosting Prince Jean and Prince Ling. My apologies for not offering proper welcome." The old lady's words were a veiled reprimand, suggesting that Madame Wu ought not to have come. Madame Wu discerned the underlying message, but paid it no mind. She was aware that the old lady disapproved of her son. All that mattered to her was that the Wu family managed to secure a marriage. A few harsh words were of little consequence to her. "Today, as the new son-in-law of the Pingyang Marquis household arrives, I should not intrude," she began. "However, I heard that the old lady of the right vice minister, Chun, has passed away. I thought it a rare opportunity, as my husband rises in status. It would be beneficial for our Wu family to marry Shun Rong into our household, enhancing our reputation." Shun Wan had initially speculated about Madame Wu's motives for visiting, only to realize she was here to discuss the vacant position of the right vice minister. In her previous life, she had never heard of the Wu family harboring ambitions for such a position, yet circumstances had changed. The Wu family was already closely related to the Pingyang Marquis household, with two princesses and a prospective duchess emerging from the Pingyang Marquis family. It would not be difficult for the Wu family to secure their desires. The third madam felt a twinge of interest. After all, the one vying for the official position was her own brother. Since her daughter and young Master Wu were already engaged, the betterment of the Wu family would inevitably benefit her daughter too. She glanced at the old lady, who was visibly cold and preoccupied with her prayer beads. The old lady cared deeply for Shun Rong and would naturally consider her well-being, but assisting in this matter seemed implausible. The competence of Mr. Wu was questionable for such a position, and seeking Shun Jing and Apos as help was a mere formality. He would never show favoritism. If the second and third masters sought promotion, Shun Jing would distance himself, let alone Mr. Wu. To assist Mr. Wu, one would have to approach Prince Jean, but who would dare to make such a request? The wise Empress Song was well aware of the events that transpired between young Master Wu and Shun Rong within the inner courtyard. She understood that the second madam had orchestrated this situation, yet she ultimately adhered to the Empress's wishes. Although the plan had faltered, the Empress had no reason to direct her ire at them. Empress Song and Prince Jean were both seething with indignation, and seeking the prince's assistance for the Wu family would only serve to provoke him further. However, the opportunity was indeed rare. After much deliberation, the old lady signaled to the third madam, who then led Madame Wu to the southern courtyard. Once they had departed, the old lady turned to Shun Wan, saying, "Among you 4 sisters, only your third sister has married poorly. This union cannot be annulled, so we can only hope that the Wu family prospers for her sake. You sisters." Before the old lady could finish, Shun Wan interjected, "It is unfortunate that Prince Ling holds no influence in court. Even if I wished to assist my third sister, there is little I could do. However, this minor issue would be a trivial matter for Prince Jean. And my second sister and third sister have always shared a close bond. My second sister will surely help her." Shun Ying chimed in, "If Prince Ling cannot assist, there is still our uncle." Shun Wan regarded Shun Ying with a frown, stating, "Father has always respected grandmother. If she wishes for father to lend a hand, she ought to speak up herself. Why would I need to intervene?" Do you presume my standing with father surpasses that of grandmother? Calculating her, and still having the audacity to seek her assistance. These individuals possessed a shamelessness thicker than city walls. Young Master Wu's reckless behavior in the inner courtyard had already incurred father's wrath. To request his aid in ensuring Shun Rong's marriage was favorable would only invite condemnation. And the old lady would be no exception. Though father respected the old lady, he was not foolishly filial, or else she would not have resorted to such schemes. Shenwan was certain that the old lady would neither dare to approach Shun Jing, nor would she feel comfortable speaking to Xie Jingyin. Refusing to assist, she spoke with such precision that there were no gaps for argument. The old lady's gaze darkened slightly, but she refrained from further comment. After another quarter of an hour that dragged on in tedium, Shenwan grew curious about how her brother was faring in his game of chess with Xie Jingyan and decided to rise. As she strolled leisurely towards the front courtyard, she spotted Shun Du wheeling Xie Jingyan out. Approaching them, she overheard Shun Du remark, "Being a brother-in-law is quite advantageous. In the past, you never allowed me to win at chess, yet now that you have married my sister, you seem reluctant to triumph over me." Shunwan halted in her tracks, her face flushing under the sunlight. Xie Jingyan's ears tinged with red as he responded, "It has been a while since I last played. I have become somewhat rusty." Shun Du chuckled, "Though my skills may not match yours, I am aware of whether or not you allowed me to win." Shunwan could no longer bear to listen and regretted her approach, preparing to slip away unnoticed. However, before she could turn, Shun Du caught sight of her and called out, "We are over here." She approached, pretending as if she had heard nothing, and inquired, "You finish your game so quickly?" Shun Du replied, "There was a matter in the military camp. The deputy commander came to see father, and with lunch approaching, we decided to stop." Shun Du pushed the wheelchair forward, and the group exchanged idle chatter as they lingered in the garden until it was nearly time for lunch, at which point they headed to Qinghui Courtyard. Upon their arrival, both Xie Jingyin and the second master were already present. After waiting for what felt like a small eternity, Xin Jing finally arrived, and the group sat down to dine together. Once seated, Xie Jingyan placed a piece of braised pork rib onto Shun Wan's plate, instantly drawing the attention of everyone at the table. Poor Shun Wan's delicate face could hardly withstand such an unexpected gesture. Truly, she had not anticipated this turn of events, considering that in the Ling Prince's residence, she had always been the one serving him. When Shun Wan looked up at Xie Jingyan, she inadvertently met his gaze, which was filled with tenderness, causing her heart to skip a beat. Chapter 72. The Dr. Shun Wan suppressed the ripples of emotion within her heart as she served food to Xie Jingyan. She was aware that her father and elder brother might discern the pretense of their marriage, so she had to play along as he demonstrated affection by offering her food. "My dear husband, this dish is my favorite. Do try it," she said, placing a portion into his bowl. Upon hearing her address him as my husband, Xie Jingyan paused for a moment. Then a pleasing smile graced his lips as he replied, "Then I must certainly taste it." Seated nearby, Shun Jing wore a serious expression, yet a deep smile lingered on his face. The fourth madam remarked, "What a lovely bond they share." The interplay between Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan, his indulgence and her shyness, was evident to everyone at the table, including Xie Jingyan's brother, Xie Jingyin, who sat directly opposite and observed it all with a darkened countenance. Were it not for the fact that they were in the Pingyang Marquis's residence, he might have stormed out in disgust. Xie Jingyin had never regarded Shun Wan with any esteem, only tolerating her for the sake of Shun Jing's military power. However, witnessing the affectionate dynamic between Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan stirred a sense of displeasure within him, akin to having something precious snatched away. Shening served Xie Jingyin some food, and though he reciprocated a safe face, it was clear that he was only dishing out fish, something Shuning detested. The atmosphere in the room grew tense as Shun Ying consumed the fish, yet she wore no smile during this return feast. She had anticipated that becoming the Princess of Jin would allow her to overshadow Shun Wan. Yet, the Jin Prince was oblivious to her preferences, while the Ling Prince, despite his injury, was attentive and warm in his regard for Shun Wan, his gaze so tender it seemed to exude affection. Shuning was filled with jealousy, finding it difficult to swallow her food. The meal continued for nearly half an hour before Xinjing had to leave for military matters. Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan returned to the Ling prince's residence, with Shun Du seeing them off. As they stepped out of the marquis's residence, Shun Wan noticed a servant leading a horse towards them. Instantly, she recognized it as her elder brother and Appo's mount. In her previous life, it was this very horse that had led to her brother and Appo's tragic fate. Shun Wan quickly turned to Shun Du, brother, promise me something. Her tone was tinged with urgency. Xie Jingyan glanced at her, while Shun Du inquired, what do you wish for me to promise? Please promise me you will never race horses again, Shun Wan implored. Shun Du regarded her with curiosity. Why not? It is a favorite pastime among the young scions of the capital, and I occasionally partake in it when I have free time. No one has ever stopped me before. Why the sudden seriousness about racing horses? Shun Du was eager to understand her reasoning, but Shun Wan could not disclose the truth. She could not simply say she feared her brother would repeat the tragic events of their past life. She could only urge him to avoid racing altogether, believing that if he refrained, their adversaries would be thwarted. I dreamed of mother last night, Shun Wan said. She wishes for you to refrain from racing horses in the future. Shun Du replied, why didn't she just come to me directly in my dream? Shun Wan stamped her foot. Brother, will you promise me or not? Very well, Shun Du conceded. I promise I will not race horses anymore. Relief washed over Shun Wan as she exhaled. Once they settled into the carriage, Xie Jingyan regarded her with a curious expression. Why do you look at me like that? Shun Wan asked. Why don't you want your brother to race horses? He inquired. I already explained. She began. Xie Jingyan interjected. Your excuse is rather flimsy. Even your brother doesn't believe it, let alone me. Shun Wan lowered her gaze. I know my brother enjoys racing, but I fear they might tamper with the horses. Xie Jingyan had not anticipated that Shun Wan's concerns stemmed from such a reason. If they truly wished to meddle with the horses, it need not occur during a race, he pointed out. Shun Wan understood this, yet her brother was exceptionally skilled. Under normal circumstances, he could handle himself. It was improbable that he would cease riding altogether out of fear of tampering. However, not racing was feasible, even though he enjoyed it. He seldom participated due to his commitments in the military. Xie Jingyan was uncertain whether Shun Wan's words held any truth, but she had not even confided in her own brother, let alone him. The two traveled in silence back to the Ling prince's residence. Upon their arrival, the servant descended the carriage steps and announced, Princess, your cousin, young Master Yun, has arrived and has been waiting for you for a quarter of an hour. Upon hearing this, Shun Wan's expression brightened instantly. She eagerly lifted the carriage curtain and dashed out, her impatience evident, which darkened Xie Jingyan's mood. The previous day, she had shared laughter and conversation with her cousin on the street, and now, upon hearing of his arrival, she was filled with joy. As Xie Jingyan descended the carriage, he only caught a glimpse of Shun Wan's hasty figure entering the residence, further deepening his frown. Young Master Yun should have known that he was accompanying his cousin back home today, if he was so eager to see her. He ought to have gone to the Pingyang Marquis's residence instead of waiting at the Ling prince's. Upon entering the residence, Xie Jingyan inquired, where is young Master Yun? The servant replied, in the main hall, Manager Zhou is entertaining him with tea. Chun Feng wheeled his chair toward the main hall, and from a distance, Shun Wan's voice rang out, Cousin, why did you arrive so early? Young Master Yin smiled. I came early to avoid making you wait. Fortunately, I had no pressing matters today. Xie Jingyan's expression soured further. However, as he climbed the steps and entered the room, he discovered not only young Master Yun, but also a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his early 40s. Upon his entrance, Shun Wan joyfully introduced, This is Dr. Tao, an esteemed physician. My cousin specifically invited him to treat your leg. Xie Jingyan was taken aback. He had assumed young Master Yun came to see her, not to bring a doctor for his leg. Having encountered many doctors, he had long ceased to harbor any expectations, believing that a lack of hope would shield him from disappointment. Nonetheless, while he doubted that the doctor brought by young Master Yun could heal his leg, he appreciated the gesture and expressed his gratitude to young Master Yun. Young Master Yun replied with a smile, If the Ling Prince wishes to express gratitude, it should be directed toward my cousin. I am merely fulfilling her request. A flicker of surprise crossed Xie Jingyan's eyes as he looked toward Shun Wan, who urged, Let Dr. Tao examine your leg first. Xie Jingyan's gaze shifted to Dr. Tao, who bore a hint of familiarity as though he had seen him before, though he could not recall where. "I appreciate your assistance, Dr. Tao," Shenwan said. Dr. Tao extended his hand to check Xie Jingyan's pulse, scrutinizing it for a considerable time, furrowing his brow in concentration before releasing his grip. "I need to examine the prince's leg," he stated. Xie Jingyan nodded as Dr. Tao rolled up his pant leg, revealing his charcoal-blackened limbs, causing young Master Yin to gasp in shock. Dr. Tao pressed on Xie Jingyan's calf, eliciting a pained grip on the wheelchair, and once he withdrew his hand, Shun Wan asked, "What has caused the prince's leg to become this way?" Chapter 73. The imperial physician Dr. Tao remarked that the prince's fractured leg had long since healed. His inability to stand was due to poisoning. He assured that once the poison was resolved, within half a month, he would be able to walk with ease. This was not the first time Xie Jingyan had heard such words, and his expression remained stoic. The notion that he could walk normally again was enticing. Yet the challenge of detoxification loomed large. Before seeing the darkened state of Xie Jingyan's legs, Shun Wan had believed his incapacity was solely due to his broken leg. She was astonished to learn it was due to poison, prompting her to inquire when he had been poisoned. Xie Jingyan remained silent. It was not that he was unwilling to divulge the information to Shun Wan, but rather that he himself was unaware. Dr. Tao speculated that the poisoning occurred during the treatment of his leg, as the toxin had been introduced through the medicinal concoction, affecting the meridians in his legs. Had it been ingested through food, the poison would have already ravaged his body. Yin Qi, though lacking medical knowledge, discerned from Dr. Tao's words that Xie Jingyan was unfortunate, yet remarkably fortunate to still be alive. He asked if Dr. Tao had a remedy to detoxify the prince. The doctor replied that he did have a method, but it required 2 exceedingly rare herbs. If they could not be procured before the sensation in the prince's legs was completely lost, they would be of no use thereafter. Chun Feng interjected, eager to know the names of these herbs, asserting that if they existed in the world, they could certainly be found. Dr. Tao named the herbs, the volcanic lotus and the snow snake gallbladder. Merely hearing their names conveyed their extraordinary nature. The snow lotus thrived in volcanic regions, while the snow snake was notoriously difficult to find in frigid climates. Upon hearing Dr. Tao and Appo's words, Yin Qi swiftly glanced at Shenwan, realizing these were the very herbs his cousin had asked him to help locate. Confused, he noted Shenwan shaking her head. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he decided to set it aside, though it did not escape Xie Jingyan's notice, as a subtle furrow appeared on his brow. Chun Feng declared he would send someone to search for the herbs immediately. However, Yin Qi stopped him, saying it was unnecessary. Turning back, Chun Feng regarded Yin Qi with intrigue. Yin Qi then received a brocade box from the steward behind him and handed it to Dr. Tao. With a look of puzzlement, Dr. Tao accepted the box, opened it, and was struck with astonishment, followed by overwhelming joy, exclaiming that it contained the volcanic lotus. Yin Qi added that he had already made progress in locating the snow snake gallbladder, promising to have it delivered to the prince's residence within 10 days. His cousin had requested these 2 herbs without specifying their purpose, and he had not pressed for details. After sending messages to merchants in the specified areas, he was pleasantly surprised to find the herbs available. Despite their rarity, the Yun family was not lacking in wealth. Shun Wan expressed her gratitude to her cousin, to which Yin Qi chuckled, wondering why they should be so formal with each other. Shun Wan then turned the conversation to her maternal grandfather's illness, inquiring about Dr. Tao and Appo's insights. Yin Qi explained that Dr. Tao had come to the capital to treat the prince, and he was uncertain whether he would be willing to aid her grandfather. Shun Wan had been asking Yin Qi for some time to find Dr. Tao. Although locating him was swift, the physician had been reluctant to come to the capital. The Yin family had offered a handsome price, yet it only served to irritate Dr. Tao, who treated patients out of sense of duty rather than for profit. The steward's mention of the prince had inadvertently piqued Dr. Tao's interest, leading him to change his mind and accompany the steward to the capital. It was evident that he had come specifically to treat Xie Jingyan's leg. Yin Qi personally welcomed him outside the city and brought him directly to the prince's residence. Shun Wan was taken aback. In her previous life, it was Dr. Tao who had healed Xie Jingyan's leg, and he had remained as the physician at the prince's residence. She had assumed that summoning him would be easy. Though Shenwan and Yun Qi spoke softly, Xie Jingyan overheard their conversation clearly, and he was equally astonished. Upon first seeing Dr. Tao, he had felt a sense of familiarity. Not one to indulge in speculation, he asked outright if he had encountered Dr. Tao before. Dr. Tao responded that not only had the prince seen him before, but the prince's late mother, Consort Shun, had also saved his life. As a prince, Xie Jingyan found it remarkable that Consort Shun had seldom left the palace, making their simultaneous acquaintance quite rare, unless Shenwan had just begun to ponder this when Xie Jingyan voiced his thought, asking if Dr. Tao had served as an imperial physician. Dr. Tao confirmed he had, but it had been a decade prior. He had only recently joined the imperial medical office when he became embroiled in palace intrigues. Had it not been for Consort Shin's intervention on his behalf, he would have lost his life. He had no desire to live in such constant anxiety, nor did he wish to practice medicine under duress, prioritizing his own safety above all else. He had always believed in repaying kindness, and the debt of gratitude he owed to Consort Shun for saving his life had seemed insurmountable. However, he never anticipated that the Yun family would seek him out for the sake of treating the princess leg, though he dared not hope to heal the prince. Given the many physicians in the imperial medical office who had failed, he recognized it as his sole opportunity to repay Consort Shen's kindness, leading him to accompany the Yun family to the capital without hesitation. Shenwan was surprised to learn that Dr. Tao and Appo's connection to Xie Jingyan stemmed from Consort Shen and Appo's past benevolence. Xie Jingyan arranged for Dr. Tao to reside at the prince's residence. Turning to Dr. Tao, Shenwan inquired whether he would be willing to examine her ailing maternal grandfather, whose chronic illness had proven difficult to treat. Such a minor request was hardly one Dr. Tao would refuse. Yun Qi escorted Dr. Tao to the Yun family, and as Shenwan recalled the matter reported by Steward Zhou earlier that morning, she caught up with Yun Qi, who was nearly through the gates of the prince's residence. She called out to him, mentioning that many friends of her grandfather had sent numerous congratulatory gifts, expressing concern that the prince might not reciprocate adequately. She proposed sending those gifts to the Yun family. Before she could finish speaking, Yun Qi interrupted, asserting that those gifts were intended for her and the prince, and could not be sent to the Yun family. If she were to do so, their grandfather would surely be upset, feeling that they had become estranged. This time, the prince had helped uphold their grandfather's reputation, and the elders' friends were already worried that the gifts they sent were insufficient. Yun Qi resolutely forbade Shenwan from sending the gifts, and with no choice left, she relented, returning to Xie Jingyan to inform him that her cousin had prohibited her from sending the gifts to the Yun family. Xie Jingyan saw no reason to insist. Recognizing that the Yun family had already done him significant favors by summoning Dr. Tao and procuring the necessary herbs for detoxification, he assured her that he would not be indebted over such trivial matters, inviting her to inform him whenever the Yun family required his assistance in the future. Grateful for his promise, Shenwan felt a lightness in her heart as she wheeled Xie Jingyan back to the Muyu Pavilion. Chapter 74. Turning over upon returning to the Mou Pavilion, Xie Jingyan proceeded to his study while Shenwan retreated to the inner chamber. As she sipped her tea, contemplating how to pass the afternoon, she had barely finished a cup when a maid entered, standing outside the beaded curtain, and announced, "Your Highness, the prince requests your presence in the study." Unsure of the reason for his summons, Shenwan set down her cup and rose. In the study, Xie Jingyan was engrossed in reading a military treatise sent by Shen Jing. Approaching him, Shenwan inquired, "Did you need something?" To which he replied, "Must there always be a reason to seek you out?" Shenwan scrutinized him, and he returned his gaze to the book, instructing, "Prepare the ink for me." Shenwan was taken aback, pondering if he truly summoned her merely for such a trivial task. There were plenty of maids in the courtyard who could be called upon for this. Even Shunfeng could suffice. Sensing her thoughts, Xie Jingyan, while turning the page, remarked, "In the early days of our marriage, it is the time for romantic gestures and mutual support. Do you wish for others to doubt our marital bond?" Shenwan found herself at a loss for words. Glancing at her, Xie Jingyan continued, "For this month, we should strive to remain inseparable." A month? Must they truly be inseparable? Shenwan was filled with skepticism. When had he ever cared about the opinions of others, especially when no one else seemed to? Xie Jingyan flipped another page, asserting, "I am not like others." Curious about how he differed, she listened as his rich voice filled the air. "I find myself with little to do." Shenwan. His words prompted her to consider finding him something to occupy his time. Yet, as she racked her brain, she realized he was indeed idle, coupled with a leg ailment. As his newlywed wife, it was inappropriate for her not to keep him company, especially since she had actively chosen to marry him. Acceptance washed over her as she began to grind the ink, which seemed to elevate Xie Jingyan's mood further. Once the ink was prepared, Shenwan settled onto a small couch. Bored, she picked up a book from the shelf, though it was not to her liking. The dullness soon lulled her into a yawn, prompting her to recline on the small couch. Shenwan lost track of time, and upon awakening, she found a cloak draped over her. Xie Jingyan remained seated, engrossed in his reading. Stretching lazily, she contemplated asking him if they could go out, but hesitated, fearing it might disrupt his concentration, and thus sat in silence. When she picked up the book again and flipped through a few pages, Xie Jingyan said, "Accompany me for a stroll in the garden." This was precisely what Shenwan desired. Having enjoyed a refreshing nap, a leisurely walk would serve to tire her further, ensuring a good night's rest. Swiftly, she rose from the couch, and upon exiting the study, was greeted by the breathtaking hues of the evening sky, captivating to behold. After a brief stroll in the garden, they returned just in time for dinner. Post-dinner, Xie Jingyan returned to the study without suggesting Shenwan join him, leading her to indulge in a relaxing bath and then curl up on the small couch with her book. Silver Frost and Haitang were seated on low stools, embroidering pouches. When Xie Jingyan emerged from the study, the two maids promptly withdrew. Shenwan dreaded the prospect of sharing a bed with Xie Jingyan, but fortunately, Dr. Tao had been invited to the residence, and the medicinal supplies would soon arrive. His leg would heal swiftly, and soon he could relocate to the study, leaving the entire room to her. Shenwan wrapped herself tightly in her bedding, perplexed by how she had once managed to cross over and embrace Xie Jingyan in slumber. Determined to avoid a repeat of the previous awkwardness, she crawled out of bed, seeking a rope. She tied one end of the bed and the other to her wrist. Upon completion, noticing Xie Jingyan observing her, she declared, "This way, I won't roll into your arms." Xie Jingyan regarded her with an impassive expression and replied, "Binding yourself is insufficient. You must bind me as well." Shenwan looked at him in confusion. He continued, "I cannot guarantee that I won't roll over and hold you." Shenwan's ears flushed red. "You won't." Xie Jingyan's gaze bore into hers, and as Shenwan faltered, unable to meet his eyes, he chuckled. Once asleep, who knows? Despite his words, she lacked the courage to bind his hands. Shenwan lay down asleep, presenting him with the back of her head. Convinced that securing her hands would ensure safety, she awoke to find Xie Jingyan's face absent, a wave of relief washing over her. However, her brief respite was cut short as she found herself enveloped in his embrace from behind, distinctly aware of his body pressing against her. She shifted slightly, prompting a muffled groan from him, which only drew her closer, as if he wished to meld her into himself. Shenwan felt a rush of heat, her cheeks and ears aflame. Paralyzed by the situation, she surrendered to his hold. After an indeterminate period, just as she felt she might succumb to the heat, he finally released her and turned onto his side. Eagerly, Shenwan sat up, attempting to leave the bed only to be reminded of her bound wrist, which pulled painfully. Xie Jingyan opened his eyes, and she hurriedly untied the rope. "Did I hold you?" he asked. "No." Shenwan hastily exited the bed, failing to notice the subtle smirk playing on his lips. After washing up, the maid brought forth the breakfast, and Shenwan joined Xie Jingyan at the table. Midway through their meal, a maid clad in a jade-colored dress entered, delivering a message. "Your Highness, the carriage is ready." Xie Jingyan turned to Shenwan, who replied, "I need to visit the Yun family. I want to be back for lunch." He inquired, "Are you not planning to have me accompany you?" It was already generous of him to escort her to her family. She could hardly ask him to accompany her to the Yun residence. Yet, his tone suggested he was willing. Fearing she might misinterpret his intentions, Shenwan tentatively asked, "Do you have the time?" Xie Jingyan, gazing into her eyes, responded leisurely, "Given the Yun family's concern for my leg, and this being your first visit post-marriage, How can I not accompany you? Was he indeed going with her? Shun Wan's spirits lifted as she placed a golden silk roll into his bowl. After finishing breakfast, she pushed Xie Jingyan out of the residence. Upon reaching the front gate, they encountered the 8th prince, Xie Jingxian, riding towards them. Seeing them, Xie Jingyan appeared, slightly taken aback. Is there some momentous matter for which you sought me out, accompanied by the princess? Shun Wan was surprised by the 8th prince and Appo's arrival, especially since Xie Jingyan had called for him. With his busy schedule, why would he accompany her to the Yun family? As she prepared to suggest, it was unnecessary. Xie Jingyan preempted her, addressing Xie Jingxian. If you had arrived a moment later, I would have accompanied your sister-in-law to the Yun family. It made sense now. Shun Wan had assumed too much. Xie Jingxian dismounted, curiosity evident as he asked, "What business do you have with me while you are preoccupied with your sister-in-law?" Chapter 75. Greeting. Xie Jingyan did not mince words with Xie Jingxian, stating plainly, "I have just wed, and it is not appropriate for me to visit the residence of the Right Minister of Rights to offer condolences. Please deliver a token of sympathy on my behalf." Xie Jingxian was taken aback. Was he summoned merely to assist in delivering condolences? Was there a misunderstanding? Although the 6th brother had requested his help in welcoming the 6th imperial sister-in-law, which was indeed essential, offering condolences was not obligatory. It was perfectly acceptable not to send a condolence gift, and simply having the steward deliver something was already a considerable gesture of respect towards Lord Shun. Yet, the 6th brother still wished to go in person. If he was unable to attend, why should Xie Jingxian take his place? With a look of confusion etched on his face, Xie Jingxian understood his brother's character. If he had called upon him, it was undoubtedly imperative that he go. Steward Zhou, standing nearby, bore a similar expression of surprise. He shared Xie Jingxuan's sentiments, believing it sufficient to send a condolence gift. The prince had previously thought likewise, but it appeared the princess and Appo's influence over him was far more substantial than anticipated. Lord Shun, the Right Minister of Rights, was an upright official worthy of alliance. Yet the prince had no ambitions in the struggle for succession. Moreover, Lord Shun was to observe a 3-year mourning period, and it was uncertain whether he would return to the ministry thereafter. Thus, the necessity of the visit was questionable. Xie Jingxian regarded Xie Jingyan, wondering if it was truly essential for him to go. The answer was affirmative. He then remarked, "The 6th brother has asked me to assist in delivering a condolence gift, and this task cannot be taken lightly. What do you desire?" inquired Xie Jingyan. Without hesitation, Xie Jingxian pointed. "The 6th brother should bestow this jade pendant upon me as a token for my service." Shun Wan, following his gesture, placed a hand on her forehead, uncertain whether to commend or criticize the 8th prince's choice. Why select something so precious, specifically Xie Jingyan's most treasured possession? This pendant had been gifted to him by his beloved. Could he truly part with it? As if reading her thoughts, Xie Jingyan interjected, "This jade pendant is not for you." "Why not?" Xie Jingxian protested. "The material doesn't appear particularly exceptional." Before he could finish, Xie Jingyan interrupted, "It was given to me by your imperial sister-in-law." Both Shun Wan and Xie Jingxian were momentarily speechless. The latter felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, his handsome face flushing red. It was no wonder the 6th brother wore it on his wedding day. It appeared splendid. Yet, it was not a gift from her. Shun Wan cast a sidelong glance at Xie Jingyan, contemplating whether he was using her as a shield to deflect the 8th prince's inquiries or if he was simply being considerate of her reputation, unwilling to disclose the identity of the young lady who had presented it. Or perhaps the imperial sister-in-law he referenced was not her at all. A flurry of speculations coursed through Shun Wan's mind, leaving her with an uneasy feeling in her chest. Just then, Xie Jingyan declared, "You may choose anything from the storeroom." Instantly, Xie Jingxuan's spirits lifted. "Thank you, 6th brother. I shall not be modest in this regard." He eagerly pulled Steward Zhou along to select items from the storeroom. As the servant fetched the carriage, Xie Jingyan took his seat, and Shun Wan joined him. The Yun residence was a considerable distance from the Ling Wangfu, and it was not until after a substantial interval that they arrived before the gates of the Yun family. The doorkeeper, upon recognizing the carriage of the Ling Wangfu, promptly informed the matriarch, the old lady Yun, while descending to welcome them. Upon entering the Yun household, Shunwan guided Xie Jingyan towards the Liaxian courtyard, where old lady Yun resided. Upon entering the room, they found the old lady seated on a wrought-tan couch, accompanied by both Lady Yun and Lady Yun Air. Seeing Xie Jingyan, old lady Yun hastily stood with the support of her maid, intending to pay her respects. Xie Jingyan reached out to assist her, saying, "You are the elder. How could you bow to your granddaughter's husband?" The term granddaughter's husband was pronounced with particular clarity, his rich voice flowing like a gentle stream, stirring emotions that were difficult to articulate. Shunwan, momentarily at a loss for words, was caught off guard. "Why are you silent?" Xie Jingyan inquired, his gaze fixed upon her. Regaining her composure, Shunwan quickly moved to help old lady Yun. "How can our grandmother bow to us younger generations? That would be dishonorable. Royal authority supersedes all," she continued. "Even the Marquis of Pingyang should pay respects to the Ling Wang. How much more so for the Yun family?" As she helped old lady Yun to sit, she remarked, "Grandmother, you appear much improved since our last meeting." Old lady Yun smiled, patting Shunwan's hand. "It is indeed the blessing of the Ling Wang. Dr. Tao visited yesterday and prescribed a remedy tailored to my ailments. After just one dose, I slept soundly until dawn. I have not felt this relaxed in many years." Over the years, she had consulted countless physicians and taken innumerable prescriptions, convinced her days were numbered. However, Dr. Tao assured her that with proper treatment, she could expect at least 10 more years of life, which brought immense joy to both her and the entire Yun family. Shunwan linked her arm with old lady Yun's, asserting, "Grandmother shall live to be 100. Old lady Yun beamed. "Your cousins are in no rush to settle down. I look forward to the day I can hold a great-grandson." Shunwan's ears tinged with warmth, and she instinctively glanced at Xie Jingyan, only to find him regarding her with affectionate eyes. Their gazes met for a fleeting moment before she hastily averted her own. Quickly changing the subject, Shunwan asked, "Where is grandfather?" Old lady Yun replied, "Your grandfather is seeing off his close friends who are departing the capital today. He likely will not return until lunch." Xie Jingyan observed the exchange between Shunwan and old lady Yun, noticing the deepening smile on the latter's face. In her youth, old lady Yun had been regarded with the same adoring gaze by her husband, one that seemed to promise the world. This unguarded expression was genuine, and the Yun family was already exceedingly pleased with Xie Jingyan as their grandson-in-law, especially now that they knew his leg ailment could be treated. They considered Shun Jing's choice of husband for Shun Wan to be exemplary. Unaware that Shun Wan had chosen him herself, they believed it was Shun Jing's selection. Although puzzled, the Yun family knew that Shun Jing cherished Shun Wan deeply, and thus the suitor he chose must be the finest. As they conversed, the sound of jingling ornaments announced the arrival of Yun Mo and Yun Rue. The two approached, first bowing to Xie Jingyan before engaging Shun Wan in conversation. She occasionally glanced at Xie Jingyan, concerned he might find the gathering tedious. Shun Wan inquired, "Where's my eldest cousin?" "He arrived some time ago," replied Yun Mo. "The Yun family will surely send someone to fetch him to entertain Xie Jingyan. He is the most suitable for the task." Yun Mo continued, "Eldest brother set off early from Yinju." Shun Wan paused. "Is it for medicinal herbs?" Yun Mo nodded. "Eldest brother fears the manager in Yinju may not secure the herbs in time to aid the Ling Wang's leg, so he insisted on going himself. He promised to return within 10 days. Chapter 76. Serving dishes in her previous life, Shunwan was uncertain if her cousin personally traveled to Mianzhou to procure medicinal herbs. But in this life, with her cousin taking charge, she felt assured of success. Shunwan was filled with gratitude towards her cousin. Soon, Lord Yun and second Lord Yun returned, and since Yun Qi was absent, it fell upon them as elders to accompany Xie Jingyan. After Xie Jingyan departed, Shunwan engaged in conversation with the old matriarch and others to alleviate their boredom. While conversing, Lady Yun recalled something and inquired of Shun Wan whether the Pingyang Marquis would host a grand birthday banquet for the old matriarch this year. The Yun family and the Pingyang Marquis were connected by marriage, so regardless of whether it was a grand or modest affair, the Yun family's birthday gift would be indispensable. However, a grand celebration would require lavish gifts, and with many guests present, it was crucial to maintain the dignity of both the Yun family and the old matriarch. Conversely, A modest gathering of close friends and relatives would allow for simpler, less ostentatious gifts. A few months prior, Lady Yun had visited the Pingyang Marquis and heard from the second lady that a grand celebration was planned. Yet, with Shun Wan and Shanning marrying on the same day recently, it was unlikely they would host another grand banquet so soon. Typically, such celebrations were spaced out by at least 3 to 5 months. Hosting them too frequently might raise suspicions of the Pingyang Marquis seeking to profit from such occasions. Shenwan found herself at a loss for words regarding the Yun family's eagerness for the old matriarch's birthday. Surely, they could prepare gifts upon receiving the invitation. Was it truly necessary to rush? The Yun family viewed the Pingyang Marquis as in-laws, yet aside from her father and elder brother, the others seemed to regard the Yun family as easy targets for exploitation. Shenwan felt overwhelmed and remarked, "My second sister has just wed, and soon my third sister will follow. With grandmother's birthday in between, it's certainly one to be a grand affair." Unable to contain her curiosity, Yin Rue asked, "That eldest son of the Wu family is a mere ruffian. The Pingyang Marquis should know this better than anyone. How could they promise Shun San to him?" She had been curious about this for quite some time. The Yin family was unaware of the character flaws of young Master Zhao, leading them to marry off their daughter. While the Pingyang Marquis, being well-informed, still went ahead with the match, leaving Yun Rue perplexed. Shenwan gestured for Yun Rue to come closer and whispered a few words. Yun Rue's eyes widened in disbelief. Shenwan revealed just enough for Yun Rue to infer that something must have occurred which compelled the marriage. Since the birthday banquet would not be grand, preparing the gift would be simpler. The Yin family's business extended widely across the Chu, and they frequently entertained guests. However, the most challenging gifts to select were for the Pingyang Marquis, as they needed to avoid any semblance of flattery that would undermine the Yun family status, while simultaneously demonstrating their respect for the old matriarch. In short, Lady Yun dreaded preparing the gift for the Pingyang Marquis. Nevertheless, Lady Yun's mention of the old matriarch's birthday served as a reminder for Shunwan. With the old matriarch's birthday approaching and the longevity picture she had destroyed, she had yet to decide what to gift her. She needed to contemplate something that would not incur expenses yet would be beyond reproach. After spending some time indoors, Yun Mo and Yun Rue pulled Shunwan to the garden to admire the flowers. They played in the garden for nearly half an hour before returning, just in time to hear a maid report to the old matriarch that the old master had returned and was currently playing chess with the Prince Ling in the study. At lunchtime, Xie Jingyan finally returned with the old master and others. The old master wore a broad smile, and upon seeing him, the old matriarch's face also lit up with joy. Their merriment suggested a pleasant game of chess had taken place. Shenwan inquired, "Did grandfather win or lose?" The old master chuckled, "I am too old to be a match for Prince Ling." The old matriarch interjected, 20 years ago. "You were not a match for the Pingyang Marquis either." Observing the old master's flustered expression, the entire room struggled to suppress their laughter. Shenwan approached Xie Jingyan and whispered, "You let my elder brother win. Why not my grandfather?" Xie Jingyan replied softly, "I let him have the game, but not the victory." Given that Shun Du was slightly older than him, it was understandable for him to lose. However, if the old master were to lose, it would reflect poorly on him, and given the old master's temperament, it would only serve to aggravate him. Bending slightly, the two exchanged whispered words, appearing to others as if they were sharing secrets, the newlyweds delighting in each other's company, with an endless stream of conversation following their brief separation. When Shenwan straightened up, she caught the amused expressions of everyone around her. Although she understood it was not as it seemed, her cheeks flushed nonetheless. As they gathered for the meal, Shenwan turned to Xie Jingyan and insisted, "You must not serve me any dishes." She was not keen on being the subject of teasing, even if it were merely through glances. Her pride could not withstand it. Xie Jingyan raised an eyebrow at her. "What did you say?" Shenwan prepared to repeat herself, but with so many people around, she decided against it. Once seated, Xie Jingyan served dishes in her bowl, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. Shenwan wished she could throw him out the window for his persistence, yet he continued to serve her more. Seeing her gaze fixed on him, Xie Jingyan remarked, "Didn't you ask me to serve you?" Ah, she had meant to say not to serve her. Shenwan felt her face heat up, catching sight of the smirk at the corner of Xie Jingyan's mouth. She realized he was doing this on purpose. In the Pingyang Marquis, it was tolerable, as not only would her father be pleased, but it would also annoy Shen Ying and Xie Xian. However, in the Yun family, it was unnecessary. Yet Xie Jingyan continued to serve her. Shenwan felt it unreasonable not to return the favor. Her gaze drifted across the table, landing upon the mushrooms and greens. A smile graced her lips as she served a couple of pieces into Xie Jingyan's bowl and said, "Darling, do enjoy." The old master observed and commented, "Why serve greens? You should be serving meat," to Prince Ling. Shenwan replied, "Grandfather, he enjoys greens the most." The old matriarch immediately instructed a maid to move the greens closer to Xie Jingyan for his convenience. Xie Jingyan glanced over and found Shenwan's animated expression utterly delightful. Feeling a surge of affection, he grasped Shenwan into Appo's hand and said, in a tone neither too loud nor too soft, "It's rather inappropriate for the whole table to accommodate your husband." Shenwan and Appo's face flushed a deep crimson, as if a rouge box had exploded. Playing mind games was not her forte. She had fallen right into his trap. She attempted to withdraw her hand, but he held on firmly, and while the others were relatively unaffected, Yun Mo and Yun Rui, seated next to Shenwan, found themselves blushing, their eyes filled with envy. Shenwan struggled twice to free her hand, feeling both embarrassed and annoyed. She shot a warning glance at Xie Jingyan, threatening to retaliate if he did not release her. Xie Jingyan pretended not to notice, even teasingly rubbing his finger across the smooth back of Shenwan's hand. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his thigh, causing his forehead to twitch. He then let go of Shenwan's hand on the table and seized the one that was causing mischief on his thigh instead. The subtle exchanges between them went unnoticed by the others of the table, but the maid standing behind Shenwan serving wine saw everything clearly. The Prince Ling was excessively doting on his cousin. Chapter 77. Illusion. The meal was filled with laughter and joy, a stark contrast to the atmosphere at the Pingyang Marquis' residence. After dining, they lingered for a short while before Shenwan and Xie Jingyan took their leave. Yun Mo and Yun Rui accompanied them out of the estate. With envy in her eyes, Yun Mo remarked, "Cousin, the Ling Wang treats you exceptionally well." Shenwan. Could she confess that all of this was merely an illusion? Afade. Yet, it was no surprise that Yun Mo and the others were easily deceived. Even she felt a fleeting sense of being cherished by Xie Jingyan, as if he cradled her in his palm. If she herself struggled to discern reality from illusion, how could others do any better? It could only be said that he was quite adept at feigning affection, successfully duping everyone around them. Upon reaching the gates of the Yun family estate, Yun Mo and Yun Rui were reluctant to part ways with Shenwan, knowing that her visits would be fewer after her marriage. Shenwan shared their sentiment. Observing their reluctance, Xie Jingyan addressed Yun Mo and Yun Rui, expressing his hope that they would frequently visit the Ling Wang's residence to keep Shenwan company and alleviate her boredom. His clear and melodious voice made Shenwan's heart skip a beat. She had been hesitating to extend an invitation to them. Yet Xie Jingyan had anticipated her thoughts and offered the invitation on her behalf. Yun Mo and Yun Rui were taken aback by the Ling Wang's invitation, deepening their admiration for Shenwan as they eagerly nodded in agreement. As the coachman brought the carriage around, Shenwan and Xie Jingyan climbed aboard. Just as they were about to depart, Shenwan noticed Steward Yun approaching, who promptly came to the carriage side, aware that Shenwan had something to discuss. She exchanged a few words with him. As they watched the carriage of the Ling Wang's estate recede into the distance, Yun Mo turned to Steward Yun, and Yun Rui inquired curiously, "What did my cousin say to you?" With a smile, Steward Yun replied, "Your cousin instructed me that if any matters arise in the Yun family, I must ensure to inform her, especially regarding the engagements of the 2 young ladies and the 3 young masters." It was rare for the Yun family to notify the Pingyang Marquis' residents of any matters. Had Shenwan not insisted, they would not have communicated at all. Meanwhile, Shenwan, once in the carriage, found herself increasingly hesitant to meet Xie Jingyan's gaze. As she lifted the curtain to glance outside, she was met only with the sight of walls. Xie Jingyan, observing her, quipped, "Is the wall more appealing than I?" Shenwan, How could she compare herself to a wall? She dared not fixate on him, so she lowered the curtain and turned to face him. You may invite whomever you wish to the Ling Wang's residence without concern for my feelings, he said. Indeed, he had discerned her hesitation. Their marriage was a mere facade. She was not genuinely the Ling Wang's wife, so how could she freely invite anyone? Even if she were the true Ling Wang's wife, such a liberty would be inappropriate. Xie Jingyan's offer of this privilege filled Shun Wan with gratitude. If you wish me to invite someone, I can certainly send them an invitation on your behalf. Xie Jingyan found her suggestion somewhat peculiar. Did he truly require her assistance in sending invitations? Recalling the peony banquet at the Changshan Wang's residence, where she had urged him to meet with those esteemed young ladies, his expression darkened. It was evident she did not regard herself as the Ling Wang's wife at all. Irritated, Xie Jingyan lifted his foot and placed it on Shun Wan's thigh, demanding, "Massage my leg." Shun Wan's gaze remained fixed on his face, sensing his mood shift. She feared she had inadvertently annoyed him, only to realize his discomfort stemmed from his leg. She thought to herself, she was merely reciprocating kindness. If he wished to see someone special, but found it inconvenient, she would extend an invitation for him to meet her, thereby alleviating his yearning. He ought to be grateful, not angry. As Shun Wan gently kneaded his leg, cautious not to apply too much pressure, Xie Jingyan, still miffed, retorted, "Did you not have enough to eat at the Yin family? This rogue, how could he be so curt while receiving a massage?" Having never performed such a service for anyone, Shun Wan increased her pressure slightly, eliciting a sharp intake of breath from Xie Jingyan. "Are you attempting to murder your husband?" he exclaimed. "Whose husband are you calling yours?" She shot back. Despite their quarrel, Shun Wan lightened her touch considerably. Suddenly, Xie Jingyan broke into a smile. "You're not allowed to take verbal advantage of me. Does that imply I can gain an advantage elsewhere?" Frustrated, Shun Wan contemplated stopping the carriage to switch with Yin Shuang, hoping to avoid being driven to the brink of exasperation by him. As she glared at him, clearly torn between anger and restraint, Xie Jingyan felt his own irritation dissipate. Once she stepped into his flower-laden sedan and entered the Ling Wang's residence, she would find it impossible to leave at will. Leaning back in his wheelchair, he signaled with his eyes for her to continue the massage. Shun Wan gritted her teeth, waiting for her cousin to deliver the medicinal supplies to the Ling Wang's residence. Once his leg was treated, he would likely lose interest in teasing her daily. The carriage rolled steadily forward until it came to a halt before the Ling Wang's estate. After a lengthy massage, Shun Wan's hands were sore. Upon disembarking, she did not wait for Xie Jingyan and headed straight inside. However, as she descended the steps, she paused when Steward Zhou approached to inform Xie Jingyan that the new Deputy Minister of Rights had been appointed, with Lord Su from Lianzhou taking on the role. "Who recommended him?" Xie Jingyan inquired. "It was the Duke of Loyalty," Steward Zhou replied. Noticing the silence that ensued, he added, "Shall we send a congratulatory gift?" Xie Jingyan turned to Shun Wan, asking, "What do you think?" She had merely suggested he pay his respects to Lord Shun, yet he sought her opinion on sending congratulatory gifts as well. However, since he asked, Shun Wan articulated her thoughts. The Duke of Loyalty is aligned with the Jin Wang. The newly appointed Lord Su is likely affiliated as well. By not sending a gift to Lord Su, Lord Shun will better perceive your sincerity in courting his favor. Given that one was preparing to leave the court due to mourning, it would be inappropriate for Xie Jingyan to send a condolence gift directly. Hence, he had tasked the 8th prince with the responsibility, demonstrating his consideration. In contrast, the absence of a gift from the newly appointed Deputy Minister of Rights would be even more conspicuous. Furthermore, Shun Wan had not mentioned that she would not allow Lord Su to remain in his position as Deputy Minister of Rights for long. Xie Jingyan leaned back in his wheelchair, a smirk gracing his lips as he said, "Let us proceed according to the princess's wishes." Steward Zhou acknowledged the instruction, and as Shun Wan turned to leave, Xie Jingyan called out, "Will you not push me?" Shun Wan turned back, only to find Shun Feng nowhere in sight. Reluctantly, she turned to push Xie Jingyan, but just as they reached the steps, Shun Feng appeared at the threshold, making it hard to believe it was unintentional. Upon returning to the Moyu Pavilion, Haidang rushed to greet her, reporting, "Princess, today the Pingyang Marquis' residence sent word that the 3rd young lady's wedding date has been set for the 6th of next month." Chapter 78. A request Shunrong is to be married on the 6th day of the coming month, and the 3rd day marks the birthday of the matriarch. A perfect occasion to present her wedding gifts. However, Shunwan has yet to decide on an appropriate birthday gift for the matriarch. Sitting down with a cup of tea, she pondered her options. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she hastily set down her teacup, rising to head to the study. Xie Jingyan was seated there, engrossed in his reading. Upon noticing Shunwan's entrance, he raised an eyebrow, initially believing she would not come unless summoned by a maid, thus finding her compliance somewhat amusing. A slight smile played at the corners of his mouth as Shunwan approached him, her demeanor slightly obsequious, and said, "Could you assist me with something?" Xie Jingyan, realizing he may have been overly optimistic, shifted his gaze from the military text to her face. "What would you have me help with?" he inquired. Shunwan replied, "Your calligraphy is exquisite. I would like you to write a character for me." Xie Jingyan set down his book, asking what character. Shunwan explained, "With the matriarch's birthday approaching, I plan to create a longevity painting featuring the character longevity prominently in the center. Could you write it for me?" Originally, she had intended to embroider a longevity painting with golden thread, but now that the embroidery had been ruined and time was of the essence, she opted to write the painting herself. This not only saved costs, but also alleviated her worries, as the members of the Ho family could hardly contest the sincerity of her effort compared to a lavish embroidery. Shunwan gazed at Xie Jingyan with hopeful anticipation. Surely, such a minor request would not be denied, especially after she had just praised his calligraphy. He responded, "As it is for the matriarch's birthday, we should prepare the gift together." Was this an affirmation? Shunwan felt an overwhelming joy, fearing he might change his mind, and quickly prepared the paper and ink. Xie Jingyan dipped his brush in ink and, with a flourish, inscribed the character in the center, a magnificent display of artistry that seemed to leap off the page. Observing his work, Shunwan began to doubt her own abilities, realizing that Xie Jingyan's calligraphy was indeed priceless. Once the ink dried, she took the paper back to her room to write the remaining 99 variations of the character. She spread the paper across her desk and admired Xie Jingyan's work. Receiving compliments from Yin Shuang and Haidang, Shunwan felt that the gift she was preparing was truly exceptional, to the point where she hesitated to give it to the matriarch. After a moment of admiration, she picked up her brush to write the characters, attempting to replicate the longevity character, but after writing 18, she faltered on the 19th, her hands slipping and ruining it. In a desperate attempt to rectify it, her corrections only made it worse, causing her heart to ache. It was one thing to ruin her own writing, but it was another to have squandered his effort. Yin Shuang remarked, "What should we do now?" What could they do but plead with Xie Jingyan once more? With a heavy heart, Shunwan steeled herself and approached the study door, hesitating to enter. Xie Jingyan noticed her lingering outside, curiosity piqued. "Come in," he called. Shunwan concealed the paper behind her back before stepping inside. Xie Jingyan regarded her. "Is there something you need?" "Yes, I have a small issue," she stammered. "What is it?" he pressed. Shunwan's voice faltered with embarrassment. "I ruined the longevity painting. Could you write another one for me?" Xie Jingyan. He had anticipated something more daunting than this. A flicker of amusement crossed his eyes as he smiled slightly. "I can write it again, but can you assure me it won't be ruined this time?" She certainly did not wish for it to be ruined again. She had been careful, yet it still happened. His implication was clear. If she failed once more, he would not assist her again. Shunwan resolutely declared, "I will be cautious this time. If it really does not work out, I can choose another gift." Xie Jingyan, perceiving her resolve, offered, "I will teach you how to write." Shunwan was taken aback. "Teach me to write? But I know how to write." Curiously, she asked, "How will you teach me?" Without elaborating, he simply instructed, "Come here," compelled by an unseen force. Shunwan approached him. Xie Jingyan made space for her, and as she set the paper down and prepared to pass him the brush, her hand was suddenly clasped. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Jingyan had risen from his seat and stood so closely behind her that she could feel his warmth against her back. The proximity made her ears flush with heat, and she quickly stammered, "Your leg." Xie Jingyan supported himself against the desk, stating, "I can manage while writing a few characters." However, his presence was distracting. His breath brushed against her neck, sending shivers down her spine. Shunwan steadied her nerves, allowing him to guide her hand as they inscribed the character together. After creating the largest character, he switched to another brush and continued. In one swift motion, they produced 10 characters, but Xie Jingyan soon needed to sit back in his wheelchair. "You can write 10 at a time and come to see me twice a day," he instructed. Once was awkward enough. The thought of enduring this 9 more times was daunting. Why had she chosen to prepare the longevity painting with him when she could have simply paid for it? Regret washed over Xinhuan, but she lacked the courage to suggest abandoning the project. She dared not even glance back at him as she turned to leave. Determined to avoid seeking Xie Jingyan's help again, Xinhuan hoped to let the matter of the longevity painting fade away. However, Xie Jingyan spent most of his time in the study, and she often accompanied him there. Despite her mostly idle presence, the thought of the project lingered in his mind. For days passed, and only 10 characters remained unwritten. Thankfully, just 10 more. The urgency to complete the final characters now rested on Shunwan. The following morning, after breakfast, Xie Jingyan suggested a stroll in the garden, noting the pleasant weather. Shunwan replied, "With the matriarch's birthday approaching, we need time for the preparation. Would it not be better to finish the last 10 characters first?" With a smile, Xie Jingyan observed her eagerness. Shunwan promptly wheeled him back to the study, tidied the desk, placed the longevity painting before them, and ground the ink in one fluid motion. Once finished, she sensed his presence behind her, though familiar by now. It still caused her heart to race. Completing the last 10 characters would mean the end of their collaboration. As they inscribed the final character together, Shunwan exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling that their labor had finally borne fruit. However, as she turned to roll up the painting, she inadvertently stumbled, landing in Xie Jingyan's lap. The awkwardness of sitting on his lap was compounded by the fact that her head collided with his nose, causing him to gasp in surprise. "You are quite the bridge demolisher," he remarked, catching his breath. Chapter 79. Hemostasis. Who has burned the bridge after crossing the river? It is evidently he who has come too close. Xinhuan attempted to rise, yet her waist was firmly held, preventing her from standing. Embarrassment and anger surged within her as she exclaimed, "Release me at once." The man behind her complied and let her go. Grasping the longevity painting, Xinhuan made to flee, but after just 2 steps, Xie Jingyan's plaintive voice followed her. "You have injured me. Will you not care for my well-being?" It was but a mere bump to his nose, yet he spoke of it in such grave terms. Turning to glance back, Shunwan beheld him, his nose bleeding. Xinhuan felt a pang of guilt. She was aware that the impact had been significant. Her own head throbbed, but she did not anticipate such a severe reaction. "I shall summon a doctor for you," she declared hastily, rushing towards the door, only to be halted by Xie Jingyan's call. "Come back." Her steps froze as she turned to face him. Xie Jingyan insisted, "I cannot bear this disgrace." Was this truly the moment to concern oneself with pride? Xinhuan did not agree, but was ultimately swayed by his reasoning that the time taken to summon a physician would be enough for him to staunch the bleeding. Reflecting on this, she hastily instructed a maid to fetch cold water, while Xie Jingyan held his head high, pinching his nostrils. When a maid returned with the cold water, Xinhuan quickly took a cloth and pressed it against his nose. After several exchanges, the bleeding ceased. Seeing Xie Jingyan gaze at her with an expression of sorrow, Xinhuan couldn't help but feel as though she had committed an unforgivable act. A sense of grievance welled within her as she thought, "I did not do it on purpose." Xie Jingyan sighed wearily. "If you did not intend to hurt me, yet I am left in such a state. I shudder to think what might occur were you to act with intention." Was it truly necessary to exaggerate so? However, recalling that in her previous life, Xie Jingyan had perished due to the machinations of his beloved, pierced by countless arrows, Shunwan felt a tinge of concern. No kingdom could rival the affections of his heart, let alone their own trivial existence. She had staked all her hopes upon Xie Jingyan. Her life, as well as that of her family and the Yun clan, depended on him. What if he were to meet the same fate as before? Lost in her thoughts, Xie Jingyan waved a hand in front of her, his expression darkening. He could not fathom why she would drift off while he spoke. Her focus was elsewhere. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "What occupies your mind so thoroughly?" Returning to the present, Shen Wan found herself under his scrutinizing gaze. She shook her head. I was not thinking of anything. In this life, she vowed never to allow Xie Jingyin to ascend to that position again. Thus she dismissed any troublesome thoughts. Grasping the longevity painting from the table, she turned to leave. Xie Jingyan watched her exit the study, increasingly convinced that this woman was concealing something from him. Back in her chamber, Shen Wan unfurled the longevity painting. Ying Shuang and Haitang stood behind her, exclaiming, "This longevity painting is truly exquisite." Had she not hindered him, Xie Jingyan could have crafted something even more remarkable. Once assured of its quality, Shen Wan rolled the painting back up and instructed Ying Shuang to seek someone to frame it. As Ying Shuang departed with the painting, Shen Wan called her back at the beaded curtain. In confusion, Ying Shuang turned around. Shen Wan swiftly approached, reclaiming the painting from her hands and moving to the window. She peeked outside, and Chen Yu appeared. "Did the princess seek me?" Shen Wan handed him the painting, saying, "Find a calligraphy shop to frame this longevity painting and then copy it for me." Chen Yu was taken aback, his brow furrowing in confusion. Framing the painting made sense, but why was a copy necessary? Even Ying Shuang and Haitang were perplexed, though they dared not inquire further. Shen Wan, however, remained silent, for she felt the old matriarch did not deserve the gift, nor could she bring herself to part with it. With preparations for the matriarch's longevity gift complete, Shen Wan settled down for tea, recalling Xie Jingyan's earlier request for her to accompany him to the garden, which had been thwarted by her unintentional mishap. She wondered if he would still wish to go. Under the pretense of delivering pastries, she ventured into the study, where she found Xie Jingyan no longer bleeding. But he did not request her company in the garden. Just then, Mama Zhou called for her, prompting Shen Wan to exit the study. Throughout the day, Shen Wan did not return to the study, only crossing paths with Xie Jingyan during lunch and dinner. As night fell, anxiety gripped her. Since marrying Xie Jingyan, her greatest fear had been the onset of night. Bound hand and foot, he would hold her as they slept. Unbound, she would embrace him. Every dawn brought with it an awkwardness. As in previous days, Xie Jingyan returned from his reading and bathing, and Shen Wan assisted him in a bed. A man capable of standing for a ceremony and writing longevity characters at a desk claimed he could not climb in a bed, which Shen Wan found incredulous. He was clearly trying to command her like a servant. Although she harbored doubts, she dared not voice them, as only a few days remained. Once Xie Jingyan lay down, Shen Wan retreated to the inner chamber, cocooning herself tightly. Xie Jingyan, noticing her, remarked, "We are to sleep together, so why wrap yourself so? Come into my arms." Shen Wan merely wished to kick him off the bed. Blushing, she resolutely turned away, not acknowledging him. Xie Jingyan, though, merely jested. He lay there with a satisfied smile on his lips. As Shen Wan believed he had fallen asleep and attempted to turn over quietly, he abruptly sat up, startling her. "You scoundrel!" She glared at him. Yet before she could deliver a proper scowl, she noticed he was bleeding again. In a flurry, she sat up. "Why are you bleeding again?" His response was a look of woeful reproach. "What do you think?" Shen Wan was at a loss. She had bumped his nose that morning, and after an entire afternoon without incident, it was perplexing that he would bleed again at night. It seemed improbable that her earlier action was the cause. Yet he had not bled in the preceding days. Hastily, she soaked a cloth in cold water and applied it to his nose. After a considerable effort, the bleeding finally ceased. Observing her apologetic demeanor, Xie Jingyan felt utterly helpless, murmuring, "It is late. Let us sleep." With a sense of trepidation, Shen Wan lay down, peeking out from under the covers to observe him. Xie Jingyan had initially faced her, but upon her gaze, he turned away, presenting her with his back. "How much do you wish to avoid seeing me?" Shen Wan huffed, as she turned away in irritation. The next morning, Shen Wan awoke to find that neither she nor Xie Jingyan occupied the bed, as he had mysteriously vanished. After completing her morning routine and preparing for breakfast, Xie Jingyan returned. During their meal, silence enveloped them. Neither spoke a word. Ying Shuang and Haitang exchanged glances, sensing the unusual tension. Though the couple typically maintained a quiet demeanor during meals, today a silence was palpable. Had they quarreled? Yet it felt unlike any previous discord. Chapter 80. Bodily harm. The princess and the prince were not genuinely married. Thus, it seemed illogical for them to quarrel yet share a room, a bed, and meals together. Yin Shuang and Hai Tang exchanged glances, their eyes darting between Shen Wan and Xie Jingyan, increasingly perplexed by the situation. During breakfast, Shen Wan felt somewhat tormented, wishing to speak yet restraining herself, fearing that Xie Jingyan might find her bothersome. After their meal, Xie Jingyan retreated to his study, prompting Shen Wan to take 2 maidservants to the garden to admire the flowers. However, as she exited, Xie Jingyan's gaze lingered on her, leaving Shen Wan puzzled about its meaning, leading her to inquire, "Do you require my assistance with grinding ink?" Xie Jingyan remained silent, which she interpreted as an acquiescence. He was indeed miserly with his words, not uttering a single one. Shen Wan had no choice but to follow him into the study. The ink grinding was swift, and soon she was finished. Not daring to leave, she casually picked a book from the shelf and settled onto a small couch to peruse it. The book was quite engaging, and Shen Wan immersed herself in it, laughing aloud when she encountered amusing passages, momentarily forgetting her surroundings. Yin Shuang, concerned that Shen Wan's laughter might disturb Xie Jingyan's reading, glanced over to see him sipping tea, only to set it down after a single sip. Opting for a different brew, it dawned on Yin Shuang that she had been so focused on the princess that she had neglected to refill the prince's tea. Hastily, she approached the writing desk to collect the teacup, only to find it pleasantly warm. Puzzled, she still removed it. Meanwhile, Xie Jingyan continued to observe Shen Wan, bemused by her carefree demeanor, noting that she had not inquired about him even once that morning. Instead, she was engrossed in her book, as if it were more captivating than he was. After all the trouble he had taken to marry her, sharing the same bed each night, yet feeling as if he could only gaze but not touch, he wondered how long this torment would persist. His leg ailment rendered him incapable of even indulging in a cold bath at night. Who could comprehend such suffering? Lost in thought, he suddenly felt a warmth in his nose. "Shen Wan," he exclaimed. Just then, Yin Shuang entered with tea, startling Shen Wan. "Your Highness, it's terrible. The prince has a nosebleed." Shen Wan turned to see Xie Jingyan with a despondent expression, his head tilted back. How could this happen again? She thought. Was her earlier collision that severe? If it had not been so late last night, she would have summoned a doctor for him. Yin Shuang, quickly fetch Dr. Tao, she instructed. Yin Shuang darted out, leaving Xie Jingyan with no chance to stop her. Yet, he conceded that he indeed required medical attention. Before Dr. Tao arrived, however, Xie Jingyan had already staunched the bleeding. Dr. Tao rushed in, medicine box in hand, and began to check Xie Jingyan's pulse with utmost seriousness, furrowing his brow. If Xie Jingyan had not been healthy in his previous life, Shen Wan might have suspected he was afflicted with some rare ailment. As Dr. Tao examined him, he glanced at Shen Wan and, releasing his grip, asked, "Princess, how long have you been married?" Shen Wan, taken aback, wondered why he was asking this. Although puzzled, she replied, 9 days. Dr. Tao's brow knit tighter. 9 days? And you have not yet consummated the marriage? Is that possible? Shen Wan, bewildered, glanced at Xie Jingyan, who looked equally perplexed. According to the pulse, there seemed to be no issues in that regard. Aside from the lack of consummation, Dr. Tao could not fathom any reason for their delay. Shen Wan recognized Dr. Tao's exceptional skills, but was astonished at how he could ascertain their situation merely through a pulse check. How could he speak so directly about such an embarrassing subject? Feeling the weight of the moment, she turned to Xie Jingyan for support. He, too, felt a tinge of embarrassment and cleared his throat. "I intended to wait until my leg is healed." Shen Wan thought his excuse was quite clever. However, Dr. Tao bluntly interrupted, "You have already brought the princess into your home. If your leg does not heal, will you remain unconsummated for life? In your vigorous youth, prolonged abstinence can be detrimental to your health." Both Shen Wan and Xie Jingyan felt their faces flush crimson. Shen Wan, steeling herself, stated, "His nosebleed was caused by my collision yesterday." Dr. Tao replied, "If you broke his nose yesterday, the bleeding should have ceased by now." Shen Wan suddenly understood why Dr. Tao had left the Imperial Medical Department. She was not disputing his medical expertise. Rather, she was attempting to ease the tension. Yet, despite her efforts to navigate the awkwardness, Dr. Tao's bluntness only exacerbated their discomfort. Shen Wan wished for a hole in the ground to escape, glaring daggers at Xie Jingyan, who was equally red in the ears. He then requested, "Dr. Tao, please prescribe me some medicine." Dr. Tao, suspecting that they might not have fully comprehended his words, proceeded to write a prescription. The prescription was simple, comprising just 2 characters, "consummate marriage," inscribed in large letters that even the visually impaired could read. Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan exchanged incredulous glances, their embarrassment palpable. After issuing the prescription, Dr. Tao departed, leaving the 2 of them wide-eyed and blushing profusely. Xie Jingyan placed the prescription in a drawer and resumed reading, albeit upside down. Shun Wan gently reminded him, "Your book is upside down." Xie Jingyan glanced at her, irritation flickering in his eyes. "Why haven't you left yet?" She wished to depart. She had wanted to flee when Dr. Tao questioned their consummation, yet her feet felt as though they were nailed to the ground. Shun Wan looked at Xie Jingyan, hesitating to speak. He urged, "If you have something to say, just say it." She replied, "Would you like me to assist you?" Xie Jingyan met her gaze, a smile gracing his lips. "If you dare to offer, I would dare to accept." Shun Wan felt a sudden constriction in her chest. Turning on her heel, she attempted to leave, but after a few steps, she turned back to ask, "What about the maidservants in the courtyard? Do you have anyone you fancy, or should I choose for you?" Xie Jingyan's expression darkened, anger boiling within him. "Are you suggesting that your assistance means finding me a concubine? Is there an alternative?" Shun Wan felt a shiver of fear at the fiery glint in his eyes. Xie Jingyan, seething with rage, commanded, "Come here." Could Shun Wan approach him? It felt as if he might strangle her. She quickly fled, relieved that his leg was still too weak for him to pursue her. Seeking Dr. Tao, she wondered if there was a remedy that could stop his nosebleeds without necessitating consummation. Xie Jingyan, astonished that Shun Wan dared to defy him, felt his anger rising. Just as he contemplated throwing her onto the bed in frustration, the door swung open, and Shun Wan re-entered, carrying tea. Seeing her, Xie Jingyan scoffed. "Didn't tea run away? How dare you return?" Shun Wan placed the tea on the desk, replying, "I didn't tea run away. I saw your temper was flaring and thought to brew you some tea to cool your anger." As she set the tea before him, Xie Jingyan eyed her suspiciously, about to speak when Haitang entered, announcing, "Princess, the 2 young ladies from the Yun family have come to see you." Shun Wan felt as if salvation had arrived in the form of her cousins. She quickly turned to leave. Not wishing to detain her, Xie Jingyan lifted the teacup, only to discover a large chrysanthemum floating inside. Truly a cooling tea. Chapter 81. Shopping. Shun Wan went to greet Yun Mo and Yun Rui, and from a distance, she spotted the 2 approaching. Yun Mo wore a flowing long dress adorned with subtle floral patterns, her slender waist accentuated, and a gentle smile graced her face. Yet, her demeanor unmistakably revealed that she hailed from a prominent family. Beside her, Yun Rui donned a dress embroidered with colorful butterflies that seemed to dance as she moved, showcasing her more vivacious and spirited nature. Upon seeing Shun Wan, both of them beamed with bright smiles, particularly Yun Rui, who waved enthusiastically. As they drew closer, Yun Rui called out, "Cousin," and then exclaimed, "The Dukeling's residence is truly magnificent." Indeed, the Duke's manner was impressive, perhaps even surpassing that of the Prince Jean. To be honest, Shun Wan found the Emperor's sentiments difficult to decipher. The Emperor had shown disdain for Xie Jingyan due to his grievances with Consort Shun. Yet he bestowed the Duke's residence, closest to the palace, upon Xie Jingyan. Even the celebration was held at the Duke's manor. Shun Wan could not fathom how her father's life-saving grace could sway the Emperor to such an extent. She preferred to believe that the Emperor harbored a hidden affection for Xie Jingyan. This was Yun Mo and Yun Rui's first visit to the Duke's residence, and Shun Wan eagerly guided them on a tour. With the Yun family's wealth, constructing an impressive estate would be a trivial matter. Yet some things could not simply be achieved by wealth alone. The royal family reserved certain privileges, and even the Marquis Pingyang could not attain them, let alone the Yun family. Since Xie Jingyan had invited Yun Mo and Yun Rui to the Duke's residence to accompany Shun Wan, she had been eagerly anticipating their visit. Now that the moment had finally arrived, she was filled with joy and resolved to keep them for lunch at the Duke's residence. However, just as Shun Wan was about to instruct Yin Shuang to prepare their favorite dishes, Yun Mo glanced up at the sun and said, "We've been here for half an hour. It's time for us to return." Shenwan replied, "Must you leave so soon? The time spent here is still less than the time you spent in the carriage." Yin Rui also looked reluctant, explaining that their grandmother had instructed them not to stay too long, but they were allowed to visit often in the future. "Does the Duke truly require your company? In fact, the Duke is likely trying to avoid you," Shenwan teased. "Are you heading straight back?" Shenwan inquired. Yin Rui shook her head, saying, "We're going to stroll around the market before returning," fearing that their grandmother might prevent them from visiting the Duke's residence in the future. Shenwan hesitated to persuade them to stay. However, she realized that while their grandmother could control Yin Mo and Yin Rui, she could not dictate Shenwan, who was already married. With resolve, Shenwan instructed Yin Shuang, "Go inform the Duke that my cousins and I are heading out to shop." Yin Mo looked at Shenwan and asked, "Aren't you accompanying the Duke?" Shenwan felt her cheeks flush under their scrutiny. "Is it necessary to be by his side at all times? I've been married into the Duke's residence for less than 10 days. I've visited before, haven't I?" The reasoning was sound, leaving Yin Mo and Yin Rui with no retort. The three of them laughed and chatted as they made their way toward the Duke's residence gate. In the study, Xie Jingyan was immersed in his reading. Feeling parched, he lifted his cup for a sip of chrysanthemum tea, which he found rather unpalatable. The moment the tea touched his lips, his brow furrowed in distaste. Yet, to avoid a nosebleed, he had to endure it. After a couple of sips, he set the cup down just as Yin Shuang entered, bowing respectfully. "Your Highness, the princess has sent me to inform you that she has gone shopping with her 2 cousins and will not return for lunch." Yin Shuang's report was brief, as her primary purpose was to collect silver notes, so she quickly excused herself after delivering the message. Xie Jingyan found it hard to concentrate on his book now. The woman's shopping trip was a ruse. She was deliberately avoiding him. Did she think she could escape him? As thoughts of those seeking to undermine him crossed his mind, he felt a wave of irritation. "Chinyu," he called out. No sooner had he spoken than a shadow appeared at the open window. "What is your command, my lord?" Chinyu replied. "From now on, whenever the princess leaves the residence, follow her discreetly." Meanwhile, Shen Wan, Yin Mo, and Yin Rui boarded a carriage and stopped at Chongping Street, the most bustling area of the capital. The three strolled leisurely from one end of the street to the other. Yin Rui gazed at the array of shops lining the street, the vendors calling out to passers-by, and the throngs of people bustling about. She pouted. "Our Yin family has shops in every lively location except in the capital. If only we had a store on Chongping Street." Previously, Shenwan had struggled to comprehend the rationale behind her grandfather's decisions, but now she began to understand. The Yin family was already immensely wealthy, rivaling nations in affluence. Rather than focusing on making money, it was more crucial to safeguard their wealth from covetous eyes. In the capital, where nobility abounded, even a stray brick could provoke a reaction from several influential families. While the Yin family could easily purchase all of Chongping Street, the densest areas were also the most dangerous, and there was an adage, when the city gate catches fire, the fish in the moat suffer. Although her father served as a reliable protector, he was a general, and in times of war, he would be away for extended periods, leaving the family vulnerable. The capital was the realm of the royal family and the elite, and there were numerous opportunities for the Yun family to earn wealth elsewhere. Losing out on the capital's share was not a significant loss. Yin Rui merely voiced her thoughts without daring to question her grandfather's wisdom, as the family had many capable men to manage their finances, leaving her and Shen Wan with the simple task of spending. The three women wandered from one shop to another, the maid and footman trailing behind to handle payments and carry their purchases. As they continued their exploration, Yin Rui pointed to a nearby cosmetics shop and exclaimed, "I want to buy some rouge and powder. Let us check that out." However, upon entering the shop, Yin Rui immediately regretted her decision upon spotting her cousin's nemesis perusing the cosmetics. Yin Mo noticed as well and shot a disapproving glance at Yin Rui before turning to Shenwan. "Shall we find another shop?" Shenwan had no intention of leaving just yet. Before she could respond, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Loyalty, Fu Shu, overheard Yin Rui and turned to them, saying, "Miss Shun, or should I say Princess Ling now, are you truly so afraid of running into me?" Afraid? To be honest, Shun Wan felt a tinge of fear. After all, in her past life, Fu Shu had met a tragic end, a memory that haunted her dreams. The rivalry between her and Fu Shu had spanned many years, fueled by Fu Shu's unrelenting affection for Xie Jingyan and her desire to undermine Shen Wan at every turn, especially given the emperor's endorsement of her suitors. In her past life, once Xie Jingyan ascended to the throne, he took Fu Shu as his first consort, which was understandable given the Duke of Loyalty's contributions and Fu Shu's affection for him. Shen Wan had been powerless to stop it. Their conflicts had escalated from the palace exterior to within its walls, and while Shen Wan had suffered a miscarriage, Fu Shu had given birth with relative ease. Yet, her child had faced complications, leading to a tragic outcome. Once, Shen Wan had believed that the midwives had chosen to save the child instead of the mother out of selfishness. But now she suspected that Shuning might have orchestrated it. All the animosity between her and Fu Shu stemmed from Xie Jingyan. In this life, she had chosen Xie Jingyan instead, leaving Fu Shu with no reason to target her any longer. Shen Wan looked at Fu Shu and smiled. Your words suggest that you are quite eager to see me. Chapter 82. The struggle with a smile adorning her face and devoid of any trace of anger. Shen Wan left Fu Shu momentarily taken aback. Fu Shu was openly provocative, yet the princess of the Ling Wang was seemingly unperturbed. However, she did have a point. Shen Wan was indeed eager to meet her. They had clashed numerous times over the Prince of Jin, and yet, she had not chosen him, but had instead wed the Ling Wang. Thus, her previous rivalry with Shen Wan had been in vain. Fu Shu was puzzled, believing Shen Wan would opt for the Prince of Jin. Shen Wan replied, I cannot aspire to the Prince of Jin. Fu Shu scrutinized Shen Wan from head to toe, surprised by her self-awareness, lamenting that her younger sister lacked such insight. In Fu Shu's eyes, Shen Wan, the legitimate daughter of the Pingyang Marquis, was unworthy of Xie Jingyin, let alone Shening. Although Shen Wan managed to escape the fiery pit that was Xie Jingyin, Fu Shu still yearned to leap into it. Despite Fu Shu and Appo's as harsh words, Shen Wan chose not to hold it against her, considering her tragic demise in her past life. However, Shen Wan was not magnanimous enough to prevent Fu Shu from making her own choices. The past grievances were to be forgotten, and henceforth, they would coexist peacefully, each pursuing their own paths without interference. Yun Mo and Yun Rui gazed on in astonishment as the two women maintained their cautious distance, worried that Fu Shu might suddenly lash out. They only felt relieved once Fu Shu completed her shopping and departed with her maid, finally believing their encounter to be genuine. They understood that Fu Shu's animosity towards Shen Wan stemmed from the Prince of Jin, but since Shen Wan's cousin, had married him, it was not surprising that Fu Shu continued to target Shen Wan. After selecting some rouge, Shen Wan and her companions exited the cosmetic shop. Their spirits lifted as they continued their stroll. While perusing a small stall displaying fragrant sachets, a crowd suddenly surged forward. Yun Rui, intrigued, inquired, "What's happening up ahead?" Those who were stopped replied, "At the Wangyue Tower, someone has issued a couplet, and the reward is 1,000 taels." With that, the person departed. Observing the commotion surrounding Wangyue Tower, Yun Rui pouted, "What a pity we cannot go see." Shen Wan dismissed the notion, stating, "There is nothing worth seeing." "Aren't you curious, cousin?" Yun Rui pressed. Had the events been unknown to Shen Wan, she might have felt curiosity, but already aware, she found little intrigue. Not only was she uncurious, but she also sought to quell Yun Mo and Yun Rui's interest. She explained that it was merely a spectacle concocted by the newly appointed Right Minister of Rights, young Master Su, for the purpose of courting. Yun Mo's eyes widened, while Yun Rui gasped, "Is it a ruse?" Shen Wan asserted, "If the Su family were to propose, my grandfather and uncle must not acquiesce." Both Yun Mo and Yun Rui blushed, stamping their feet as they retorted, "What are you saying? He is the young master of the Minister of Rights. How could he possibly be interested in us?" Shen Wan gazed at the drifting clouds above, reflecting, how many suitors genuinely seek the person rather than the power and status? The wealth of the Yun family is certainly something many covet. Sometimes, I ponder that had the Yun family not possessed such riches, perhaps Yun Mo and Yun Rui's fates would not have been so disheartening. Exchanging glances, Yun Mo and Yun Rui still deemed it impossible. How could the minister's household seek a match for money? They believed Shun Wan's musings to be fanciful. The tavern was a melting pot of all classes, and even they could not enter, let alone the esteemed princess of the Lingwang. Seeing their continued curiosity, Shun Wan decided to indulge them, saying, "Let us go to the Tsuyu Pavilion." Yun Rue exclaimed, "How could I forget Tsuyu Pavilion? It is just across from Wangyue Tower. Not only can we select jewelry there, but we shall also be the first to learn of any happenings at Wangyue Tower." With that, Yun Rue eagerly led Shun Wan towards Tsuyu Pavilion. Upon arriving at the Wangyue Tower, Shun Wan glanced inside, only to see a throng of people, some unable to even enter. Due to the bustle at Wangyue Tower, Tsuyu Pavilion was also more crowded than usual. The young attendants outside greeted them warmly, guiding them upstairs. However, just as they reached the second floor, a loud crash echoed, followed by a familiar voice laced with anger. "How could you hand me that? Who will take responsibility for the broken piece?" It was Shen Ying's voice. Having been sisters for over a decade, Shun Wan could not be mistaken. Ascending the last 2 steps, Shun Wan found herself face to face with Fu Shu and Shen Ying, who were locked in a heated confrontation. On the floor lay a shattered jade bracelet. Fu Shu, equally furious, retorted, "I handed you the bracelet. It was your own fault for not catching it properly. Who will take the blame?" Shen Wan was uncertain as to who had instigated this quarrel, but was certain it was no mere accident. Nearby, a young woman whispered to Shun Wan, "How did their argument begin?" The eldest daughter of the Duke of Loyalty just snatched a hairpin from the Princess of Jin. When she selected this jade bracelet, the Princess of Jin bought it first. The eldest daughter then passed it to her, but whether it was poorly handed or poorly caught, the bracelet broke. Observing the pristine jade bracelet shattered into pieces, the girl lamented, "That bracelet was worth several hundred taels." Shun Wan had no intention of lingering to witness the commotion between Fu Shu and Shen Ying, and was about to leave when Shen Ying spotted her and called out joyfully, "Elder sister," with her presence acknowledged. Shen Wan could not escape and walked toward Shen Ying. Shen Ying addressed Fu Shu, "Is the Duke of Loyalty really so short on funds? A mere bracelet worth 300 taels, and yet you refuse to acknowledge your fault for breaking it? Let be charged to my account." Fu Shu, with her stubborn nature, could not endure Shen Ying's belittlement of her family and shot back, "I shall see just how wealthy your Princess of Jin truly is." Refusing to back down, Shen Ying pointed to several sets of ornamental hairpieces, declaring, "I will take all of these." With that, she cast a defiant glance at Fu Shu, who had purchased even more. Shun Wan stood by, observing the 2 women contend, while the shopkeeper of Tsuyu Pavilion could barely contain his amusement. Ultimately, Fu Shu found herself at a disadvantage, and Shen Ying held her head high, reveling in her victory. Yet soon after, Shen Ying approached Shun Wan, saying, "Elder sister, I do not have enough money on me. Could you lend me some?" With an impassive expression, Shun Wan replied, "You cannot afford it, yet you still buy so many trinkets." Shen Ying countered, "I cannot allow her to think little of me." Shun Wan suggested, "Have Tsuyu Pavilion send the jewelry to the Prince of Jin's residence and collect the money there." Shen Ying protested. Fu Shu settled the bill directly. "If I send it to the Prince of Jin's residence to collect the money, would that not mean I have lost to her? Borrowing money from her would not constitute a loss, would it?" Shen Wan found the absurdity of Shen Ying's reasoning laughable. Knowing her sister's ulterior motives, she felt a sense of obligation to assist. Shen Wan instructed Yin Shuang, "Go settle the bill." With eyes wide, Yin Shuang nodded as Shen Wan quietly whispered a few words, and she hurried off to pay. Fu Shu, unable to surpass Shen Ying, wore a grim expression. Just then, news from across at Wangyue Tower surfaced, announcing that young Master Su had revealed the couplet. Immediately, someone inquired, "Which young Master Su?" The response came, "The young master of the newly appointed Right Minister of Rights." Yun Mo and Yun Rue exchanged glances, a flicker of disdain passing between them. Having lost face, Fu Shu was flattered by the surrounding young ladies who asked, "Is it true that the Right Minister of Rights was recommended by the Duke of Loyalty?" At once, Fu Shu's dismal mood brightened. Indeed, her father had been the one to recommend him. The Duke was highly regarded by the Emperor, far surpassing the mere status of the second Lord of the Pingyang Marquis. Fu Shu strutted away, head held high, like a victorious rooster. Shening irked, twisted her embroidered handkerchief, finding some solace in her numerous acquisitions. As the attendant prepared to package the jewelry, Shun Ying's maid, Green Willow, reached to take them, only to be preempted by Yin Shuang, who declared, "These are the jewelry purchased by my lady. What business do you have with them?" In the Silver Frost Path, "The jewelry belongs to your esteemed princess. It was my family's princess who provided the funds." With that, she lifted her bundle and positioned herself behind Shenwan. Shening, irked, exclaimed, "What does this mean, elder sister? Is the implication not sufficiently clear?" Shenwan replied, "The second sister has sent someone to deliver the silver notes to the residence of Prince Ling. I shall return the jewelry to you thereafter." Shun Ying, her expression darkening, retorted, "Are you suggesting that I might not repay you? After all, it is not the first or second time you have failed to repay a loan," Shenwan remarked. In an instant, Shun Ying's countenance turned a shade of green. Chapter 83. Complaints. Shun Ying cast a quick glance around, aside from the Yun sisters and their maids. No one paid attention to their conversation. Otherwise, Shun Ying would likely have lost her composure on the spot. A tempest of fury brewed within her, but she refrained from expressing it, mindful of her reputation. Her anger simmered, burning through her insides. With her eyes filled with suppressed wrath, she fixed her gaze on Shenwan, who remained unperturbed by her ire. Shenwan wore an expression that brooked no discussion, prompting Shun Ying to fling her sleeves in frustration and turn away. Concern flickered in Yin Shuang's eyes as she watched Shun Ying storm off. Would she abandon the jewelry? In contrast to Yin Shuang's worry, Shenwan felt quite at ease. Having grown up together as sisters, she understood Shun Ying's nature well. Shun Ying was both shameless and overly concerned with her image. If Shun Ying did not exchange the jewelry for silver notes, she would surely wear them out, only to be ridiculed by Fu Shu, which Shun Ying could never tolerate. Shenwan had vowed not to allow such treacherous individuals to gain any advantage over her, and she intended to keep her word. Entering the Tsuyu Pavilion with Yun Mo and Yun Rui, they had initially sought the excitement of the Wangyue Tower. However, with the lively atmosphere now absent, and Shun Ying having spoiled their mood for selecting jewelry, the trio left the Tsuyu Pavilion and strolled through the streets for another half an hour. Feeling fatigued, they eventually parted ways, with Yun Mo and Yun Rui returning to the Yun residence while Shun Wan took a carriage back to the Lingwang mansion. Upon entering the Lingwang mansion, Shun Wan headed towards the inner courtyard. Just as she reached the entrance of the MOU pavilion, a young maid hurried over, breathless, and said, "Princess, the Pingyang Marquis's residence sent someone to summon you back." Shun Wan furrowed her brows slightly, glancing at the sun in the sky. Yin Shuang queried, "At this hour, why would the Marquis's residence be looking for the princess to return?" Returning now, even if only for a brief moment, at the Pingyang Marquis's residence, she would have to rush back for dinner. The urgency behind their request could only be to confront Shun Ying. What else could it be? It was one thing for the Pingyang Marquis's residence to treat her with such disregard, but now that she was married into the Lingwang mansion, did they really think they could send a servant to fetch her, expecting her to comply without question? Such indulgence had spoiled them. Shun Wan had no intention of returning, but given that the Marquis's residence had sent someone, she could not ignore them entirely without letting the servants at the Lingwang mansion think she was dismissive of the Pingyang Marquis's residence. She instructed Yin Shuang, "Go back to the Pingyang Marquis's residence and inform them that the Lingwang's leg has flared up and I cannot leave. Once he feels better, I will return." After Yin Shuang departed, Shun Wan stepped into the MOU pavilion. Just as she was ascending the stairs, she spotted Chun Feng pushing Xie Jingyan from the study. The handsome, devilishly charming face of the young master bore little expression, yet the words he spoke carried a hint of irritation. "You've returned at last." Shen Wan felt a flicker of annoyance. It seemed as if he were implying she had been out all night. She had only been away for a couple of hours. She was unaware of how his temper had fared in her absence. Whether he had drunk several cups of chrysanthemum tea, or if the kitchen had followed her instructions to prepare green bean soup for him. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she blurted out, "You haven't had a nosebleed again, have you?" Xie Jingyan's face darkened. How dare she bring that up? The maids and old women in the courtyard turned to stare in astonishment. The princess was being rather excessive. The prince had experienced a severe enough nosebleed to require a doctor, yet she had the leisure to wander the streets with her cousins, returning only now as if he were of no consequence to her. Seeing Xie Jingyan's displeasure, Shunwan realized she had irritated him once more. With such a fiery temper, it was no wonder he was easily provoked. Rather than confront him, she chose to retreat. As Shunwan stepped into the room, she left everyone, including Xie Jingyan, momentarily stunned. Shun Feng's lips twitched in disbelief. The prince was in such a foul mood, yet the princess had not even attempted to placate him before entering the room. The prince was usually easy to appease. A kind word would suffice. Chun Feng felt a pang of sympathy for his master as he heard Xie Jingyan's teeth grind in frustration. Back to the study. With no other options, Chun Feng could only push Xie Jingyan back toward the study. Once inside, Shunwan poured herself a cup of tea. She had instructed her maid to prepare chrysanthemum tea for Xie Jingyan, but to her surprise, the maid had been so diligent that even the tea in the room had been replaced with chrysanthemum tea. Unaccustomed to it, she took a couple of sips before setting it aside. Having only snacked on a few pastries while out, she felt a twinge of hunger and began to nibble on some delicacies. By the time Yin Shuang returned from the Pingyang Marquis's residence, it was already evening. In Shun, Wan was engrossed in her reading. Yin Shuang, upon her return, poured herself a cup of tea and was questioned by Haitang. Did the Marquis's residence send someone to find the princess? Was there any trouble? Finishing her tea, Yin Shuang replied, fuming. Fortunately, the princess did not return. I was infuriated enough for my visit. Haitang's curiosity was piqued. Do tell what happened. Yin Shuang glanced at Shunwan and said, unlike our second aunt, who was adept at complaining, the princess lent her some money for appearances, but when she was not allowed to take the jewelry directly, she returned to the Pingyang Marquis's residence to complain to the old lady. She claimed that her dispute with Miss Fu from the Loyal Duke's residence was all for the sake of the princess. Previously, when Miss Fu had sought trouble with the princess, she had wanted to help but felt powerless. Now that she is the Jin Wang Fei, she wanted to take her revenge on Miss Fu, only to be outsmarted and end up breaking a jade bracelet, costing her several hundred taels. She claimed she was helping the princess selflessly, yet the princess showed no gratitude and publicly embarrassed her by saying she had borrowed money without returning it. She even mentioned that she had borrowed from the princess before and had never intended not to repay, but the princess had said it was fine, thinking that as sisters, they need not be so formal. In the end, the princess declared she no longer wanted it and brought up past grievances. The maid from Qingwei Courtyard said that when her second aunt recounted this, she was crying bitterly. The old lady was furious, and that is why she sent someone to the Wang mansion to summon the young lady back. Haitang felt a surge of anger as she listened. Thank goodness the princess didn't return. Had she done so, she would have surely faced the old lady's wrath. Yin Shuang nodded emphatically, recalling something that made her smile. The old lady was sufficiently furious. When I was leaving, I happened to run into the Marquis, and I relayed everything the princess had instructed me to say without missing a word. The Marquis inquired further and learned that it was our second aunt who had complained to the old lady, prompting her to summon the princess back. The Marquis stated that the princess should care for the Ling Wang and instructed the old lady not to bother her over trivial matters again, nor allow anyone to use the princess's name for their own gain. This news brought Shun one immense relief. The old lady's attempts to confront her over Shun Ying's antics had backfired, leaving her in a state of indignation. Yin Shuang chuckled when the Marquis conveyed this message. The old lady's face was positively purple with rage. Chapter 84. Comforting him in her mind, Shun Wan envisioned the old lady's displeased expression, her frustration bubbling without an outlet. And her mood soared. The maidservant entered with a meal, and although Shun Wan had not fully enjoyed her lunch, the aroma of the food stirred a longing within her. However, Xie Jingyan was still engrossed in his studies in the study, and Xinwan felt it inappropriate to dine alone. She glanced at Haitang, who promptly suggested, I shall summon His Highness. As Shun Wan waited, Haitang returned shortly, alone, and without the sound of wheels. Where is he? Shun Wan inquired. Haitang replied, His Highness appeared displeased and disregarded me. Shun Wan furrowed her brow. Haitang leaned closer and whispered, However, His Highness's guard, Chun Feng, discreetly informed me that you should try to comfort him, mentioning that he is easily appeased. Shun Wan, her brow twisted in distress. Comfort Xie Jingyan? While others were unaware of the pretense of their marriage, Chun Feng was fully aware. What position did she hold to soothe her lord? Moreover, she had no talent for comforting anyone. Shen Wan felt utterly conflicted. Haitang and Inshur exchanged glances, stifling their laughter. It was always others who consoled their lady. Never had a lady comforted anyone. Even in her youth, when feuding with the second young lady, it was others who provided a way out, allowing her to appease the second young lady with gifts. Inshur remarked, Prince Ling enjoys flattery. Just say sweet words, and we must not let the food grow cold. Shenwan glanced at the dishes on the table. Were it not for her bodily needs, she would refuse to appease Xie Jingyan. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Shenwan rose and headed to the study, but once she arrived, she hesitated. She had no idea how to comfort Xie Jingyan, and deep down, she resisted the very notion. She would rather endure hunger. Shenwan paced outside the study, causing dizziness to Haidang and Inshur, while the lord within could no longer contain himself. Stop pacing outside and come in, he called. Shenwan entered, and Xie Jingyan regarded her with an expressionless face. Are you afraid to come in? Shenwan shook her head. I'm not afraid, merely. Merely what? Xie Jingyan inquired. I have yet to determine how to comfort you, she confessed. Xie Jingyan, Inshur, and Haitang wore expressions of despair. Never had a lady spoken so candidly. Xie Jingyan's brow furrowed, contemplating the possibility that she would take an eternity to appease him, potentially leaving him to starve in the study. He waved his hand, and the two maidservants hastily withdrew. Xie Jingyan observed Shenwan, a playful smile curving his lips. So you wish to cheer me up? Shenwan looked at him, struck by his striking features. It was unlikely anyone in Dechu could rival his beauty. His smile outshone the stars, captivating all who beheld him. Shenwan's heart raced under his gaze, and she averted her eyes, muttering, Chun Feng told me to comfort you. Xie Jingyan's smile faltered. Outside, Chun Feng nearly tumbled from the tree. He had suggested this to the lady, and she had betrayed him so easily. It was a wonder the Lord did not strike him dead. Xie Jingyan scrutinized Shenwan. You heed Chun Feng's words more than your fatheress? Do you think I would believe that? Your Highness is indeed wise, Chun Feng silently praised. Shenwan wished to counter, but her prior defiance towards her father was undeniable, leaving her no ground to argue. She could only simmer with silent indignation until Xie Jingyan's rich voice rang out. Come here. I shall instruct you on how to comfort me. Shenwan. Outside, Chun Feng. Shenwan found the phrase rather peculiar, yet her feet betrayed her, leading her toward Xie Jingyan. Approaching him, she eyed him skeptically as he commanded, Bend down. Your neck must be aching. Obediently, Shenwan lowered herself, only to be met with a sudden kiss. Shenwan. Covering her face, she exclaimed, You? Xie Jingyan replied, From now on, that will suffice to comfort me. Comfort him? Shenwan's face flushed crimson, and in a mix of rage and embarrassment, she retorted, You can starve. With that, she turned and fled. Behind her, Xie Jingyan smirked, unable to suppress his joy. As Shenwan dashed out of the study, Xie Jingyan called, Chun Feng. Chun Feng jolted, a look of resignation on his face as he leaped from the tree into the room, kneeling. My lord, I acknowledge my mistake. At that moment, the sound of a drawer opening caught his attention, and recalling the dagger within, his face paled. Surely, the lord would not demand his life over such a trivial matter? As he pondered, a white object hurtled towards him. Chun Feng caught it, his heart soaring. Thankfully, it was not a dagger, but a silver ingot. My lord's generous gift. Chun Feng exclaimed as he rose and ushered Xie Jingyan out of the study. Meanwhile, Shenwan returned to her inner chamber, her face still flushed. Inshur inquired, Did you manage to comfort his highness? Do not mention the word comfort. Anyone who does shall face my wrath. Shenwan bit out. He is not hungry. With those 3 words, Shenwan sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and forcefully bit into the food, as if she were chewing on her lord himself. After only a couple of bites, the sound of wheels approaching filled the air. Inshur and Haitang exchanged bewildered glances. Did not the lady say his highness was not hungry? Is he not returning now? Haitang quickly fetched water for Xie Jingyan to wash his hands. As he took his place at the table, he surveyed the dishes before him, utterly at a loss. His mouth twitched in dismay. In the morning, chrysanthemum tea. In the afternoon, mung bean soup. And for dinner, a feast of cooling dishes, including rib soup with kelp. None of it was to his liking. Xie Jingyan turned to Shen Wan, questioning, "Did you request these dishes from the kitchen?" Shen Wan shot him a glare. "Dr. Tao advised you to eat lightly, and, from tonight onwards, you shall sleep in the study," she added. This was not the first time Shen Wan had suggested he sleep in the study, and Xie Jingyan was not angered. With a raised brow, he remarked, "You heed Dr. Tao's words so well?" Shen Wan replied, "He is a doctor. How could I not listen to him?" "Then why do you ignore Dr. Tao's suggestion regarding consummation?" Xie Jingyan challenged, his words striking her like a blow. Shen Wan was momentarily speechless. She longed to retort that she had not disregarded him. Dr. Tao had suggested consummation, but never insisted that it must be with her alone. She had considered taking a concubine for him, only for him to suddenly change his demeanor, compelling her to seek alternatives from Dr. Tao. She had a feign that she could not consummate their marriage due to health concerns, which prompted Dr. Tao to prescribe cooling tea and advise them to live separately for the time being. She had his best interests at heart, and yet he chose to nitpick her every word. She had only married him a few days ago, and he did not even harbor affection for her. Sharing a chamber and a bed would only lead to uncontrollable desires. In his previous life, he had neither married nor taken a concubine, thus avoiding such troubling matters. Indeed, it was ill-suited for a man and woman to share the same quarters. Should they continue to live together, Shen Wan dared not imagine what could transpire between them. Separation. It was imperative that they reside apart. Chapter 85. The bed. Neither of the two spoke further. After finishing their meal, Xie Jingyan retreated to his study and did not return at the usual bedtime. Shen Wan felt that he had taken her words to heart. She acted out of selfishness, while Dr. Tao had acted for his benefit. Feeling fatigued, Shen Wan loosened her clothing and prepared for bed. As she gazed at the bedding, she considered calling a maid to bring more blankets for Xie Jingyan. Although summer had arrived, the nights were still somewhat chilly, and she worried that he might catch a cold. However, just as she was about to instructing Shuang, she hesitated. After all, Xie Jingyan was the legitimate master of the Ling Wang mansion. Would he truly need her to arrange his bedding? She often found that a single misstep in her words could provoke his ire, and it was best not to disturb him at such an hour. Yawning, Shen Wan climbed into bed. Yet, once she lay down, sleep eluded her, leaving a peculiar emptiness within her heart. She stared at the gauze canopy above, lost in thought. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sound of wheels rolling echoed through the quiet night, piercingly clear. The door creaked open, and Shen Wan shot up, her eyes widening as she saw Xie Jingyan entering in his wheelchair, his expression dark, as though someone had failed to repay a debt. She watched him approach and asked, "Aren't you sleeping in the study?" "I can't sleep there," he replied, though he did not meet her gaze, normally requiring her assistance. Today he managed to push himself up from the wheelchair, albeit unsteadily. Shen Wan could not bear to watch and hurried to support him. Once he was in bed, Shen Wan pulled the covers over him. Xie Jingyan looked at her and inquired, "What are you doing?" "I'm going to sleep in the study," she stated. He was unaccustomed to sleeping there, so she thought she might as well accommodate him. His already displeased countenance grew even more sullen. With a swift motion, he extended his arm, and before Shen Wan could react, he pulled her onto the bed, holding her tightly in his embrace, rendering her immobile. Shen Wan struggled, but her efforts were in vain. "Let go of me," she pleaded. "Be quiet." His voice, gritted with irritation, interrupted her protest. Meeting his smoldering gaze, she momentarily forgot what she had intended to say. He tightened his hold on her, declaring, "We shall sleep like this." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for argument. But she began cautiously. Knowing what she was about to say, Xie Jingyan interrupted with annoyance, "If you bleed, I'll sleep on the floor." His words, coupled with his actions, seemed to reflect a petulant defiance, as if he were testing his own limits. Yet, Shen Wan discerned that his threshold was indeed the floor. There was no way he would sleep in the study. But could sleeping on the floor truly be more restful than in the study? She had no idea if he could manage to sleep in this position, but she was certain she would not be able to. The sound of his heartbeat filled her ears, mingling with the faint scent of medicine wafting from him. Shen Wan felt increasingly drowsy. As though she had taken a sleeping potion, her eyelids grew heavy, and she realized that she had grown accustomed to the soothing fragrance of medicine lulling her to sleep. Tomorrow, She would gather the herbs he used for his medicinal baths and create a sachet to hang above the canopy. Unable to move, her thoughts became a tangled mess, and she realized that she was not entirely averse to being held by Xie Jingyan. In fact, she might even enjoy it. The notion startled her. Could she possibly be developing feelings for him? No, that cannot be, she thought. I cannot like him. Knowing he has someone he cherishes dearly, I could never allow myself to fall for him. That would be self-inflicted torment. Shaking her head, she tried to dispel the chaotic thoughts, unaware that her actions were torturing the man who was desperately trying to maintain his composure. Constricted by her proximity, she seemed to be deliberately provoking him. He could only watch her wriggle in his embrace, wishing for her to incite a reaction strong enough to make him lose control. Xie Jingyan pressed his hand against her unruly head, his voice strained sleep. Exhausted, Shenwan realized she had already stayed up half an hour later than usual. As she drifted off, she was left pondering her predicament. They had intended to sleep apart, yet here they were, intertwined in a manner that felt more intimate than before. Previously, sleep had come easily, but now she found herself enveloped in confusion. That night, Shenwan slept soundly, while Xie Jingyan endured a restless night. He could not fathom why he had chosen this path of self-inflicted torment. Shenwan turned restlessly in his arms. Each time he neared slumber, she would shift, tightening her hold on him, her breath warm against his neck. At times, her hand would inadvertently slip under his clothing, brushing against his waist. He could hardly contain himself, struggling against the urge to succumb to temptation. The next morning, Shenwan awoke facing the inner side of the bed. She found herself neither cradled in Xie Jingyan's arms nor held by him. Assuming he had risen early, she turned to see him sleeping soundly, though dark circles marred the skin beneath his eyes. Unable to remain still, Shenwan prepared to rise, but as she glanced at him lying flat, she noticed he had not covered himself with the blanket. A certain part of him, standing tall and proud, demanded her attention, and she felt her cheeks flush. Without a moment's thought, she quickly pulled the blanket over him. However, the weight of the blanket startled the light sleeper, Xie Jingyan. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice laden with confusion. "Are you not ashamed?" he added. Shenwan felt heat rise to her face, as though she could cook pancakes upon it. "You won't be marrying a new princess for at least another 6 months. Will you be able to withstand such a long wait?" She looked at Xie Jingyan, her voice barely above a whisper. "So, do you truly not need to take a concubine?" Xie Jingyan's expression darkened instantly, his annoyance palpable. "You dare to provoke me so early in the morning?" He seized her hand, pulling her gently into his embrace. Shenwan looked up defiantly, but Xie Jingyan merely tilted his head and pressed his lips against hers. Shenwan's eyes widened in shock, though this was not their first kiss. The last had been to silence her. What did this one signify? She struggled, but with her waist firmly captured, escape was futile. Instead, he intensified his grip, rolling her beneath him. Never before had Shenwan felt such panic. Even though Xie Jingyan was incapacitated and unable to walk, the disparity in their physical strength rendered her helpless against his intentions. She pushed against his chest, desperate, and in a moment of fierce resistance, she bit down on his tongue. Only then did he relent, allowing her to breathe as tears of frustration streamed down her cheeks. "You shameless rogue," she scolded. Xie Jingyan wiped the corner of his mouth. "Weren't you the one who wanted to take a concubine? I wish to provide you with a concubine, not to be bullied by you," she retorted. "You and I are united by imperial decree. Until you bear a child, I would not dare take a concubine," he replied. "If I hear you speak of concubinage again, I shall take it as a signal that you are urging me to consummate our marriage." Chapter 86. Obstruction. Why was he suddenly afraid to take a concubine? Ever since the demise of Consort Shun, he had been punished by the emperor to guard the royal tombs, and after suffering a leg injury, how could he dare to defy the emperor? Surely, he would not fear her father or her elder brother. Such an excuse would deceive no one, not even a 3-year-old child, let alone her. Yet, the situation was perilous. Shenwan dared not utter a word of protest and could only acquiesce, saying she would never mention it again. Her voice was as faint as a whisper, resembling the hum of a mosquito. The sight of her meek demeanor stirred a restless urge within Xie Jingyan to tease her further. With a slight clearing of his throat, He gently pecked at Shun Wan's luscious lips, then rolled away. Shun Wan felt a jolt. The shock from Xie Jingyan's forceful kiss was eclipsed by that fleeting brush of lips, which bore an undercurrent of restraint and helplessness, tinged with a hint of reluctance. It must be an illusion. Surely, it was just her imagination. Springing up, Shun Wan hastily left the bed. As Yin Shuang and Hai Tang entered with a basin, they were greeted with the sight of Shun Wan's flushed face. A glance at their master revealed his slightly swollen lips, marked by unmistakable teeth impressions. Who could be the culprit? The two maidservants stifled their giggles, prompting Shun Wan to glare at her reflection in the mirror, fearful that her secret would be exposed. Xie Jingyan instructed, "Assist me in getting dressed." Shun Wan commanded Yin Shuang and Hai Tang, "You two help him." However, before she could finish her sentence, the two maidservants had already scurried away. Shun Wan, she turned, glaring fiercely at Xie Jingyan. "Did you scare them off?" Xie Jingyan feigned innocence. "I merely furrowed my brow. I didn't utter a single word. Was it necessary to say more?" His expression spoke volumes. As he stood, he felt the residual effects of the medicinal bath he had skipped for 2 days, the toxins causing his forehead to twitch in pain. Shun Wan, not one to be heartless, rushed to support him. Truly, he had her firmly in his grasp, steadying him. Shun Wan assisted him into his brocade robe and into his wheelchair. The jade pendant, following his gaze, Shun Wan noticed the lotus jade pendant resting on the small table by the bed. Since their marriage, it had never left his side. Previously, she had thought little of it, but now, seeing it again only irritated her, igniting a smoldering anger within her. How could he tease her while having an admirer, and then expect her to wear the jade pendant? Such bullying was intolerable. Irritated, Shun Wan retorted, "You can tie it yourself." With that, she pushed him with considerable force. Xie Jingyan had not anticipated her defiance. Caught off guard, he found himself seated in the wheelchair, a look of bewilderment on his face. He had not been angered when she helped him into his robe. Why had she suddenly become enraged at the thought of tying a pendant? Then I shone into Appos. "T bother," he said, taking the pendant and fastening it himself. Adjusting the tassels, he noticed Shun Wan's increasingly darkening expression through the mirror. "Yin Shuang, Hai Tang, come in," she called out loudly. Outside, the two maidservants exchanged glances, steeling themselves as they entered the room. Yin Shuang approached Shun Wan, saying, "I will help the princess with her hair." Shun Wan snapped, "You are my maidservants. Why fear him?" Yin Shuang and Hai Tang exchanged glances, realizing the princess herself feared the Prince of Ling. Being merely her maidservants, how could they not feel trepidation? The two maidservants looked at Shun Wan with pity, and she suddenly recognized that she had set her expectations too high. Turning around, she allowed Yin Shuang to style her hair. Out of anger, Shun Wan had eaten breakfast without waiting for Xie Jingyan's return. By the time he returned from washing up, she had nearly finished a bun. Xie Jingyan was not angry. Though he found her ire puzzling, it did not affect his good spirits. Throughout the day, Xie Jingyan occupied himself with reading in the study, only requesting Shun Wan to read to him during his medicinal bath. Shun Wan, choosing to retreat to the garden, evaded him, and thus the day passed swiftly. Yin Shuang observed the evening glow and remarked, "At this hour, the second aunt has yet to send someone to collect the jewelry." Shun Wan found it peculiar. Given the old lady's failed attempts, Shun Ying should have dispatched someone by now. Surely, she did not still harbor hopes of obtaining the jewelry without payment through the old lady's influence. However, as the items were in her possession, she patiently awaited their arrival. After 2 more days without a word from Shun Ying, the steward in the front courtyard could no longer contain his impatience. After all, the jewelry was worth several thousand taels. Leaving in the courtyard was hardly ideal. On a fine day, at Xie Jingyan's request, Shun Wan pushed him for a stroll in the garden. Just as they arrived, a maid approached. "Princess, the jewelry you left in the courtyard has not been collected by the Jinwang mansion. Steward Zhou sent me to inquire whether to keep it in the courtyard or send it to Muyu Pavilion." Leaving the courtyard, Shun Wan replied, and the maid withdrew. As they continued their walk, another maid approached. "Princess, the Jinwang princess has sent a maid with silver notes." Yin Shuang smiled broadly. It seems the second aunt has finally conceded. She thought she could swindle the princess out of her money by buying so many pieces of jewelry. But now she must pay up. She must be distraught. Feeling pleased, Shenwan pushed Xie Jingyan forward. After walking a short distance, they spotted Steward Zhou hurrying toward them, his urgent demeanor signaling trouble. Steward Zhou approached, bowing to both Xie Jingyan and Shenwan. Why the haste? Has something occurred? Xie Jingyan queried. Steward Zhou cast a glance at Shenwan, hesitating to speak. Realizing he wished to shield her from the news, Shenwan interjected, I will go over there. Before she could finish, Xie Jingyan interrupted. The princess is not an outsider. There is no need to conceal anything from her. Steward Zhou understood that the princess was not an outsider, for it was her brother, the heir of Pingyang Marquis, who had saved the prince's life. With a deep breath, Steward Zhou confessed, just now, the Jinwang princess sent over more than 6,000 taels in silver notes to retrieve the jewelry you left in the courtyard. I was away, and the servant received the payment, but among them, 5,000 taels were counterfeit. The notes had changed hands, and with the Jinwang princess being the princess's cousin, it was tricky to send someone after her. Steward Zhou presented the notes for Xie Jingyan to examine. The oversight by the household staff was serious. Losing 5,000 taels was no trivial matter, not to mention the embarrassment it would bring, either to the prince or the princess. Steward Zhou had intended to avoid involving Shenwan, hoping Xie Jingyan would handle the situation, but after inspecting the notes, Xie Jingyan confirmed they were indeed counterfeit. He turned to Shenwan, who called out, Chenyu. With a swish, Chenyu appeared. Did you call for me, princess? Chase after the Jinwang mansion's carriage and secretly bring back the jewelry, Shenwan ordered. Chapter 87. Unforeseen loss due to the reputation of the sisters in the government. Where one flourishes, all flourish, and where one suffers, all suffer. She found herself compelled to lend money to Shun Ying. Shun Ying intended to take advantage of her and default on the debt, which Shenwan could no longer tolerate. To make matters worse, Shun Ying even contemplated using counterfeit silver notes to deceive her. It was astonishing that Shenwan had endured so much. Having lived a second life, she would no longer accept losses, especially not from those with ulterior motives. She was uncertain how long it would take for the people of the Jin Wangfu to return, or if Chun would be able to catch up. It would be ideal if she could retrieve the jewelry directly. If not, she would devise another plan. In any case, Shun Ying would not gain an inch of advantage from her again. Xie Jingyan regarded Shun Wan's actions with admiration and waved his hand, dismissing the steward Zhou. As Zhou departed, he sighed, surprised that the princess and the Jinwang princess, who were cousins, could be so at odds in heart despite their outward civility. It seemed that the internal affairs of the Pingyang Marquisate would not be tranquil either. Pushing Xie Jingyan back to the Shenwan walked at a leisurely pace. After sipping half a cup of tea, Chenyu returned. The window was knocked upon, and Yin Shuang eagerly hurried over. Chenyu handed her a small bundle, which Yin Shuang accepted and placed on the table in front of Shenwan. Upon opening the small bundle, they discovered the jewelry carelessly packed inside, as if the attendants from the Ciyu Pavilion had been hasty in their arrangement. Yin Shuang winced at the sight. Shenwan picked up a jade hairpin, admiring it. The jewelry from Ciyu Pavilion was exquisite, with meticulous craftsmanship and beautiful designs. Not only did Shun Ying covet them, but Shenwan found them to her liking as well. Setting the hairpin down, she instructed Yin Shuang to keep it safe. Yin Shuang noticed the silver notes on the table, totaling 6,800 taels. This arrangement was due to Ciyu Pavilion rounding off the 32 taels. Among them, 5,000 taels were counterfeit, while 1,800 taels were genuine. Thinking of how Shun Ying had spent 1,800 taels yet obtained nothing in return, Yin Shuang couldn't help but smile brightly. However, the realization that these jewels could not be worn made her feel a significant loss. They would have to be hidden away. She had plenty of items stashed away, so these were not an issue. And besides, they wouldn't remain hidden for long. If necessary, she could pawn them, easily fetching 5,000 taels or more. Meanwhile, Shun Ying sat comfortably in her room, sipping tea without a hint of concern about her plans going awry. She could not distinguish the authenticity of the notes, and Shun Wan was even less likely to discover it. As she set down her teacup, Lu entered, carrying the distinctive bundle from Ciyu Pavilion, her face beaming with delight, which only deepened Shun Ying's smile. However, that smile froze upon opening the bundle and discovering stones within the jewelry boxes. Lulu was also taken aback, unable to believe it. The maid had checked each piece thoroughly, fearing Shunning might tamper with them. How could they possibly be stones? Shunning opened every jewelry box, and without exception, they all contained stones. The look in Shun Ying's eyes toward Lulu was one of contempt. Lulu's face turned pale at the realization, her voice trembling as she recalled the moment their carriage had encountered a problem on the way back to the Wangfu, causing her to hit her head and lose consciousness. It must have been then that someone switched the jewelry. Shunning clenched her fists, outraged. Who dared to have the audacity to steal from the Jin Wangfu? It must have been Shun Wan. The words nearly forced their way out between Shun Ying's clenched teeth. The carriage Lulu rode in was unremarkable, marked with the insignia of the Jin Wangfu, and no ordinary person would think to rob it, let alone know it contained such valuable jewelry. Let us retrieve the items from the Ling Wangfu, Lulu suggested. Shining felt her teeth grind. Did she think she hadn't considered that? But what could she use to demand them back? Lulu had carefully checked the jewelry when they left the Ling Wangfu. Once the items were out, they had no evidence, and Shunwan would certainly not admit to anything. She had thought spending 1,800 taels would allow her to secure those jewels and leave Shunwan a loss. But in the end, it was she who had suffered. Shun Ying's vision darkened with rage. Ever since Shun Wan had abandoned the Jin Wang for the Ling Wang, nothing that had seemed to go smoothly. It was truly absurd. How dare they make her suffer such a significant loss? She had indeed underestimated Shun Wan in the past. In the blink of an eye, the 10 days agreed upon with Yun Qi had arrived. Waking from the arms of a certain gentleman, Shun Wan eagerly awaited her cousin's delivery of the snow snake gallbladder, so that Dr. Tao could administer an antidote to Xie Jingyan. However, from morning until night, her cousin had yet to arrive. Thinking perhaps he had been delayed on the road, she continued to wait the next day, but still he did not appear. By the third day, Shunwan could no longer sit idly, worried about her cousin's safety. The more she thought, the more anxious she became, prompting her to prepare a carriage to visit the Yun family. As Shunwan stepped outside, she happened to encounter Xie Jingyan exiting the study. Upon seeing him, she stated, "I'm going to visit the Yun family." Without waiting for Xie Jingyan to respond, she hurried down the steps, her footsteps quickening towards the courtyard gate. Her urgency caught Xie Jingyan's attention, tightening his brow further. Would it be so pressing? Haitang, noticing Xie Jingyan watching Shun Wan's retreating figure, quickly remarked, "Young master Bai has yet to deliver the medicinal herbs needed for the prince's leg, and the princess is worried. So she's going to inquire at the Yun family." Xie Jingyan had observed Shun Wan's anxiousness over the past few days. He had never imagined she would be so concerned about his leg, though he did not hold high hopes for Dr. Tao's treatment. He felt a profound sense of gratitude in his heart. Yet, her temperament was rather hasty. The young master of the Yun family had gone to Mianzhou to procure herbs, and even with swift horses, it would take nearly 8 or 9 days for a round trip. A few days' delay was entirely normal. Shunwan did not ask Xie Jingyan to accompany her, so he refrained from following. He knew that with Chan Yu discreetly protecting her, his only responsibility was to ensure Shun Wan's safety. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Wangfu, Shun Wan found the carriage waiting. After she and Yin Shuang boarded, they headed straight for the Yun family. Half an hour later, the carriage came to a halt before the gates of the Yun residence. As Shun Wan lifted the curtain to disembark, she was taken aback by the sight of someone emerging from the Yun family. It was none other than Madame Su, the newly appointed Right Assistant Minister of Rights. Madame Su's visit to the Yun family was unmistakably purposeful. Shun Wan had believed that this lifetime, the Su family would not forge ties with the Yun family. It seemed that history was repeating itself, igniting her frustration. Accompanying Madame Su was the matriarch of the Yun family, who greeted Shun Wan with a broad smile. "Rui just mentioned she wished to visit the Ling Wangfu to see you. And here you are." Upon hearing the name of the Ling Wangfu and seeing its carriage, Madame Su immediately recognized Shun Wan's identity and promptly bowed, addressing her as the Ling Wang princess. Shun Wan's expression remained indifferent. Madame Su is overly courteous. Madame Su was momentarily taken aback. "The Ling Wang princess recognizes me?" Shun Wan smiled faintly when Master Su gained notoriety in the capital. I had the fortune of seeing him at Siyu Pavilion across the street. He bears a striking resemblance to you. How could I not recognize? Hearing Shunwan praise her son, Madame Su feigned modesty, but her pride was evident in her demeanor. Shunwan could only shake her head in disbelief. It was rare to see someone who could deceive others so easily while also being self-deceived. After bidding farewell to Madame Su, Shunwan and the matriarch of the Yun family entered the residence. Shunwan inquired, "Was Madame Su here to propose a marriage?" The matriarch nodded with a smile. Madame Su came to seek a marriage for her son, Master Su. Shunwan was bewildered. Isn't to seek a match for Yun Rue? Why Yun-mo? Indeed, in her previous life, when the Su family came to propose, Yun-mo had already been married, leaving them no choice. This time, both Yun-mo and Yun Rue remained unmarried, and as the eldest legitimate daughter, if given a choice, the Su family would certainly prefer her. Shunwan hastily asked, "Has the Yun family agreed?" The matriarch shook her head no. After the last ill-fated encounter, they dared not be careless this time. The old lady used the excuse that your uncle is away and wishes to consult him before making a decision. They have neither agreed nor declined. Chapter 88. The sprained ankle. Fortunately, I did not agree. Although I could have found a way to annul the engagement, Yun-mo had already gone through the process once, and her betrothal to young Master Zhao had already become a topic of gossip. If she were to break off the engagement again, she would undoubtedly face even more scrutiny. It was far better to avoid unnecessary troubles by not being formally engaged at all. However, it was evident that the Yun family had drawn the attention of certain individuals, and they would not relent until they had taken a few bites out of them. Shunwan exchanged few words with Madame Yun as they made their way to the frosty courtyard, and from a distance, they spotted Yun-mo and Yun Rue approaching. Yet, Yun-mo seemed to be in distress, supported by a maid, limping painfully. Shunwan inquired of Madame Yun about her cousin's condition. Madame Yun shook her head, indicating she was unaware. She hurried over to Yun-mo and asked, "What has happened to your foot?" Shunwan followed suit, and upon seeing her, she noticed the delicate features of Yun-mo's face were marred by a look of grievance, a sentiment that Shunwan understood well. Without addressing her own mother, Yun Rue explained, "We were just playing in the garden." When the eldest sister heard that Madame Chun from the right vice minister's residence was seeking to marry her, she hurried to find grandmother and, in her haste, sprained her ankle. Madame Yun, perplexed by her daughter's urgency, reproached, "What on earth compelled you to rush? To sprain your ankle while walking is truly exasperating. Given your condition, what are you doing at the frosty courtyard? You should return and tend to your injury." Yun Rue interjected, "It was grandmother who summoned us here." Madame Yun's brows knitted in concern. No further words were exchanged as they entered the frosty courtyard and passed through the screen into the room. Upon seeing Yun-mo being assisted inside, old Madame Yun inquired, "What has transpired?" "I sprained my ankle," Yun-mo replied candidly. Old Madame Yun instructed the maid to help Yun-mo sit down promptly. Shunwan lingered at the back, having come with Madame Yun, and no one informed old Madame Yun of her presence. Once Yun-mo was seated, old Madame Yun noticed Shunwan and, somewhat surprised, remarked, "Wana, you've arrived. Why was I not informed?" Old Madame Yun beckoned Shunwan to sit beside her. Shunwan explained, "Elder cousin went to Mianzhou, claiming he would return in 10 days. It has been 12 days, yet there is still no news of him. I was concerned and came to inquire at the Yun residence." Old Madame Yun grasped Shunwan's hand, chuckling, "He is merely 2 days late. However, your elder cousin is diligent in his undertakings, so there is no need for alarm. He will certainly return with the medicinal herbs needed for Prince Ling's leg." Understanding Shunwan's anxiety, old Madame Yun recalled her own feelings decades ago when she married old Master Yun. The apprehension that filled her when a promised date passed without news was palpable. Yet, in the world of business, smooth sailing was rare. There were always issues to resolve or troubles to address, and often, inclement weather would delay returns. Old Madame Yun had long since grown accustomed to such unpredictability. In contrast to old Madame Yun's calm demeanor, Shunwan felt her own heart racing, and thus refrained from further discussion. Old Madame Yun waved her hand, signaling the maids and servants to withdraw, leaving Madame Yun looking at her mother-in-law in confusion, wondering if there was something to be discussed privately. Once they were alone, old Madame Yun turned her attention to Yun Mo and Yun Rue, asking, "How did you both come to know about the poor character of young Master Su?" Madame Yun suddenly recalled that just moments ago, Madame Su had sought her daughter's hand in marriage. Yun Mo's maid had entered and quietly shared a few words with Mama Li, who then whispered in old Madame Yun's ear. Old Madame Yun's brow furrowed for a considerable time, and her demeanor towards Madame Su shifted from cordial to cold. She had initially thought something within the household had affected her ability to host guests. Madame Yun, observing Yun Mo, remarked, "Young Master Su has only recently been promoted to Right Vice Minister, and he has received much praise for his talents. Where did you learn of his questionable character?" Yun Mo glanced at Shun Wan, replying, "I heard it from my cousin." The eyes in the room turned towards Shun Wan, who remained silent. Yun Rue continued, "A few days ago, when we went to Prince Ling's residence to find our cousin, grandmother only allowed us to stay there for half an hour. Out of respect for her, we dared not disobey and decided to go shopping instead. By chance, we came across a celebration at the Wanhua building. We were quite curious, but our cousin remarked that there was nothing worth seeing. It was merely a venue set up by young Master Su to enhance his reputation in the capital for the purpose of courting. Later, it was confirmed that this was indeed the case, and our cousin expressly cautioned us that if the Su family came to propose, we must not accept." Madame Yun, who had just felt a glimmer of hope at the prospect of her daughter being sought after by a minister's family, now felt as if a bucket of cold water had been thrown over her. Old Madame Yun regarded Shun Wan. "Did you already know that the Su family would come seeking a marriage proposal?" Shun Wan nodded, unable to explain the breadth of her knowledge. She instead attributed the information to Xie Jingyan. "Although Prince Ling's leg has not healed, he is well informed. Young Master Su does not possess the integrity that Duke Zhonghua has praised him for. On the contrary, he has been known to exploit the common people. However, because he operates far from the capital, few are aware of his misdeeds. When young Master Su was promoted to Right Vice Minister, I found it strange that Prince Ling did not send a congratulatory gift. Upon inquiry, I learned that young Master Su is known for his indulgent lifestyle. He is well-versed in debauchery. Madame Su seems intent on seizing the opportunity, knowing that few in the capital are aware of her son's true nature, and is eager to secure a marriage before his reputation is revealed. It is evident that Madame Su aims to trap an unsuspecting young lady into a perilous situation. The Su family is backed by considerable power, and our family cannot afford to offend them. Those of significantly lesser status are unlikely to be of interest to them, while my maternal grandfather favors those with scholarly merit." I felt compelled to issue a warning. Shun Wan endeavored to phrase her words delicately, yet old Madame Yin discerned the underlying urgency and trembled with rage. Has my Yin family somehow offended these people in a past life? Why do they all have their sights set on bringing misfortune upon my daughters? Madame Yun's lips turned a shade of purple with indignation, realizing that these individuals had thoroughly analyzed the Yun family's preferences and were now using them against her in marriage proposals. Had it not been for Shun Wan's vigilance, the Yun family might have stumbled into another misfortune. Shun Wan sighed, with my grandfather, uncle, and elder cousin all adept at generating wealth. It is no wonder they attract such attention. Old Madame Yun appeared to deflate, her spirit visibly waning as she lamented. "I have long warned that an abundance of wealth can breed calamity. Yet your grandfather and his kin seem only interested in amassing riches. If they cannot safeguard their fortunes, who knows who will ultimately benefit from their endeavors?" Shun Wan found herself at a loss for words. Old Madame Yun was well aware of the situation, but mere awareness was insufficient. In her previous life, her sister-in-law had prevented her cousin from engaging in business, insisting he pursue an official career, pushing him to a breaking point, yet nothing could deter his desire to accumulate wealth. Contemplating her elder cousin and Appo's impending marriage, Shun Wan seized the opportunity to remark, "Prince Ling also advised me that before my elder cousin marries, he should avoid the Huguo Temple. In hindsight, it seems those individuals are plotting against him as well." Yun Mo exclaimed in exasperation, "As if it is not enough that they are scheming against me. They are now targeting my elder brother?" Shun Wan replied, "Their scheme against you is merely for a modest dowry, but targeting your elder brother would mean setting their sights on the entire Yun family. Old Madame Yun's face drained of color. The atmosphere grew tense, but Shun Wan felt a sense of relief, for she had made her position abundantly clear. The Yun family would surely proceed with utmost caution henceforth. As her thoughts drifted to the Su family, a glimmer of something passed through Shun Wan's gaze. She addressed old Madame Yun, considering that the Su family holds the position of right vice minister and enjoys the favor of the court. An outright rejection of their proposal might lead to accusations of arrogance on the part of the Yun family. Young Master Su's talents may be a facade that cannot endure scrutiny for long. The Yun family could delay matters for 10 days or half a month, and the Su family would likely retreat in the face of difficulty. Retreating in the face of difficulty? That would be far too lenient for the Su family. What Shun Wan desired was not merely a withdrawal, but for the Su family to suffer a complete and utter disgrace, to be expelled from the capital. With Shun Wan advocating for the Yun family's reputation, old Madame Yun would undoubtedly acquiesce. Old Madame Yun nodded in agreement, just as a knock sounded at the door. Followed by a maid's voice, "Old Madam, the eldest young master has returned from Yinzhou." Chapter 89. Prepared at long last, cousin has returned. Shun Wan's anxious heart finally settled as she hurriedly inquired, "Has cousin returned to the residence?" The maid shook her head, explaining that the eldest master had gone to deliver something to the Ling Wang's residence, and the accompanying servant had returned first. Shun Wan contemplated. Having rushed to the Yun family, she would have been better off waiting at the Ling Wang's residence to meet her cousin. Feeling a sense of urgency, Shun Wan decided not to linger. "I shall take my leave now and will come again to pay respects to grandmother another day." Without waiting for old Madame Yun's response, Shun Wan rose and swiftly exited, leaving Yun Mo and Yun Rue momentarily stunned. Yun Rue remarked, "Why is cousin leaving in such haste?" Mrs. Yun chuckled. "It is a significant matter to treat the Ling Wang's leg. How could she not be anxious?" Old Madame Yun, recalling Xie Jingyan's gaze upon Shun Wan, felt that this marriage was indeed a wise choice. If Dr. Tao could remedy the Ling Wang's ailment, then there would be no regrets regarding this union. Shun Wan hurried to the entrance of the Yun residence, finding the carriage had yet to arrive. After waiting for a short while, she finally boarded the carriage. As she sat down, a worry crept in her mind. What if by the time she returned to the Ling Wang's residence, her cousin had already departed? Upon arriving at the Ling Wang's residence, Shun Wan did not wait to disembark before asking the gatekeeper, "Is my cousin still here?" The servant promptly replied, "The young master has not left yet." Relieved, Shun Wan alighted from the carriage and made her way to Mou Pavilion. Just as she reached the entrance, she spotted Xie Jingyan escorting Yun Qi out. Upon seeing Shun Wan, Yun Qi remarked, "Cousin, did you not go to the Yun family? How have you returned so swiftly?" Shun Wan explained, "Cousin is always true to his word. When he returned late by 2 days, I worried something had befallen him, so I came to inquire. I'm glad he has returned safely." Xie Jingyan, seated in his wheelchair, furrowed his brow, mistakenly believing that Shun Wan was concerned about Yun Qi's ability to retrieve the medicinal materials from the Yun family, when in truth, her worries were for her cousin. Yun Qi chuckled, "I apologize for making you wait, cousin. We could have returned in 9 days, but unfortunately, while passing through Qingzhou, we were caught in a torrential downpour, causing a landslide on the official road. We had a detour via the waterways, which delayed us by 2 days." He continued teasingly, "Originally, the Ling Wang intended to escort me back to the Yun family and pick you up along the way. Now that you have returned, there is no need for him to do so. I shall take my leave. If you require anything, simply send someone to inform my cousin." Shun Wan felt her ears flush under her cousin's scrutinizing gaze. She had not anticipated that Xie Jingyan would come to fetch her from the Yun family. With the medicinal materials gathered, should he not prioritize treating his leg? As Steward Zhou escorted Yun Qi away, Shun Wan watched her cousin depart, only to find Xie Jingyan's gaze fixed upon her. Her cheeks warmed as she asked, "The medicinal materials are ready. We can detoxify today, correct?" "Tomorrow," Xie Jingyan replied. "Is today not an option?" Shun Wan blurted out. Xie Jingyan gazed at her, his eyes warm. "Why do I sense that you are more anxious than I? Am I?" Shun Wan paused, taken aback. Seeing Xie Jingyan's calm demeanor, she thought it was rather amusing how the emperor's eunuch appeared more anxious than the emperor himself. Indeed, Shun Wan was not the only one anxious. Chen Feng voiced, Dr. Tao could detoxify the master at any time, but the master is concerned that if he detoxifies today, he will be unable to accompany the Wang Fei back to the Pingyang Marquis residence for the birthday celebration tomorrow. Before Chun Feng could finish, Xie Jingyan shot him a glare, causing him to fall silent. A warm sensation enveloped Shun Wan, as if a gentle stream flowed from her heart to her limbs. Treating the leg is of utmost importance. It is perfectly acceptable if you cannot accompany me to the celebration. After all, it was merely for the old madam's birthday, not her father's. Had it not been for the fear of being labeled unfilial, she would have preferred not to return. Celebrating the old madam's birthday was of lesser significance compared to his leg treatment. Shun Wan looked at Xie Jingyan, noticing the glimmering light in his eyes, which stirred something within her. He then spoke. Tomorrow, the Jin Wang will surely attend the Pingyang Marquis residence. I cannot help but feel uneasy not accompanying you. What is there to be uneasy about? Although the Jin Wang had previously sought to undermine him, she was already married to Xie Jingyan. The matter was settled. The Jin Wang could no longer affect her. Before Shun Wan could offer further persuasion, Xie Jingyan preempted her, instructing Chun Feng to push him back. Once he had made a decision, no one could sway him, and since it was merely a matter of postponing by one day, Shun Wan acquiesced to his wishes. The following day dawned bright and clear, the sky an endless expanse of azure. After breakfast, Shun Wan and Xie Jingyan set off for the Pingyang Marquis residence to celebrate the old madam's birthday. Inside the carriage, Xie Jingyan sat in his wheelchair, his gaze fixed upon Shun Wan's face. Unsettled by his scrutiny, she asked, "Is there something on my face?" "Yes. Come here, let me wipe it off." "Is that so? There truly is something?" Shun Wan hastily opened a hidden compartment, retrieving a copper mirror, but found no blemish upon her face. She was as clean as could be. Shun Wan intended to glare at Xie Jingyan, but before she could, the carriage lurched unexpectedly, causing her to tumble into his embrace. The copper mirror slipped from her grasp, clattering against the floor, prompting Chun Feng to inquire, "Master, are you all right?" "I am fine," Xie Jingyan replied, his tone laced with amusement. Inwardly, Shun Wan lamented. He was unscathed, but she was not. Having fallen into his arms, she found herself unable to extricate herself.